'Cause when I'm not here, it's like I'm flying. And I don't know why I feel pain. 'Cause when I'm not here, I keep on falling. Yeah, I'll be waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. Yeah, I'll be waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. I keep looking, I keep searching. I need you to be a friend.
There's a turtle, but it's so much faster than me. Couldn't catch him. I think he likes those little jellyfish things. I don't know what they are, but I don't like swimming in them. But I think the turtle likes to eat them. I think they're like little jellyfish thingies. I don't know. Not too far back, too far out. The reef is over here somewhere. We're close. Morning, Billy.
So I feel safe and sound. Yeah, I keep looking, I keep searching. Need you to be a friend. So I feel safe and sound. I've been hiding out for days next to you until lies. Yeah, I'll be waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. I keep looking.
Alright, that was fun. Back to the program. Hope you guys enjoyed that little break, that little swim break, if you will. Next up, we got some drone shots from a sunset, I think like 2 days ago or so. So a few more minutes, then we'll get back to the program here. Enjoy. gonna go on a little swimmy swim. Think I might try to get to the reef over there. It's like maybe 400 meters out or so. Haven't done that in a while. Might give that a go. But it's gonna be a relaxed one today. These are mornings in Negril. Let's do it.
I'm waiting for something to change. 'Cause when I'm not here, it's like I'm flying. And I don't know why I feel pain. 'Cause when I'm not here, I keep on falling. Yeah, I've been waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. Yeah, I've been waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. I keep looking, I keep searching. I need you to be a friend.
There's a turtle, but it's so much faster than me. Couldn't catch him. I think he likes those little jellyfish things. I don't know what they are, but I don't like swimming in them. But I think the turtle likes to eat them. I think they're like little jellyfish thingies. I don't know. Not too far back, too far out. The reef. Hello everyone, thanks for joining the tour today, and we're going to be taking a look at the newly renovated bungalows, or otherwise now known as the cottages, which we've gone through about half of them so far. And we're looking at cottages number 4 and 8 at this time, and this is just a view of the balcony. We changed the entrance from being in the middle, and so if you are familiar with the property, there used to be an entrance for 2 rooms in one of these bungalow housing structures, and now each bungalow, each room has their own entrance to the side and a little bit more privacy as well, because we split the balconies. So you don't necessarily have to talk to the neighbor if you don't want to, but you can of course go around if you would like. And moving into the room itself, these are brand new beds and frames and new design with the throw pillows and the standard pillows in the back there. And then you can also see the kitchenette unit that we renovated, and we'll get to in a second. Also, we added a working desk with a charging station, so you have USB and also Type-C there as well, right below the television. And that's for anybody who wants to get some work done, especially those work from home people. And this is a wider view of the room, and I just want to make note of the AC, because these used to be fan cooled rooms, and now we inputted got rid of the louver windows, and so now it's completely sealed up, if you will, with, as far as the windows go, brand new windows. And also want to bring attention to the ceilings. So the ceilings used to be flat, and now we brought them up to an apex to give a little bit more room and make it feel a little bit more spacious, but still maintain the coziness. And also bringing some more attention to the far right corner of the kitchenette that we have, and we'll get to that in a second, and also the newly renovated bathroom. So we basically gutted this entire place. Even the floor tiles are brand new as well. And this is another angle of the bed, and just want to bring some attention to the LED bed frame, as well as the embedded nightstands and lamps, and another view of the kitchen. I see your picture. Hold on. we are doing a semi-quick walkthrough of Travelers. This is our welcome home sign. Whether you came here for the first time or you've been here many times, it's always welcome home. Here is the lobby. Then the front desk is over there. And if you play the piano, you can play the baby grand piano here. And we just put this lobby bar here, which we haven't began using, but it's kind of turned into a makeshift tour desk. And here is the NEET office, Negril Education Environment Trust. This is my family's nonprofit organization. And yes, we are also part of the Rotary Club, the Negril Rotary Club. Okay, moving on. So we're stepping into the garden area here. And here on the left is the bungalows. This is actually the first room category that my dad started with. Started with 3 of these and then slowly built it up to the property that it is today. So this actually used to be a jungle before my dad started this, and he started from scratch. So up here above the lobby, these are our suites and deluxe rooms. Then over here is the superior rooms. They're grafted mangoes and they're really, really good. And then over there is our standard block. And going down the bungalow path here, we're doing a little construction here. This is one of our bungalows. Give you guys a sneak peek. Hope this is dry. Okay, it is. Alright, just a little quick sneak peek. Brought the ceilings up. Well, got AC. That's it. Not even gonna explain the concept, but I'll just give you a quick look-see on what we're doing here. Alright, I don't know if I was supposed to show you that or not, but that is that. Hey YouTube fam, I hope you all are doing well. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. My name is Winthrop Wellington, and here on my channel we explore Jamaica together, and I share my marathon journey around the world with you whenever we are able to travel, that is. In today's episode, I am sharing a special video that was created by a group of students from my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education Environment Trust, otherwise known as NEET, where we mainly focus on the education of young people. But before I share the video, I do want to build a bit of context for the video. Back in 2019, we were able to take a group of our NEET students to Tottori, Japan as part of a cultural exchange program. This was an incredible trip that I was extremely proud to be a part of. The kids were amazing. They were just simply great ambassadors of Jamaica. The trip itself was actually a reciprocal trip, as Japanese students had visited us here in Jamaica years prior. They were supposed to come back in 2020 to visit us again, but of course, COVID.
My name is Michaela Legister, and I'm from St. Catherine, Jamaica. I'm currently working in Hokoway, Tottori, and this is... Konnichiwa. Cute.
In the absence of our abilities to visit one another, we decided to create videos for each other to help maintain and grow this relationship that we started, and of course to encourage one another to get through these very trying times. In today's video, most of the students featured were part of the 2019 trip to Japan, and I'm extremely proud of the students who participated in this video. They worked extremely hard on the dances, the singing, and yes, they're Japanese. They really represented Jamaica well once again. And without further delay, I really hope you enjoy today's video. And if you know anybody that would appreciate seeing this cultural exchange, please share this video with them. I know the students have already seen it and they are extremely happy and proud to be a part of it. So I'm sure they would appreciate you sharing it as well. So again, enjoy today's video and I will see you guys in the next one.
親愛なる鳥取の皆さんへ Jamaica no NEET よりビデオレターを送ります。私たちは一つです。
Give me a J.
J, you got a J, you got a J.
Give me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Give me a M.
M, you got an M, you got an M.
Give me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Give me a I.
I, you got an I, you got an
Give
I.
me a C.
C, you got a C, you got a
Give
C.
me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Put that all together, what do we get?
Jamaica, land we love.
Welcome!
Negril, Jamaica, the home of NEET, Negril Education and Environment Trust,
where we fight crime through education.
with a computer in every classroom and a tablet in every child's hand.
Go on with it, go on with it. Yo, easy. Are you kidding me? Tossy, tossy. So we are coming with a force. Blessings we are reap our course in handful. We'll rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks and we need it the most. We have to give thanks and we're really supposed to be thankful. Blessings are upon my life and we thank God for the journey, the earning, not just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. The blessings fall from my right hand. Just a close with the friends to take off every load. One time we need to sit down in a class on board, then always said the road and we go out with it good.
This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth.
Watashiwa Fernando des. Grangeville High School no Sotigoi say this.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Topazu Tyson desu. Manning School no Hunense desu.
Watashi wa Shakila Cummins des Knox College no Nanense des.
Watashi wa Brittany desu. From Technical High School no Juichi Nense desu.
Watashi wa Trishana desu. Grangeville High School no Jisang Nese desu.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Deja desu. Manning School no Hachinensai desu.
Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Amika desu. Mount Airy Primary and Infant School no Lokunensei desu.
Since March 2020, it has been really hard for me because all my schools went virtually and everything went downhill.
I cannot see my classmates. Sometimes I can't even talk to them. Very difficult, complicated to stay at home and adapt to these situations.
Many students are struggling due to a lack of devices as well as poor internet connection. We had to complete online classes using our smartphone. It is not easy at times, especially attempting homework and essays with limited access to data.
But I am coping with it.
We have come a far way, and this pandemic won't stop us from getting where we want to be. So stay safe, wear your mask, enjoy life in the most safest way possible.
Hello, Tutori friends. Now more than ever, we can truly say, Watashi tachi wa hitustu desu. This pandemic has united us in our quest for solutions, innovations, and the best practices. One of NEET's best practice is the establishment of a resource center where students can come in and utilize free Wi-Fi so they can continue in school virtually. This pandemic is not over. Neither are we.
Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind,
the strength and vigor of my body,
in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity.
そして全人類の福祉を促進する上でジャマイカの役割を果たすことができます。
We are one! We are one!
We are one!
We are one!
私たちは一つです。
This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. The land of my
Hey YouTube fam, I hope you all are doing well. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. My name is Winthrop Wellington, and here on my channel we explore Jamaica together, and I share my marathon journey around the world with you whenever we are able to travel, that is. In today's episode, I am sharing a special video that was created by a group of students from my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education Environment Trust, otherwise known as NEET, where we mainly focus on the education of young people. But before I share the video, I do want to build a bit of context for the video. Back in 2019, we were able to take a group of our NEET students to Totori, Japan as part of a cultural exchange program. This was an incredible trip that I was extremely proud to be a part of. The kids were amazing. They were just simply great ambassadors of Jamaica. The trip itself was actually a reciprocal trip, as Japanese students had visited us here in Jamaica years prior. They were supposed to come back in 2020 to visit us again, but of course, COVID.
My name is Michaela Legister, and I'm from St. Catherine, Jamaica. I'm currently working in Hokue, and this is... Konnichiwa. Cute.
In the absence of our abilities to visit one another, we decided to create videos for each other to help maintain and grow this relationship that we started, and of course to encourage one another to get through these very trying times. In today's video, most of the students featured were part of the 2019 trip to Japan, and I'm extremely proud of the students who participated in this video. They worked extremely hard on the dances, the singing, and yes, they're Japanese. They really represented Jamaica well once again. And without further delay, I really hope you enjoyed today's video. And if you know anybody that would appreciate seeing this cultural exchange, please share this video with them. I know the students have already seen it and they are extremely happy and proud to be a part of it. So I'm sure they would appreciate you sharing it as well. So again, enjoy today's video and I will see you guys in the next one. Later.
親愛なる鳥取の皆さんへ、ジャマイカのニートよりビデオレターを送ります。私たちは一つです。
Give me a J.
J, you got a J, you got a J.
Give me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Give me a M.
M, you got an M, you got an M.
Give me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Give me a I.
I, you got an I, you got an I.
Give me a C.
C, you got a C, you got a C.
Give me a A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Put that all together, what do we get?
Jamaica, land we love.
Welcome to Jamaica, the home of NEET, Negril Education and Environment Trust.
Where we fight crime,
a tablet in every child's hand.
Go on with it. Yo, easy. Are you kidding me? Toast you. So we are coming with a force. Blessings we are reap and we course in handful. We'll rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks and we need it the most. We have to give thanks and we're really supposed to be thankful. Blessings are upon my life and we thank God for the journey, the earning, not just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings fall from my right hand. Just a close with the friends, we take off every load. One time we sit down in a class on board, then only send the road and we go out with it good.
This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth.
Watashiwa Fernando des. Grangeville High School no Sotigoi say this.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Toprazu Tyson desu. Manning School no Hunense desu. Watashi wa Shakila Cummins. Des Knox College no Nanense desu. Watashi wa Brittany des. From Technical High School no Juichi Nense desu.
Watashi wa Trishana des. Grangeville High School no Jisang Nese desu. Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Deja desu. Manning School no Hachinensai desu.
Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Amika desu. Mount Airy Primary and Infant School no Lokunensei desu.
Since March 2020, it has been really hard for me because all my schools went virtually and everything went downhill. I cannot see my classmates. Sometimes I can't even talk to them. Very difficult, complicated to stay at home and adapt to these situations.
Many students are struggling due to a lack of devices as well as poor internet connection. We had to complete online classes using our smartphone. It is not easy at times, especially attempting homework and essays with limited access to data.
But I am coping with it.
We have come a far way, and this pandemic won't stop us from getting where we want to be. So stay safe, wear your mask, enjoy life in the most safest way possible.
Hello, Tutori friends. Now more than ever, we can truly say, Watashi tachi wa hitusu desu. This pandemic has united us in our quest for solutions, innovations, and the best practices. One of NEET's best practice is the establishment of a resource center where students can come in and utilize free Wi-Fi so they can continue in
All right, welcome. Finally, we are getting going here. Of course, as soon as we are about to start, like everything falls apart. But we got everything settled, and we have a long day ahead of us anyway. And I think we should be good and we should be settled. So welcome to the first Subathon marathon live stream. I don't know what you want to call it. We have tons and tons of guests lined up throughout the day, which I'm very, very excited to share with you and have you meet them all and learn about what they do, and also hopefully bring some value to you. And at the end of the day, what we are trying to do here is to raise funds for NEET, my family's nonprofit organization, for a Japan trip coming up August 1st to August 10th. And we were very lucky to be invited by the Tottori Prefecture government of Japan to represent Jamaica at the World Expo Osaka 2025. And we are taking 12 students here that are part of our NEET program to Japan. And they'll be going to Osaka, Tottori, and Tokyo. And they'll be representing Jamaica. And on the day, do we lose feed? You lose me? Did you lose me? Okay. I just saw it go out. All right. I don't know what that was about. See, told you technical issues. And we'll be going through those 3 cities, and there'll be a cultural exchange. They'll also be performing on Jamaica Independence Day on August 6th at the World Expo as a group. And then also they'll be doing a collaborative performance together with their Japanese student counterparts. So that is what today is in aid of. I know people were asking, how do you donate? So you can actually donate right here on the stream. So everything that is donated on this stream is going directly to the trip and to the students, minus what YouTube takes out of it. But for the most part, everything is going, even the AdSense is going towards that, as a matter of fact. So even by you just showing up and watching this whole thing, or being part of it, or just watching part of it, you're actually contributing to this cause. So we are trying to raise $45,000, which is quite a bit. And as you imagine, this is, going halfway around the world is very, very expensive. And we have been, like, the Tottori government has been very, very generous, and they're taking care of a lot of on-ground expenses, but we have to, of course, take care of our airfare and any other incidentals and anything outside of the, like, what we're going there for. So there's some downtime to kind of get over the jet lag the first day or two, and where I'm gonna actually have Miss Brown. She has the whole schedule. She's coming. You saw her in the video, so she's coming this afternoon, I should say, and she's going to be a part of this, and she'll explain all the details. So, like I said, this is a marathon. We're going to be here literally till 10 p.m. We're going to take our time. Of course, we don't want to sprint. We're gonna go through it, and I know some people will be here the whole time. Some people will be in and out, and that's great. Maybe we'll be playing in the background in your home while you go on about your day, and that's great. So I'm just happy to have you, and we'll be going through this program, if you will, for. We're not even at 1 hour, right? But let's. We got our first guest here. And they're going to be coming in and out. And then, of course, let me continue to explain the format. Obviously, I need to take breaks here and there. So we have different videos up to hopefully keep you entertained, so to speak. We also have the beach camera. And we'll show that in a second. So, of course, I know a lot of people were missing being down here and the live stream. So we made sure that we have this available as well. And so you can kind of see what's happening on the beach. So I guess we could go ahead and get started with the first guest. Ready? They ready? Ready? All right. What's up, Ian? You good? Yeah. Welcome. All right. Oh, and just test your mic.
Mic check 1 2.
All right. Cool. Welcome, Ian.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Of course. So Ian used to work here at Travelers. I don't know how many years ago that was, but
It's a while.
a while ago.
A while ago.
Yeah, a while ago. Were you here for the first DropX?
I was.
Yeah.
I
you
was
helped out
part
with
of the planning.
Yeah. There you go. Ian was part of the first DropX, and he has moved on to bigger and better things. And you also have a podcast as well, right?
Did.
I thought it was very good.
It was good. It did its thing. It did its time. But I just feel like, changing directions a little bit, just redirecting my purpose and my calling. I don't think podcast was really it.
Gotcha.
But it did its thing. It did its thing for sure.
I thought the quality was good. I thought the guests that you had on were fantastic, and like you really brought a lot of value. At least the episodes that I listened to.
Thank you. Well, coming from you, I mean, that's a big deal. Come on.
Anyway, I'm gonna give you opportunity to introduce yourself even further and give us an idea of what you've been up to lately.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, I don't know, for anybody who's on the stream who have probably been to Travelers, you might have, seen me around, maybe we chit-chatted at breakfast or something, but like Throp said, I've moved on to, stepping into the entrepreneurship world.
Mm-hmm.
So I started my own company. It's called Events by Ian. And I think the name is pretty self-explanatory. So we do weddings, we do birthday parties, vow renewals, welcoming parties, whatever you name it, whether event, corporate, large or small, we do that.
Mm-hmm. And you're based here in Negril?
Yeah, we're based here in Negril. Of course, Negril is home. Come on, I'm not gonna leave Negril for anywhere else.
All right, good stuff. And can you just give us an idea of the type of events you do in terms of like your style and that sort of thing?
Yeah. So my event style is mostly, my clients are mostly very minimalistic, but luxury, but chic at the same time. I know it's a mix of everything, of trying to infuse a little bit of the Caribbean vibe. Most of my clients are destination clients. So they, come to Jamaica to want to experience the authenticity of Jamaica, but still making it luxurious and chic at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And how long have you been doing this?
Well, officially the company is a year and a half old.
Awesome.
But I have always had a love for events. So, even working with you, I've always been just tapping into, in Jamaica, we say we nuff when people nuff. I was that nuff kid, and I always tapped into like the New Year's Eve parties or the Super Bowl, or even working for ThopX investment conference. So I've always had a love for events. But officially the business is like a year and a half old.
Okay, excellent. And just in general, how's it going? How's business going?
It's the first year was rough. It's rough. Any entrepreneur, any business owner can tell you your first year in business is typically one of the hardest year. But I can tell you it gets really better. And this year so far, it has been one of probably like my best year so far. And we're just like 3-4 months into the year. But it has been really, really good. Really good.
And there's a lot of people who are watching, who are looking to move to Jamaica or move back to Jamaica, and they're always like, hey, what should I do? What, is there a business that I can start? Is there a company I could work for? From your experience, what type of advice would you give somebody who's in that thought process of perhaps even coming to Negril? What would you recommend to them?
You know what? I think I would first encourage you to find something that you love. I think that start there, finding a passion of yours, or finding something that you want to dabble into. And this could be multiple things, right? Just lay them out on the table and kind of narrow down that vision, right? There's a lot of help online. There's social media. There's a lot of different avenues you can go to find help that can guide you. And Jamaica is a beautiful place. Negril is a developing city, and I would encourage anybody to come here to do business. But I think in order for you to really know what you want to do, it's kind of like trying to just take a risk with anything. Take a risk. It's best to try and fail than have the curiosity of I should have, or if I didn't, I wouldn't know, or.
Yeah. And are you seeing any gaps in the market, or like, is there a business that you could think of like, man, this would do so well in Negril, or I wish Negril had X?
Okay, I'm gonna be very biased, but obviously weddings. Obviously weddings, because the so when you look at the trajectory and the when it comes down to the finances of the wedding market globally, it's $1 billion market, and by 2032 I believe it's supposed to be projected at 210 billion or something globally. And so I mean, why would you not want a piece of that pie? And when it comes down to Jamaica specifically, a lot of my clients were, always had the thought process of Mexico and all these other countries. And now I realize that people want to come to Jamaica. And so I would say tap into the wedding market, because you really can't lose, apart from obviously, real estate. But when it comes down to event planning, I feel like it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I mean, Jamaica is just like that beautiful place. You have the beach, you have the people, the food, everything is there to your disposal.
And I believe if it wasn't if it wasn't last year, maybe the year before, Jamaica was like the top wedding destination of the Caribbean, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe was it the Caribbean or the world? I can't remember. But a great point. And so, like, what particular avenue would you say that people, because there's so many that like people can go into for weddings, right? So like there's everything from catering, photography, videography, wedding planning, coordinator. Where can people kind of look to, or where do you see gaps in the market that are missing?
Finding reasonable housing. When I say housing, it also accommodation in general, right? A lot of clients, they're coming with large groups, and not very often do they want to necessarily stay on an all-inclusive, but they will opt to do the all-inclusive because it's probably the easiest option. And so I would say tap into the market of the Airbnbs, trying to market that. I think, if I might add, Patu Castle does a really good job at that. It's a one-stop destination. You have your accommodation. You also have the wedding venue at hand, and people opt to stay there a lot because of just where it's located and the value for money. So I would say tapping into the real estate market, just a little bit more of promotion of where guests could stay when they come to Jamaica. I think that's one thing that we're really lacking in, especially when it comes down to wedding venues. I don't think it's marketed very well. And also, too, it comes down to the integrity of vendors, too. That also stays people a little bit away.
Talk to me.
I don't mean to go into it too much, but not to stray away from what you asked, but I also think that there is this really bad stigma, might I add, that planners or these wedding vendors are scammers in Jamaica. I don't know if you ever heard that before, but it's a very sad idea or stigma that's out there, and I'm happy to be a part of like that group of people that is trying to change that narrative.
Is there validity to that stigma?
I you know what, you always have that one bad apple in the bunch, and they say one bad apple spoil the bunch. So everywhere you go in life, you will find people who aren't honest and truthful and true to their word. So I mean, it's everywhere, really. It's everywhere, and so it's just unfortunate that it's stigmatized or generalized that Jamaican planners are scammers, or Jamaican vendors are scammers.
And when you say scammers, like, is it a situation where they tell you one thing and you get something different, or they tell you one price and then they increase it, or you pay for something and you don't get it?
A little bit of the above. So I can tell you a quick story. I had a client just a couple months ago, right? She wasn't originally my client. She had a planner, and apparently she paid her, the planner some money for whatever she needed for the wedding. Everything, the full venue, caterers, food, entertainment, everything was going through that planner. And apparently, somehow the client reached in contact with the photographer just to ask a few questions, and the photographer vendor said, I haven't even gotten paid for your wedding or whatever. And then so her response was like, but I paid this like 6 months in advance. I paid my planner in full. Like, I don't understand what you mean. And so that started a lot of trouble. And so, I think even now there's some legal situations going on, but which I don't really get involved. So it's a little bit of everything that you just mentioned.
I see.
Not getting the correct pricing or straightforward pricing, or being honest about what pricing would look like. Last minute hidden fees that you're just like, the clients are just like, well, you didn't tell me this from the get-go. Or showing up to your wedding and it's like, no, I didn't order this type of centerpiece or this type of decor piece, and it just causes this little rupture, I guess.
And how, might be a hard question, but like, how would you recommend people try to avoid this happening to them if they're looking to plan a wedding or an event or anything of that nature?
I would say have meetings, as much meetings as you need to feel comfortable. So you can watch out for signs like when somebody says to you, hey, I'll get back to you within 3 days. And 3 days pass and you don't hear anything from them. Look at those little signs. You can also look at reviews. I mean, reviews will also help you. You can also feel free to ask your planner, like, hey, do you mind sharing a client that you've worked with before, contact information? Like, feel free to ask all the necessary questions. I mean, and if you feel like, I don't want to say it's like your intuition, but it's also like, go with your gut feeling too. I don't think it really lies. You can check out social media, ask for catalogs of work that they've done before. And then from there, you can tell. You can tell if it's, you cannot always get it right, but I think that's a good starter to know.
I mean, I think that's good advice for doing any type of business globally, but definitely Jamaica. And, there's countless examples. I won't go into, but like even in other industries, we have other people coming on, actually, now that I think about it, of the industry that I'm thinking of. And I'll bring up examples of that. But what you're saying is essentially is like, it's important to do your due diligence and not really fully trust, but you trust,
100%,
but verify kind of thing.
100%. I mean, it applies to anything in life, really. I mean, I don't expect you to just send me some money and, I would, even me, if a client did that, I would be very, right. Are you sure? Like, don't you have more questions for me? Like, I get it. I understand that you trust, but it's also, Jamaica is home, so I have to protect Jamaica, right? So although there's bad apples, Jamaica is still home, and I will protect it with my heart. And I'm glad to be a part of that percent of people or planners that are just changing the narrative of what that is.
Oh, that's great. That's great to know, man. And kind of zooming out a little bit, you hear, I have a lot of other young people coming on throughout the day, which is awesome, and young entrepreneurs. And there's certain narratives that are out there about the younger workforce, right? And what you get, and I'm not saying that you necessarily speak for all of the younger workforce, but I'm asking you to speak from your perspective and your experience. And that is talking about saying that there are no opportunities for young people in Jamaica, and you can't find work. You have a limited upward mobility, and that's why young people are leaving Jamaica in droves. And you have seemed to found a niche in this industry, and like you said, you found your passion. But do you feel that way, like that generally speaking for young people in Jamaica, that there is limited or no opportunities out there for young people?
It's a very, very good question. I personally, I have not had that experience. However, I am not naive to the idea that it's real. And when I say this is, I 100% believe that my generation is breaking a lot of traditional barriers of, how to make money. It's no longer you have to be a doctor, lawyer, teacher to make money. People are tapping into social media. They're, turning their passion into to making money. And so I will say that there is a gap when it comes on to, or a disconnect when it comes on to, and I don't mean to be political here, but the government and the workforce of the young people, right? I find that there's a lot of for lack of a better word, gatekeepers in the industry who are just stuck in their ways and don't seem to trust us, the younger generation, who has like that more vibrant mindset and is just more progressive when it comes onto a lot of things. So they gatekeep and kind of lock us out of that, right? So that's one. And so that's why you'll find them, you know, a lot of my age group will be leaving because they're going to go where the opportunity is. However, I also will say that it's our responsibility as millennials to speak up. We have a voice, and I feel like we just opt to say, you know what, this is not working out. I'm going somewhere else where I'm more appreciated, which rightfully so. But it's also our responsibility to speak up and say what we want. And you know, we have a lot of leverage, and I think we don't use it to our advantage. And if we started to unite and speak up, I feel like, you know, there's no doubt they'd had to make some change. And when it even down to customs, right? Like I tried to ship a few cameras into the country, and it cost me like almost $1 million just to do that. It makes no sense. And that is discouraging because I need those equipments to start shooting content or to elevate my business and the product and market Jamaica in return. But I can't do that because I'm discouraged by even shipping a camera to the country. So when you think about things like that, it is discouraging.
No, I've been there. I remember one time I came in. It was my personal camera, and they said because I purchased it within like a year or something like that, they had to charge me for it. Like, and I've already been in and out of Jamaica with this camera, and I got charged $800 for it. I was like, this is
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But it's like, what are you gonna do, right? And I agree. Like, I think, you know, specifically in terms of like customs policy, and I don't really understand. I've spoken about this before on my stream. Like, I don't understand the economics as to why tariffs are so high and why they're charging so much. Because to me, it's very prohibitive, and I feel like it is holding the country back. Like, that's a very real world example that because the cost that's put on top of the purchase of whatever this equipment that you need to elevate your business, to elevate Jamaica, is just so high. It's either going to not make you do it at all, or it's going to force you, and this is even outside of your industry, it's going to force you to bring your prices so high that maybe the average person could not afford your services. But you have to charge this because your costs are so high.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I think that's a very, very good point. Is there anything else that you'd like to see? I mean, you can answer this from a general young person's perspective or from your perspective specifically, but is there anything that you'd like to see from the government, so to speak, or maybe not the government, but like things that you'd like to see change that would further help young people, young entrepreneurs, even young workers?
Absolutely. I mean, there's multiple things that comes to mind.
Yeah.
But I would say when it comes down to the creative arts, the talent that we have in Jamaica, I would love to have more groups, more information available, more help when it comes on to ways we can share our talent and turn it into a business. And so when I say this, I mean, if it's even to have scholarship programs or have camps every so often to not only help us to share our creative side, but to teach us how to turn that into a business. A lot of the times we have to go away to these conferences, to meet with these social medias, influencers, or different people in the scope that are doing it really big in the creative arts. When you look at the talent that we have in Jamaica, we should see more Jamaicans in Netflix films. We should have probably our own Netflix here. We have the talent, like what the hell? And so I feel like setting up different programs to assist us, that it's just make it a little bit easier, because we feel like we're by ourselves. And so we end up just having no choice but to do it by ourselves.
Yeah.
So having those things in the works, or at least having information readily available for us, where it's not that hard to source help, I think will definitely help us. Or even just, I mean, this is probably a very ambitious ask, but if we're bringing in equipments to do something that is relating to the betterment of the country marketing wise, maybe not even charge us to bring in these equipments to the country.
No,
you know what I
that's fair.
mean? Like that's a good start
Yeah.
because that would encourage us to plan more or to buy more things or to start doing more things in the country.
So maybe some sort of policy change that's specific to young entrepreneurs, that you get some sort of either 0% tax or tariff or 50%, something
Absolutely.
that would help you just really push your business forward. And then also the education portion,
Correct.
which I think is very, very important, because even from, I'm more thinking like from a professional education standpoint, like adult education. So trying to be careful how I say this. I think there is, and this is from me visiting schools here, right? I think there is a gap in the preparedness of our students for the real world. And I know the government is talking about education reform and everything like that. And in some elements, I feel like we're very, very far behind, especially in this world this new AI world, this ChatGPT world. And even the other day, I somehow got into this investor meeting that I was at, and this person was pitching her idea for this business, and she was just very, very unprepared. Just didn't have the capital numbers, or how she would make money, and how a potential investor would get the return on investment. And I had asked her, I was like, "Have you put this into ChatGPT?" And she was like, "What's ChatGPT?" I'm just like, I didn't put her down or anything like that, but I'm just like, how are we in March of 2025 and you don't know what ChatGPT is? Like, that's insane. And she was a relatively young person, right? And so there's a gap there, and that is not necessarily like, she's not a stupid person at all, like not a stupid person at all, but there is a gap in just the importance of staying on top of what is relevant and what's happening from a continuous education standpoint. And that's what I saw when I was talking to her. And like, she was just blown away by the questions and suggestions that I had. I'm just like, this is just fundamental stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I told her what to say and what to put into ChatGPT, and it will help her come forward. And so, like, bringing this back down to the kids, right? And it's just like, are they using ChatGPT every day? I use ChatGPT every single day of my life. It is like one of the most important parts of being alive in 2025. Honestly. And it's like, the further, the more time that goes by that you are not using these tools, because things are moving so quickly, the more that you'll have to do to catch up. If you don't and that's if you have somehow created the presence of mind and awareness that you need to do this. And so I look at our kids and I'm like, are they using these tools every day? And I don't think so, because they don't even have like the hardware tools to do it. And then not necessarily the phone only, but also the internet as well, and the internet access. So these are things that, like, and then I look at, like, say, American counterparts and American students and what they're doing. I'm just like, man, these guys are light years ahead, Chinese students and what they're learning. I'm like, man. And because I think about Jamaica as like this place that will be and should be and can be in a position to be extremely competitively globally, and not just in sports and culture, but really in intelligence and changing the world. Because the potential in the kids is immense. It's like crazy. Like, and that's the thing that you see in these kids. Like, they're very, very, very bright, but they just a lot of times like don't have like the opportunity. And like some things are simple, like access to glasses, right? Like after school, like homework sessions and like that sort of thing. And like you were saying, education that's outside of school. So these are the things that I think about when I think about young people, and I think about like the young people moving into the workforce and who are eventually going to be our leaders and the entrepreneurs of the world.
Well, yeah, you know what? To your point about ChatGPT, just to take it back a little bit, ChatGPT has also helped me with my business. It's probably like, honestly, I don't feel like you need to go to college because you chat GPT. But I mean, I'm saying you stay in school. I'm not saying you should drop out of school. But to me, it's also not just, you know, relying on chat GPT, but it's also like you said, the education of how to use chat GPT too, right? Because that's like an added layer. You could have chat GPT, but not even know how to use it to plug in the right information to get the right results. So that's one. Two, there is also, like you said, the education system is just stuck in that traditional way of going to school and the subjects, and this is what you need to do, right? Whereas we don't stress on the extracurricular of having schools that are helping you to know how to use technology. And even if we don't have the tutors here in Jamaica who are necessarily trained and qualified just yet to do the job, I'm sure, you know, we have the talent. So even if you need to bring in people to teach us, you know, or setting up, getting from China or America, or wherever these people are, to come into the country, set up camps and boot camps to train other people, to train us and the younger generation. I think that's the foundation of what the challenge is.
Right.
Because again, we are sure that we have the talent. There's no doubt that the talent is here. When you look at Hollywood, when you look at people all over global businesses, there is a Jamaica in every single corner of the world. There's a Jamaican in every corner of the world doing it big. And so when you look at that, you think about what is the missing component, what is the foundation, what's the root cause of the problem. And it just comes down to a lack of resources and a lack of attention to that area. And so, yeah, like I agree with everything you mentioned. It comes down to the education, the foundation of where can I go to get help? I don't have that.
Right.
And we don't have that. I mean, yes, it's good. You know, there's America, there's China who is technologically developed, but Jamaicans, we do things differently. We are a different breed of creatures. And so you have to fit it in our way of learning and our way of doing things. And so, yeah, I hope it changes. I hope there's somebody like myself out there who, you know, can call me up and want me on board to do something, because I'm ready. I'm ready.
No, good point. Good point. Mentorship is very important. Continuous education is important, and just like being, just the emphasis of just being like a lifelong learner, and just having a thirst for knowledge, you know, wherever you find yourself in life, wherever you find yourself in the world.
Absolutely.
I think it's just so important. And that could be through reading, that could be through listening to a podcast, that could be through watching a YouTube video, but especially like, you know, I don't mean to put pressure on the kids, but like there's a lot on their shoulders, you know, there really is a lot on their shoulders when it comes to the future of this world that we're going into, and the chaos that the world finds itself in right now. And it's just in many respects, it's like very, very uncertain. And so just having the preparedness of the students in terms of getting their education. And I went to Matthew Wallace had I forget what it's called, but they had St. Paul's primary at his place, and it was just all for just the young boys. And I had the opportunity to speak to them and to hopefully motivate them. And like my main message was two things. It's like they had to make a promise to me to, one, be kids, you know, and enjoy their childhood and enjoy being a kid. And that's like first and foremost. And the second message was that they had to be good students, you know, and like that is, I don't care what socioeconomic background that you come from, that is by far the best opportunity that you can give yourself at having a good life. And I truly, truly believe that. And to me, that's even if the narrative is that when you graduate high school, when you graduate college, there is no working opportunities out there. If you had a good head on top of your shoulders, you can figure it out. you at least you have a better opportunity of figuring out. You have a better opportunity of figuring out what your next move is or what you're going to do, or maybe even within the working environment that you have, how to elevate yourself and be the best that you can be in that job environment. Or maybe you want to be an entrepreneur. And I mean, you can't be an entrepreneur in this ultra competitive world and be not smart.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day.
I do agree. It comes down to, you know, for sure, you wanting that for yourself first and foremost too. But it's also the guidance of not just the onus is not just on your parents. It's not just on, like you said, it doesn't matter from your social, economical background. It's also, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, and it takes people like yourself. You know, I'm not calling you older, but
41 now. So
the more experienced entrepreneurs who have a certain foundation and carved out certain things for themselves and journeys to help us along the way. You know, not to say that, you know, I'm asking you to hold my hand and pull me through, but it also does require you to, you know, not just you alone, not the onus on you, but people like yourselves in who have been there and kind of done that to give us these kind of encouragement to keep us going. Because the truth is, as much as how we are changing traditional barriers and breaking generational curses, I do believe that certain traditions still stand. And like you said, getting an education, going to school, even if the narrative is that after school you won't get a job because you have a degree, it still will take you globally, you know, regardless of what you might think. So I agree.
Awesome. And bringing it back to you now, what are the goals for your company? What are you trying to do? What are your ambitions? I want to hear about them.
So I want to, you know, for Events by Ian, I definitely see the brand being on the global market, competing with some of the biggest names in events and planning. When it comes on to, it's not just about myself. When I think about Events by Ian, it's not just for me, but it's also for setting a company for my kids to follow and just setting that foundation for them, because I was never born with a gold spoon in my mouth, but I want to make sure that whatever I do now, whatever work I put in now, it benefits my family, it benefits my friends, it benefits my kids in the future. It also will benefit Jamaica, because that's always a priority of mine. No matter where I go in the world, no matter what I decide to do in life, Jamaica is always home, and I want to make sure I'm helping the economy, as best as I possibly can. And so that's the goal I have for Events by Ian. I want to change it, not just to only be a planning event company, but also, an event planning company, but also to have conferences set up where I can get all these leading influencers or event planners to come in to also help people like myself who had a vision, or who has a vision and just doesn't know where to start. So that's the plan for Events by Ian. I want to just take the company to compete on the global market.
Okay.
And represent Jamaica in the best way I possibly can.
Okay, awesome. And where can people find out about your company and what you do?
Sorry?
Where can people find out about your company?
Oh, you can follow us on socials. That's on Instagram and Twitter at Events by Ian. That's where you'll find me.
And that's Events by Ian.
Events by Ian.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I spell it right, and I'll put that up there so everybody can go ahead and follow you. And for those that's joining, we are on a 12-hour live stream. Well, now 11 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm definitely counting down. We have our guest here, Ian Huan, who is an event planner and has his own company, Events by Ian. And we are raising funds for NEET, the Negril Education and Environment Trust, to send 12 students to Japan for the World Expo in August, from August 1st to August 10th. And that is what 100% today is about, is to raise funds. So we got a few donations here, which I thank you very, very, very much. Thank you, Simone, for the $100 donation. Everything just donated on this stream is going directly towards this trip, the entire trip, the cost for the trip is $45,000. So you're looking at about $3,500 per student that will go into maybe a little bit more. And we're trying to buy the airline tickets by, I say May, but we've said June. But as the longer that you wait and the closer that you get to the date, the airline tickets are going to go up. So all the donations that you give today, even again, as I said earlier, just by watching and sitting here, because all the AdSense from this live stream is going towards that as well. So you're even contributing just by watching. And if you know anybody that could get any value out of this or that would like to contribute, please share this video. Like I said, we're going to be here all day, all night. Even if it's just one person out there, I'm going to be here until 10 p.m. We're going to make sure that we do this. And we got a lot of great guests lined up for the rest of the day. Ian is the first, and I appreciate him coming out nice and early. And we're going to hear from some of the NEET students. We're going to hear from some of the NEET administrators as well. And as much as this is a fundraiser, we are bringing as much Jamaica value to you as humanly possible. We got realtors coming on. We got architects coming on. We got people in the construction industry coming on. We have other young entrepreneurs coming on. And this is all an effort to give you an idea of what's happening in Jamaica and showing you that there are a lot of great things and a lot of great people doing great things in Jamaica. And they are seeing the opportunities out here and they are doing well for themselves. And hopefully there's some inspiration in their stories and you can learn from what they're doing and perhaps see yourself in what they're doing. And maybe you see a gap in the market where you think you might be able to set up a business. And, hopefully you get a lot out of this. And as much as we possibly can, we're going to try to raise these funds and bring value at the same time. So thank you again, Simone. We got Triple Knock 19. Thank you for the donation so much. Nicole Knight, thank you for the donation. All this is going to go a long way. Thank you very much. We got a comment here from Candice. It says, so proud of you, Ian, young Jamaican entrepreneur doing great things with a bright future.
Thank you,
also,
Candice.
Hey, Candice. So yeah, thanks for coming, Ian. Anything you want to add before we wrap up here?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. It means I feel like I'm doing something great out here to be invited on the podcast. Like I said, I just want to encourage all the millennials my age, everybody. It doesn't even matter the age that you are. Just shifting your mindset and really just doing a little bit of soul searching and finding what your passion is. And I best believe, and it sounds cliche when somebody says oh, if I can do it, you can do it too. Mm-hmm. But it really just goes down. It all boils down to your mindset. And I'm very happy to have shared some insights on the podcast. And I won't be streaming for 12 hours. Well, good luck with that. But I'm very happy to see you, using your platform for, entrepreneurs who are out here. You're just wanting that kind of leverage to promote and market their business. So appreciate you.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. All right, cool. All right, Events by Ian. Check him out. He's at Events by Ian on all social media platforms. And on Instagram, give him a follow. And I know most people are probably going to be watching this on a replay, so make sure you give him a follow. And of course, if you are watching it on a replay, you can still donate to the stream even after it's published and out there. So don't be shy. You can also, if you want, you can go to neetja.com and you can donate there. I will throw that up shortly. There you go, www.neetja.com, and you can donate there. All right. Got many hours left. Are you ready? Okay. We got our next guest coming up. We're just lining them up. All right. We have Shekinah Henry with us.
Hello.
Social media content creator extraordinaire. She runs, from my personal experience, she runs ThropX Instagram account, but she does so much more. And I'm going to let her introduce herself, and then we'll get into the convo.
So my name is Shekinah Henry. I am a social media manager, content creator, and also social media strategist. I've been doing this for about 5 years. Funny enough, I moved home about a year and a half ago and worked Tropics. And the funny thing is, I moved home because of Throp. So to work with Throp and be in this space as a creative, I really love it. And I encourage anybody to move back to Jamaica because your dreams will be fulfilled in some way, somehow. It will be fulfilled.
Awesome. And that's exactly where I want to start, is that story. And that, because you were in Atlanta.
Yes.
And can you give us an idea of what your life was like in Atlanta when you were there?
So living in Atlanta, it was probably a little bit after pandemic because I did move back. Lost my job in corporate America, started working for myself as a social media manager. One day I was watching Throp and it was the episode with Maura Watson. And fun fact, Maura Watson's daughter and I used to go to school. So I thought like this was just something that opened my eyes. And in that particular interview with her, she was talking about how the time to move home is now and how Negril is coming up with a lot of upcoming features. There are more to Negril for just the average person. And she was saying that it would be the Silicon Valley of Jamaica. And I was like, as a social media influencer, manager in the creative space, I was like, I think it is the time for me to move home now. And when I told people, I was like, I'm moving home. And there's like, Jamaica has nothing to offer. Like, just stay in America and thug it out. And I'm like, I do not want to be here anymore. Like, I can go home and I feel like the creative space will accept me a little bit more. Moved home 2023 of October. November 2023 was Tropics Conference. I was a live stream camera.
That's so crazy to think back to that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah.
I was just panning from person to person on live stream, and I talked to Throp, and Throp was like, yeah, we could make it work. And I was like, all right, cool. And I'd say Throp is one of the first people in Jamaica to give me like that access, that opportunity to say like, yeah, the opportunity is here in Jamaica. And in the creative space, a lot of us can make our way. There's something for everybody. And at the end of the day, if you put your mind to it, you'll achieve it. And Jamaica has the opportunities, especially for creators. I don't want people to think that Jamaica doesn't have anything to offer. It doesn't matter what hobby you have, what niche you're in, Jamaica has doors. You just have to know the ways to those doors, or like research what you want to be in, and you'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, like even as you're saying that, like it's just we're living in the age of the internet, and there's just so much opportunity, and it's just I think a lot of it has to do with like your attitude and your approach to life, and and I'm not saying things are easy. I'm not saying that at all, but like it's there. There's no question, no doubt. And I even think from my perspective, like even like, I mean, before I met you, I had nobody managing my accounts, and I know I can't manage it. And I know if there's one of me, there's at least another 10, 100, or thousands of me, 1,000 of me that can use somebody like you. And, if you're like a young person that's out there, there are so many, I can tell you now, I stay up with my competitors, but there are many, I can say, hotels that have a very poor social media presence. And there's an opportunity to approach them. And you got to figure, and like you said, if you know how to do it, and you know which doors, but you got to figure that out for yourself, and kind of going back to what Ian saying, like, I agree there should be there'd be great to have some sort of mentorship programs, but without a doubt, like I really think the opportunities are there
The opportunities are really there, and I'll say this: working with Throp, the opportunity came, but like Throp has given me so many doors. So working with Pinnacle, working with ATL, like at the end of the day, it's a team effort. And I feel like if you find your team, a lot of doors will open for you. And I think that's one thing I love about Negril. No matter what, as a creative, we have a team. Like like I could run a scenario, creative direction through Throp, and Throp would be like, all right, let's tweak it, go from here, here, and here. And I'm like, I didn't think about that. All right. And it like amplified the creation 10 times. And I feel like if you don't have a community, it doesn't make sense to like, let me not say it doesn't make sense. Like, I just feel like having a community pushes your drive, makes you want to like reach further. The fact that like somebody's in my corner, it's great. And especially being in a culture that everybody's like, oh, people are bad mind, nobody wants to help you, there's gatekeeping. I'm gonna say this right now. There's no gatekeeping right here. We give the information. We love to help people. I just feel like it's how you execute that information, and you want to go get what you want.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's like you gotta fight for yourself, but you also have to look at it as, how do I make this space better for me and other creators coming into it?
And I could tell you, like, maybe, even like just before the pandemic, the grill, we didn't have much of a creator community. There was maybe Christoff, and
Christoff,
and that was it, really. I was just kind of rolling into it, and even when I was like starting Throp Media, like I just scrapped together a couple of guys. When I first started, it was just like complete non-creatives that I was trying to make.
And you realize after working with non-creatives, it's only creatives can build each other up.
Yeah.
Like, only creatives can see the vision. You tell somebody like, hey, I'd like to do a concept on the beach, but I don't want it to be like just me in front of a camera. And they're like, other people be like, what do you mean? Not you. There's so many perspectives of content. There's so many like ways everybody can view something. Like, don't let anybody like diminish your dream because the perspective that you want is not the perspective that somebody else wants. Everybody wants a new perspective of life, especially when it comes to content creating. So don't think that at the end of the day, oh, my content's boring, or like I don't have the support. No, do you? And like you'll find your community sooner or later. Like at the end of the day, you gotta work until you find it. And I feel like social media has taught me like community is everything.
Yeah.
Throp has a community that I wish I had. And I'm like, teach me your ways. But Throp is here like, no, I need to learn from you. So it's at the end of the day, how can we help each other in this creative space?
Right. And so how has business been? You said you've been doing this since 2023. How's things been going?
So business has been very good. So I, as a social media manager, I help with small businesses and brands. And I'll say this, in the space of Jamaica, I have currently 4, viral clients. And with that, I work in the wedding space, I work with Throp, I work hotels and restaurants, and then also work with creators because I feel like everybody deserves to be brought into a space and have the light and also be known. There's so many small businesses in Negril that you would never know about until you go on social media and you're like, hold on, I've been living in Negril for 15 years. That was there? So like the power of social media, it can do a lot, especially for small businesses. So me as a small business, it's helped me, but like I think business has grown a lot, even if it's not like an official client. I've helped people. I've directed people. It's a market. I'll say this, being a social media manager, there is a market here in Jamaica for it. It's just, how do you make the difference and be unique in your own way?
And how do you get clients?
So, networking, pitching to people. I hate to say it, but yeah, you have to slide in a DM. If you want that client, show them your worth. And that's one thing with Throp also. Throp, when me and Throp had a meeting, he was like, so what makes you different from the average social media manager? Like, I know people do this and this, but what's the key takeaway from you that will make my market like different from everybody else's? And I think that's a question like a lot of creatives or business owners need to like sit down and think like, why am I different, or why should this brand work for me? And at the end of the day, like once you know your key takeaway in the market, I feel like you can leverage yourself a lot more than, let's say, somebody in the game 10 years. So knowing your worth and knowing like what you bring to the table is a lot. It helps you.
So how do you, I don't know if convince is the right word, but say you have a older generation business owner who is not familiar or maybe just doesn't believe in this. How do you convince them that this is important? Or even a business, it doesn't necessarily even have to be older. I would even say there are even younger people who don't necessarily, they're like looking at traditional marketing. like newspaper, radio, TV kind of thing.
I'll say this. I always tell my clients or prospective clients, like the one thing that's always in your hand is your phone. You are not going to put down your phone. You read the news on your phone. You call and your phone. You even use your phone just to be like, I just want to waste my time.
Right.
At the end of the day, like even if you're an older client, like social media has such a lasting impact that I don't think a lot of people realize. Even though the digital footprint, it's there for a while, you have to remember, like at the end of the day, there are different ways and different means of things evolving over time. If you don't realize that the traditional things aren't helping you, take a step back and be like, hi, what does social media offer me? And I will say with different audiences and different platforms, you'll be like, okay, this platform isn't for me. So like if it's an older person, I'll be like, hey, let's try Facebook, see if your target audience is there. And if not, we can try something else. I just feel like a lot of people see social media as, oh, I have to create everything. But as a business owner, you really don't have the time to do it. So me telling clients like, hey, let me run it for 3 months and you can see you improve on your business end while I also help the back end improve. And even with you, when you asked me, you're like, all right, let's give this a try for like at least a month and see where it goes. And I think the first week we were like, okay, yeah, no, we're good.
It was crazy. Yeah. It was crazy.
Throp started at 500 followers, and by probably a week and a half, Throp was at 2,300 followers. And all it was just sharing information that, is already there, but we just made it, Throp made it into a way that is eye-catching. Like, it's the information that people already want to know. So why not expound on it and like put it in a different light instead of, hey, let me put this in a newspaper and then somebody will just gloss over it. It's just another picture to somebody.
Right.
Visual hooks and like advertising yourself, making people know like, hey, I'm a person too, and this is what I want you to look at and know, like, this is my passion. A lot of people think of it as like, oh, I can relate to this person because the same things that I like or the same things that I'm fighting for, Throps are also fighting for. Like, I want to learn how to move home. So why not like let me follow Throp to see like the steps of how to move home? A lot of people don't realize like one person has so much information. So how does your business prosper from that? You as one person with a business, you can inspire a bigger audience, just telling people, hey, I went through this as like just like you. Let me just show you the steps. Social media is a learning tool.
Right.
And I think a lot of businesses need to look at it that way. It's education and learning. It's not about let me market myself so I can build my business. At the end of the day, people want to relate to people and realize like there's somebody out there like me. And if I take this step to be like, hey, I just want to move home. It's like, wow, nobody like, if you weren't there telling people, hey, I want to move home, what would be the impact right now? If you weren't telling, if we didn't have this platform right now showing people like, hey, these are the young people in Negril, or these are the small businesses of Negril, of people moving back home because they see the interest of Jamaica and they see that Jamaica has a lot to offer, how would we know? So at the end of the day, social media and certain a bigger audience, and also giving education, showing people like, yeah, you just gotta do the do and know
Right.
like it will work out.
And speaking of moving home, say there is a young person between the age of, say, 30 to 35 who's living in the United States. Maybe they were born and grew up here in Jamaica, but they moved to the States for college and a professional career. But now they're of the mindset, hey, this ain't it for me. I want to come back. What's the first step?
The first step, buy that ticket. I don't care. Buy that ticket. But really and truly, like, look into your options. Buy the ticket first and then look into your options. See what makes sense for you, what market makes sense for you. And then after that, find a group of people or just a community to see like, hey, does this actually work for me? Does this make sense in the long run? I think why it was so easy for me was my parents gave up on America a long time ago and moved home. So like I already had a place to come home to. But if you're just coming home, I'd say like look about your citizenship. Look about what's that stamp in your passport? Your unconditional landing.
Yep.
Like come down here first and figure out like, hey, does this work out for me or not? And I think that's what worked out for me. I came home for a month to say like, can I work here? Can I find work here in this first month? Does it work out?
So when you say buy that ticket, you're like, buy the ticket, come down here, stay an extended time, see what's happening on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so April 2023, I bought a ticket, came home. I was like with Christoff and we're like, hey, we are gonna go shoot weddings. We're gonna make content. And I was like,
were you doing this already?
yes, but it was like I came here and we were like every day we were like somewhere new shooting content. It was like food content. We were like at somebody's wedding party at Rock House, just shooting content. And I was like, hold on, this is nice. And I think when you said to Ian earlier about like just do what you got to do, it's really that like you have to like experience things to see like, does this hobby work out for me or is it just another waste of time? And me coming down here to like see like, okay, in America, like, yeah, there are content creators, but people are going to tell you, no, get that 9 to 5 and do that on the side. When I realized I could come home and like do this full time and help other people, I was like, yeah, no, we're moving home. Because the fact that business, like just 1 month business was booming and I'm here like, not even America I would make this money in a week, much less. So it's like, you have to like figure it out. Move home. Buy the ticket. Come down here, just even for 3 months. Come down here, figure it out. If within those 3 months it does not work for you, Jamaica wasn't for you. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, it's like you have to stick your foot in the water and figure out like, does it work or does it not work? And I'm gonna say this, there are a lot of endeavors in Jamaica. There are a lot of markets in Jamaica that a lot of people can go into and like make money. It's just you have to know what's that one quality with you that will separate you from the market. That's all it is. Jamaica has so many opportunities. Don't let anybody tell you Jamaica doesn't have opportunities. Jamaica is an open market, especially in the creative space. It's an open market. So please buy that ticket. Come here for like a month. Figure it out. It will be for you.
And you raised a good point in terms of being an open market. Excuse me. And Ian brought up something earlier of just like talking about people taking advantage. And one of the things to look out for is like if you're trying to get in touch with them and they're not returning your phone call. And the thing about Jamaica, and people, I think I said this before, but like this is just the reality, is that the competition is just so much lower. It just is. And that is like right across the board. And what I mean by lower, I mean if you get the fundamentals down right, you will excel. And what I mean by the fundamentals, client calls you, you call them back.
Customer service.
Respond to an email. Customer service.
Customer service.
You're nice. You're professional.
And what's so funny is, to me, we live in a country that is quote unquote supposed to be known for customer service in certain aspects. So like when you're in the hospitality industry, it's like not getting that customer service feels like a slap in the face. I just tell, like, okay, hate to say it, but as some creatives, we do not have the extended communication that we truly need sometimes. But I'm telling you, if you communicate with some of your clients and they know what's going on, and like, you would reach a lot further in life. I'm telling you right now. So Instagram has a feature where if you reply to your DMs within like the first minute, Instagram will update like the person who's DMing you, like this person replies within 5 minutes. And I think that's what you want on your Instagram. You want people to know like, hey, I reply. It's not gonna take, like, some people they'll have like it takes 2 days for a response, or if it says within 5 minutes, you hit the jackpot, because at the end of the day, you know, like that person cares about their business, and you know you're probably gonna get quality, and they care. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, like, just talking to people and just making their, like, expressing what they want to hear makes you reach a lot further in this industry, whatever you do.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it really is just, if you get the fundamentals down, just the basics, you're probably doing better than 60-70% of what's out there. And Jamaica, me and my friend were talking about this the other day. Jamaica is very much a first to market advantage industry, market economy, where if you're the first person or first company to bring this product or bring this service, it kind of like almost stays that way forever, or for a very, very long time. And in many ways, sometimes you're not even, maybe you were good at it at first, but then all of a sudden, like, you fall off, or maybe you were just never good at it and you were just the first person there, and you just have that. And so, there is, because you're the first to market and maybe you're the only one or one of very few, there is no impetus for you to get better, to improve your service, to improve your product. And this is what I mean by, like, the competition here is low. But I do believe that's changing, though. You know,
it is.
That is changing.
I'll say this. I think y'all were talking about gatekeeping earlier. And I'll say this, once there is like a niche and you realize like some people just won't tell you information. And I just feel like as a community, we're expanding. Not everybody's gonna be like, you're not gonna be that one person in that gig or that niche. You're not gonna be on top all the time.
Yeah.
So it's either you learn to share and like you help develop each other, and like you make sure like, hey, we all can win. And I think that's the thing in Jamaica. Like, once everybody realizes everybody can win, I think a lot of us would be all right.
And I think that's also like a missing part of the puzzle is people not understanding how big the pie is. The pie is incredibly big. It's huge. What I find in Jamaica is that we got this huge pie, and in many respects, that pie is interconnected across different industries. And if in that pie, you have a crossover from one industry to another, and you yourself, you're the content manager, you're doing well, you're professional, you're making the callbacks, you're giving your client good service. But then if you're reliant upon another industry that you need that client, or maybe you need them to be professional and they're not, that messes up the pie.
It does.
You know, that really, really messes up the pie. And if you have in that other industry, there's being a mindset of gatekeeping, or maybe not wanting to help out, you know, the other side, because in their industry it's cutthroat or whatever, and so they bring that same attitude and the same vibe to you, that holds you back. And I found that and I'll be specific about what I'm talking about here, is that, and we're gonna have some realtors come on later, so, and I'm not speaking about them, but you know, there have been many experiences, and even one the other day, a subscriber I sat down and had breakfast with, she was telling me about a very, very poor experience that she had in purchasing a property here in Negril. And so we do, Ian, you know, we do all these great things of creating this great content, and we're encouraging people to come back, and we're providing good service, and they come back, and then the industry that they need to achieve their goal or whatever it is, and that could be many different parts of it. That could be the realtor, that could be the bank, that could be the developer, whatever it is, they're providing poor service. Like, it brings the economy to a halt.
And I think it's always like one thing, everything could be good, and then it could be that one service, and everybody is like, oh no, Jamaica is this, Jamaica is that. And I'm like, you can't base it off of one thing. Like, you have to look at like the greater good. And I hate to say it, we got to like move past that. We have to like have an open mind. Like, guys, every country goes through something like this. We can't keep saying, oh, Jamaica, it's just Jamaica. No, like, we as a country, we have to make certain things better. Like, it's not because, oh, that is that's what people know Jamaicans for means why we should act that way. No,
like, yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's almost like you have to anticipate that hiccup along the line, because, like, you know, even purchasing a property, right? There's just so many different people that you have to go through. The realtor, the landowner, the developer, the bank, the lawyer, like, oh, and like you said, you can get through steps 1 through 4, but like all of a sudden, number 5, this guy is just,
it's the
like,
one that just made me like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sorry.
And I always tell people, is like, look, we're not perfect here, but there are many people before you who have overcome this and then have done exceptionally well.
All right. So the moving home thing, my parents did it twice. They did it in 2000 and they did it in 2010, right? And I can say those two experiences were totally different. My parents was like, their 2000 experience of moving home was way better than their 2010 experience. But at the end of the day, what made it worse? Somebody made a minor calculation that was off, and then everybody was looking like, what just happened? So it's like, you can't blame one little thing on certain aspects. At the end of the day, it's like, hey, we have problems. Let us, as a collective, let's figure out the problem and ask, how do we fix it?
And I also say, I'll look to the camera for this, it's like, use my people. You know, if I'm bringing somebody on here, for the most part, and you know, if you've reached out to me and you say, hey, I need a lawyer, hey, I need a realtor, I'm going to push you in the direction of people I trust, people I work with, people who are beyond the fundamentals, and people who are going to go above and beyond to serve you in trying to achieve whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. And I could tell you, hasn't been, at least I haven't got that feedback, a situation where I've recommended somebody and I've given you a phone number, I've given you an email address, and this is like, hey, this has been a terrible experience. And so I think that comes back to like Jamaica is, and somebody told me this a long time ago. Jamaica is a place about links.
It is.
And it really is knowing people, right? And knowing the bad apples, knowing the good apples, knowing people you could trust, people you don't trust. And it's like we don't have like an Angie's List here where you can go and like you trust this and like, hey, that guy's a crook. And it's important that you have people that you can trust. Like, because I know, like I say, hey, Shek, what do you think about that guy? And you're going to tell me straight up. But
everything is word of mouth.
maybe a stranger comes up to you, but you don't know them, but you don't feel comfortable to be frank, and you know that like, hey, I want to be honest with you and tell you that guy's a dog or whatever, but I don't trust you that that's not going to get back to him, right? And so, widening your network, and I understand that completely. So widening your network here and knowing who to deal with, knowing how to move, like it's a very important process and in the transition process.
It is. I'll say, research everybody. I hate to be detectives. Research everybody. It doesn't matter if you can't even find a LinkedIn for that person. I'm telling you, something's wrong. You have to this is a country where you have to research, and I'm not trying to be rude. Everything is about research here. Everything's about word of mouth. Do your research. At least if somebody's not real with you about something down here, that either means like they're a friend of a friend or like something's really off. I'm telling you right now, trust your judgment and also trust the people in the safe. And I'll say this also. Moving home, I've met a lot of good people who haven't steered me wrong, but then at the end of the day, it's like you get that one, as you said, that one bad apple, and you're like, not for me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to know your audience.
Yeah.
You have to know your market, and you have to know, hey, one bad experience can't get you to stop doing what you're doing, or no, I give up on Jamaica. Let me go back to America. No. I'm telling you right now, the money that you're making in Jamaica will not compare to the money that you're making in America. I'm gonna be very honest.
You heard it, everybody. You heard it. I'd love to move into getting an idea of your lifestyle, your day-to-day life, and if you'd be open to sharing as much or as little as you'd like.
Okay, so my day. So I normally work from home, but with working from home, I could be on a beach or I could be at somebody's restaurant just doing work. But with that, I'll also say that my day-to-day is normally Negril. Like I live about 20-30 minutes away from Negril, but I find myself in Negril just to see if I can get work done. And I'm telling you, sitting at Skylark, you'll meet some people and you network, and you'll never think like, hey, I did not think I could have got a job like at somebody's restaurant just sitting down. Because I think one thing about Jamaica, a lot of people are curious, and when they see you like with a camera and a computer, they're gonna be like, what you doing? What's going on? And a lot of tourists like to talk to you. So one thing about Negril, it's a hub spot. You don't know who you're going to meet today and where that person is going to bring you tomorrow. And that's one thing I love. So my day-to-day is always, it's either I'm here in Negril or I'm in Mobay working, but it's typically work from home. Everything is on the computer. If I have to talk to a client, hey, can I talk to you for like 5 minutes? Hey, yeah, call, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's Stop's favorite line. Can I call you for 5 minutes? So I think with the day-to-day and it's like, it's a pretty relaxed life. I'll say that. It's not like, a bustling 9 to 5. I have to get here now and then go there. And then I'm in okay, there is traffic, but it just depends on where you are. Mm-hmm. But it's not like you're sitting in traffic for 2 hours and you're wondering like, am I going to get home to make dinner, or will I have time for myself? Being in Jamaica, there's always time for yourself. And I think that Jamaica is laid back and relaxed, but you have to know hey, it's work time. Hey, it's playtime. And I think with Jamaica, a lot of people think it's easy going. Things will work out. Yeah, it'll work out, but you gotta put in the work. Mm-hmm. And I'll say you gotta work hard, but you also have to know, like, hey, it's playtime. And I think that's why I like Jamaica. Like,
Okay.
you can sit down and be like, yeah, I'm gonna take a breather. I'll get back to you when I get back to you. Sometimes it's for the good, but it's, at least you know you're not burnt out and you're there like, oh my God, I got to do this. Oh my God, like my boss wants me to do this and then I have to go. No, like Jamaica's like, I'm going to take it easy and we're going to work what we got to work with. And I think that's the lifestyle I really like so far. So yeah, if you want to come to Jamaica and work, just know you get an extra 2 hours of play.
Speaking of play, what is your life like on the social side of stuff? Like days socially, nights socially, whatever you can give us.
So, as a social media manager, you think I'm very social? Not much. Jamaica's a very social country, and I love it. I love going out. I love interacting with people. But I think people need to realize like your social life versus your real life is two different things. And I love that about Jamaica because people always think like who you are on social media is who you are in real life. So when people see you, they're like, "Oh my God, da, 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 I love you!" And they're expecting that same energy from social media. You're there like, "I'm just a regular person right now. Like, can I just be normal?" But it's a welcoming community. Everybody loves you. So social life here, you're gonna have that. Even if you don't want it, like you're gonna make friends no matter what it is. Like Jamaica's a networking community. No matter you don't think you're networking right now, but you are. Like you could be on in a swimsuit on the beach on a boat and you don't know who you're gonna meet on that boat. It could be your next client or it could be like somebody about to introduce you to somebody else. Social life down here, it's wild. It'll carry you places, but it will also burn you out if you're not like a extrovert. So also be careful of that.
Can you give us some of your favorite places that you like to go to and hang out? For play and work, I know you had mentioned Skylark.
So I am more of a restaurant girly. So I love Skylark. I love anywhere on the cliffs. I prefer to go to Kingston to eat. Funny enough, like Kingston has all the nice sushi spots. We went for poke one time.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
It was like, I think a lot of people don't realize like there's a lot of play. So if you're a foodie, you will love Kingston. Like there's a lot of food places in Kingston.
Can you name some of the spots?
Oceano. I love East. I love Mystic Thai. I mean, we have Uncorked in Mobay, but I don't know. I feel like Uncorked energy in Kingston is something totally different. Yeah, that's just to name some of them.
Okay. Favorite restaurants in Negril?
Ooh, I love. God, there's so many. Murphy's. That's the lobster place. And then you have. Is it LTU?
Yes.
Yeah. LTU has some nice pasta and pizza. Like if you want an Olive Garden type night, you go to LTU
because it's run by an Italian guy.
Yeah.
Luca. Yeah.
So yeah, those are my top two.
Okay. Awesome.
Oh, and Travelers. Travelers has very nice jerk chicken Alfredo pasta. For sure.
Awesome. Good. Very nice. Yeah, I think it's important to get the insights from your experience, and then also just showing that there is a lot of balance here.
There's a lot of listen, especially the community you're in, you'll get balance. But I'm telling you right now, there's time for work and there's time for play. That's all I'm gonna say.
And what are your socials?
So you can find me on Instagram at Sheklyn, is SheKlYNNN. And then if you're trying to find me on my business page, it's the Lotus Company ATL. And you can find me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Lemonade, Pinterest, all of the above.
There you go. We got you on the screen right there.
Yeah.
And any closing remarks before we head out?
Give Jamaica a try. Give your work a try. don't think that your hobby is a hobby. It could be your hobbies and passions could carry you so much further than you think. I thought as a child, like, I was always the girl in high school with the camera, or like I'm always taking pictures of somebody, and I'm like, everybody be like, that's not a job. Like, I'm a social media manager now. Like, everybody's like, what's the aesthetic for my page should be? And I'm like, wow, who knew like this would be like an actual job? So yeah, whatever you think works for you, try it. At least try it to say like, okay, I at least stuck my foot in it. I saw what it could do for me. It wasn't for me. Okay. So give that hobby a try. Give that passion a try. Just believe in yourself, and like after that, people will believe in you, and you could go so much further, and you wouldn't even believe it, to be honest.
Great advice. Great advice. Thank you,
No
Shekinah. Really, really
problem.
appreciate
It's
it.
nice
Everybody,
being on here.
yeah, it's nice to have you. Everybody, give her a follow. Those are her handles, her personal and her business. And we'll move on to the next guest. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So for those that are just joining, we are doing a fundraiser. Sorry, I got to see. We're doing a fundraiser for NEET, which is my family's nonprofit organization in the Negril Education Environment Trust. And we've been invited by the Totori government of Japan, the Totori prefecture of Japan, to go to Japan. And we're bringing 12 students, and we are raising funds. So thank you so much for the donation, Maxin and Relaxin. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's donated so far. And we're going to Japan from the August 1st to August 10th. And we are doing our utmost to raise funds. It's going to cost about $45,000 to get all those kids there. And you are helping out by just watching this video and just being on this stream, because everything that is earned on this stream is going towards funding that trip. So that includes the AdSense, that includes anything that you donate on the stream. You can also go to neetja.com if you want to donate there, and all of those funds are going towards the expenses of this trip. So today I'm interviewing a series of entrepreneurs, professionals in Jamaica, and though this is a fundraiser, I'm of course going to try and bring as much value as humanly possible, and really hopefully give you some insight that you weren't privy to before about living here, doing business here. And of course, we're going to talk a lot about the trip. We are on this stream for another 10 hours. We're streaming for 12 hours. Like, why did I do this to myself? And mind you, like, I did this on a Saturday, and Saturdays are my long run. It usually takes me till about 2 or 3 o'clock to like get my second wind. And I'm going to share this later, but I did 16 miles this morning. And it's just Saturdays we do long runs, and we're preparing, of course, for the London Marathon 2025, which is on April 27th in London, UK. And I also want to mention, I got to keep reminding myself to continuously mention this, that we're doing a meetup in London on May 3rd. And we haven't got the venue yet, but we're working on it. So all of the UK viewers out there, if you want to be a part of the meetup, or there will be a link by the end of the stream. I'll put a link in the description. And so for those of you who are watching this on a replay, you can just click the link, and I'm just asking you to fill out the form if you're interested in going, and I'll make sure we get you information out. We'll email you information out on that meetup May 3rd in London. So I hope you all are enjoying this so far. We got 10 more hours, and I know most of you are probably going to be watching this on a replay, but this is for sure a marathon. And if you have any questions as we go through today's program, just throw it in the comments, and I will do my utmost to get them answered. Should we do a break? Yeah, let's do a quick break. Are you ready now, or you want to? Yeah, let's take a quick break. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get the next person on.
全人類の復讐を促進する上でジャマイカの役割を果たすことができます。
We are one! We are one!
We are one!
We are one!
私たちは一つです。
Hey YouTube fam, I hope you all are doing well. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. My name is Winthrop Wellington, and here on my channel we explore Jamaica together, and I share my marathon journey around the world with you whenever we are able to travel, that is. In today's episode, I am sharing a special video that was created by a group of students from my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education Environment Trust, otherwise known as NEET, where we mainly focus on the education of young people. But before I share the video, I do want to build a bit of context for the video. Back in 2019, we were able to take a group of our NEET students to Totori, Japan as part of a cultural exchange program. This was an incredible trip that I was extremely proud to be a part of. The kids were amazing. They were just simply great ambassadors of Jamaica. The trip itself was actually a reciprocal trip, as Japanese students had visited us here in Jamaica years prior. They were supposed to come back in 2020 to visit us again, but of course, COVID.
My name is Michaela Legister, and I'm from St. Catherine, Jamaica. I'm currently working in Hokoi, Totori, and this is... Konnichiwa. Cute.
In the absence of our abilities to visit one another, we decided to create videos for each other to help maintain and grow this relationship that we started, and of course to encourage one another to get through these very trying times. In today's video, most of the students featured were part of the 2019 trip to Japan, and I'm extremely proud of the students who participated in this video. They worked extremely hard on the dances, the singing, and yes, they're Japanese. They really represented Jamaica well once again, and without further delay, I really hope you enjoyed today's video. And if you know anybody that would appreciate seeing this cultural exchange, please share this video with them. I know the students have already seen it and they are extremely happy and proud to be a part of it. So I'm sure they would appreciate you sharing it as well. So again, enjoy today's video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Later.
親愛なる鳥取の皆さんへ、ジャマイカのニートよりビデオレターを送ります。私たちは一つです。
Give me a J.
J, you got it, J, you got it, J.
Give me an A.
A, you got it, A, you got an A.
Give me an M.
M, you got an M, you got an M.
Give me an A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Give me an I.
I, you got an I, you got an I.
Give me a C.
C, you got a C, you got a C.
Give me an A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Put that all together, what do we get?
Jamaica, land we love.
Welcome!
Negril, Jamaica, the home of NEET, Negril Education and Environment Trust,
Where we fight crime through education.
with a computer in every classroom and a tablet in every child's hand.
Go with it, yo, easy, are you kidding me? Toss it, so we are familiar with our force. Blessings we are reap our course in our food. With our eyes on most. Yeah, we give thanks and we need it the most. We have to give thanks and we're really supposed to be thankful. Blessings are upon my life and we thank God for the journey, the earning, not just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. The blessings fall from my right hand. Just a close with the friends we take off. We build one time and it's still up in a class. So on board, then Holy said the Lord of the God with his son.
I'm sweating and it's cold.
All right, and we are back from that short break. And of course, we are doing this 12-hour live stream, a little less than 10 hours to go. And we're doing it in aid of the Negril Education Environment Trust. And we're raising funds to send 12 Jamaican students to Japan, as we were invited by the Totori Prefecture. And just by you being here, you are helping out, because everything that we make on this stream is going directly towards that. So you can either donate by donating here on YouTube, as you usually do, right to this stream, or you can go to neetja.com and you can donate there. Now we have our next entrepreneur, who's also a creative. We have Christoff Studniczka. That's that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
That's
awesome,
right.
awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've worked with Christoff countless times at this point, countless hours on so many different projects and so many different shoots. And he is an extremely creative person, super talented. I'm actually going to put up his Instagram there, and you can check it out. And he's another young entrepreneur, kind of, this is my interpretation of your journey, so to speak, found his way in the creative industry, came in knowing nothing at all from what I remember.
That's kind of true, yeah.
Yeah, and then you just kind of shot your way up to, I think, like, when you just look at the numbers and you look at the quality of the content that's being produced on Instagram specifically, you are without a doubt like a top Jamaican content creator.
Yeah, I would say my name has gotten out there for sure. Stuff in JA. I can tell you where the name derived from my actual name, Christoff. So, Stuff in Jamaica. I created that page mainly for myself, which I started just creating content, pushing it out, until people actually came to me and said, "Oh, I want a video like that as well." And so that kind of just started up Stuff in J as a business and creating content for other people.
And then it just kind of took on a life of its own.
Yeah,
kind of
it just rolled over. It became part of me. So like a everyday aspect of my life. Like I don't go anywhere without like a camera or if I don't have a camera, I got my phone. I'll be posting on social media. But recently I haven't, but I need to get back on that track, and seeing what you're doing right now is motivating me.
Wait, you recently haven't been what?
Posting. I haven't been posting as much as I
yeah.
should, because consistency is key, which is sometimes very hard to find, and that's something I struggle with. So that's something I want to work on as well as a content creator in Jamaica. Yeah.
Do a daily vlog challenge.
Daily vlog challenge, just like this, right?
Yo, I honestly do not recommend it.
No,
like this has been
stressful.
crazy. Like, not that this is about me right now, but it's like
good.
I've learned so much, to be honest. But like, this live stream 12 hours is going to be super challenging, like no doubt. But then it also gives me a break because, and just so you know, we're not posting anything today. This is the post.
Yeah.
So I get a break. And so I'm kind of using this as a bit of a reset, but man, it's something that I really, I'm joking, but like recommend. Like it's been wild, just committing to it. And I haven't missed a day yet. And it'll get you into that groove, man, trust me, even like leading up to it, like February, I was clearing my schedule, clearing my plate, because I knew like this is going to completely consume me. And then I look at like Casey Neistat, and he did it for like 580 days or something like that. I'm just like, geez, I'm on day 14 and I'm barely keeping my head above water. But I see it's really about getting that rhythm, and just like that. The first week was the hardest because like I just wasn't used to doing it. And but maybe something like that will just kind of get you
clicks into me.
Yeah. Just get you posted.
So.
But I want to definitely learn more about your business and what you do. And can you give us some insight into some of the clients that you work with before?
Okay, so mostly what I do is create content, which is more on like the lifestyle side of stuff, real estate, um, using mostly like high-end camera gears. So I would say it's not your typical social media like post or whatever. It's cinematic. So I try to aim for that feel in every work I do, even like a typical YouTube video. I try to aim for that. My clients that I've worked with, well, I guess I could name out some big clients like Sandals. Um, Most of these hotels actually in Negril. That's why I actually moved into Negril to target some of the hotels like Sharela Inn, um, Tensing Pen. There's a bunch, Rock House. Yeah, there's so many hotels here. I can't even name them all right now. But that's what I do. Also, I forget to mention, like I have skills of doing underwater photography as well. So I have the gear for that as well on a high end basis. So that's there, and also we have access to boats. So I run a boat company with my sister called Sunkiss Water Sports, and we do tours in Negril or on the western side of Jamaica, with like White House side as well. So with that, I have a lot of resources, so we can actually film a lot of other things. That's how I look at it, just to utilize the boat, the land, everything in one. So that's my aim. My dream actually, I would love to do is to create film in the grill, like movies, like short films, skits, just something curated in the grill solely. So that's one of my aims that I really want to do, and hopefully I can find a team to do it with, which I have not found yet. It's hard to do things alone in this field, so you do need a team to create like magic, potentially.
Awesome. So I want to go back on a couple of things that you said. One of them is where you're from, because you said you moved to Negril.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Jamaica. My mom is Jamaican from Kingston. My dad is German from Germany. So I was born and raised here in Savannah-Lamar. I went to high school here, went to college here, and then after college, in college I did photography, and then I ventured into video all alone. So after just venturing into video, it just became a career basically. Yeah.
Did you grow up in Bluefields?
Yes, I grew up in Bluefields all my life. I did not live in any other country growing up.
This is in Westmoreland for those who don't know.
Yeah. So I would guess at the age of 22, I tried to move to Germany. I was there for 9 months, and then I came back.
Why'd you come back?
Maybe that gets in the age wrong, but it was right before Corona, right? Tragic incident happened with the family member. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So I went and dealt with that. I went back to Germany, wasn't feeling it, came back to Jamaica, and just ended up not going back because of Corona. So I was stuck in Jamaica for Corona instead of Germany, which I think is a blessing.
Yeah, 100%. Man, I tell you.
Yeah, because to be in Germany, nah. It is kind of depressing there, I must say, compared to Jamaica at least. Yeah. So I came back to Jamaica, and then everything just as I said, I started videoing everything for myself, and just because that's what I wanted to do, just have fun and create content, because I actually liked to see myself in my videos, posting my vlogs and stuff like that. So that was kind of exciting for me, and then it just popped off. Yeah, it just popped off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So the name spoke for itself. Yeah.
So you saw an opportunity in Negril, and like as you were speaking, like I was like, some of the clients that you named, I'm like, man, where? Because I see you put out a lot of content for these hotels specifically. Like, kind of, I was like thinking, like, where would they be without you? being here? Because like you were like the only, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you were the only one here for like quite a long time.
Yeah, initially, I think I was the only one that was trying to do things on a, I guess you'd say, on a higher scale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah. But right now, I see a lot of young people coming in and out of Negril, creating content now, doing the same thing as I am doing, that I was doing back then. But I just need to push more so they don't pass me, you know?
Do you think there's still room for content creators in Negril?
Yeah, 100%. Because there's so many places I can't do all alone, you know?
Yeah.
So I would even, if there's content creators out there that would love to just come to, you know, Negril, Jamaica, and just do some work with some hotels, you can hit me up. If there is a job, I can let you know and you can help out, etc. Yeah.
Okay, good. I do want to talk about gear a little bit because I don't think there's anybody else who's coming on that I can talk to gear about gear. So like, let's nerd out for a few minutes. Talk to me about the cameras that you have and that you use.
Okay, so I could talk about like what I started out with.
Yeah.
My first professional camera was a Canaan T5i. That's when I was in college. My parents helped me buy that camera. And after buying that one camera, it's actually helped me to buy my other cameras. So I did get help from my parents, which I'm glad for. And that made me become the guy I am today with all the gears I have. So after that, I went into the Sony line of cameras. I got the Sony A6300, and then I moved
that was my first camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I moved up to the A7 III, and now I use that one for photos because now I've upgraded to the FX3. And if for those who know what the FX3 is, it's a very expensive cinema line camera. Not typically used for your everyday use, mostly for like probably filming a movie or something. So we do have that here in Jamaica, and the reason for me buying that camera is to make film here in Negril, which needs to be started. Yeah.
Awesome. And then you had mentioned that you do underwater photography. We're not talking a GoPro here.
So we do use the GoPro. I use the Osmo Action 3. I just switched up from GoPro to Osmo. And for the underwater with the big camera, I use the A7 III. I have a Sea Frog underwater housing. So
and can you just so I think it's important to distinguish between a GoPro and using a A7 III or the FX3 underwater in that housing.
So like with that, the GoPro is more like everything's automatic, right? So you're going underwater, you're just filming whatever is there. You don't have to adjust anything, ISO, whatever. And then with the A7 III now, I have it underwater. You can adjust as you go. It has all the buttons on it. You can just turn everything and just shoot as you wish. And that's like,
and then what about the quality difference?
That's the thing. When you have with the GoPro and you go too deep, probably, and then the light exposure show up a lot of grain, and we don't really want that. So with the A7 III now, we have control over that and how much light we let in, etc. So I think it's a good thing that I do have the A7 III for that high quality footage for underwater.
But you're certified PADI.
Yes, I'm also certified PADI. You do need a certification to dive at least 60 meters. So I've done that a few times. I've got the certification. And yeah, I also do free diving as well. So I'll be probably underneath the water for like a minute recording. So I am one with the water, you could say. Yeah. Yeah. And I haven't even mentioned that also I'm expertise in drone photography as well. So I do a lot of aerial flights. Actually, that's what I'm really known for most of my drone stuff. Yeah, so a lot of people love the drone stuff. It's just a matter of like time and day and when you're actually gonna do it, you get the best shots sometime. You know, normally sunrise, sunset, best shots.
Yeah.
There
you go. And your boat, Sunkiss Water Sports.
Yes. So the boat is a new adventure for me, right? We've only had the boat for like, I would say, almost 2 years. We've had the boat. My sister and I started this company, Sunkiss Water Sports, where we're just like doing reef tours. We got like a lot of water sports equipment. I would say like tubing, water ski, wakeboarding. We even have kneeboarding. Yeah, we have all of those things, and also fishing. We're getting into the fishing as well, deep sea fishing. Not much to say about that. If you just love the water, I can bring you out, no problem. Yeah.
No, I'm hearing like you seeing different opportunities and attacking them, like figuring out the skills that the market needs and going after it.
Trying to combine everything into one.
Yeah.
Which is film, to be honest. Like everything, my resources. I feel like I can do great things here in Negril because of like the people I've made connection with and the resources that I have. So a movie can be made. It just needs me to step forward and initiate.
Yeah.
And that's just what everyone's waiting for, I suppose.
Gotcha. No, that's great. And like what I was saying, like what I was saying before about, people who are watching, I hope that there is some inspiration in your story and other stories of the other individuals who've been on and are going to be coming on later throughout the day. And also like, and this was, and there's, I don't know, we're going to bring a group of you on later, but we can start talking about it now. Is like one of the inspirations for starting my daily vlogs was to show that Jamaica is definitely not this crazy place that you walk outside your house and you're going to get shot and robbed.
No, it's safe.
And I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that we have a reputation like that.
True.
And it's just, hopefully, again, through my daily vlogs, people are seeing through my life and how I live my life that this is not the Jamaica that the newspapers and the international news and, whoever is putting out the travel warnings, this is not the reality of here. And I hope that they see that through you all who are coming here as well. I mean, you guys get up, you work hard every day, you have your businesses, you see opportunity, you're going after it, you're making a difference in the lives of the businesses and the families who are part of those businesses. You're bringing this great value to them. And you're not here, at least I'm not hearing these stories in these media outlets. And it's like
we're not hearing good.
No, we're not. And
things.
the good, the normal stuff. Yeah, maybe this is mundane to some people, but like if you're living here and you're going to move here, like you want to know about these things. You want to understand that like, hey, we have regular everyday lives and lifestyles that we live. It may appeal to you. It may be better than the one that you're living wherever you are in the States, in Canada, in the world, Europe, wherever it is. And it's just like, man, we got to showcase this. We got to showcase this. And so, like I said, we're gonna have that discussion a little bit later. But even you're starting this boat venture, right? And I'm just like,
it's very new. It's very new.
Still, but you see something.
I've learned it.
But you're seeing something. You're seeing something. You see something that you're just like, hey, this can work. There's a gap in the market. Like you weren't like, oh, there's too many boats on the water. I'm not gonna do this. Like no.
I mean, we can all share the tourists.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we can.
So just kind of just broadening the scope of the discussion a little bit. How are you finding doing business here in general?
I would say I find it a tad bit difficult when it comes on to pricing. Like when people are trying to negotiate my price and the negotiations are not like working out because they don't want to tell me what their budget is, and I'm telling them my budget, which is probably too high for them. But sometimes I wonder why. I don't like this fight.
Yeah.
Like typically I would like someone to come towards me with their budget to see what I can do for them within that budget. So I just feel like clients have like they're scared to mention such things.
Yeah.
So then in that case, then I just get the silent treatment and there's like no work basically. So it's like a disappointment. You know, you take your time out to like create a plan for them, a schedule, all of that, and then you just get nothing in return. So yeah, it's kind of hard. It's spaced out at times, so it's kind of seasonal as well in Negril.
Yeah.
Because when seasonal, as I said, tourist comes in, sometimes they want a photo shoot. I give them a photo shoot, but that's like on holidays. But like when it's time to work, no one is here. It's empty, but it's nice at the same time. Living here as a Jamaican, it's nice just seeing that and not being in the hustle and bustle every minute. I don't know what else to say right now.
Well, so I'm going to ask you, and then I'll give my opinion. How do you think, or what do you think can happen to circumvent this challenge that you just explained to us?
Boy, it's so hard to even actually think about it, to be honest. It's very, very hard. Boy. I guess the communication level needs to be better, I guess, between clients and myself, clients and myself. So maybe that's even my fault as well too, So everything depends on me. So I probably have to come up with a compromise, which I don't want to do, which I hate to do. But it looks like I would have to do that. I don't know. Honestly, it's difficult to say.
I was gonna say, is this a you problem in the sense that like are other freelancers, creatives having the same challenge?
No. Everyone is actually having that challenge.
Okay.
I have also like once I'm like in that predicament.
Yeah.
I show my other content creator friends.
Yeah.
Who are in Kingston, Mobe, all over. And they think my prices are mad low.
They're what?
They're mad low.
Low.
They think it's low
Okay.
compared to what they're charging, because they kind of work in more the corporate section of this business. So I have to try to find out what is the hotel standards. Maybe there's a budget for that as well. I don't know. Maybe I need to just.
I would say. So I'll give you my perspective, and this is kind of going back to something that I was kind of alluding to with Shekinah, and that's like an education of the market. It's very, very important, right? And you'll find business operators, not only just in hotel, but just across industries, who just don't see the value in social media, don't see the value in content creation.
Yeah, they don't.
And so like, then the question becomes, all right, that responsibility comes back to you. And so it's like, okay, how can I educate the market on this? And I have the same problem. Maybe not so direct with freelance and job for money exchange, but more so with working with Jamaican companies, especially with YouTube, right? And doing sponsorship deals. And I have done some sponsorship deals, and they've been great, but it's very much more along the lines of like traditional things. So like ThropX. ThropX has been somewhat easy to get sponsors because corporate Jamaica understands, hey, we're having an event. This is what it costs to be a sponsor. Get my banner up, and like so, and
they can promote themselves.
They've been doing that for 50 years, right? 100 years, whatever, however long events have existed, and they understand that market, and they understand dollar for dollar what they're going to get. And so, for the most part, ThropX has been very, very relatively easy to get sponsors. But now we try to do a sponsorship for like a video, a live stream. It's just like, I don't know, and it's just like
digital.
I think it's digital. I think it's very, very much digital. I think there is a huge lack and gap in understanding YouTube in Jamaica. I think Jamaica is so far behind on YouTube. It's unbelievable. Jamaica is an Instagram country, without question. It's Jamaica. Instagram is the hot girl at the party, right?
Okay,
and it's
okay,
like
okay.
everybody wants to talk to her. And if you have those numbers, then then corporate Jamaica will speak to you. You know, they open the door, right? But when you look at, and I know it sounds like I'm complaining, but these are just the facts, the objective facts, right? Is like when you look at the engagement numbers, you look at the AVD, average view duration, spent on YouTube versus Instagram, for example, there's just no comparison. And whereas Instagram, TikTok, maybe the average view durations will be in the seconds, right? Whereas like on my channel, it'll be 8 minutes, you know, across videos, right? 11 minutes sometimes. And this is like, that's a lot of freaking time. That's a lot of freaking time. And like you go to, you know, there's this question that's just like, would you rather have 10,000 YouTube subscribers or 500,000 Instagram followers? I take the 10,000 all day.
Yeah, I think I want 10,000 on YouTube.
I take 10,000 all day. And so I find that a lot of the companies I try to work with, they don't understand, they don't get that. And that YouTube is so much more about a community, like without question. And I think the creators who understand that slow growth, that marathon mindset, like, hey, I'm here for 10 years. You know, I'm here for 5+ years. Like it, and I know the first 5 years are going, it's going to take some time. And so to me, it's like once you, like, that's the mindset that I have. It's just like, I'm not here to make a quick buck. I'm not here to just do this thing and leave, or just post something and I get this return or anything like that. It's really about creating a community more than anything else. And so bringing this back to like directly what we're talking about, I find that I have an obligation in a sense to educate the market. And I'm not the only one who faces that. Like I'm in a mastermind group of a bunch of Jamaican content creators, and most of them are YouTubers. And I don't know anybody who has cracked that code in Jamaica.
No?
I don't. Do you know? Like, I don't know. Like, there's 1 and 2 like of channels. Like, do you know like where?
I've seen foreigners coming to Jamaica and making YouTube videos and doing very well.
But do you know of any Jamaican YouTubers who are regularly sponsored by Jamaican companies? It could be corporate Jamaica, it could be
companies.
Yeah.
One person comes to my mind, and it's one of my friends, boy Pedro.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing his YouTube for very strongly for the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been getting sponsored by Ray and Nephew,
Mm-hmm.
and then actually getting sponsored by outside of Jamaica clients. Like he gets more of that than from his own island. So people see value overseas than people in Jamaica.
And that's what I get. The amount of inquiries that I get of people that want to advertise on my channel that are non-Jamaican companies, it's crazy. But it just doesn't align with my brand. And I've said no to all. But it's like outside of Jamaica understands YouTube. They understand that the value of YouTube is far more than Instagram. And I see some, not going to name any names, but I see some corporate Jamaican companies, and I see their brand ambassadors. I'm like, that girl who's shaking her butt, like, I just don't get it. I'm like, that's who's representing you?
Them Jamaica sex cells, I don't know.
I was just shocked. Oh
boy.
And so, but you know, I say whatever I say here, complain, but like at the end of the day, it still comes back to me, you know, and I still take that responsibility that I have this thing that I want to accomplish, and I'm actually going in a different direction. But at the end of the day, like, I'm taking the bull by its horn, and I understand, like, this is the market, this is the mindset, and I got to do something about it. I want to achieve this thing, and I cannot allow these gatekeepers, as Shakana was saying, to like not allowed to move forward. But I also feel bad, like, especially being in this content creator group that I'm in. It's just like, And a lot of them are smaller than I am. And I'm just like, geez, I was like, and going back to my analogy of the pie being so big, that pie of corporate Jamaica, it's so important. They have the money that they help these young, small content creators, right? So I look at it this way, like Jamaica is a small place, small market, small island. And in order for us to get the word out about who we are, what we do, how good things are here, the opportunities that exist here, it's so important that the resources that you need to be a better creator come from the folks that have the money and have the cash. And it's not like a donation, it's not like you're just asking for free money. It's like you have a great service to offer. You have an incredible service to offer. And it's just like, pay that man his money so he can give you your service, so he can let the world know that you yourself have this great business, whether it's a bank, whether it's a hotel, whatever it is. Allow you to do what you do by giving you the resources that you need to do that, and you move on to the next person. And so that, in a sense, grows the pie. That grows the pie because that allows you to elevate yourself. That allows you to elevate your business, elevate your skill set, because the more work you have, the better you're going to get at what you do, the better opportunity that you're going to have to buy an FX6 and bring a big boy, cinema camera to the table. But if the ecosystem is not allowing the money and the commerce to move in that way for whatever reason, and like, again, I'm taking the responsibility of trying to figure out that reason. If we're not able to shift resources from one industry to another to help support the other industry, then we're going to stay the same. And I look at the United States, for example, and yes, they're a developed country, but it still sits on digital platform. And it's just like the same thing. It's just like, how come they get it, but we don't get it here? I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand it. And it boggles my mind. It really boggles my mind. And it's just like,
a third world country. I don't know. Maybe that's why we get things started.
I mean, I hear you. I think that's
we should have passed that.
It's an easy answer, and I think, I don't know why that is. I don't know why it continues to be that way, but it's stifling the economy, like to no end. And it's just like, man, we are not, as a country, we are not producing and putting out content at scale. We're just not. And mind you, I'm somebody who travels all over the world. And these are the examples I'm going to give are bigger markets. I get it. But the thing is just like, they are putting out content at scale. And it's not even necessarily people who are being hired. A lot of it is, but it's getting the content creators to put out content. So I was in Bali earlier this year. The amount of freaking content creators there are insane. And they are, I will say, they are tricking us to go to Bali. I didn't have a good time in Bali. I didn't enjoy it. But I got caught up in the social media hype. And I spent thousands of dollars to go there and stay there and spend my money, and me and my friends, and it wasn't the best experience for me. It's not for me. I think a lot of other people will enjoy it.
Oversaturated, you'd say, with content creators?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I will say that, like, my point in this is that there is so much content coming out of Bali. And I don't know if there's a metric or something a report that we can go to kind of see Jamaica versus Bali, but there was so much coming out. Same thing with Thailand. I was in Thailand too, same trip. The amount of content creation that's coming out of Thailand, the amount of content creation that's coming out of Tulum, the amount of content creation that's coming out of Mexico City. And we do not have that here. It's like harem scarum, and like, you are doing your best. Pedro is doing his best. I'm doing my best. But again, if the ecosystem doesn't work within itself, and we're getting more inquiries from businesses outside of Jamaica to promote their business on our platforms, there's something wrong there. There's something wrong there. And again, I'm taking the onus and the responsibility of trying to figure this out, I'm 100% doing a video on this, maybe next month, but because it's just mind-boggling that this is not being pushed forward, and like the support isn't there. Like, even for you to say, like, you're not getting, you don't feel like you're getting the value that you're worth and whatever the market is demanding. So all that to say is just like,
kind of a question back to you is like, is there a way that you can further take responsibility in your industry as a freelancer to get the market to understand your value? And is there an approach that you can take that will help you achieve your goal?
I feel like I would have to show them step by step on exactly what I do to create that content for them, just so for they can understand the hours it takes, the subscriptions that you need, like softwares.
Well, then I will say they're not going to care how
They're not
what
gonna
you're.
care.
No, they're not going to.
Don't.
You got to go on the other side. What are you doing for them? You know, what are they going to get out of it?
Like a promotional video for their hotel, or like something that will reach to thousands of people,
Mhm.
and thousands of clients will come in. You're only going to pay like a fraction of what you'll get in a day to fill up your hotel,
Right.
And you don't want to pay a content creator that amount. So I just find it kind of ridiculous, just because they think that they're giving this amount of money one time. It's a waste of money in their eyes. So it's very hard to try to convince people on like doing that. So I don't know.
I think like
It's very hard.
Coming from like a hotelier myself, it's just like you have to show me. It's important for you to show me like how I'm going to get a semblance of return on my investment. And I'm not saying you have to guarantee me anything. I'm just saying, what kind of opportunity are you going to be able to create for me in my business that I otherwise wouldn't have if I didn't spend this money with you, right? And how can you clearly and directly answer that question to a T? And not only that, it's like you will also say, look, the proof is in the pudding. I'm worth every dollar. Or you say like, hey, I don't know how, I haven't figured this out, but like, I was like,
I
hey,
haven't figured it out.
can I would you be willing to give me a percentage of sales?
Right. That's
I would say
that's a
9.5
possibility.
times out of 10, they're going to say no.
No.
Because they recognize and they know that you can create opportunities and like, hey, I would love to do this, but hey, can we run everything through my website? And like, I'll send you the money, once they book through my website, and I'll do it for free. And I can tell you it works because, and this is for any hoteliers who's watching this, it's just like, even like with my content creation of just like even this platform, and I don't really promote travelers a lot on my platform. Like I probably promote other properties more than my own property on my platform.
You basically live here. You always have it.
The point is, it's like so many people, the amount of people who are staying at Travelers right now because of this channel.
Wow. That's a great thing.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Every single day I meet somebody new that's staying at Travelers because they saw the Throp channel. A new person every single day. And like, I remember when it first started happening like a few years ago, I was like, damn, this is kind of crazy.
They came here to meet you, man.
Yeah, I 100%. I'm here because of you. I came to lunch because of you here.
Wow.
And hoteliers don't get that. Restaurateurs don't get that. Other marketing people don't get that. And I'm considered a relatively small channel. We're at like, 53,000 or something like that. But it goes to show you, I'd rather have 10,000 YouTube subscribers than 500,000 Instagram followers that don't necessarily believe in what I'm talking about, right? And that is the true value of these platforms. And man, it's also like, again, any hoteliers that are listening, this is like taking a long-term approach to this. Like putting out one video ain't gonna get you nothing. You got to consistently put it out. Like they need to sign a 6-12 video contract with you. Like that's what it takes. That's the world that we live in. And to me, it's just like, all right, are you able to educate the market in that way, or educate these potential clients in that way for them to understand it? It's like, unless you're making a movie for them, and that movie takes, but like, I don't know, like you need something. You need like a 3-month contract. Like it has to be something like that. And like that's why so many people come here. It's just like, I'm always on the live stream. I mean, this month aside with the daily vlog, but I live stream every single Sunday. Like I'm building a community, and it's not the goal isn't to get people to travelers. Like my goal is to get people to move to Jamaica. My goal is to get people to invest in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And that just happens to be a consequence of that. People come in and stay and people want to meet there. But again, with what you're doing, if you go to, ABC hotel or whatever it is, and you sign and they sign a 3-month contract with you, and you're putting out this content every single month or once a week or whatever it is, people gonna come. And like, even if, you get like a $2,000 contract from them, and say a hotelier, say like 2 people, depending on how much they charge per night, but say they get 2 people that book because you're doing this contract, that'll pay for it.
Yeah.
That'll pay for it. And then that content is out there forever, and it's going to earn money in perpetuity. And that's also the beauty of YouTube, because YouTube, their goal is to get the right video in front of the right person at the right time. And even Noel, I was just having a conversation with him yesterday about coming on, and he told me 2 things. Is that the video that we put out 4 years ago, now, people are still calling him.
Yeah.
And it's just one time.
Wow, yeah.
It's one time.
We
sat down, we had an interview, one time, that's it. I'll never touch it again. And people are calling him to this day because of that video. YouTube, right video, right time, right person, right? And so the other thing that he told me is that, and we're going to talk about it later when he comes on, is there was this person in, I think they were in the States. They were doing research. They were doing a research paper on the real estate market in Jamaica, and they were trying to get insights into it. And they asked, typed into ChatGPT this information. They're putting this research paper together. Guess what video that ChatGPT recommended to them? It was a video that me and Noel did.
Yeah.
Again, this is before ChatGPT existed.
Right.
We made this video. And it's just like
keywords, and
it's just like,
found it.
Do the marketers, do these business owners, do they understand what is happening? Do they understand how incredibly, unbelievably powerful that is? That this LLM, this large language model system, searched the world of data, and they were like, the best way for you to learn about real estate in Jamaica is to watch this video.
From 4 years ago.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. And they don't want to pay somebody like yourself to create content.
Yeah.
They don't want to sponsor a video. Unfreaking believable to me.
I mean, people normally just think they can just do everything with an iPhone, So, I mean, we have the technology.
You know what? To that point,
there
are going to be companies, there are going to be businesses, there are going to be entrepreneurs who get it and understand it, and you're going to go with them, and you're going to help them rise, and you're going to help to take them to the next level, man. And forget the people that don't. Forget the people that don't get it, because they're going to get left behind. They're going to get left behind. Like there's no doubt in my mind. The market will always be the market, and for those folks who understand and can see, and to me, it's just like, how hard is it to see that this is what's working? I don't understand, but they'll get it. So I think, like I said, you taking the responsibility and educating the market in that way is to me is one of the best ways to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I will try my best.
No, definitely. So I'm trying to see if we've got any comments here. All right, we got 2 more. Oh, man, I'm so behind.
Yeah.
Well, we are rolling here. So of course today we are this is a fundraiser that we're doing for our NEET students, our Negril Education Environment Trust. We're raising funds to send 12 Jamaican students to Japan to the World Expo 2025 from August 1st to August 10th. So any money that is donated today on this stream goes directly to them. You can either donate right here on the live, or you can go to neetja.com. Let me throw up the website. I know people keep asking. So you could go to the website directly, or you can donate here. All the funds, AdSense included, that is made today on this stream is going directly towards helping get these students to Japan, excuse me. And that is what today is about. And we got a bunch of different entrepreneurs that are coming through because, of course, we're always going to bring as much value as humanly possible to you. So if you have any questions for the entrepreneurs who are here, let me know. And you can, of course, I'm going to throw up Christoff's Instagram there. So he has 2 Instagrams there. That's his personal Instagram, Stoff in JA, and then also Sunkissed Water Sports, where he has a boat. What kind of boat is it, by the way?
Oh, it's a 24-foot Cobia with 2 Mercury 150 engines.
Okay.
So it's pretty nice, decent size. Holds like 11 persons maximum.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so good size, small party boat.
Okay, good. Small party boat.
Yeah.
And okay, awesome. So check him out, give him a follow. And yeah, we're going to take another quick break and then we'll come back on with our next guest. Thanks so much, Christoff. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, man.
Got it.
Cool. That'll work up.
is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth.
Watashi wa Fernando des. Grangeville High School no Sotigoi say this.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Topazu Tyson des. Banning School no Huan des.
Watashi wa Shakila Cummins. Des Knox College no Nanense des.
Watashi wa Brittany des. From Technical High School no Juichi Nense des.
Watashi wa Trishana des. Grangeville High School no Jisang Nesedes.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Deja des. Manning School no Hachinen Sides.
Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Amika desu. Mount Airy Primary and Infant School no Rokunensei desu.
Since March 2020, it has been really hard for me because all my schools went virtually and everything went downhill.
I cannot see my classmates. Sometimes I can't even talk to them. Very difficult, complicated to stay at home and adapt to these situations.
Many students are struggling due to a lack of devices as well as poor internet connection.
We had to complete online classes using our smartphone. It is not easy at times, especially attempting homework and essays with limited access to data.
But I am coping with it.
We have come a far way, and this pandemic won't stop us from getting where we want to be. So stay safe, wear a mask, enjoy life in the most safest way possible.
Hello, tutorial friends. Now more than ever, we can truly say, Watashi tachi wa hitusu desu. This pandemic has united us in our quest for solutions, innovations, and best practices. One of NEET's best practice is the establishment of a resource center where students can come in and utilize free Wi-Fi so they can continue in school virtually. This pandemic is not over, neither are we.
Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind,
The strength and vigor of my body.
in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may honor God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity.
そして全人類の福祉を促進する上でジャマイカの役割を果たすことができます。
We are one! We are one!
We are one!
We are one!
私たちは一つです。
This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my
Hey YouTube fam, I hope you all are doing well. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. My name is Winthrop Wellington, and here on my channel we explore Jamaica together, and I share my marathon journey around the world with you whenever we are able to travel, that is. In today's episode, I am sharing a special video that was created by a group of students from my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education Environment Trust, otherwise known as NEET, where we mainly focus on the education of young people. But before I share the video, I do want to build a bit of context for the video. Back in 2019, we were able to take a group of our NEET students to Totori, Japan as part of a cultural exchange program. This was an incredible trip that I was extremely proud to be a part of. The kids were amazing. They were just simply great ambassadors of Jamaica. The trip itself was actually a reciprocal trip, as Japanese students had visited us here in Jamaica years prior. They were supposed to come back in 2020 to visit us again, but of course, COVID.
My name is Michaela Legister, and I'm from St. Catherine, Jamaica. I'm currently working in Hokoi Totori, and this is... Konnichiwa. Cute.
In the absence of our abilities to visit one another, we decided to create videos for each other to help maintain and grow this relationship that we started, and of course to encourage one another to get through these very trying times. In today's video, most of the students featured were part of the 2019 trip to Japan, and I'm extremely proud of the students who participated in this video. They worked extremely hard on the dances, the singing, and yes, they're Japanese. They really represented Jamaica well once again. And without further delay, I really hope you enjoyed today's video. And if you know anybody that would appreciate seeing this cultural exchange, please share this video with them. I know the students have already seen it and they are extremely happy and proud to be a part of it. So I'm sure they would appreciate you sharing it as well. So again, enjoy today's video and I will see you guys in the next one. Later.
Shin ai naru Totori no minasan e Jamaica no NEET yori video letter o okurimasu. Watashi tachi wa hitotsu desu.
Give me a J.
J, you got it, J, you got it, J.
Give me an A.
A, you got it, A, you got it, A.
All right, and we are back from break. Thank you for sticking with us. And of course, for those who are just joining, we are doing a fundraiser for the Negril Education Environment Trust. And we're raising funds to get our students to Japan in August for the World Expo in Osaka, Japan. And they're our top performing students, and we're gonna have some of them come on a little bit later. They're actually upstairs in the conference room practicing their Japanese in preparation for the trip. And every dollar that is made on this stream is going towards funding that trip. We're trying to raise $45,000 US in order to get them there. And we've been invited by the prefecture of Totori to come and represent Jamaica for the World Expo. And they're going to different parts of Japan, including Totori, including Tokyo, and of course, Osaka, where the World Expo is. And today, we're going through and having on a series of different entrepreneurs and Jamaican professionals who have decided to either move here or live here, start a business, continue to do business here. And the idea is to really bring insight into what it is like to live here, what is it like to earn a living. And we got a really great diversity in the different types of people who are here and on the show today. So I really appreciate them hopping on. And our next guest is Roxanne Spoghetti.
and she has been living in Jamaica for the past 10 years, and she's originally from Belgium, and she has a couple of businesses that she started here, and I'm excited to learn more about them. So welcome, Roxanne. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And I know I gave you a brief introduction, but I would like you to introduce yourself a little bit further and tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Okay, yes, I've been coming here for 10 years, and I'm proud to say that I'm permanent resident.
Congratulations.
Now.
Awesome.
I started to come and with my Belgium eyelash brand. I have a company in Belgium. The name is Roxanne.
Mm-hmm.
So I was doing training and selling products. I've been doing that for a few years. And now I'm more like I'm changing completely the business, and I'm in the food industry. So I'm gonna importing Belgium waffles here in Jamaica to the food market in Jamaica, like distribution and hospitality.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Very, very exciting. So could you tell us what made you, dare I say, fall in love with Jamaica?
Yes, the sun, of course, and because I always wanted to live in a hot country.
Yeah.
So yes, that was the idea, and step by step, I made my life here.
Okay.
And it was like a journey, but
I'm sure ups and downs. Yeah. I know. Because there are, I would say there are a lot of Jamaicans who would want to go to Berlin,
Belgium,
or to live, right? But you decided to do the opposite. Why?
Well, I still have my work in Belgium, so I don't give up on Belgium completely.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's my roots. But yes, I like the lifestyle here, of course, the sun, and yes, it's like mainly because of the weather.
The weather. Okay, good. And you told us a bit about a couple of businesses. So the first one, the eyelash business.
Yes, that's the one I create my own brand in Belgium. So I'm selling eyelash product and teaching. So I have a school in Belgium and a shop. Yes, and I started to come here and doing training 10 years ago, and also going to Barbados.
Okay.
Doing training. So yes, that's how I started.
I don't know much about eyelashes, but is there like something special about the eyelashes?
It's like the one by one. So it's not like the fake strip, but the one that you really how to say
like you just kind of paste on
one by one.
So
on
you literally
natural lash, yes.
Wow.
And it's getting more popular now. A lot of girls wearing eyelash extension now.
Okay.
But 10 years ago, it was just new.
You were ahead of the game, kind of, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay, lovely. And then now you are transitioning from eyelashes to food, and specifically waffles.
Yes, I want something different, and I know Jamaica love to eat. So, and I feel like Jamaica needs more different product. So I decided to import the Belgium waffle, which is from my town, with the pearl sugar to the country. So that's what I'm working on now.
Awesome. And can you tell us what is so special about the Belgian waffle?
They have the pearl sugar in it. So it's a different the pearl sugar.
I don't even know what that is.
No, because it's from Europe. It's it's like the pearl sugar is like a little round sugar, like hard. Then they include in the dough.
Yeah.
So they have a special. The dough is it's soft and crunchy at the same time. So yes.
Okay, and then do you use or recommend like a special syrup to eat with this?
Oh, you can do a lot of topping with it, like ice cream, syrup, chocolate, banana, fruits. It's and you can also have a salty version.
Okay.
So it's yes.
So why import instead of making it here in Jamaica?
Because well, imported is because it's an original recipe. So you need to have the knowledge to have the original, yes, and also because here, like the production that I want to make is I don't have the infrastructure yet
I see,
to
okay.
make them here.
Is that something that you're looking into?
Hmm?
Is that something you're looking into or considering?
Why not? If it really work, my goal is to be the first importer in the Caribbean. So why not in the future if I have to make a production here?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think also because bringing the ingredient with all the custom fees and everything, maybe it's gonna cost more to make them here than just have them in Belgium and import them.
Right. So that was my next question is like, how is the business going so far?
I just started, so I'm still in the process in the Bureau of Standard to get the certificate.
Okay.
So I'm waiting on them, and then I can go ahead and import the
Okay.
first container.
Oh, container. Okay, so you haven't started yet. And then who are your potential clientele?
Supermarket. So I have different size and different options. So for the supermarket, hotel, and then restaurant, cafe.
And then it's obviously like a perishable item. What is like the shelf life of these waffles?
They actually they come frozen, but I have two kind. One is ready made, and the other one is the dough. So depend on like for the restaurant, they will choose the dough, and it's frozen, so it can keep up until 2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay. That's a pretty
Still fresh, and the taste, it doesn't change anything about the taste even after a few months when you thaw them.
Okay, great. No, I think this is great. This is what I always tell people, like, because people are always thinking of like, hey, what business do I start? And I'm just like, don't start another Jamaican restaurant, because it's like we have so many, and unless you're doing something, and I gotta speak specifically like about Negril, like unless you're doing some sort of something different in the Jamaican restaurant, but it's kind of already been done, and I'm not saying there's no room for it, but I love this. This is something different. This is something that people appreciate, especially people who are living here, because they want something different.
Yes, exactly. That's how I feel.
Trust
Too,
me, I love it. Like we serve Belgian waffles here, but I'm sure it's going to be very different from what you're doing. So already I'm interested in this, and I feel like Jamaica and definitely Negril is like it's becoming more and more international, and not just by like international people like yourself, but also Jamaicans who are have been living abroad, and maybe they've been living in Europe, maybe they've been living in Belgium or the States, and there are certain accoutrements, are certain creature comforts that they're used to having and they like having, like Belgian waffles, and then now you're offering it to that market, right? And then also you're opening up to like locals here who've never been to Belgium, like, hey, try this waffle. Yeah,
that's the goal. It's a big challenge, but
yes,
let's see.
No, I think you will do well, and I feel like the hotels will take to it for sure, especially with their guests and clientele. I know I mean, I'm not telling you to get into this business, but like, I think one thing that's missing here too is like syrup. Like, we have Aunt Jemima's, right? But it's like, it's really bad syrup. I don't know if you feel that way. I'm not trying to impose or anything like that.
I don't eat so much sweets and sugar, so.
But yeah, it's like so. Like I think, like for example, like Canadian syrup is like that's real maple syrup, and like I think it just would be complementing the waffles that you're going to be importing.
Yeah, definitely. It's still missing a lot of product. Yes, in the supermarkets. From different culture and country.
Yep, and that's why I encourage people definitely wishing you all the best with this business. And I got your contacts here on the screen. You can follow Roxy at wafflelady.ja, and that's the waffle business that she's doing, and the Belgian waffle business she's doing, I should say, and then also her eyelash business, Roxils Pro, ROXILS Pro on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Roxy.
Thank you
Appreciate
too.
it.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
thanks. All right, and that was Roxy. Give her a follow if you can, when you can, and follow her journey of starting this new business venture here in Jamaica. Moved all the way from Belgium to call Jamaica her home, and as you heard it, she is now a permanent resident here in Jamaica, which I know is a very, very big deal. So super congrats to her. I know that's a big, big thing. You know, anytime people get their citizenship, their permanent residence, all that sort of thing, I know that that's like a really big deal. So really, really happy for her. So we are continuing along the program, and I know people have been, I don't think I thanked these last two people. So thank you, Day Day, so much for the donation. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Howard, for the appreciation. Again, all of these donations are going in aid of raising funds for our kids, our local kids here in Jamaica, mainly from the West here, to go to Japan, to be part of to represent Jamaica at the World Expo in Osaka 2025. And we've been invited by the Tottori Prefecture of Japan. And so we are very, very, very much looking forward to that. And thank you all for being here. And thank you all so much for your help. Even your presence alone is helping, because watching this stream, all the AdSense, everything that happens here financially on this stream is going towards getting our students to Japan. And I think we are just going to continue to roll. I think we are going to continue to roll. I think we got our next guest. Who we got next? Who's next? Oh yeah, Emma. All right, we're ready. Yeah. Okay. We're all right. We're just setting up for our next guest here. I'm gonna need to take a lunch break soon. I'm like, do you guys want me to eat in front of you? I don't even know how to do this lunch break, but we'll figure it out. I gotta get somebody. I need calories. I think I burned close to 2,000 calories. Hold on, let me check my my watch here. I ran 16.27 miles today. And how many? Oh, not 2,000, 1,500. So we got to replenish those calories. So after this next panel, we're gonna take a lunch break. We got to figure that out. I didn't think this through. How am I gonna eat?
I belong to you. I belong to you. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust. And I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Yeah. Let you down. I belong to you.
Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else.
Yeah.
Let you down. 담담하게 넌 무뚝뚝한 말투로 미안하고 고마웠다 말하네. 이미 알고 있단 듯 고개 끄덕였지만 아직 잡은 손을 놓지는 못해. 울어버리면 현실이 될까봐 참아보지만 같은 공간 속 서로 혼자인 채로 결국 눈을 마주보지 않는 우리 남이 됐겠지. 차라리 미워하면 차라리 미워지기를 미련과 익숙함 사이 그 어딘가 쓸쓸한 이 정적도 견뎌야만 하겠지. 이별도 사랑의 책임이니까.
그런 말 하지마. 내게도 쉬운 일은 아냐. 빠듯한 현실의 무게가 버겁고 낯설어. 마지막 나의 배려가 어쩐지 상처만 주는 것 같아. 같은 공간 속 서로 혼자인 채로 결국 눈을 마주보지 않는 우리 남이 됐겠지. 차라리 미워하면 차라리 미워지기를 미련과 익숙함 사이 그 어딘가 쓸쓸한 이 정적도 견뎌야만 하겠지. 이별도 사랑의 책임이니까. 같은 공간 속 서로 혼자인 채로 결국 눈을 마주보지 않는 우리 남이 됐겠지. 차라리 미워하면 차라리 미워지기를 미련과 익숙함 사이 그 어딘가 쓸쓸한 이 정적도 견뎌야만 하겠지. 이별도 사랑의 책임이니까.
Oh. There we go. Okay, we are back. I switched mics. I hope you all can hear me. Okay, so let me mute myself. So thank you all for being here again. And if you know anybody that can benefit from this, please feel free to share this video with them. We're going to be here all day. We got a 12-hour live stream. We're finishing at 10 p.m. tonight. And we've been going since 10 a.m. We're still going to be going all day. And we have some really, really awesome and great entrepreneurs who are joining us throughout the day. And I'm so happy to be sharing this stream with them because we're learning all about their businesses, what they do, how life is for them here in Jamaica. And they're also here to answer your questions. Yeah, we didn't get a lot of questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, please let me know. And of course, we're doing this all in aid of raising funds for our young Jamaican students to go to Japan for the Osaka World Expo 2025. And so anything that you donate on the stream here goes directly to that, or you can go to neetja.com to donate. And we are ready for our next guest, and we're moving over outside of the creative industry and more on the real estate side of things, which I know many people are interested in. And so my next two guests that I have here are Emma Watts and Alex Yates. And Emma, you may know her already. She's been on the channel a few times and also at ThropX. And she is a manager, owner, Airbnb, luxury rentals, and this is the person who I go to if I'm renting any type of villa throughout Jamaica. That's who I go to. Even did my birthday party last year at a villa, Seastone Villa.
What we were gonna do? You didn't do anything this year.
That was too much. We went all out OD, but it was
really
a
nice.
lot of fun. It was a ton of fun. And she did some great work in doing some great stuff here in the West and on the South Coast. And then we have Alex Yates, who is an interior designer, also in the real estate space. And we're gonna learn all about their businesses today. And I know I gave you guys a brief introduction, but I want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves as well.
Okay, so hi everyone. Very happy to be here with you again, Throp. So yeah, I'm Emma Watson. I'm the owner of South Coast Villas. So basically, we're a collection of luxury villas that I've put together across Jamaica. I actually just onboarded a property that's in Turks and Caicos, so trying to get outside of the country now too. And yeah, they're all like really nice properties that I would stay at myself. You have the option to get all the services included. So you can get a chef, housekeeping, massages. Actually, my sister, Sydney, who you'll see soon, has a company that deals with all of the extra services that you can get. I was Irish. I moved down here, and after I was done with that, moved down here and started South Coast Villas.
Awesome. Thank you, Emma. And Alex?
Hi, I'm Alex Yates. I'm definitely not as interesting as Emma, but I'm an interior designer out here in Jamaica. I studied abroad in New York at NICE, the New York School of Interior Design, and I'm now back here practicing my trade.
Awesome. And where are you from in Jamaica?
I'm from Mobay originally, but I bounce all around. I bounce all around for work. So wherever there's a project, I'll be.
Okay. And where are you living now?
Right now, I'm living in Montego Bay.
In Montego Bay. Awesome. So really back home in a big way.
How about you? Where are you living now?
Negril.
You live in Negril?
Yeah,
Cool,
almost
cool.
20 years now.
Oh, really? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
So, interior design. Can you just give us insight into what you do and how you do it here, or all over, as you say, in Jamaica?
All right. So basically, what I would do is that I would take a space. So I would take the space that we're in right now. And so, for example, you're my client. You would come to me and be like, okay, you have these ideas that you want to bring to life. I will then get behind my computer, you know, and do my thing, go on CAD, or do my drawings, etc. Go on Pinterest, get some ideas, and then I get back to you, send you like a presentation saying, okay, we know we can do this at this cost. And then, you know, like I will admit that sometimes my ideas are very extravagant. So, you know, they're very expensive.
Really bold.
So, you know, I may have to like tone it down a bit, but then that's the whole process. You know, like I come to you and then you're like, okay, I like this. My budget likes this. So, and then, you know, then we bring it to life. So then I try to like skip the middleman, skip the contractor, and I try to play the role as a contractor myself. And then I would then find all the skilled laborers that we need to like complete a task. And basically, that's me. That's me. I just really enjoy bringing my ideas together. I think bringing my ideas to life, the dopamine hit that I get from that, I can't compare it to anything else. I'm very grateful for what I do.
And have you guys worked together before?
Well, we
We're
haven't,
about
but
to,
yeah,
yeah.
I actually just added this to my homeowners brochure that Alex will come in and look at the property and see like what we can change so that you can get like optimized property for the best amount of guests. Yeah.
And an exciting thing that me and Emma are about to do is that we are about to take over a boutique hotel. So there's this blank boutique hotel in Mobay that I'm going to design, and then me and Emma will manage later, and then, you know, have it booming. So when that's out, you know, you guys will definitely see it, and we hope that you guys will come visit.
Yeah, that'll be our first project together.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna get into that a little. Or at least, hopefully, you can share whatever's possible later. But want to get back to your business, Emma, and I don't want to assume the audience has seen our interview before.
Yeah.
But how did you get into this business, and also why?
Okay. So when I first moved down here, I actually just had twin boys. They're here in the audio. Hopefully they don't come in the screen.
I'm surprised they haven't like come on stream
No,
yet.
they did earlier. So I really wanted to, I knew when I moved down here, I wanted something that would allow me to, like, I would still have time to be around them and then be able to make money. So when my mom created her first villa, which is Ivy's Cove, I could stay home, and I'm friends with Christoff, who you guys saw earlier. So I would be like, Christoff, can you come and take videos and pictures? And then I just started promoting it from there. And then I helped her with like a website and build the Instagram. And then there's a lot of other homeowners in the area who reached out to me, and they were like, oh, can you help me do that with my villa? And then it kind of just grew from there. So now we have 26 villas on the account, and the one in Turks. And then I just started taking my real estate classes. So.
Congratulations. I'm in there too. I don't know if I told you that.
You are?
Yeah, well, I took the test already.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did?
I passed. I don't even think I told everybody out there, but yeah.
Yeah, congrats. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's
But
huge.
I haven't done anything as far as like the paperwork to get the like
But at
license.
least you took the test, because I heard that's the hardest.
Yeah, that's the hardest part.
Was it really hard?
I thought I failed, but somehow I managed.
Because you might as well, because I feel like you help sell so many properties through your platform. So
Right.
now you can do it yourself and get a commission.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So you started already.
Yeah, I'm taking the weekend classes, so I have
Okay.
a class later at 3.
Okay. All right. So how many hours a day is that?
It's 3 to 6 on Saturday, and then 12 to 4, and 12 to 2, and then 4 to 6 on Sunday.
On Sunday. Wow.
So it's
Okay.
like 7 hours every weekend. Oh, okay.
And then for how long?
It's finished. It will end in May.
And it
I'll
started
take the test.
in March?
Yeah, it started last weekend.
Okay. All right. So I did the weekday one, which was
I should have just done that.
I hate it. I'm not good.
Yeah,
For those who want to get it, do it. Yes, but it was a lot.
definitely
It was Monday through Thursday. I think 5 to 8:30 or 5 to 9. Some like crazy, like
It was a lot, and it was like
in the night.
in the night.
Oh,
no.
And then and then I had planning for ThropX at the same time, and the test was the week before ThropX. It was one of the craziest times of my life.
It makes it even better that you passed.
Yeah,
you were going through all
man,
of
I
that.
tell you,
You were
I
still
tell
under
you.
pressure.
I don't like it. I didn't like it, but we made it work. So wishing you the best of luck with that.
Thank you.
So, with your properties, could you give us just a few highlights of different properties that you want to mention? I put the video. Did you see the video I did?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I did. I put it out. I think it was yesterday. No, day before on the birthday party.
Okay,
So,
I need to go watch that.
Yeah, so I just put it in the comments there. So if you want to take a look at it, you guys can watch it. But you can see like how nice the villa is. But yeah, if you can.
Yeah,
Just,
so that one is like one of my favorites. That's Seastone. So it's located in White House. It's right on the cliff side, so you have like an unobstructed view of the Caribbean Sea. There's a pool. It's a 4 bedrooms, 5 beds. Chef is included. Housekeeping is included. Just like the space outside is like really great for a party, like how Throp had his birthday party. Yeah, and it's like it's quiet, so like you can have like your own kind of vibe there. Like the view itself is beautiful. That's like one of my favorite properties. I have another one that's on the west end, Estate Serenade. Have you heard of that one?
oh, you do? Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
huge. Like,
the
like
property
how
itself
big
like
is that
12
property?
I think it's like 12.5 acres.
12.5 acres. Wow.
Yeah, but that one's like it's a bit on the pricier side. It's $5,000 per night. It's a 5 bedroom, but like the property itself is just like insane. Like you're in your own world. They have like it's on the cliffside, but there's access to a beach.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also have like a man-made beach with a volleyball court, pool. Like that one's it's really good if you want to have like a wedding there or like
Right.
a really big party. I don't know if I can link. Well, you can check it out. Estate Serenade on South Coast Villas. And then I have some smaller properties like Ivy's Cove, which is my mom. So that one has so there's 4 2-bedroom units. They're all located on a private beach. No pool, but still like the beach is really nice and it's pretty shallow, so you can swim out pretty far. We have kayaks there. So it's each unit is 3,000 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 3 beds. So the master has a king bed and then the guest room has 2 queens. So you can fit 6 people.
This is a real sales lady. You realize she had all her numbers, all her facts ready.
It's embedded in my head. Yeah, you have a like open floor, like kitchen, dining, living room area, and then balcony. So that one's also really nice for weddings as well, and it's pretty affordable.
Awesome. And Alex, how is business for you and has been for you?
I will say that since moving back, it hasn't been like progress hasn't been linear. It was slow at first. I'll admit for like the first year or 2, it was a bit slow. I would have the odd job here and there, but now I would say like it has officially like picked up. I can like confidently say like, they have a very good momentum. Like I'm consistently busy. Like I have projects all over. Like I even have a project in Negril. Like I have a project working on my sister Sydney, who you've been seeing a bit. I'm working on the bathroom at a restaurant, and I actually have a meeting as soon as I finish here. I have a meeting with one of the guys to go up there and like go over like the pricing, etc. So it has definitely picked up. So I'm grateful, very grateful.
And how long have you been back?
I've been back since 2022, so I feel like June will probably make 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so you were away at school?
I was away at school.
You were away
yeah,
at school.
yeah.
Gotcha. In New York. Awesome. Okay, cool. And can you tell us about? I know you told us about these 2 projects that you're working on. Can you tell us about some previous projects that you've completed?
Yeah, I would say like my first paid job as an interior designer was Nuts for Draxall, the terminal. You must know Nuts for. Everybody knows like Nuts for the Express. It's a big bus company in Jamaica. That's my first job, and it's very sentimental to me as I say it's the first job, and I drive past it all the time, and everybody goes like, "Oh, you did this," So it's very that stands out to me. I would say another project that stands out to me is a pool house I did, which initially got me into this business. Actually, is that I designed this 2-bedroom cottage way back like 5 years ago, and it was like a fluke. And then everybody was like, "Oh, well, wait, you're actually good at this." Like and that's just how I ended up going to school for this. It's like everybody's like, "Wait, you could actually make some money from this." And then
even like your parents' place.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
He wanted to redo his parents' place, and they were like, "No, like I don't think you should do it." And then he just did it, and they're like, "Wow, this is actually really nice."
So, I mean, I would say working here, working in Jamaica, everybody will say is a bit frustrating. You have your moments where dealing with people and relying on people, and everybody in Jamaica is nonchalant. And for 7 out of 10 times, we love the nonchalance. But when it's time to be serious, and you tell a man that you want, meet me at 2 o'clock, and he gets there at 4:30, it's a bit frustrating. But other than that, I genuinely love being here. I'm very grateful I moved back. I don't think that I would have gotten the projects that I have here that I would have gotten in New York because of the competition. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to build my portfolio while being here. So I'm loving it. I'm taking it as it comes, not complaining, taking everything on the chin.
Awesome. And that kind of sets me up for my next question is, what is your biggest challenge in doing business here in your industry?
My biggest challenge would be, believe it or not, probably collecting money from clients.
Okay.
I find it very uncomfortable to have the conversation to come to you and be like, hey, I sent you this invoice on the 10th.
I don't have no problem.
It's now like the 15th or not even the 15th. It's now like the 15th or the next month. Like, I really appreciate if you could clear this so that, I could pay like my workers, etc. So what happens is that I end up fronting a lot of my money, lots of capital, because yes, you use credit cards, etc. But then end of the month, you pay the credit cards. So, so I end up fronting a lot of money, and then it's a chase to then get money from clients. So I would say that's probably that, and then relying on Jamaican workmen are probably the two biggest challenges that I face.
And so with the collection of money, why do you think that is such a, that was the first thing you said, right? So why do you think that is such like a prominent thing, challenge?
I will say
That's a personal thing for you.
it's a personal thing in terms of I find it difficult to like ask for money. Growing up, it was always very uncomfortable talking about money. I wouldn't go that far. But also another thing is that I feel like I deal with a lot of like wealthy clients. So for example, in terms of I may have a invoice for $1 million that's outstanding for me, which $1 million to me is money, but to them might not. It might just be a drop in the bucket. So they might be like, oh, I'll pay him, it's fine, it's Alex, he's fine, and I don't make a fuss about it. So, it gets worse and worse. But that definitely has been one of my pitfalls that I'm trying to figure out a new system of payment to so that, for example, I don't end up with like all this like outstanding money, because often what happens is that I have more money outstanding than I have in my bank account. So, but I'm enjoying it. Honestly, I can't complain. As I said before, I really can't complain. Glass half full.
Yeah.
It could always be worse.
And then you had mentioned the workman as being a challenge.
Yeah, it's like, for example, the challenges of work when I said like timeliness, like everybody knows that Jamaican timing is different. I'm coming from New York, where if the train leaves at 12 and you're there at 12:02, so you have to be there on time, etc. So my mentor, she's also from New York as well. So she was like on, like big on timing. So I grew up like, okay, 2 o'clock is 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is not 2:05, not 2:10. We have a special guest coming through, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
But that went very well. But yeah, I lost my train of thought.
No, you were just talking about the differences in doing business here versus New York.
Okay,
and your
like I was saying,
mentor.
timeliness, a big thing. Timeliness and quality. So timeliness in terms of, so I have a hectic schedule in terms of, okay, so look, perfect example. I have this interview with you now, but then as I leave here, and then I want to go back to Mobile and then do my stuff. So it's very frustrating. Like me and you are on time. We do this, we may even rush through this interview because we say, oh, I have this hard 2 o'clock. Then I leave here to get there for 2, and then he gets there at 3, and I'm just sitting there waiting, and there's a time wasted. And that's one of the worst things you can do is waste my time. You know what I mean? I can make the money back, but I can't get the time back. So it's very frustrating. And then quality, like I said, it leads back to the whole nonchalance thing in terms of where workers will come and just do the work, and that's good enough.
That's what I was gonna ask, if you have to like stand over them to make sure.
Quality control. Quality control is a big thing, and I will say that the projects that I spend the most time at, in terms of where I would spend the most time weekly, in terms of maybe visiting daily and spending an hour or 2, those are the projects that have the best quality of work. If I leave the workmen for a couple of days and just do their thing, I'll come back and scratch my head and be like, we're gonna have to fix this, folks. So But yeah, those are my two biggest things. But other than that, I can't just say all bad. I do like that, for example, I can have good conversations with some of the workmen, and they're, the nonchalance then comes in for the other 7 out of 10, as I said, and then it comes in and you're like, oh, you're actually pretty cool. Versus dealing with Americans who are just always like, go, 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 go. It's good to have the Jamaican vibe where everybody can chill and be easy. Understand that not every day is perfect. We're not robots. We're not going to come here and be happy every day, but we can come here and hold a vibe and reason and, and get shit done. So, yeah.
And Emma, what is the biggest challenge for you and your business?
I mean, I honestly don't have a lot of challenges with
Wow.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have
Life is
a
good.
lot of overhead. It's just talking to the guests and convincing them to come. And I feel like it shouldn't take a lot of convincing because the places are nice. So.
Gotcha. And then what about just even
With collecting money, no, you have to pay before you come and stay. I mean, once in a while you might get somebody that tries to claim that they didn't stay there and ask for a refund, but other than that, it doesn't happen often. So I think it's a really good business.
And no, I guess challenges on the guest client side in terms of their stay, or kind of just a very demanding kind of.
Sometimes, but I mean, they're paying their money to stay there. So if I just have to answer questions, it's fine. I don't really mind it. The only annoying thing I would say with Jamaica is sometimes randomly the current could just go. That's
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Wi-Fi if it's raining, stuff like that. But I kind of just warn the guests that can happen before, and then we can find a way that we can compensate them if it's really longer than it should be. So
Yeah. And then you're managing 27 properties.
So I actually don't do the management side of it. I actually just do. I'm the advertiser for them. So I'll deal with the client communication part, not maintenance and all of that. I mean, it kind of comes in a little bit because I'll have to tell the owner hey, this is not working when the guests are there having a problem, but I don't deal with the overheads of that. It's mostly just talking to the guests, making sure that they feel comfortable at the property, doing the marketing, stuff like that.
And there are a lot of people who are watching this right now that are looking at real estate, and particularly Airbnb, as their avenue for getting in Jamaica and being their source of income, right?
It's tourism is the biggest.
So what advice would you have for them, for those folks? I mean, you're even going so far as to get your real estate license.
Yeah, I'd say just start. I don't own any properties myself, so I don't know how to do that yet. But I guess my mom will be on next, so you can talk to her about the real estate. And then even if you want to start a business like mine, I feel it's really you just have to get out there and do it. If you have a camera, just make use of what your skills are, and then just put together something, reach out to some homeowners, and then you can get something going for yourself.
And this is you're talking about managing?
Yeah,
managing
or because that's another avenue if you don't own a property too, but you still want to get be in the business down here.
Because I think there are owners, property owners.
There's so many.
They don't want to do that.
Yeah. But I feel there's enough properties for so many people to be able to get a piece of everything. I'm not I want to be the only person that's doing this. So.
Right. And so I'm going to open this question to both of you guys, and that is, you both were in the position, still are in the position to, I always say, vote with your feet, right? You don't have to be in Jamaica.
Yeah.
You have opportunities outside of Jamaica. You can be in other places around the world. And two questions is, why are you choosing to stay, and why should other people come?
Ladies first?
You go first.
I'd say why I choose to stay is the quality of life here. And even though it's frustrating to deal with the Jamaican workmen, I will say that the Jamaican work life is still good. As I said, it gives you the room where not every day you have to be perfect. It's in America, people say it's a rat race. I mean, in Jamaica, it's less of that. You know, it's a bit more chill vibes. So I appreciate that. And why I would tell people to come is that there's a lot of room to grow. In Jamaica, there's a lot of potential, a lot of avenues that haven't been, accessed yet, or so there's a lot of ways for you to come and invent something and grow and make. I feel like it's easier for you to become a millionaire here because, you could probably come here with some. I don't want to say a half great idea, but you could come, like the competition is less. One thing I would say, the competition is less.
Same thing earlier.
Yeah.
And there's just like so many business ideas that you can take and just bring them down here, and
you just have to be disciplined, focused, and like ready to work hard. I think that if you have those three things, then you can make it here, definitely.
And why is there so much talk about there is no opportunities in Jamaica and that there's nothing here for young people and that sort of narrative?
I think
that's what I hear.
Yeah, because it depends on like the type of jobs that you want. I feel like there's not a lot of opportunity if you want to work for someone. Like I feel like if you really want to make it here, you have to have your own business.
I was supposed to say you have to be brave. You have to be brave, and you have to accept that you're going to be an entrepreneur and you might take some losses. You're not going to have a salary. There's no safety net. Some months are going to be great. Some months are going to be terrible, but you have to accept that, trust the process. Yeah. And I feel like if you come here with that spirit and that drive, then you make it. And then you have to be ready to pivot. You have to be ready that, you come with an idea and it might not work out. You have to be ready to pivot and be flexible and say, try again,
So we're gonna get to your answer shortly, Emma. But I'm gonna give like two scenarios, right? So what do you tell somebody who is, say, a young person, early 20s, maybe they just graduated college or just high school degree, and they want to go down this entrepreneurial path, and they don't really have the support or resources to do that. Like, what do you tell them? And then I think this is who you're speaking to, but then also like the Jamaican retiree, or maybe the 30-year-old professional in New York who wants to come to start a business here in Jamaica. Like, what do you tell those two folks?
I would say be brave, take the risk. Yeah. I mean, I believe one of my sayings for this year is that something will happen. That's one of my mottos for the year. And I give an example, you might do something, you have no thought process to say, something positive might come out of it, but something will happen. I was going to give an example. I just went to Trinidad for Carnival, and leaving Trinidad, I ended up with a partnership. I've now partnered up with a marketing agency in Trinidad and Jamaica. That's going to help with my PR, etc., and with my marketing for my firm. So I mean, something will happen. Trinidad was way over budget for me. I really shouldn't have gone. It was a poor financial decision, but something happened that came out of it that could potentially make me a lot of money to come. So I said, be brave, take the risk. That's my advice to everybody.
And same question, Emma. What do you think? What advice would you have for those two scenarios?
I would think for young people, if you could try to intern with somebody that's already doing something that you would want. I've had a lot of interns from UE come and intern with me, and I feel like they can take that information and then start their own company. And then for someone that's in their 30s, if you don't have experience, you could still come down. I feel like it doesn't matter how old you are. It's never too late to start. If you have a little money saved up, you could try to get a villa and market that down here because the business is doing well. I don't know what else.
One thing I'd also say is just do something you're passionate about. I found that when you're passionate about something, when you're doing something that you want to do, the drive that you have versus something that you're just doing it for the money, it's different. If you're working for somebody versus working for something that you really truly believe in and you want, and the drive is different. You don't count the hours at that point. You're only looking at the goal and focus on your goal and I'm trying to get here. Rather than you working a 9 to 5 and you're just clocking in and out and counting the hours. Oh, it's 4:30. Oh my God, it's almost 5. So I would just say be brave and do something that you really want to do and just trust the process.
Yeah, money will come after.
Yeah.
All right, and Emma, going back to the original question, I'll repeat it for you.
Jamaica.
Why are you staying in Jamaica? Because
Yeah.
you have so many options of other places you can go to, and then why should people come?
For me, Jamaica is just, it's home. I said this like in our first interview. It's like a rose with thorns. Like there's so many like things that people would say that are negative about Jamaica, like the roads, potholes, sometimes like the workmen,
Crime.
Yeah, I feel like the crime is not as bad as it is in America, and I'm American, so I can just walk. I walk the beach by myself on 7 Mile Beach after the gym. Nothing has ever happened to me.
Awkward.
Yeah. But no, it's just like, despite all of that, like, I don't know if you can pan the camera, but we're just sitting here at a beach, and it's like nothing. Like we see this every day.
Yeah.
So it's just like the quality of life is just, you can't compare that to America. The people down here, like the vibes, the music, like when you're just driving, like you're always going to hear somebody playing some music. Even if they don't have any money, they have like a really good quality of life, you know? So that's why I would choose Jamaica. And I recommend anybody else that likes to enjoy a quality of life over just working to have money, they should come down here. Jamaica is the best place.
Awesome. All right, some fun questions here. Alex, you're in Montego Bay. Can you give us some of your favorite restaurants out there?
My favorite restaurant in Montego Bay, Houseboat, number one. I love Sugar Mill.
Sugar Mill, where's that?
That's out at Half Moon. Yeah, that's what.
Oh, okay, never been there before.
You should.
Yeah.
It's expensive though. So you gotta take a on a date.
Gotta find a date.
I love Half Moon. I love on the topic of Half Moon. North Point. That's in the newer side of Half Moon. I love it. I love there more for the ambiance and the vibe than the food. The food can be hit or miss. China House in Mobay. Best Chinese food. You know what I mean?
What is it called?
China House.
China House.
Yeah,
Okay.
China House. Best Chinese food. Yeah, I think those are like my favorite restaurants. Oh, and a taco spot. I can't like not talk about the taco spot in Mobay. Like I feel like
Is that the one that's on Instagram?
Yeah.
No, I haven't been. I
you need to go.
love
You need to
tacos.
go.
I love burritos. Oh.
They taste very authentic. When I was in Mexico, they tasted the exact same.
Really?
I was very
You
impressed.
haven't been either?
No,
Okay,
we're
all
gonna
right.
go.
We definitely gotta go. Okay.
On Tuesday, Taco
100%.
Okay, awesome. And your favorite restaurants, Emma, from Negril to White House?
Negril, Tensing Pen, Catch a Falling Star, Ivan's, Skylark. It's like a staple, nice hangout spot on the beach. Where else do I like? The Cliffs is nice.
Yeah, the Cliffs is my favorite spot.
Yeah, he loves the Cliffs.
Yeah, okay.
Cliffs my favorite.
And then for White House, there's like this place on the hill by Anchor, and it's called Elaine Chateau. Has like a really nice view of like Sandals and like the water. And then there's a new one at Osmond's. Remember Osmond's?
Oh, yeah.
They have a really
Yeah.
nice restaurant there too, and it's like on the dock, so you can like eat on the water.
Nice.
Yeah, those are good. Those are my faves.
Awesome. And last questions for you guys. I want to get into. I think it's so important. We've kind of got your work life, but like, what is like the social life in living in Jamaica? Like, kind of your day to day outside of work.
Ladies first.
Okay, for me, I like to go to the gym.
Let's go where?
Which?
The gym.
Why are you lying to these people?
No, I do actually. Okay, I don't go all the time, clearly, but
Which gym do you go to, or gyms?
I go to Exotic Beach Gym with Renil. You guys should definitely check that out if you come to Negril. And yeah, gym is nice. For going out, you could do Jungle Thursdays or Saturdays, and then Italian Cafe is nice on a Friday. Yeah. What else is there to do? Really, the beach.
Beach, right?
Beach, gym, party.
So I always tell people like the grill is like a great place to get in a good routine.
Yeah.
You know, like it really is. There's like, yeah, you can get into the distractions if you want to, but like I absolutely love my Negril routine.
Yeah.
And like when I
What
go
do
away and I
you-
travel.
What's your day to day?
Yeah, I'd love to hear this. Yeah.
Okay, whose interview is this? Like today's like a not typical day, but like I'll get up at like 5 a.m. Like I got up at 5 today, 16-mile run.
16 miles.
Yeah.
He told me.
I did 6 this morning. I felt very proud. 16 miles.
Yeah, a little over
You run a
16
half
miles.
marathon every day? That's crazy, bro. What?
Not every day. Saturdays, I'll do 16 miles. We'll get up to 20 eventually. I'm training for London Marathon next month.
That's impressive.
Yep.
That's impressive. Okay.
So
16.
Get up early. Get those miles in. Stretch, shower, breakfast, like right here every single day. And if you've been following the vlog, you already know this is one of the best ways to start the day. And I always say, like, I love starting my day, getting my run, going in the water.
That's the best.
Oh my gosh. Go in the water and then come out here, have a coffee, ackee and saltfish, Jamaican breakfast every day. And then I get into my work, which is like, this creative stuff, which I'm just so blessed to be doing every day. And then, I live a boring life, and I go home, wind down, try to get to bed by 9-10 o'clock, and then do it all again. And then I just love that routine. And sometimes I'll try, like next weekend, I'm going to Treasure Beach. So,
Are you in with me?
yeah, like who else am I
Okay.
going with? Wait, if it's not next weekend, it's the following weekend.
Okay.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, because we were supposed to talk about that.
Yeah. We'll figure that out. But yes, I'm renting a villa from you.
Okay, perfect.
So, and I think also like that's one of the greatest things about Jamaica is road trips and like seeing other parts of the island. It's just so much beauty all around, and like I love going to the South Coast. I love Port Antonio, but I haven't been there in a while. But hopefully I get there at some point.
Portland's just far. Portland is like a real gem. It's just far.
I'm actually going to Treasure Beach next week too, because I'm onboarding a new villa. There.
Okay.
I'm going to get some content, so maybe we can link up.
Yeah, definitely. But then you have like here in Westmoreland, like there's so many rivers too.
Yeah, I went to Benta last week.
I still
so it
haven't
was
been there.
You never been to Benta?
No.
Where's that? Where's
It's like in Sav, kind of, but it's so nice. Like I was just there, like laying down, meditating in the water. Like
there's so many rivers in Westmoreland. Oh my gosh, you can Roaring River,
nice.
Mayfield.
And they even have like the clay massage thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't know that either.
I didn't know. Yeah, but yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, so anytime I get some time, it's just like I feel like I'm already in nature, like being on the beach. But then like just going in a river or a waterfall, I think it's just one of the greatest things
It's like
and
spiritual,
assets.
like-
It really is, and I don't take any of this for granted at
You can't.
all.
You really can.
Yeah, you flipped it on me.
Sorry.
But yeah, we didn't get to you, Alex.
My routine or like my social life?
Routine, social life. We'd love to hear it all.
My routine, no, he showed me up. I don't feel like straining that I get up and run in the morning. It's like I felt so proud of my 6 miles this morning to hear 16.
Sorry, apologies.
16. My back hurts just hearing 16. Like, but similar to his, I would get up early in the morning. I get up around like 5:36. And I try to get on the road by like about 6:30-ish. I'll be back from my run, whether I usually run 4 to 5 miles. I'll be back by 45 minutes to an hour. I'll be back, and then I would then stretch, try to go to the gym, then start the workday. And then I want to be in bed by like 9, 10. I find that I keep myself out of trouble that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nothing good happens after 12. So
agreed.
So I try to just like be in bed. You know what I mean? So, and I don't really like going out in Jamaica as much unless it's carnival time, because as a creative, I hate repetitions. I hate to go out into the same people, the same music. That's maybe my one knock on like the whole Jamaican social scene. But I wait until carnival time. We don't know Gen XS, the only band that we should be jumping with, folks.
Nice little plug in there.
Yeah. But other than that, like I'm home working, trying to become a better person, trying to be like you and run 16 miles. I don't know when that will be though, but we'll try.
You can do it. Awesome. Man, the question just slipped my mind. Talking about your routine. No, it's for Alex. It's something that he said that triggered a question that I was just interested in. Anyway, maybe it'll come back to me.
The 16 miles?
No. It wasn't about
show me up some more.
Do you run races here?
Nah. I want to do. I'm gonna get into it. Like I probably run a 5K. I don't think I could run like as fast as I could. Like 5K is probably the maximum that I could like. Probably.
But you're doing 10K already.
Yeah, but then like the last like
6 miles.
6 miles.
Yeah.
Do your metrics right. But yeah, like, you know, fast paced. I'm like, my first 3K are always like booming, but then after, you know, like, you know, it kind of falls off, and I start to say, oh, my knees start to hurt here. Okay, let's slow it down a bit. But I wouldn't say I'm a fast paced runner. I'm more of a get there. I'm gonna get there.
But you got so many. You got Sigma. You got the Mobay Night Run. I think is it next week?
I would.
Yeah.
Just so you know the real runner here, folks.
It's either this weekend. I feel like it's next week. I could be totally wrong, but like that's an awesome.
Have you done the regular marathon?
Yeah, many times. Yeah.
Do you win it every time?
I was injured last year, but yeah, for the most part, like I run it every time. I just ran a race.
You win it every time.
Oh, win it? No, I've never. Only close I come was second.
Second.
Yeah.
That's very impressive, folks. That's very impressive. That's very impressive.
Haven't won. I've never won a marathon.
I'd more come second to last.
Well, maybe they're gonna have one this year.
They moved it to Kingston. So, but it's only half marathon though. No, I'll be out there.
So, question: when you're running 16 miles, like, what's your route like? Like, where do you start and finish?
I loop around my complex, for like an hour, but I'm always on the road. Like if you
I saw him when I was.
If you're here, if you're driving in Negril anytime from 6 a.m. to say 7:38, you could probably see me on the road.
Can spot him running.
That's 7 miles. So that's a good 7 miles going to.
No, my loop is about 4.5, so I'll get 9 miles in. If I'm just running this route, and then sometimes I'll run the West End too. West End is much nicer.
But how is that with like the sidewalks running
on the West End?
Yeah.
The thing about it, there's like almost no traffic, you know, and it's just careful. You'll be fine. Like I like the West End, and it's also hilly, so it makes it a little bit more challenging. So the undulating hills. So like this helps you. But I don't have you have to think about hydration strategy when you're going that far. So I don't have anywhere that I can keep my bottles, or I can like if I'm on a long run, or I can hydrate because like
they're a little fanny pack.
I
hate to run with it.
Oh my gosh,
it becomes very annoying.
Yeah. But like a bunch of hotels, like they know me, so and they're okay. They always let me use their pipe. So like shout out Shirella Inn, shout out Boardwalk, shout out Vincent's. They all Skylark. They all let me use their pipes. Like when I'm dying and I need water, and then I'll come to Travelers to get a Gatorade, and then back on the route. So what about you? Where's your route? I don't know what that was.
I live in Freeport, so I run from Freeport to Bottom Road. So like today, I ran from Freeport to Pelican.
And so you got a sidewalk the whole way. I got you. Yeah. Okay, cool.
And to be honest, I don't really love the sidewalks because of the concrete on your knees. I prefer to run on the road itself, but you just on the highways you have to run on the sidewalks. But I mean, it's just safe. It feels very comfy.
Yeah.
You know, especially if you go early enough, like you're going to come back. It's very cool.
I went to Harmony Park for the first time last week. Beautiful. Have you been there? No. Oh my gosh, such a nice park.
It is.
No, they would love it. Very super well kept.
Yeah, it's very, very good for Jamaica. Like honestly, very, very good
I am
for Jamaica.
so proud. Like when you go there, you're like
nice basketball court. Even have a running.
So the Prime Minister's here a couple months in February, and he said that Harmony Park is the model for Negril downtown. Perfect. Oh my gosh, if we get an inkling of what they did at Harmony, and we get that downtown, it's gonna be the best park in Jamaica. You know,
and then hopefully get the airport.
That's happening. He at the meeting we were going to talk about the airport, and he was like, "That's a done deal. We didn't even touch it."
Like, okay.
Yeah.
So what's the plan? The plan to expand the airport? What's the plan?
No, we're getting an airport in Little London, an international airport.
Really?
So right by Little London High School. They're actually going to have to move the high school, but we're getting that 15 minutes away from Negril. Well advanced in the planning stages.
Get rid of that hour-and-a-half drive.
Oh my gosh, I think, man, we're going to be a destination to be reckoned with in a big way.
For sure.
I just remembered my question. Sorry, this is my last question. I was wondering what the gym culture is like in Mobay.
Oh, the gym culture. There's a lot of gyms. I would say the most booming gym is Express Fitness.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of gyms, and like for me, I use the gym in my complex. That I'm a private gym guy. I don't like to be rushing to like. I don't like to feel rushed to like I have to like you come in, how much sets you have left, I prefer to like be able to take my time, jam out, whatever, and enjoy the gym. But there's a big gym culture in Mobile. It's not like Kingston. Like, like the Express in Kingston, Content Spring at 7 p.m. Oh, at 7 p.m. It's like a runway show. Like the girls, everything. It's like.
I've never been. I guess I gotta check that out.
Yeah, bro. Especially during carnival time, like coming up to like carnival now, it's gonna be booming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like our gym culture is like just kind of got going maybe like
Yeah,
2
it's
years
barely
ago.
anything.
Like, yeah,
I think my nail is like helping out.
Yeah, no, he's helped a lot. I think he really pushed the culture
he did.
forward in a big way here, and people are like getting into it.
You should interview him.
Yeah, maybe we can
I'm
still
gonna
get
tell
him.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell him to
I'll tell
come.
him after,
I'll be here till 10.
Okay,
So.
okay.
By the way, it's very impressive that you're here for 12 hours. Like, big up yourself. Like,
I haven't done it yet, so thank you.
Yeah, that's a commitment, though.
Yeah, we're gonna try to make it. I mean, you guys are helping. Trust me. Like just talking, conversating, just kind of keeping my mind going.
I would say like we came here. Me and Emma came up here like 15 minutes. It's been like probably like half an hour. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for busting the ears. Yeah.
But you're like, you make it so easy.
Then you make it very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we're just having a normal conversation.
That's what it's supposed to be about. That's what it's supposed to be.
You're a really good interviewer.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you guys
It's
so
been a
much. for
vibe.
taking
It's
the
honestly been a
time.
vibe. Thank you very much for having us. Like,
You got it,
genuinely.
you got it. So please give them a follow. You can follow Alex Yates at
Izina Limited.
Easy In Limited is right there on the screen, and then also Emma at South Coast Villas. I can't spell. For coming on, appreciate it.
All right, great.
Later.
All right, thank you to them. And we are going to take another quick break. I got to eat at some point. Yeah, I'll do it. We'll be back. So thank you both to Emma and Alex for joining. We got guests rolling in. Hope you guys are enjoying the program so far. And please share this with anybody who you think it would be willing and open to learning about entrepreneurship, doing business here, moving here to Jamaica, and then also donating to our cause here today, which is getting our Jamaican students to Japan for the World Expo 2025. And you can, of course, donate to the stream right here, or you can go to neetja.com. I'll throw that up in 1 second, and you can make your donations there. All the proceeds from today's live stream will be going towards helping fund the students to get to Japan. We got to raise $45,000 in a matter of months, and we will do it. And of course, I'm using my platform, my network to make this happen. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get, I think we got 2 guests coming on at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll be back. We are doing a semi-quick walkthrough of Travelers. This is our welcome home sign. Whether you came here for the first time or you've been here many times, it's always welcome home. Here is the lobby. Then the front desk is over there. If you play the piano, you can play the baby grand piano here. And we just put this lobby bar here, which we haven't began using, but it kind of turned into a makeshift tour desk. And here is the NEET office, Negril Education and Environment Trust. This is my family's nonprofit organization. And yes, we are also part of the Rotary Club, the Negril Rotary Club. Okay, moving on. So we're stepping into the garden area here. And here on the left is the bungalows. This is actually the first room category that my dad started with. Started with 3 of these and then slowly built it up to the property that it is today. So this actually used to be a jungle before my dad started this. And start from scratch. So up here above the lobby, these are our suites and deluxe rooms. And then over here is the superior rooms. They're grafted mangoes and they're really, really good. And then over there is our standard block. And going down the bungalow path here. We're doing a little construction here. This is one of our bungalows. Give you guys a sneak peek. Hope this is dry. Okay, it is. All right, just a little quick sneak peek. Brought the ceilings up. Well, got AC. That's it. Not even gonna explain the concept, but I'll give you a quick look-see on what we're doing here. All right, I don't know if I was supposed to show you that or not, but that is that. Okay. Moving on. Keep going towards the beach. I'm not sure if you can see that from here, but that's the direction that we're heading in. And then over on the right, morning. All right. And over on the right is the pool area. Let's see if we can walk across. Hope I'm not moving too fast here, but no gimbal or anything. This is just with my phone. And this is a pool, has a bar, swimmer bar, which we open, I think they're opening it today as a matter of fact. And that's the waterfall. And then under the waterfall is a grotto, so little cave-like thingy that's cool. It's not too far, not too deep of a pool, I should say. So no diving. Then moving on, oh, sorry, I gotta walk back across. And then over here on the left, we got our gym. We just repainted it. So we got treadmill, we got techno gym weights, if you know about weights. These are top of the line stuff. Super proud of that. Elliptical, pull up, chin up, dip bar, squat rack. We got 2 exercise benches and bench press and a bunch of different plates. And there's me. Let's keep this moving. And then here we got the family room. It's kind of a place if you want to come chill out, want to read, hang out with the family. And then here we have like a map. And so every guest that we've had here, if you're from anywhere here that hasn't been scratched off, then you can come and just scratch it off. So we've had people from all over the States, all over Europe, Russia, China, Australia, New Zealand, people from all over the world, travelers. Oh, Madagascar, different places in Africa, pretty cool. No one from Iceland and Greenland. That's surprising. I feel like we have had that, but maybe they didn't scratch it off. And then if you're just coming for the day, we have a shower here, and you can use this as a changing room, shower up, and go on about your day. So this is the family room. Play chess, you can do that as well. I like that from time to time. And then here's the bar and the restaurant, and of course the beach. Then we have our dive shop here, but I don't think anybody's diving. But come here, get certified scuba if you want to. I've been diving with these guys a few times. And then we have canoes and paddle boards as well if you want to get out there, and the glass bottom boat. So that's the dive shop's glass bottom boat right out there.
are on to our next guest. This is definitely a marathon. We're not even halfway through. This is crazy. This is crazy. Why did I sign up for this? We're not even halfway through. All right, well, we're good. We're good. We're going on to lunch. We're gonna have some food after this. I need some food. But going well so far. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you all for being here. We are, of course, continuing to raise some funds here for our students who are going to Japan in August, and they have been tasked by the government of Satori and invited to the World Expo 2025 in Osaka. And any type of donation that you make today here on the channel will go towards helping to fund that trip. And you can do that here on the channel, or you can go to neetja.com and you can make the donation there. Excuse me. And thank you for joining, because even your presence here, it does help. All the AdSense will also be going towards that. And if you know anybody who would be open to donating and opening to make this happen, or who would enjoy this live stream, please share it with them. And now we have our next two guests, and this is definitely a family affair today. And I am being joined by Sydney and Maura Watson. And you are all, Emma included, you guys are this real estate group in a big way, in different facets, and you guys are doing great things in the real estate industry here in Jamaica. And so I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to introduce yourselves and also tell us what you're doing, which I think is very, very impressive. And I don't want to assume, especially you, Maura, that people have seen our videos together at this point. But afternoon. Oh yeah, sorry, talking to the mic. Yeah.
Thank you for having us today.
Absolutely.
So real estate is my passion, and that's what I've been doing in Jamaica. I've been living here for 18 years. I've been a licensed realtor for 26 years. Got licensed in Massachusetts many years ago, in 1999, when Sydney was born.
Yeah.
I was pregnant with her, and I was in real estate classes. So it's been quite a journey. I love Jamaica. I've had a love affair with Jamaica since the 80s. I used to be a travel agent many years ago, and I would bring a lot of groups to Jamaica. So Jamaica is very special to me. I love the sea. I love the climate here, the people, the food, the culture. And Negril is now my new home. We used to live in White House, but I see a lot of great things happening in Negril, and what Winthrop is doing for Negril and educating the world about. There's so many opportunities here, and you can't beat the lifestyle here. I love Negril. Can't say enough great about Negril.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Sydney?
So hi everybody. It almost feels like a rite of passage to be like here speaking to you, Throp. As you said, it's a family affair. So I'm just happy to be here. So I was born in the States, in Boston, Massachusetts, and then my mom moved us out here when I was 7, lived here for 10 years, went to high school here. And then I went back to the States for college. I studied finance and global business. Started working in corporate America, did that whole thing. And, pretty much did not really love what I was doing. So I ended up moving out to Jamaica about a year ago. And, I started helping out my mom and Emma with villa rentals and just kind of doing a little bit of property management. And now I'm going to be opening a restaurant here on the west end of Negril. Super excited about that. We can get more into it, as we go on, but that is a venture that I am going into now.
Awesome, yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for those introductions. Sorry, they're saying Maura's mic is a little low. Yeah, check it. Okay. So that's exactly what I want, kind of where I want to start is the story behind how the got started, which is the acquisition of Kerry's, which is now the West.
Right.
And if you can tell us your version of that, Maura, and how you were involved and bring us like right up to date where we are now.
Right. Well, it's really because of Winthrop and his platform that we found this amazing deal. I was selling a hotel on the West End called Coral Seas on the Cliff for $3 million. And I was helping Winthrop with his real estate tour back in 2023. And there was a group of investors, and we were standing up near the pool. And I said to the group, I said, well, hey, it's 3 million. Why don't we get 30 people and we each throw in 100, and I'll even throw in 100. So with that conversation, it became a reality, and we sold out in a week, and it went very, very well. Sydney also bought one of the units there, her twin brother Preston. I bought a few units. We had other relatives. And then a lot of the Throp members bought that day. And it was a very affordable way to own a condo in Negril. Some of the buy-ins were only $105,000. And then each individual would spend money on the interior upgrade. And some of the interior finishes were anywhere from about $15,000 to $30,000, depending. A lot of us added kitchens, new baths, totally gutted the place. Recessed lighting. So we've taken an older hotel and turned it into a very first-class condominium community. And most of the owners are going to do Airbnb. I've chosen to live there. And, you know, I'm really spoiled. I have maid service daily, and I jump in the sea. And now where we have the restaurant there, Sydney has decided to lease that on a long-term basis. And we're going to have a restaurant, so I won't even have to cook. So it's really quite a lifestyle. And this is all because of you. And that platform really introduced us to all your members and made this reality an affordable option for people to buy into the real estate market in Jamaica.
And I like to think it's just like, and I don't want to impose, but like in your real estate experience, like, how big of a steal was that deal in terms of like from the individual who's putting in that 105?
It was a steal. You can't buy a condo. I mean, a studio at Point Village is $300,000 now. $100,000 might buy you a new car in Jamaica or in America. To buy a waterfront property and then only spend 15 to 30 to renovate it, and then we can rent them. Some are renting 250, 300, 400, 500 a night. Airbnb, we're right near Rock House, so we're in a high-end area. And by being on the water, all the tourists want to be on the water, and we can jump right in the sea. I swim to Rock House from there, and it's just, the water is crystal clear. We see the dolphins jumping at night. We see all the boats pass to go to Rick's Cafe, and the sunsets are amazing. So we've done that recently with Sauv as well, and more Throppers bought into that. So that deal just closed recently. So that's another 30 rooms. So we've, I think, over 61 total between the two hotels, and we're going to take the wall between. So that will make our condo fees more affordable. We got solar to make the JPS more affordable. And the condo fees only $250 US a month, which is real affordable. I know in Florida, some of the condo fees are like $1,500. It's like a mortgage payment. So we've made it affordable. We're actually going to do some more of these crowdfundings on other properties. Some will be more upscale, like we did the other day with the Blue Skies. We're putting a group together there, and that's right on the beach. So there's a lot of possibilities for people to invest. And when you're crowdfunding, when people collectively can raise this money, you can make things happen. And we've proven that with your platform we did with the Coral Seas and now the Sauv.
And just so people know, Coral Seas and Sauv, they're right next to each other. So basically you're making it into one big property. And you said that will bring down the fees?
Yes, so we're making it affordable. So $250 a month. That will include your water, your JPS, 24-hour security. We're going to have 2 high-end restaurants. Also, the HOA will collect the rental income from the restaurants. They'll get a percentage of the venue fees. So Sydney's sharing some of her fees with the HOA. So it really works. It really makes sense. And a lot of these older hotels kind of sit empty because Jamaica, the all-inclusives have really, I mean, you're a small boutique hotel, but you're on the beach and you have a really good quality. Some of these older hotels on the West End struggled, you know. and their older people own it and their children aren't getting back into the business. So it was a win-win for everybody, really.
And I'll say, like, to support you on one of your points you made, is it's like, I just tell people, if you get something on the West End on the cliff, the view is just ridiculous. Anywhere. Yeah, it's nice and great to be on the beach, but you're going to spend at least, I would say, would you say $1 million, 1.5 million an acre to be on the beach?
Easy. Oh yeah, it's 1.5 for an acre, just
There you
raw
go.
land.
There you go, 1.5. Whereas now, 105,000 to get an
Bought
apartment.
you a condo, right?
And then also
Yes.
as a younger person too, like from my perspective of, just starting out in my career versus someone else as an investor who's, found funds from elsewhere, started to acquire real estate from before, it's an amazing opportunity to get in on something like this early on. So, and at that price point.
I was going to ask you,
Yeah.
how did you feel, like, the lead up to the actual purchase and
Yeah.
when the opportunity was presented to you?
In terms of
Just, were you excited? Or are you
Yeah.
just like, I don't know?
Well, I have expert advisor right here. So, I put my trust in her, and she said, this is a really great opportunity, like we've been talking about. And my brother and I, we just kind of figured out a way to make it work with equity in the U.S. actually, to purchase with cash the condos here. So I was just super excited about it. I could see the vision. I could see just how much of a great opportunity it was, and kind of the long-term benefits of that. Yeah.
And I raised a good point that this is a cash deal.
Yes, you had to cash deal. So a lot of our buyers, their 401k, or they would take equity loans on their properties in America, or just their savings. But the payback is very quick. We've already had a big yoga group, and people are already earning rental income. Everybody needs investment. And when you have waterfront property and rental property, you can't lose, and it's going to be run like a hotel, but it's Airbnb. So the profit margins are good.
This might be a hard question to answer, but I just want to get your ballpark perspective. What do you think those apartments renovated now are valued you can sell in markets?
I would definitely say everybody double their money. I could sell
crazy.
my unit for 300. I'm selling them for 300 a point, and they're not as nice.
And those are studios.
And those are studios. And these are studios. Definitely, you hold your money if you're not in. The problem is finding that kind of. I'm doing some deals. They're going to be a higher price point, but they're going to be very fancy in the turnkey. So I'll be able to share more in the future with.
Just want to make sure that's clear and everybody understands this. What you just said. 2020 property for $3 million, and if you be an investor, you. Invested in 2023, 105,000 and 2000 March and get really.
I had about 15 on renos of mine, so maybe I'm into it for 120.
Yeah.
But I know I 300. I'm a modern condo. I'm only 350 square feet, and I'm living in that now. I used to live in 6,000 square feet, and I'm very comfortable. I open those sliders, and I just look out to the sea, and I just love it. And I have a big patio in front of me, and it's amazing.
And this is one of the examples that I try to tell people, and they say Jamaica is so dangerous.
No.
Jamaica is this and that, right? And I'm like, all right, fine.
don't invest.
Right.
Jamaica is dangerous. You don't
Right.
want to do this. You're worried about the roads.
Right.
And Jamaica is on the rise. You know, we're not a extremely mature market, and to invest in an extremely mature market, you may get, I mean, on the high end, what 7 to 9% return in a mature market, where over an extended period of time. Whereas now you're getting over 100%. You're even saying
Yes, almost
even more, almost
200%,
200% return on your investment in a 2-year time span.
Right.
And like, this is real. This is tangible. You showed me the videos of, I think it was your apartment that you sent me.
Units, yeah. Unbelievable
Beautiful.
transfer.
Like, no exaggeration. Like, we're gonna try and get them up, if that's okay.
They're
to
gorgeous,
share.
yeah.
Like,
And
it's like-
Sydney is my decorator, interior design. I have the
I
I
saw-
have good taste, but she has impeccable
And
taste.
I was, because I saw the rent, like in the middle of the construction, right? So, but
Right.
seeing the final product on your phone, oh my gosh.
Oh,
It's
the
so satisfying, too.
neutrals.
Yeah.
It's super satisfying to see like
And
that
we-
end product.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like that's what makes it real, because it's
Right.
it's just very, very tangible.
It's tangible.
Yes.
Very, very, very tangible.
And most of the product was bought here. We bought the tile from Creative Tile and Active Traders. We did get a few items on Amazon, and there's a shipper right here in Negril, so it wasn't difficult.
Okay.
It's very good.
Excellent. Man, congratulations to you guys, the family.
Well,
Like,
I'm
that's
so
really
glad
awesome.
you had that platform, because we wouldn't be living in Negril right now. I could never afford it. Years ago, I tried to afford Negril. I couldn't. And now you made it affordable when we brought the group together.
I want to circle back to the affordability of the Negril shortly,
Yes.
but I want to talk about the restaurant. What is it
Sure.
called?
Sid's on the Rocks.
Sid's on the Rocks.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
And what kind of cuisine will you be serving?
It's gonna be Puerto Rican and Jamaican fusion food.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of flavor.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Puerto Rico and Jamaica is we have a lot of similar base ingredients, a lot of the same styles of cooking. So I think it's going to fuse really well, and it's something we haven't seen in Jamaica yet. You know, let alone. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to interrupt real quick. If you guys have any questions for Sydney or Maura, please let me know. I see a few coming in. I'm going to save them and try to circle back. Just throw them in the chat, and then we'll try to get to them shortly. So, where are you in the construction phase, the design phase? Can you give us a timeline?
Sure. So when you say timeline, I'm like having nightmares about.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you know. So, I mean, construction in Jamaica is, you know, a story in itself. But for the most part, the construction that I've done on the restaurant space has been mainly cosmetic. So all I've done really is redo the bar, just made it a little bit bigger. At first it was 6 seats, now it will be 16 seats. And then I redid the tile and just new lighting, you know, design aspects all around. So timeline wise, the plan is to be open in May.
Wow.
So the
Okay.
idea is to be open, like a soft opening first.
Yeah.
Test the waters, see logistics, operations, how all that goes, and then do a grand opening maybe a little bit later. But I will be announcing that on my Instagram and, you know, website and all that. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Exciting.
Yes.
Exciting.
Yes.
Exciting. Something new to Negril.
Yeah, for sure.
And just like we're talking with Roxanne, it's like something different too.
Yep.
And I'm thankful you didn't open another Jamaican restaurant, like plain and simple.
Right.
You doing the fusion
Yeah.
with Puerto Rican, like that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And I think that's what people are looking for, something different. And I think as opposed to, and I always tell potential entrepreneurs, is don't cater to only the tourists.
Right.
You gotta
can't.
cater to the
Yeah.
locals. Like
Mhm.
we're a very cyclical,
Yeah.
annualized market here.
Right.
And you got 3 months to make your money if that's your market, right?
Exactly.
But if you focus on the people who live here,
Right.
we're gonna come support you. We're gonna come support you. That's
So
awesome.
that's why I feel confident about even the food that we're offering. It's not too foreign to the local market because of all the familiar flavors that we'll be having on our menu. So totally agree with you in terms of you have to
have to cater to local market. I mean, it's going to be 90% of the business. So, you know.
Yeah. That's the only way. I'm not the only way, but I think that's one of the best ways that it can be done.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited for this for my own stomach.
Yeah.
But also for you.
Yeah.
I think that's and whenever you're doing, I'm there.
Of course.
The cameras are there, of course, as
You'll
well.
be on the VIP list.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. I
Nice.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maura, I wanted to hop back to the affordability of Negril, right? And in a way, I do encourage people to move here. I encourage people to invest here. And everybody's coming from different economic backgrounds, let's say. And where would you, or how would you guide somebody who just wants to live here on one end, and then somebody who wants to invest here, particularly in Negril?
Well, you can still buy lots. I've seen lots priced maybe at Negril Estates, where your dad is, about $80,000 US for a quarter of an acre. Construction costs used to be about 100 square foot, but they've gone up a lot since COVID. About average is about 150 US a square foot. So to build a 2,000 square foot house is going to cost you about 300,000 to build. I am selling some of the older homes on the west. We have a view across from the sea, maybe in the 300 range. But anything lower than that, you really have to go further out, Sheffield or Little London. I know Yates is going to be doing some new homes in Lucy, but those I think starting in the 300 range.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought they were going to be cheaper than that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's hard to find anything below 3 these days. Even like I'm saying at Point Village, they're getting 300 for a studio condo.
What
Aqueducts has a few in the 200s, but that's more in the town with the view.
Now, about Sheffield, I know that we don't really talk about that. That's like
Right.
15 minutes
from the
here.
grill. Yeah, there's some older homes or some more affordable lots there. White House, where I used to reside, the prices have gone up a lot too. But Savlamar is still affordable, but that's more of a local area, not really touristy. But hopefully, I think the government is going to do some NHT housing near Negril, and with the new airport, I know we're going to need more housing for the additional growth that's going to happen in the area. And I know you were talking about your development.
Yeah.
You're going to do more affordable apartments, right?
It's going to be around like the 220 range.
Okay, well, that's affordable.
Yeah.
And that, you know, the working middle-aged client can afford that.
So would you say, like, kind of what I'm hearing, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like, would you say, like, to kind of come into this market, you're looking at like about a 300?
300 range, if you want to be right in Negril, unless you just want to buy land and wait and save your money and slowly build. Or even now they have those new container homes that you can get for about 60,000. So maybe some people could do that, buy the land and bring in a container home.
What about renting? What are prices looking like?
I've seen as little as like 600 US a month. Some are 1,000, 1,500, but
And can you tell us like the difference in the quality of those rentals and location as well?
yeah, that 600 was a dated condo in Point Village, which was a good deal.
You can get that now?
Yeah.
Okay. What 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom?
Studio.
Okay.
Studio. But most of them are 1,000 or 1,500. 2 bedrooms might be 2,500. A lot of those I rent to a lot of the management hotels.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's really hard to. The West End, some of these older guest houses, maybe 500 a month. I think the key is to come and meet the right people. A lot of things aren't advertised, but talk to a realtor or somebody that knows the area well to find out about some of those deals that aren't always advertised.
And is there like a minimum stay for these? Or
Well, the long term usually is a 12-month lease.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, but a lot of people come in snowbirds. They come here for 3 months. We get a lot of Canadians or Americans that do that, and they do tend to charge more when it's just a 3 month. They call that a short-term rental.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, good to know, because I know a lot of people are looking to spend an extended period of time here, or kind of just dip their toe in the water of figuring out whether they want to live here or not. And
They could rent at the West because a lot of those owners would probably be happy to take a 3-month rental. And it's all modernized. And we do have the kitchenettes in the unit. And if they don't want to cook, they could go to Sydney's restaurant. So, and I do love the West End. The scenery, it's tranquil, it's convenient.
I tell
walk
people,
to restaurants.
I know a lot of people want to be on the beach, but there is not a lot of places to rent on the beach. I mean, there's
all hotels pretty much.
I mean,
yeah.
there's Negril Beach Club, there's Point Village, there's a couple of villas. The Irie, is it Irie?
Irie, yes. Yeah, that's Myrie, Dr. Myrie's, but Irie
Right.
Villa, yes.
Irie Villa,
10
and then-
bedroom, that's beautiful villa. That's right next to Shirella, Rainbow Arch. Dr.
Okay.
Myrie built that.
And then there is what is that?
Idlewild Villas.
Idlewild Villas. But
It's
they
don't do long term, all
You're right.
tourist. Yeah.
And so
they're very high
there's
end.
only
villas.
like a handful of places on the beach. But I hear they're doing one here.
Wallace is across the street, right?
No, not that
Not
one.
that
Closer,
one?
right here, the open lot across from the new plaza. I don't know if that's true that they're going to be doing some condos there.
That's what I'm hearing too.
Okay.
I'm hearing too, and hopefully, but I think they're going to be luxury, high end.
I like everything I'm hearing.
On the beach
Yeah,
is always
yeah.
luxury. It's location prime. Everybody wants to live on the beach.
But I tell people, like, hey, the West End, the West End is lovely. Very intimate, quieter, less hustle and bustle, like you call the beach hustle and bustle.
Right.
You got the view. We talked about that. But I always say it's like, if you're on the West End, you're in the game. You know what I'm saying? You're in the grill. You're 5 minutes from the beach. And like that should not deter you. And I think it's a lovely place to live in all actuality. So consider options out there. And then also you had sent me a link to the I think 2 properties on Somerset
Lane, yes. So
Yeah.
I have 2 over near Aquarius Gym that I'm selling. One is a little over an acre. It was the old Horse Lips Bar, and it has 6 concrete rooms. Needs some TLC. That's $360. And then there's another one I have that has 3 cottages on it, 1 cut stone, and that's the same price. She's a little over a half acre. So they're both flat. You could add more housing, so that's more affordable.
Yeah.
And you could even subdivide those lots if you wanted somebody to come partner with you.
From the pictures, that's what I saw. Like, that's what I was envisioning. I was like, man, you can do a lot with these properties.
Right, an acre is big. That's over 40,000 square feet. That's a lot of land. Yeah, and they do have those concrete buildings with 6 units. Need some TLC though. Yeah.
And Sid, what are your plans with your West property?
With the condo?
Yeah.
I plan to put it on Airbnb
Okay.
and just do short-term rental, and then when I can, stay in there when it's not rented.
When it's
yeah.
not rented. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you living in the ground
I
now?
am. So
Okay.
my mom actually, she got 2 units at the West. So I'll be living right beside her. Yes.
I see. Okay. Awesome.
And then the loft, which is the one that I bought, I'll rent that short term.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. That's the plan. I mean, maybe eventually I could live there.
Yeah.
But for now, short term rental with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all the Watsons are in Negril?
Yeah.
Yes, we're near Emma
Yes.
now and the grandbabies.
Awesome. That's
Yeah.
so cool. And I think that that's such a good addition to the community, like having you guys here. And I always tell people, especially returning residents, that their presence alone has such a huge impact on their community. And I think the same with you guys. And whether people know your story or not, and not people, I love the story, but hopefully people see themselves in you, right? And they're like, hey, they can do it, I can do it. And they look at this as an inspirational story and they see that you guys had some sort of vibe, right? And now in a big way, you are benefiting off of that vision and you're capitalizing on it in a big way. So I applaud you guys for what you're doing and people that you're inspiring, because I know there are people here that you're inspiring.
That's good.
Let me get to a couple of questions here.
I will say her twin brother is in the tech world.
Oh,
He's
really?
a coder, software engineer. And I have another great idea, and I'm hoping I can entice him to move here. We do a tech hotel. and we have all techies there. You know, I mean, it's big in Thailand now, and like Jamaica is on the same time and same language, and you know, just imagine you have really good Wi-Fi, and then your day's over, you can on the beach, you can swim, quality of life. So I'm hoping we get a bunch of techies and we open it, we crowd a
I
tech
think that
hotel.
would be so great. I mean, it's worked elsewhere.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
why can't it work here? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I can't believe someone hasn't done it yet.
I know. So hopefully we can spearhead that on your platform.
Yeah.
And I'll
Definitely.
get my son here and I'll be a very happy mother.
Yeah.
There you
And
go,
all the
there you go.
Watsons are here.
There you go. All right, let's go through a couple questions here. This is from Chris DDS. He says, how do I learn about deals in the future?
Well, on the internet, we have the Realtor.com, and you can search Jamaica, or through our DC Tavares, our website. So if you want, you can reach out to me on WhatsApp and I can send you listings, give me an idea of what you're looking for. Okay. All right. Sorry, honey. That's my grandson. Sorry.
All right, let's get your contact information up here.
Yes, Jamaica Maura at Gmail. So Jamaica, the country.
You want to do your her Instagram maybe?
Or Instagram. Oh yeah, Maura the Realtor.
Okay.
Yeah, on Instagram. Jamaica Maura at Gmail. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maura, the can spell.
And Maura's Maura.
Gotcha. All right. And you want your Gmail there?
Yes.
What is it?
Jamaica Maura at gmail.com. So I branded myself Kamara.
Love it. All right,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
putting that up there. So you can reach out, Chris DDS. You can reach out there.
And my cell phone too, if they want, 876-413-2510. WhatsApp is great.
Cool. And next question is from Shauna. Is Sydney a chef and or foodie with a passion of opening a restaurant?
So this is a question I get a lot, and I think it'd be helpful to kind of backtrack to how this whole thing even, came into my mind as an idea. So going all the way back to, I would say 2020 COVID times, one of my mom's really good friends had a restaurant in Virginia, and he really was like a mentor to me. And, I worked in the restaurant with him for about 4 months during COVID. Just imagine, everyone's doing takeout, and we just kind of had to find creative ways to get him business. So that was really a great learning opportunity for me. So back end, front end of the restaurant space. And that's where my initial interest came about with restaurants. So then fast forward, I'm back in Boston, still working in corporate America. I was actually working at EY as a consultant. I still had the interest in mind. So I would look around in Boston for different restaurant spaces, make business plans, do some research online, really with no prior, culinary experience, just really the interest and the idea in my mind. And that just never really worked out in Boston. And then I ended up moving to Jamaica about a year ago. And then the opportunity came up with the property that we invested in. So, I knew I was going to get a condo there, but then there was the opportunity of the restaurant space. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this. I want this. I just put my name first on the list, like sign me up. I will lease the space. And, I started curating, the whole idea of it, the designs, the menu, which was a whole different concept in the beginning. Initially I started on my own because I wasn't sure if, I could possibly pair with this guy who was my mentor. So I just kind of started off on my own. And then a few months later, I met actually my investor partner, McGarrett Franco, he's based in DC. And he's been really a great mentor as well, and just kind of guiding the process with his expertise in restaurants.
So, and here we are. Yeah. That's my interesting, like, okay, this is why this happened, this is why I had this experience. And it's brought me here. So yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Everybody, you never know what the story is
know.
behind
Yeah.
the mission, right? And so that's so cool. And now, hopefully, you're going to be doing your soft opening in May.
Yes.
And I really can't wait. I really can't wait. I'm looking forward. I know you have a lot of hard work ahead of you and to putting it all together. And like I said before, wishing you the best of luck with all of that.
Yeah, no, the whole idea is to, like you said earlier, bring something new to Negril. What I often say is no one has really been challenged in the space, in the restaurant space specifically, in Negril to provide better quality service. We do have quality food, but the service, the ambiance, something different. Like how you said, it's all really fully Jamaican food. There's no fusion or there's something specific to like Italian or Chinese, which is great. But I think Negril needed, something like this concept that I'm doing here. So very exciting. And, I was inspired also with the design aspect of my travels in Europe. So beach clubs in Ibiza and France, Saint-Tropez, the whole kind of neutral, modern, sophisticated, elegant, but also playful and fun and DJs and live music. And that's kind of the whole idea of what Sids on the Rocks will be. Yeah.
Man, can't wait. And obviously it's public, it's open, the property is open to the public.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a good point. So because we're inside of what will be still operated as a boutique hotel, I will have room service for the guests, and I'm going to be open every day, and then on the weekends we'll do brunch, and then also open to the public. So no cutoff to the public. Everyone's welcome to come and enjoy. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Sid.
Yeah, for sure.
Got a couple more questions here. This one's from 80s here. What do you think about the Pinnacle? I can see myself living there year round.
The Pinnacle looks like very luxury living. I would love to live there, but that's out of my budget. I think they start at 700,000.
No, I think it's a little
Really?
bit
A
lower.
little bit
They're
lower?
about like $500,000, I think.
Oh, 500. What size is that? Studio? or-
I think that's a one bedroom. Those might be sold. I'm working with them. Those might be sold out now, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow.
And
And
they were at 480.
Wow, and they've
And
gone
I think
up.
they've gone up to like 6 plus.
They're selling fast. And I know their architect. She's a client of mine. Isia Madden, very, very high-end architect. So
Yeah.
it's going to be awesome. And it's going to be the tallest building, I think, in Montego Bay. How many stories?
28. I believe.
28,
And they're
wow.
going to be. I think it's the tallest residential building in
Jamaica,
the Caribbean.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, it's nice to be number one. Yeah. Wow.
Claim to fame.
There'll be more, right?
I hope so. Another question by 80s here. Does Maura manage properties / guest houses?
Yes, I actually have a brand called Ivy's Cove, which I have a quadplex in White House. We have 8 bedrooms. It's 4 2-bedroom condos. And I have a partner. We're building a new, very high-end luxury villa with a recording studio called Ivy's on the Bluffs. And we also have a small 1-bedroom condo in Ochi, which is Ivy's. And we have a 2-bedroom condo in Black River. So we've been in the Airbnb market for at least 5 years now. I built Ivy's Cove, and it's been good. And you meet a lot of people from around the world. Sydney's helped me and Emma, and we've done a lot of weddings, a lot of local weddings, we've become a very big wedding venue. So it really helps pay the bills when you get those bookings. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then somebody asked, is there going to be takeout?
Takeout, yes.
Yes, there will be
All right. We're running way behind. I was looking at the spreadsheet. I'm running so behind schedule. It's crazy. Last question I want to ask you, Maura, is I don't know how much you can talk about it, but like you're telling me about blue skies,
Yes.
and
that you're getting a lot of inquiries. I just want to know just how things are going.
It's really busy. We did a podcast the other day, and my phone has been blowing up. I have investors flying in. I have meetings next week, and I expect to give the owner an offer by the end of the week. So
Get out of here.
yes, so
Oh my
I've really been getting positive
crazy.
feedback, and some are groups, some are individuals, some are famous people. So a lot of calls. So it's really Winthrop's platform has helped my business tremendously, and I thank you for that.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. I just put the link to the video that we did in the comment section there. So if you haven't seen it, go ahead and check it out. I just want to remind everybody that we are doing this 12-hour live stream in aid of raising funds for our kids to go to Japan. This is for NEET, my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education and Environment Trust. So any funds that you donate to this stream will go directly towards funding that trip. And this is a trip that we've been invited to, that NEET has been invited to by the Tottori Prefecture of Japan, to represent Jamaica on the world stage at the World Expo 2025. All the information is linked below in the description, so you can check it out when you get a chance. So you can go ahead and donate here right on the stream, or you can go to neetja.com. Again, all the information is in the description below.
It's very easy to donate. I went online and you can just give your credit card. So, our children are our future. And I even was here a little earlier and I peeked in one of your rooms and they were speaking Japanese. So those must be the students. And I was like, well, these Jamaicans speak Japanese. So, Japanese lessons too. That's so cool. But what a great thing you're doing for the children. And like I say, the children are our future. So please donate, everybody. Even if it's a little bit, it'll help.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes.
much for
Thank
that.
you.
And thank you guys for joining.
Thank you for
today.
having
really appreciate
us.
It.
Thank you.
You got it.
Appreciate it.
You got it. You're welcome.
All right. Everyone loves you, Winthrop. You do such good things for Negril.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we say in Jamaica, bless.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. And that was both Maura and Sydney. And hope you guys are enjoying this so far. We got many more hours to go, which I am ready for. But we're going to take another quick break as we set up for our next guests who are coming on. I got to get these videos ready to go. All right, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining the tour today. And we're going to be taking a look at the newly renovated bungalows, or otherwise now known as the cottages, which we've gone through about half of them so far. And we're looking at cottages number 4 and 8 at this time. And this is just a view of the balcony. We changed the entrance from being in the middle. And so if you are familiar with the property, there used to be an entrance for 2 rooms in one of these bungalow housing structures, and now each bungalow, each room has their own entrance to the side and a little bit more privacy as well, because we split the balconies. So you don't necessarily have to talk to the neighbor if you don't want to, but you can of course go around if you would like. And moving into the room itself, these are brand new beds and frames and new design with the throw pillows and the standard pillows in the back there. And then you can also see the kitchenette unit that we renovated, and we'll get to in a second. Also, we added a working desk with a charging station, so you have USB and also Type-C there as well, right below the television. And that's for anybody who wants to get some work done, especially those work from home people. And this is a wider view of the room. And I just want to make note of the AC, because these used to be fan cooled rooms, and now we got rid of the louver windows. And so now it's completely sealed up, if you will, with, as far as the windows go, brand new windows. And also want to bring attention to the ceilings. So the ceilings used to be flat, and now we brought them up to an apex to give a little bit more room and make it feel a little bit more spacious, but still maintain the coziness. And also bringing some more attention to the far right corner of the kitchenette that we have, and we'll get to that in a second, and also the newly renovated bathroom. So
we basically gutted this entire place. Even the floor tiles are brand new as well. And this is another angle of the bed, and just want to bring some attention to the LED bed frame, as well as the embedded nightstands and lamps, and another view of the kitchenette, I should say. And as you can see, it has basically all the utensils and tools that you might need to cook a meal. Included is a mini fridge there down on the left, and a hot plate, coffee maker, ice bucket, all the knives and utensils that you may need to feed a small family. Not necessarily Thanksgiving dinner, but you can definitely chef it up in there, especially if you're staying for an extended period of time. This might be a perfect type of accommodation for you. And that essentially is the kitchen. And now moving on to the bathroom. And as I mentioned before, like floor to ceiling, new floor tiles, new ceiling tiles. Got the LED frame around the mirror just to give a little bit more lights. We changed out the square louver windows for the ship window, I guess you can call it. And we got the rainfall shower head and the glass frame shower door. Even the towel holders, those are all new. And again, trying to bring together everything in the room, the kitchenette, and to complete the cottage experience, if you will. So very happy and proud of how this was done, and really wanted to give a modern look and feel to this new room category, the cottage. And so also with this wide angle, want to bring attention to the closet. So you got some drawer space there, and you got some hanging space as well, and your safe, of course, and the ironing board is on the other side in between the closet and the window there. And yeah, another angle of the room, and also want to bring attention to that long standing mirror there, so full frame mirror. And that essentially is the bungalow, and this is kind of our way of paying homage to my dad and where he started from with this hotel, Travelers Beach Resort. Started right with one bungalow and grew to the 60-room resort that Travelers Beach Resort is now. And all right, we're gonna go on a little swimmy swim. Think I might try to get to the reef over there. It's like maybe 400 meters out or so. Haven't done that in a while. Might give that a go. But it's gonna be a relaxed one today. These are mornings in Negril. Let's do it.
I'm waiting for something to change. 'Cause when I'm not here, it's like I'm falling. And I don't know why I feel pain. 'Cause when I'm not here, I keep on falling. Yeah, I've been waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. Yeah, I've been waiting in silence to see a little bit of fire, but all I see is you. I keep looking, I keep searching. I need you to be a friend.
There's a turtle, but it's so much faster than me. Couldn't catch him. I think he likes those little jellyfish things. I don't know what they are, but I don't like swimming in them. I think the turtle likes to eat them. I think they're like little jellyfish thingies. I don't know. Not too far back, too far out. The reef is over here somewhere. We're close. Morning, Billy.
So I feel safe. Yeah, I keep looking,
to the program. Hope you guys enjoyed that little break, that little swim break, if you will. Next up, we got some drone shots from a sunset, I think like 2 days ago or so. So a few more minutes, then we'll get back to the program here. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. We got a special feature today. We are doing a driving tour of Negril, Jamaica, particularly focusing on the West End. And this is a bit of a long video. It's about 40 minutes. And depending on where you're watching it, this will be in different parts or one long video. My name is Winthrop Wellington, by the way, and here on my channel, we really discuss all things Jamaica, but today, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing a bit of tour of Negril, and we're just going to flow with it. We're just going to flow with it and see where this takes us. So we are starting this tour off on Norman Manley Boulevard, otherwise known as the Beach Road at Travelers Beach Resort, which is my family's hotel. And of course, we gotta wait for the traffic, but across there on the left side of your screen, that is our NEET Resource Center, or the Negril Education Environment Trust Resource Center. NEET is my family's nonprofit organization,
which focuses on education for young people. So right now we're heading south on Norman Manley Boulevard. Pretty beautiful day, as you can see. I don't know what the temperature was when we filmed this, but it was nice. It was a nice day. And so we're heading towards downtown Negril, and on your left is the shared user path. So that's running, walking, biking, and that goes for a little bit over 2 miles. To your right is the Negril Beach Park. It has a basketball court and the beach, of course, and just really open space. Unfortunately, it's closed right now. They have plans to do some refurbishing, and then we just passed the Negril Community Center. And then we're also passing the craft market on your right side. And this is the South Negril River and Bridge. And we're heading to the Negril roundabout. Of course, going into the roundabout, you have to give way. And if you're in the roundabout, you have the right of way. And we are going west end, so we're going to be taking a right here at the roundabout and veering left. And so here downtown, this is a few shopping centers, if you will. There's Little Caesars Pizza on the right, Popeyes, Burger King. There's a Digicel store down here as well. And on the left coming up is Scotiabank, which some people might be familiar with depending on where you are from, but it's a Canadian bank. And I guess officially this is where the west end of Negril starts. And on your left here is Corner Bar, which is a pretty popular restaurant. Great local food. Haven't had it in a while, but the reviews continue to be very good. And on the left, that's Vendors Plaza. That's the Negril Chamber of Commerce owned plaza. Right, obviously we have the sea. Unfortunately, I don't think we panned right, but you basically can see the entirety of Negril on the right hand side if you were to look right. You need to get a 360 camera next time, right? Anyway, on the left is the Negril post office, not in the greatest of shapes, but that is our post office. And then right after that is Samuel's Hardware on the left, and that's, I would say, probably the most popular hardware store in Negril. Mostly every business uses them. And then on the left, the green building, that's Quality Traders. That's where I do my grocery shopping. Been going there for years. And then we're coming up on the, I guess what used to be the High-Low Value Master NCB Plaza, but NCB and High-Low moved. So that's no longer there, and that place is being refurbished. And this is called Church Corner. As we move through the West End. We're just cruising. And this is the Negril Library on the left, and then followed by Negril All Age School. And then this is another hardware store on the left. Hope you guys are enjoying this so far. I'm just flowing with it, and as I see things, I want to point them out to you. On the right is the Negril Yacht Club, which is for sale. Hopefully, should be doing a video on that hopefully sometime soon. Canoe Bar is on the right. It's pretty much the only property on the west end that has a beach. Good food there. Haven't been there in a while either, but their food is pretty good. And that used to be German Bar, but I don't know what it is now, but boats used to pull up there. They used to have really good pizza. This used to be Boat Bar on the right, but it changed into something else. I'm not sure what it is now. And then Millard is on the left, and if you know Millard, that's 24 Hours Place. Good food as well. And then Patsy's is on the right, so they do I think it's basically the only standalone coffee shop in Negril. And they do good pastries, good lunch. I did a live stream from there and also did a video with them as well for the channel, which was cool. This is Ocean Cliff on the right we just passed. I did the farewell dinner there for ThropX 2022. Beautiful property, formerly known as the Spa Retreat. But beautiful property, great food that we had there for the farewell dinner retreat. And here on the West End, like, it's a very different experience than the beach. As you can see, like, it's very, it's I wouldn't say secluded, maybe too strong of a word, but definitely when you're on the properties, it's a little bit more secluded and separated as compared to the beach, where there's just more traffic and no real, I guess, super separation between the properties. And really talking in terms of traversing. So to go from property to property here, you actually have to come out the property and walk along the roads here, whereas like the properties on the beach, you can either walk on the beach and go from property to property, or the road, if you will. And if you're across the street from the beach, then we have the shared user path, depending on where the property is. Now we are passing Samsara, which is friends of the family, another good small hotel in Negril. Sorry about that wind sound. I didn't anticipate that, but that just makes sense, just coming from the camera. This is Kaiser's. This was used to be a very famous place for shows back in the day, before my time. Coming up on the left and the right here is Extabi, great seafood place. Haven't been there in a while, but do enjoy their food. Great lobster during a lobster season. Three Dives coming up on the right here. Very, very popular restaurant, local restaurant. Great jerk chicken, jerk food in general. They were actually on the Amazing Race, if I'm not mistaken. Almost certain of that. Nice view here of the sea. We're passing Pushcart on the right, which borders its sister property, Rock House, one of my favorite restaurants in Negril. They also have an award-winning spa, one of my favorite spas in Negril, as a matter of fact. And haven't been there in a while. When I say a while, like a few months, but I'm a regular customer there for sure. They do excellent job. Very technical, and I guess you can call me bougie when it comes to massages, but I know what I like and I know what I want, and they do a fantastic job there. That's Corosi's Cliff we just looked at. And as you can see, we're literally just riding the coast here. The only thing separating us from the coast is the property. So this is as close as we can get in a vehicle moving through the West End. Hello and welcome. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. We got a special feature today. We are doing a driving tour of Negril, Jamaica, particularly focusing on the West End. And this is a bit of a long video. It's about 40 minutes, and depending on where you're watching. All right, and we are back. I hope you all enjoyed that little break. And invite a friend, share this video, share this live stream, because we are not even at the halfway point. Almost there, almost at the halfway point. But we are keeping it rolling, and we got so many more guests coming on. Really appreciate them taking the time to be here today. And of course, we are doing this all in aid to raise funds for our young people, our students, to go to Japan for the World Expo 2025 in Osaka. And all the proceeds from today are going towards that. So you can donate right here on my YouTube channel, on the link that you normally use on YouTube, or you can go to neetja.com/donate
Jamaican.com. And we are ready for our next guest. And we have Sahaj Santani, who is another creative person. And he's doing something a little bit different, something a little bit more technical. But he basically does special effects. And in a big way, I would say, in my experience and working with people here in Jamaica, he's probably one of the top tier special effects persons here. And he does some really great work. You might have seen him on my channel before when we went to Montego Bay for the International Real Estate Conference. And what you're seeing on the screen now is some of the stuff that he does. As you can see, he's super, super, super talented. And I'm putting his handle there. And this is some of the stuff that he has done for different companies and really blending the real world and digital world and bring it all into your screen. And thank you, Shauna, so much for the donation. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's going towards the kids. That's for the kids. Thank you, Shauna. And at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome you to the show, Sahaj.
Thank you for having me. So, my name is Sahaj. My Instagram is Beyond Sahaj, where I do VFX. Where I do VFX and CGI. As Top said, where I blend the real world and technical visual things. I've worked with companies like Quartz, Jamaica, Beautician, Worthy Park, Scotch Boys, just to name a few. Yeah. I was born in Negril. I grew up in Negril my whole life, always been here. And I enjoy what I do. So, yeah, thanks for having me.
I think that's an important part, right? Because I think you are, I was talking to Christoff about this a while back, like such an asset to the creative space in the grill, just the grill in general. And I think it's so awesome that you were born and bred here, and now you're bringing this incredible skill set to the community. So how did you get into this?
Well, I started in COVID, where I taught myself how to edit videos. And I used to like go into Twitch streamers chats and say, I would love to edit a video for you. So all this was while I was locked in the house during COVID. I needed something to do. Extremely bored like everyone else. And I went from video editing to just 3D animation. So 3D animation, I'm sure everybody knows, like if you've seen Disney movies and stuff, or like product ads on the very minimal end, because I was obviously just learning and taught myself. And when I reached a point where, I reached a ceiling with that, and I wanted to expand what I could do. And I started seeing this trend overseas and in Dubai, Europe, where, as you saw, where you saw the giant hot sauce with that was my first video. So I taught myself how to do that. That was actually my first video, surprisingly enough. I, in fact, went to my friend Matthew Wallace, who owns Scotch Boys, that hot sauce company, and I pitched him the concept, where that was my first video. So he had no reference of what I could or couldn't do, and he trusted me to do it. And I went to Christoff, the videographer that you saw earlier today, to collaborate with him to shoot that, and he was like, he's down. So one day we just went on the beach. I drew out everything that I wanted, storyboarded it, so we're both all on the same page, and just executed it. So yeah.
Awesome. And can you tell us some more of the clients that you've worked with and companies that you've worked with?
Sure. So Quartz, I've worked with Quartz. I've worked with, well, I would say not directly. The most of the times I work with agencies in Jamaica. So for that one, I worked with an agency called Don Dada, very amazing creative agency here in Jamaica. And they gave me that opportunity to work with Quartz. I've also worked with Starbucks, and that was through another agency as well. Who else? Worthy Park, they came to me directly. Digital directly. Scotch Boys. And a few in the works I can't obviously speak about yet. So I'm working on those.
Okay, fantastic. And then what did you see in the market for you to go down the path of doing the visual effects, special effects?
Honestly, I always loved it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I've always wanted to get into it, and I saw no one else did that here. Probably maybe two people on a very low baseline. and I wanted the elevator to just stand out from the rest. To be honest, I'm not that great of a videographer, like the settings and all those things. So when I have the creative concept, I go to a videographer either here in Negril or in Kingston, depending on where the location is for the shoot, and I hire them to shoot my vision, and we execute that way.
I see. And earlier during the interview that I had with Christoff, he was talking a little bit about the challenges that he was having in being a creator and being a freelancer. And one of them was getting his value from the market here.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get an insight into your perspective on that. And is that a challenge that you're having in your field?
I would say initially it was, until I could prove myself and deliver value. So now it's still a fight, but I would say the companies that approach me, they give me my value when I ask for it. So I would say in the beginning, yes, it was a struggle, and because it's not easy, it's a lot of work, and traveling from Negril all the way to town to do that, then come back same day. All these corporate companies, a lot of times they want a very fast turnover time, like really fast turnaround time, which sleepless nights, work all night, all day, and execute. But it's worth it. I enjoy what I do, and now the problem is when I pitch to companies, especially in the beginning. I work with Scotch Boys for that one video, and then I use that as a reference point to basically create pitch decks for probably 50, 60 companies, sending out emails. And to be fair to them, I was new at that point, so I only had one portfolio project with that, and I guess my pitches were, decent, but not what they expect or what they are used to. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that.
Okay. So 50, 60 you put out, what type of return are you getting? And like in terms of the percentage, how many of those are like, hey, we want to work with you? Or...
maybe 5 out of the 50. And then it trickles down into maybe 1 executes.
Right. Sounds about right.
Which was in the beginning. So now I get more responses because obviously my portfolio is higher. I have a higher reputation now because I'm working with those bigger name clients. So now I get more responses, and they give me that time of day to say, they reply and say, we like this, we don't. Can you work with us on this? So the respect is there now.
Awesome.
Which it's been about a year. I think last year, March, I shot and edited that video for Scotch Boys. So I would say I'm doing pretty decent for a year.
No, it's great. 1 year, yeah. That's great. Really, really good.
And now it's like, now when I put out these pitches to these companies, then there's more chance that I can work with them. Yeah.
And that being said, what is currently your biggest challenge in your business?
I would say living in Negril.
Okay.
Living in Negril.
Talk to me.
It's on the opposite side of the island. And the other challenge is, obviously, the people who live in Kingston and do similar work to me, or not as grand as what I do, but still very creative, they have a higher advantage. Because obviously, you meet the person face to face, build that connection. Whereas I'm all the way here, which, sometimes it's still an edge that they say, well, you're all the way from Negril and you're doing this, we'd love to work with you. But more often than not, the people that live in Kingston have a better opportunity than landing that client over me. And I would say my work has to speak for itself rather than where I come from, where like how far I am from the shoot and the personal interactions. But so far, that's been the main issue. And where budgets are concerned, I won't name the names, but sometimes some companies, they come to me and they say, we love your videos. Our budget is $100. I can't even pay the videographer $100.
Oh, literally $100.
$100
Oh, wow.
US. Yeah. I'm not going to name anyone, but I would say the top 15 companies, one of them said that to me, and I was shocked.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I guess the value proposition they don't understand.
Yeah.
So I guess they're used to the traditional media. In fact, that's when we met. I found your Instagram, and this is what cold email, cold outreach. If any creatives are watching, or when I posted on my Instagram, everyone, you need to just go after what you want. So I saw Throp's podcast, and I just made a pure 3D animation podcast intro and sent it to him. And
For
he said,
free.
yeah, it's for
Yes,
free. Yeah.
straight up.
And then he's like, "You're from Negril?" I said, "Yeah, man, right down the road." And he's like, "Come through." So get more opportunities that way. And I had his ear for a little bit to show him some things I was working on, see his advice, because he's been in this industry for a while now when I was just coming up. So I would say just reach out. Just keep reaching out. Even if you send out 100 emails and you don't get any responses, just keep reaching out.
No, that's a crazy experience that you're sharing there.
Mm-hmm.
And then even, I guess, going hand in hand with what me and Christoff were talking about
Sure.
is, did you listen to our conversation?
I was in a note.
Oh,
yeah.
you okay?
Mhm.
So we were talking about like corporate Jamaica. I don't know if that's a company that you're alluding to. Is it
Yes,
corporate?
for
Yeah, okay,
sure.
there we go. And it's crazy.
It's insane.
It's madness.
And they have the ad spend. They have the
Yes.
budget to spend on the ads. I don't know. They just love physical media or physical marketing. So they go out in the streets, they put up their tents and interact with people. But that doesn't sell. That don't sell the products. Everything is moving to social media now. Everything is moving to social media.
What century are we
It's
in?
crazy.
What
It's
century
so
are they
crazy.
in?
I can't fathom it sometimes, honestly.
It's unbelievable to me that we are, in so many regards, we're up there, so to speak, as a country, but then in others, so backwards. And you know, the thing is, it's not, and people are going to think, like my experience,
Mhm.
it's not old people.
No.
It's not. This is not an old and young thing. You're talking to relatively
Yeah.
young people who still have that mindset, which is like, who's mentoring you? Who's
Yeah.
giving you this mandate?
I
It
wonder
doesn't even
if
make
it's
sense.
The top level management but I thought the marketing managers and marketing teams reach out,
Mhm.
but I guess they need to obviously get those videos approved and all those things. But still, honestly, they need to experiment. It's okay if you lose here and there.
Yeah.
Most companies, they're scared of the ROI. They say, okay, we're gonna give this guy this big money. No, sir, I can't risk it. I won't make it back. But there is still a chance because it's still ripe. The market is still ripe for these type of videos and high quality content.
And this is what I mean why Jamaica needs more competition, because if there was more competition, some of these companies who are like on a more global stage, right, and they understand what works in other markets,
Right.
and is the standard of 2025,
Mhm.
and they come into Jamaica market and they were like, they see Sahaj and they were like, bro, come
Yeah.
through.
Mhm.
They would clean house with some of these companies,
Oh,
clean
gosh.
house.
Trust me.
And it's just like, and we're moving more into globalized world, and Jamaica is becoming more globalized in a big way.
For sure.
But it's just like, how could we be continuously, year after year, continue to be behind the 8 ball on not understanding the power of content creation, digital creation, and you're putting a disproportionate amount of your budget into the newspaper?
Non-converting. It doesn't convert.
Thank you. I took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, it won't convert.
Non-converting ad spend.
Crazy. Rather than, okay, we accumulate from here, and say, all right, let me give this video a chance. We're in the social media era. Well, we've been in the social media era for a long time, but Jamaica is just getting into it. And I think I heard the point where you said with Christoff that Instagram, companies love Instagram, the influencers on Instagram. I wonder if it's just that the varying rates that these social media influencers have, that they say, okay, we can give him this amount, or we can give her this amount.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, so I wonder if that, and then they convert a lot higher versus a high production video. Like I see these female influencers who have a lot of these deals with like rum punch companies and liquor brands.
All the banks.
Yep.
Oh, trust me.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know if I should rework my my business model where I produce short, eco-friendly, like on my end and their end videos, so I just pump out those. But I want to keep the high standard.
To me, it's just like we have to continuously improve on the quality of the content and the value that's in the content itself.
But even when we do that, and that more time and more hours, that's what it is, man hours. The amount of time you sit down behind the laptop and work all day, work all night, even if you want to increase the quality and increase those hours, you're still going to be getting paid like the base level still. So I guess maybe if there's opportunity overseas, or I do some work here, some work there, but
that's what we were saying. Like he was saying, his boy, he's getting more opportunities of advertisers overseas reaching out to him than here in Jamaica.
I think I saw Pedro.
Yeah,
like
and
a bunch of Caribbean islands. I see him like flying all the time. Big up Pedro. It's like, yeah.
And same with me. Like it's mostly American and Chinese companies have been reaching out to me for products that they want to put out there, and they know they know my analytics. You know, they see where my audience is from. They're seeing this is all public information. You know, you can see what I'm doing, and this market doesn't get it. And like I'm not giving up on it. Like I was saying on the interview, it's just like I'm taking the responsibility and putting that onus on my shoulders to educate the market. And it's just like you guys are holding back the market, or maybe it's a situation. I'm not conspiracy theorist here, but maybe it's a situation where. Hey, they have this deal with this company, this type of advertiser, and a certain amount of their budget has to go in that direction, which doesn't make any business sense to me at all.
It's interesting because all these companies that we see, these like top 15, top 20 food and beverage or corporate companies in Jamaica, you see their ads, right? You see the 2D graphics, and they outsource a lot of these posts and artworks to overseas companies, like freelancing overseas, you know what I mean? And a lot of local as well. But, you know, it's always scary for them to try something new. It takes next 50 years until they realize, you know, maybe we can do it. And it's so funny because what I was saying earlier when I sent in the podcast intro and we met, we were talking about the same exact thing, which was like 7-8 months ago to now. The landscape hasn't changed. Maybe a little bit, 5%, 10%, but still almost the same.
I've been doing this for I think since when it started in COVID.
Yeah.
And it's the same. It's the same. It's like unbelievable that like it's not even like there has been almost no movement, no adjustment whatsoever.
Right.
And so I don't know. I'm gonna make my video. I'm gonna break it down. I mean, I hope the CEOs and the chairmen of these companies see this video, because the numbers just don't lie. Like it's just unbelievable to me, and it's something that like our industry needs. Our career as creators, like we are supplying you with the eyeballs that you need to see your product or service, and in order to continue to do what we do and doing at the high level that we're providing to the market, we need the resources, and like that's just how this works. Unless you're going to be like, this is kind of where my mind is going, is it's like, I'm going to come out with my own products, and this is like, I'm going to maybe not directly in your industry, but like so I can self-serve myself, and I know I can market. I know I can create content at a high level.
I don't know how people still don't see the value in sponsoring. Like I heard you say to Christoff that the live streams and the videos, you can have a hard time in finding those brands in Jamaica to sponsor them. It still blows my mind. If you have a little logo in the bottom right of your screen, you know how much ROI you can get on that? So, I was watching Trop's live stream earlier today as a video. The video gets 60,000 views. So 10% of the 60,000 go buy the product. Bro, it's crazy. As a marketing, if I was in that industry as in an executive position, I wouldn't think twice. Just give it a try, at least a try, an attempt.
That's why they need competition, because if you don't have the competition, what incentive do you have to try to experiment and to do these different things, But that's kind of where the market is right now, and going to continue to, like I said, I'm going to put out this video. I'm going to make sure that no, I'm going to do it in April. I can't do it doing this daily vlog challenge, because like I got to get my numbers together,
sure.
And I know top line off the top of my head, and I can speak to it right now, but I think it's important to connect the dots of the ecosystem and see like these clear defined lines,
Right.
and for us to completely understand how like the macroeconomics of these interconnected industries
Right.
are.
Just presented so it's at first glance, you know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Even though it's like clear to us, but yes,
Mm.
100%.
And
Yeah.
on that end where you say the Instagram gets the most attention from these corporate companies, honestly, that's why I'm just trying to pump out like content on my own brand, like my own personal, separate from commissions.
Mhm.
So if I can leverage a following, if I grow that following on my Instagram, I can use that as something.
So again,
Mhm.
your own product,
Right. Yep.
I mean, and it's crazy that you have to go that route.
Oh gosh. So I have to find time outside of the corporate jobs to execute those visions and those ideas. But it's fine. It's fun either way. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, and I know it sounds like we're up here complaining, which we are, but like it just doesn't make sense to me why the industry is like this, because it
Right.
doesn't have to be, and because it's the internet and it's like a globalized, decentralized platform. There are so many examples in other countries similar to Jamaica, not so similar to Jamaica, where it's working in such a huge
Oh,
way.
gosh.
And I'm just like, what websites are you going to? What social media are you guys watching?
It's insane. Like my competition, well, the companies overseas who do what I do, like on a grand level, they work with Mercedes, they work with Target, those kind of companies. They create CGI campaigns. So VFX, the videos you saw, campaigns for these companies. So they say, all right, I'll do 4 videos for you for this amount. And then this is the amount of views they get. Like, it's insane. So if I had that opportunity to execute a complete CGI campaign for a company, I would and use that as a case study, because I know for a fact that would work. Because nobody in Jamaica has ever seen it. I email these companies, like when I'm in conversation with them, I would love to create a CGI campaign for you. It's never been done. You'd be the first in the market to ever accomplish this, ever do this. First in the Caribbean, not even Jamaica.
Yeah.
Not even just Jamaica. So, and none of them have given me a chance yet. Hopefully soon. I guess I have to just keep pitching. As I said, 200 more companies. Maybe one will hit. Just keep trying.
No, that's a great attitude to have. It's unfortunate that we have to go down this route and do these kind of extreme situations, these extreme things.
Mhm.
But I mean, like you said, keep trucking,
Yep.
keep moving forward.
Can't stop.
Yeah, don't let it hold you back. I know you said you have we got to wrap up. We got the next guest waiting. I know you said you're working on a couple of projects, but you can't talk about it. But can you just tell a little bit about the vision and the future for your company?
I would love to develop my personal brand into a creative agency, hiring all Jamaican talent from all over Jamaica, because there are these agencies in Jamaica, but nothing from the West. So I would love to start some in the West, create a nice like playground for creatives to come. Everybody's vision goes together. We work together. People from Kingston and all over Jamaica can come down and just work. So that's my vision, and to have the most successful and most creative agency in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica. I would love to do that. That's my dream over the next 5 years.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
you can hope on it. I'm gonna do it.
No, you're definitely gonna do it. I think you have a lot to offer to the market, a very unique talent.
Thank you.
And just people gotta give you a chance. Companies gotta give you a chance at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
I think those that will are going to benefit immensely, and those
For
that
sure.
sit on the sidelines are gonna regret it.
The market is to the right, guys. Please tune in if anyone in the corporate industry is watching, or
There
not.
you go. Or not, that's right. All right, Sahaj, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
For joining. Appreciate you. And good luck with everything. We're probably
Appreciate
going
it. Thank
to
you.
work together very soon anyway.
I want to make a video for topics.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Thanks, man. All right. And that was Sahaj. You can go ahead and follow him on Beyond Sahaj on Instagram and give him a follow, give him a like. And of course, just as a reminder, we are doing this in aid, this 12-hour live stream. We've officially reached the halfway point, so we're more than 50% done with this, and we're trucking right along. Energy feels good. I ate on the last break, and I am definitely ready to go and keeping up with the energy here. Thank you again to those who have donated. Thank you, Shauna, again, once again, really, really appreciate it. Dean Sterling, thank you for your donation. Every little bit helps. All of this helps, even if it's $1. Trust me, it'll go directly towards this trip for these students. And you can either do it here like everybody else is doing, or you can go to neetja.com and make your donation there. All right, we have our next guest waiting in the waiting room, and I'm going to go ahead and add him to the stream. Hold on 1 second. I don't have headphones. Do you have extra headphones I could use? No.
You're not hearing me? Hi,
All right,
Trop.
we're going to have to do this manually. Sorry, give me 1 second there, Phil. All right, I think I can hear you now.
Hi, Trop.
Can you hear me, Phil?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hold on. I'm going to put on my AirPods. Maybe that'll help. 1 second.
All right, want me to say something? Hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, great.
Great.
Yeah. And you can hear me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, hold on. I'm getting an echo here. Sorry, you're the first virtual person, so just working through this.
You should have told me from morning, and I will fly down and with my helicopter and have a live thing, but didn't tell me, so I didn't book the trip.
All right, don't worry. We're gonna work with this. All right, cool. Thank you so much for taking the time, Phil, for coming on.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, there's a little delay in my headphones here, so I'll just try and be conscious of that. So our guest here is Philmore Turnbull, and he is a quantity surveyor extraordinaire. He's been at ThropX 2 years in a row, and I always say, after learning what a quantity surveyor is, I always say this is probably it's one of the absolute most important professions in doing any type of construction project. And I don't think you disagree with me on that, right, Phil?
Yeah, it's one of the most important. We tend to say we should be the first one in and the last one out.
Yes, I agree with that. And I know and we're going to get into the actual profession and what you do, but there is a sentiment sometimes that, it's too costly to bring on this profession, to bring on a QS. And boy, I've heard so many stories of those folks who have decided not to use a quantity surveyor and kind of do it themselves. And they end up spending double, sometimes even triple what they would have. But with that being said, I'd like to give you a chance, Phil, to introduce yourself, please.
My name is Philmore Turnbull. As I said, I'm a quantity surveyor. I'm in the construction industry. I've been there for 30 years. I work with both the developers, the contractors, and so I see it from both point of view. The importance of a quantity surveyor, as you said, is understated. Because the question is, if you spend so much money trying to build or develop something, why not just spend the extra amount in order to secure that investment? And wise person would want to secure that investment instead of cutting costs where it matters. So it's a good thing to have a quantity surveyor. When you start out with a quantity surveyor, what does a quantity surveyor do? His purpose is to the building accountant. He guide you through the contract, select the contract, guide you through the contract. When you have contracted a contractor, prior to that, you have a design. You want to build it. You want to know what it costs. I'm using layman terms as simple as possible. Want to know what it costs. I will come in, create what is called a bill of quantity. The bill of quantity take in consideration every aspect of the work that is to be done on the drawing, and put it in a quantity format in which you can know put a price to it so the contractor can price it and generate an overall cost. That now guides the process so that during the time of construction, should there be any item that was missing or claimed to be missing, we will simply just look at the bill of quantity to find out. It also guides the contractor into ensure what his cost is going to be for any particular item. It helps you to reduce any variation, because normally when you give somebody a drawing for them to develop a price, at the end of it, they may say that they have forgot to include something. And there's no way you could have checked whether or not they did include it or not. So with a bill of quantity, it will guide you in that purpose and in that area. So it's important that you have one. So during the pre-session, we call it pre-construction session, in which you want to do your development, you confer with it. And why we say we're the first one in, because when it is in the design stage, the quantity surveyor could help you choose smarter, cheaper, more economical material for you to make that design. And in some instance, in most instances, when you are doing construction, you tend to look at the initial cost and forget about the long-term costs. And we tend to have to calculate and input in there what we refer to as a life cycle cost. So we at the first set, we will give you a costing that will reflect, what that thing should cost you and what is the alternative should you want to go a different way. And so that when you engage a contractor, you would have engaged a contractor on the item specification and quality of material that you want, so that when he is constructing, he will use what you have already selected, and you would have known what that cost should look like because you have engaged a quantity surveyor. And that's the pre-side. During the construction process, what then to happen is that the contractor, the quantity surveyor monitors the contractor's claims and spending. So the contractor will submit what he referred to as his, because what tends to happen is that payment is done on an interim basis. As soon as the contractor do his work, we pay for that amount of work. So the contractor will not get paid for stuff that he has not done. And if you claim for something that he has not done, the quantity surveyor rightly go and evaluate, check, and make his recommendation for payment. Another thing, he controls variation, because sometimes the client tend to change his or her mind on items or introduce new items that they want. And what tend to happen is that when that item comes in, the quantity surveyor would advise the client of the likely cost of that particular item, and again identifying a cheap alternative. And if they insist, then he will negotiate with the contractor on site, so the contractor on site will give a fair and even price for that particular variation. And then at the end of all of that thing, and we guide it through the construction process, the contract process, because we tend to recommend what contract and which contract is better to use, the type of contract that is required for that kind of thing. We guide the contractor clause so that both parties know exactly what they're getting into and what are the terms and conditions in which they are working, and if there's a termination clause and how that works. And what we need with fluctuation, that's the area we govern. And at the end of all of that, we will then give you a final account showing you all the money that have been spent in the area that they were spent and what the final figure is, so that both parties can walk away knowing that they were satisfied in doing and receiving what they had started at the beginning.
Okay, so a lot to break down and to go through. So let's go back to the pre-construction aspect of it. And yes, the way I think about a quantity surveyor is you are the quant that is there to protect me, the client, from not only the contractor, but everybody in between, and making sure that the funds that I'm spending is not only going in the right place, but it's getting the right material. And as you said before, it is being released on in a scheduled and timely manner.
Right.
And one of the things that you said that was important was the lifespan. And I don't want you to breeze over that. And if you can go into a little bit of detail, and I remember you explaining this at Thropex, even with I think it was an example of painting and having to repaint as opposed to using other material, for example.
All right, so you're referring to life cycle costing, because and the purpose I use of painting versus a tile, because some material to be employed in the construction may have an initial cost that seems to be expensive, but in the maintenance and the duration of the life of that product or the building, that material will not require any form of maintenance at all. And therefore then, though it may be cost so much at the initial stage, during the life of the project, it reduces your maintenance. Now, the example I gave the last time was paint, because, for example, you're building a house or a development, and you decide to put tiles on the wall or clad the wall using a metal cladding type of material. Now, that metal cladding type of material stand up to the element and we selected on everything. But to put that cladding on, it costs more. It is more expensive than just to paint the wall. The wall may just require you, if you decide to paint the wall, fine, but you have to paint that wall every so often during the life of the building. And therefore, when we calculate life cycle, we calculated how often you have to replace that particular item during the life of the building. The life of the building is to the client, his use, how long he have it, that kind of thing. Not necessarily how long the building stand, because he may sell the building later on. But we calculated on the life of the building, its use and its purpose. So now you have a decision to make, whether or not you're going to tile. That costs you 10 times more than paint. But then when you tile initially and pay that 10 times amount, during the life of the project, you may not spend any more money on it, as opposed to painting it, because every 2 years you may have to paint. Now, when you add up that cost for about 10 years, you tend to find out that at the end of 10 years, you spend twice the cost for painting and renewing the look of your building, as opposed to having that cladding or that tile in there. So what we tend to do is give you a calculation on the material that you choose, what's the life cycle value of using that material through the purpose of your building. So it's not always what seems cheap or expensive at the initial stage, but then we tell you that look long term.
Okay, thank you for that. And now I want to get into the what would I say, the management of the project and the management of the funds. And you had mentioned that that funds are released on a timely fashion, based on your guidance. Can you go through a little bit of that process?
All right. Usually let's start with the pre. So the pre-construction process or the pre-contract process involved when you employ a quantity surveyor, involve him preparing a bill of quantity. Him carries through a procurement process. If you don't have a contractor already, we go through a procurement process, identifying, selecting from qualified contractors for them to submit a price for the particular project that we're working on. When we identify such contractors and they submit their price, the quantity surveyor evaluate that price to see which of the who offer the best price on the project, not the cheapest, but the best. And the best may involve quality of service, may be involved, is experience in the area, may be involved, whether or not that material is indeed, the price that he submits is indeed a reality price, as opposed to something that because some contractors in some instance bid low at the front end and try to make it back at the back end. So we evaluate all of that and identify or select a contractor that is best suited. Once that happens, we then recommend that contract, the type of contract for that to happen. So that's the pre-contract process. Then we go to the post. Now, during the start of it, and why we call it post is because the contract has now been signed, and now the process for the contractor to carry out his work and be paid. Now, the work is done in phases, because it's done in stages, not phases, stages. Start from the foundation up if there's a new building or renovation or whatever. So we identify the period in which payment's supposed to happen. But payment and the contract speak to the contract clause. The contract will speak to how payment is supposed to happen, how contractor is supposed to get paid. All of that happening in the contract, conditions and its term. And as Surveyor, we are guided by the contract, and we, manage the contract where that is concerned. So we look out for both the contractor's interest as well as the client interest as it relates to the contract, and we are obligated to the contract. And though the client paying us, we're obligated to the contract. So because the idea is to make both parties be fair in the process. So the contractor do his work, and the contractor would submit at the stipulated time a claim for payment. Or let's, for example, he's doing a brand new building, and he went and he cleared the site, and he within a month, and we said, all right, payment must be every month. So before the beginning of the next month, he would submit a claim to say he did all this work and he need a payment on it. We would then go and evaluate whether or not he have done all this work, then make a recommendation to the client. We can't make that, we can't do payment. We simply recommend to the client based on what the contractor submitted and say, okay, you have already done that work, you have done this work, you can go ahead and pay him. And the client then, being our agent, will do that. And sometimes what happens is that contractor would anticipate a particular task of work to be done. And in anticipating to be done, he make a claim ahead of time and say, boy, he would have reached this amount. So when we go there, it's not yet done. And because it's not done, we can't recommend it to be paid. So therefore, then he will then sometimes see a reduction in his claim. And this is because of that very reason. That which he anticipated to happen didn't happen, and we can therefore recommend it. So we only recommend and make certification on work that is done.
Excellent, excellent. And now let's go to the perspective or the purview of somebody who is living abroad and they want to build their dream home or their retirement home here in Jamaica. And they're going to be abroad and they're going to be essentially sending funds down. And we've heard this story before many, many, many times about somebody doing construction here and not being here. Even though I always advise, please be here if you possibly can during your construction project. Very, very important. But they're unable to do that. Where and how does...
the first thing you do, as we said, is to, before you engage a contractor, you engage a quantity surveyor, where that is concerned. Because the quantity surveyor, as I started by saying, will provide the bills of quantity, the guidance, the what you call it, the documentation that is required to, for want of a better word, a boundary in which the contractor would operate, so that when the contractor operates in that envelope, you will be protected because of that. So now what tends to happen, because sometimes the client engage the contractor at the initial stage, and when they engage the contractor without a quant surveyor, and they accept the contractor's bid or offering, they don't know whether or not it is a fair, expensive, or is it a reasonable offer. But they engage the contractor, accept the contractor quotation, and then employ a quantity surveyor. Now, when the quantity surveyor come in at that end, the quantity surveyor cannot adjust what was agreed before.
Mm.
What he simply do is simple advise in areas where there is, if some things are out of the way, but because you have signed a contract and say this is what the man going to produce and the man produces at extra cost, it's kind of difficult for you to come in later on and say that. So I always
Wait,
said to them,
so
contractor.
sorry to interrupt you. Would you come in before the architect?
No, well, you can't. Well, yes and no. You can come in before the architect because what the architect becomes, you are now part of the design team. Because as a quant surveyor, you also help the architect in costing his design. Because some architect just gladly design what you want, not paying attention to what your pockets say. So if you engage a quant surveyor early, whatever the design is, you can guide the architect to ensure that what he's designing is what the pocket of the client is saying, so that the client gets what he wants. The architect designs something that the client like and the client can afford it. That's the benefit of engaging them early, even during the time of the architect. But if that doesn't work, and the architect gives you a design, which many a times I see, when the quant surveyor comes in at that level and begin to tell you what the real cost is, you tend to find the client want to scale back because he did not budget for that thing or that cost, and he want to scale back and then re-engage the architect, pay him a different set of fee to reduce that rescope that design. So it's always best to try to engage them at the early age. But then a very good architect would always have contact of a quant surveyor. So when he's engaged, he always consults a quant surveyor so that he can, because one of the requirements of the architect is to advise the client of the likely cost of whatever he or she is designing. And that architect only get that information from a quant surveyor. So a good architect always have a quant surveyor near him. But he was just there to advise the architect of general cost. But once the client employs that quant surveyor at an early stage, that quant surveyor guides that design in terms of its cost. So it's good to have him on the early stage. So now that you're away, you have engaged a quant surveyor. The quant surveyor do the bill of quantities based on the design of your architect, send it to you and say, this is the price that it's likely to cost. The next step would now do, let us select some contractors to do this work. We will send out and do a procurement process in which contractors will be bid on it. Very good contractors. So we can try to get the lowest, but at the same time, best price for the project. So while all of that happen, and he needs to do a decision.
How involved is the client in that? You said you're going to try to get the best contractor that fits the project. Are they hands off, and are you just doing all this for them at this point?
Yes and no, because some clients will have contractors that they have already used. Some clients may have ideas of some contractors. Some clients may not, none at all, don't know who or where to do. So what we do when you're engaged, we tell you the process that we're going through. So if the process is procurement, we would recommend some contractors that we may have worked with, or even the very architect recommends some contractors that they would have worked with. But the thing is that all those contractors would then bid on the document so that they would give us a price. We look at the best price. It's always best to have a comparative cost in terms of like items. So we always get more about 3 contractors for them to give us a price, a cost, and you go through. So yes, the client would be involved in the sense that we advise him or her as to the stages involved and what are the process. And when that process comes, they would make the decision. Because all we do is make recommendation.
Okay, and then now let's move into the actual construction phase. Again, it's kind of same question. How hands-on, how involved is the client? Again, using the example of them being abroad and not here in Jamaica.
Well, one of the requirements, being the full-time quant surveyor on the project, the quant surveyor would do cost report. So whether monthly or bi-monthly, the client, the quant surveyor would prepare a cost report of the spending, how the work has been going on in terms of expenditure. One of the advice you will do, because the contractor is not necessarily a project manager, it's nice to always have a project manager on site, because the quant surveyor is the one who guides the purse, but not necessarily makes the decision. So a project manager organizes everybody, makes the decision, especially when it comes to doing variation, especially when it comes to any change of the scope of the work, or even to guide the contractor in ensuring that the work is being done according to the time frame and the specification. That's what the project manager does. But the quant surveyor is just the guard of the purse. So he will any decision that's made within the month and thing, and there's a cost implication, that report will capture all of that cost and send it to the client, so the client would know exactly what is happening. But the quant surveyor can also be a project manager if you hire him for that purpose.
I see. And, the reason why I asked this question, because we've all heard these horror stories of, again, people trying to build their house, they're sending the money down, and they just get their shirt taken from them. And I know when I first moved to Jamaica, like, I didn't even know what a quantity surveyor was, never heard of it, this profession. But now, like, just kind of doing this Thought media stuff and being in real estate and construction, I can't emphasize how important, and I'm not saying this just because you're on, like, I say this all the time, and guiding people to move here, invest here, is just like, man, please highly consider making and bringing on a QS onto your team.
I know you're not saying it because I'm here, because I always hear you saying that. But yes, it's very important, because money is what is what hurts or make the project complete, or make the project be a success. And you want to ensure that that item of the work is being covered in terms of protected, because you don't want to pay more than what has been done, and therefore the contractor is not incentivized to come back. Although they have a duty of care, they're not incentivized to come back to finish it, because what tends to happen is that they find another job and they've been using the money on that job, and therefore there's no money on yours. But if you have an engaged quant surveyor, the quant surveyor would advise you of the disbursement period for the purpose of the work, because when you disburse fund a payment at a particular time, that payment is supposed to cause more work to be done so that a next payment can happen. And if at the time when a next payment will happen and there is no work involved because they may have spent the money elsewhere, then that contractor will not be able to make a claim, and he would want that money. And even a situation like that, when the contractor finds himself not able to make work for him to get money because he had more or less spent it elsewhere, the quant surveyor can also guide them as to what other way they can work on that. For example, what you tend to find is that if, as I said, the work is not there to catch up back for the claimant, you then can identify what we refer to as a subcontractor, who would come in and work someone separate under the very same contract, but get a direct payment by the client instead of that main contractor. And that subcontractor can carry out that work and get the ball rolling. Because what tends to happen is that, especially in the initial stage, the pay mobilization because they tend to want to pay a mobilization for the contractor come in, contractor start his work. When the contractor starts his work, the contractor is like a chicken and egg situation. One push the next, one push the next, one push the next. But if any of that money leak out or go somewhere else, then there's not enough work for it to produce for you to get some funds. So you want something to be injected in there. And next way of doing it is to get a subcontractor under that main contractor to come in to do that work. That work then trigger more work so that payment can happen.
So it's essentially you're creating like just multi-layers of protection and also fallbacks.
Yes.
Seems smart. Seems really, really smart. And again, I hope people see or have the foresight to see the importance of having this position and to learn from other people's mistakes at the end of the day, and not be, as much as I encourage people to move here and invest here, but you also got to be smart, and you also got to work with the right people. And I was given an example earlier today, not with the construction, but more so of somebody, a subscriber who shared a not so great experience in buying a piece of property here. And I could tell you they work with the wrong people, and that was one of the big things, that they just work with the wrong people.
It's always nice to have another pairs of eyes, because if in anything that you do, if you engage a lawyer for argument's sake and you're overseas, it's nice to have somebody local you can trust to say, go check up on that for me, go ensure that happens.
Yeah.
True, you don't have the time to do it, but the world gets so small that you can Google everything and research everything, so that you can, whenever you're doing a transaction, do your due diligence. Go investigate to see the individual, the person, or what you're getting yourself in. It's always important. It's always nice to get a reference of something. No matter what you do, get a reference or two. If you're doing construction and you have a contractor, get a reference or two, and you speak to that person. That's all you need, is a contact number or something, and that you have a conversation with that person, so that person will tell you their experience. Because sometimes we write very nice letters, but it's when you interact with the person you really know what's happening.
Great advice. Where can people find you, Phil, if they want to reach out?
I'm at AP Consultants. AP Consultants is an architect, engineer. It's an all-in-one package, an umbrella organization that do this construction. A is for architect, E is for engineer, P is for planner, E is for engineer, C is for cost consultants. We're at 5 Oxford Park Avenue. We've been in this business for over 40, 50 years, I think. We have been doing this thing, so we know what we're doing. You want architect, architects are there. You want engineer, engineer are there. So AP Consultant, telephone number 9263150, it goes up to 2. A PEC Consultants.
Can you give me that phone number one more time, please?
92. All right, let me start with the error code. 876-9263150. It goes to 2.
Okay, great. Gotcha. I'm putting that on the screen right there for anybody that wants to reach out.
There you go.
Well, Phil, thank you very much for your time today. Really, really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Drop anything for you, man.
Thank you. All right, you take care.
You take care, bro. All right.
Bye-bye. That was great. Thank you so much, Phil. I know that was a lot, just looking at the comments in terms of the amount of information that Phil was giving us, but I can't emphasize enough how important it is. And I know a lot of people out there who have started construction projects, who are thinking about it, who are looking into buying land to build their house. Get a QS. Whether you're here or whether you're abroad, you're going to save. It's worth its weight in gold. You're going to save time. You're going to save money. You're going to save emotional stress. All right. We are going to move to our next set of guests. We're going to take just a quick break because we got to reset the stage area here. And we'll be back just in a couple of minutes. Let's see.
All right, ready.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining the tour today, and we're going to be taking a look at the newly renovated bungalows, or otherwise now known as the cottages, which we've gone through about half of them so far, and we're looking at cottages number 4 and 8 at this time, and this is just a view of the balcony. We changed the entrance from being in the middle, and so if you are familiar with the property, there used to be an entrance for 2 rooms in one of these bungalow housing structures, and now each bungalow, each room has their own entrance to the side and a little bit more privacy as well, because we split the balconies. So you don't necessarily have to talk to the neighbor if you don't want to, but you can of course go around if you would like. And moving into the room itself, these are brand new beds and frames and new design with the throw pillows and the standard pillows in the back there. And then you can also see the kitchenette unit that we renovated, and we'll get to in a second. Also, we added a working desk with a charging station, so you have USB and also Type-C there as well, right below the television. And that's for anybody who wants to get some work done, especially those work from home people. And this is a wider view of the room, and I just want to make note of the AC, because these used to be fan cooled rooms, and now we inputted got rid of the louver windows, and so now it's completely sealed up, if you will, with, as far as the windows go, brand new windows. And also want to bring attention to the ceilings. So the ceilings used to be flat, and now we brought them up to an apex to give a little bit more room and make it feel a little bit more spacious, but still maintain the coziness. And also bringing some more attention to the far right corner of the kitchenette that we have, and we'll get to that in a second, and also the newly renovated bathroom. So we basically gutted this entire place. Even the floor tiles are brand new as well. And this is another angle of the bed, and just want to bring some attention to the LED bed frame, as well as the embedded nightstands and lamps, and another view of the kitchenette, I should say. And as you can see, it has basically all the utensils and tools that you might need to cook a meal. Included is a mini fridge there down on the left, and a hot plate, coffee maker, ice bucket, all the knives and utensils that you may need to feed a small family. Not necessarily Thanksgiving dinner, but you can definitely chef it up in there, especially if you're staying for an extended period of time. This might be a perfect type of accommodation for you. And that essentially is the kitchen. And now moving on to the bathroom. And as I mentioned before, like floor to ceiling, new floor tiles, new ceiling tiles. Got the LED frame around the mirror just to give a little bit more lights. We changed out the square louver windows for the ship window, I guess you can call it. And we got the rainfall shower head and the glass frame shower door. Even the towel holders, those are all new. And again, trying to bring together everything in the room, the kitchenette, and to complete the cottage experience, if you will. So very happy and proud of how this was done, and really wanted to give a modern look and feel to this new room category, the cottage. And so also with this wide angle, want to bring attention to the closet. So you got some drawer space there, and you got some hanging space as well, and your safe, of course, and iron, and the ironing board is on the other side in between the closet and the window there. And yeah, another angle of the room, and also want to bring attention to that long standing mirror there, so full frame mirror. And that essentially is the bungalow, and this is kind of our way of paying homage to my dad and where he started from with this hotel, Travelers Beach Resort. Started right with one bungalow and grew to the 60-room resort that Travelers Beach Resort is now. And my dad...
I'm gonna tell you that I love you 100 times a day. You'll get tired of my voice, that's how much I'm gonna tell you that I'll miss you. I'll miss you if you go.
right, we are back from our break and we are ready for our next set of guests. And this is a very important segment that we have today. And it is really the main reason we are doing this extended live stream. And that is the NEET segment. And we have three special NEET guests here. And I'm just going to start down the line. I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourself. We're running a little behind schedule, but we can pace ourselves. So we'll start and down the line and come down.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rihanna Lewis. I am a NEET Pass student and also a volunteer.
Hello, everyone. I am Jamal Grant. I'm a teacher by profession, a NEET volunteer teacher as well.
Good day, everyone. I trust that everyone is doing well. I'm Miss Jean P. Brown. I actually work with the NEET organization. I guess I graduated from being a volunteer into becoming an employee. I am in charge of the NEET Leadership Tablet Training Program. And now, I think it's back to Winthrop.
Yes, thank you guys for the introduction. And so, Ms. Brown, I want to stick with you for a second. And I just want you to briefly tell us what the NEET Tablet Leadership Program is and give us insight into what you guys do on Saturdays upstairs.
So NEET really stands for the Negril Education Environment Trust. And this is a not-for-profit or non-government organization that was set up by Mr. Winston Wellington. He still serves as our chairman, and that's Sam Winthrop's dad. And the aim of setting up the organization, he said that he had traveled to so many countries and seen how illiteracy was a major problem. And in many of the countries that he had visited, he saw where being educated actually helped to elevate those countries. And he wanted to come back to his country and to really do something to help the citizens and to start with the children, start with the current generation, so that there will be a great change and turning over for the future. So on Saturdays, we actually work with children from different schools across Hanover and Westmoreland. The organization has been going for approximately 22, going 23 years now, and we have always worked with students in Negril across Hanover, Westmoreland. During the pandemic, we went further afield and worked with students over in Manchester. And as a result, we have seen a great change in the communities and in the schools that we are involved in. So how do we get the students? We ask individual schools to send students who might have a challenge in math, challenge in reading, challenge in science, and even some who have some behavior challenges. And when they come on a Saturday morning, we have trained teachers, that is one of them, who work with the children. We also have trained guidance counselors who work with the parents. Because when Mr. Wellington was setting up the organization, he said that he did not believe in children just coming all by themselves. He wanted the parents to be there so that the transformation is not only taking place in the child and then the child goes back into a toxic environment. He wanted both parents and children to be there. And that's how we have been going. And I tell you, I remember 2 graduations ago, because after approximately 12 weeks, 10 to 12 weeks of being in the program, we have an awesome graduation. And at the end of it, each child who graduates gets a tablet to take home. In the beginning, we called it the Tablet in Home program, but as the technology advanced and the school started to buy into the use of technology in school, we just leave it as the NEET Leadership Tablet Training Program. So the trained teachers work with the children to help to improve their math skills, their reading skills, and some amount of their science skills. This year, last year, we work with a group in Florida called STEAMA. So we are doing a collaborative work with them, where we're looking at right now water purification. Children produce all types of projects which they can really replicate at home. If they're having challenges with water, they can filter their water
and purify and have proper drinking water. Not only do we focus on the math, the language, the science, but we bring in a number of resource persons each week. So you can come to a NEET class on any Saturday. You might find a banker coming in to speak on savings and investment. Last week, we had someone from the Rural Agricultural Development Agency that taught everybody how to start up their backyard gardening, containerized gardening. So on any given Saturday, there's a resource person. The police works very closely with us, and they always train on fighting crime through education. How do we do that? So we do have a lot of work. This morning, we went on the water. We were on the glass bottom boats where we took the children and their parents to see the reef structure. So they got a mini lesson on the importance of the coral reef in as far as the environment is concerned, being barriers that help to really break great waves whenever we have a hurricane or a storm. So NEET is a place to come on down and to see what we're doing.
Thank you for that, Ms. Brown. Appreciate it. And I want to hear from the former students, and if you can just give us some insight into your experience during your NEET class.
Well, being a NEET student, I have experienced a lot. Miss Brown just said we went on the glass bottom boat. That was my first time, and it was also my first time holding a tablet in my hand. I was
Wow.
so happy, and it changed my life because it helps me, shaped me in many ways to learn a lot of new things. It even encouraged me to start my own little farming.
Wow. Awesome. And you, Jamal?
Well, I was never quite a NEET student. However, I started out as a NEET volunteer while I
Right,
was
right.
going
Mhm.
to high school, leading into university. One of the things I really appreciate about NEET is the holistic take they take towards education, not just telling them, but there's a lot of practical application and experience that helps to really reiterate and solidify some of those concepts that children learn in the classroom beyond just the theory. I think NEET gives them a practical experience. Ms. Brown spoke of visiting the coral reefs. Now, several students might have learned about the coral reef in school, but I think the addition of taking them to the reef for them to see themselves does something. And I think that that even is represented in the whole emphasis of our essence of the Japan trip. These are students who learned about Japan. In primary school, I think in grade 6, we all had that experience. And now these students are having the experience that I didn't have as a student to actually go to Japan and see much of what they learned in a practical way.
Yeah, sure.
One of the exciting thing for me, and I know Romain is sitting by to come on, was when we learned about the bullet train. And everybody was so excited when we saw the photo of the bullet train that looked really shaped like an aeroplane, the front of it. And I said, oh, I said to the students, I would just love to get that opportunity. So the first thing when we learned of this, we got this invitation, say, whoa, we're gonna travel on the bullet train. And everybody is so excited because most of them would have gone through primary school and would have done Japan as one of the 4 case studies that they had to do at grade 6 in preparation for their exams. They did Japan, New Zealand, Siberia, and Ghana.
Mm. Very good. And I want to stick on Japan for a little bit. And could you tell us about the actual invitation from Totori? And also, I don't know if you have it on top of your head, what the schedule is going to look like for the students who go on this trip.
So early last year, 2024, we got an invitation from the Totori Prefecture government in Japan, inviting NEET students to come and be a part of Expo 2025. Of course, excitement went through the roof because I think in 2018, NEET had actually taken students and a number of their business partners to visit Totori, which is incidentally twinned with the parish of Westmoreland. So we were really excited about that. And so we started putting in lots of preparation for that trip. They invited us to perform on August the 6th, which is Jamaica's official Independence Day. So while in Japan, the NEET students will be performing on the world stage on our Independence Day. Then there's a school in Japan which is now in a sister twinning relationship with the Little London High School here in Westmoreland. And that school is going to be also performing. They have an orchestra and they're going to do an instrumental item. After that, both the NEET students and the Japanese students will do a collaborative item. We have been designing costumes, looking at the collaborative item and costuming for that also. I think our major challenge is really funding because this trip is going to be costing quite an amount of monies. I think we need approximately 3,500 US per person. And we do have 12 students and the 3 teachers who will be making this trip. So already the parents are excited, but how are we going to fund this? We have been doing a number of fundraising activities, and this is one of the fundraisers that we're doing, appealing to all our friends out there to really say yes. I want these children to go to Japan and I'm going to assist. Not only will they be performing while in Japan, but we're going to be visiting other institutions. The group is also going to be guests of the Totori Prefecture government when they do their assembly. So we'll see how they operate, like when they come and visit us and they attend the municipality meetings. So they'll see exactly how such a government at that level really operates. And I think it's a great learning experience for these children to see a country that they actually learned about when they were at grade 6. And as Mr. Grant was saying, it is one thing to study the theoretical aspect, but when you get the practical, it really solidifies that which you had learned about. And they will be going, having done the theory, having done the case study, they're going to go now and say, wow, this is it. So we're super excited. Another thing that they're planning in Japan is that there's going to be like a language workshop with both Japanese and the Jamaican students. We're just so looking forward to it. So we are depending on all our friends. We're depending on everybody who is a NEET partner, everybody who loves NEET and what we're doing to come on board and to give us the type of assistance that we need at this time.
Excellent. And Mr. Grant, if you could share your insight into what you think the impact of this trip will have on the students who attend.
Right. I believe the impact will be insurmountable, but I have to begin with saying sometimes our children's worldview is limited to what they know, what they see, what they're exposed to. And I think this trip will expand their worldview. It will also expand, for me, I think, their appreciation of cultures that exist beyond their own. I think some of us are more accepting of what we know and also accepting of what we have seen. And as such, as they go off and see how things are done otherwise, it will make them more accepting, not just of the Japanese that they see and their culture, but when they come back, accepting of differences that they see among them. Right? So I believe it will have that impact on them. I also think it will be a lifelong experience. I think children really grow with much of the experiences that they had as a child. And I think this will be a positive one for them to remember as they age into adults.
Awesome. And you both are teachers that are going on the trip, right?
Yes, indeed.
What are you guys looking forward to most about the trip?
Actually, I am excited about the performance of the children.
Well,
I just think-
you're in charge of that.
Yeah, I just think they're going to just blow everybody's mind. And so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm really hoping I get a chance to travel on the bullet train.
Because you learned about it from when you
Yes,
were a
when I
kid.
was teaching at
Oh,
grade
okay.
6 level, and we had to study, those case studies, and we would discuss and
Mhm.
I remember Canaan, who is supposed to be coming on. We had a virtual exchange during the pandemic with one of the elementary schools in Japan and the Sheffield Primary School. And Canaan had gone all out and made her kimono and that kind of stuff. And they did a video modeling this stuff, and I was able to send those back to Japan and the Japanese students because they were studying about Japan. Japanese students were studying about a Jamaican school, and they shared what they learned about each other's culture. So I think it's going to be awesome. Maybe see some of the students that you were communicating with online, virtually see them in person.
No, it's exciting times. There's a lot of work to be done
Yes.
in the next few months leading up to it, and we're all up for the challenge. We meet weekly every single Friday to plan this thing out. You guys are meeting every Saturday, learning the Japanese, learning the culture, doing the dances, preparing for the big performance on the 6th of August, and we're out here raising funds. So I do want to thank everybody out there who has donated. It really, really does go a long way. And these are some of the folks. And I think do we have any more students? 3 more students who are going to come on, and at least you'll get to see the faces who you're helping out and hearing from them directly. Before I let you guys go, I want to hear from the track star. Can you tell us what you've been up to in that realm? Because you didn't mention that. So I think that's very, very important.
Well, as Mr. Winthrop said, I am a track athlete. Yes, I am. I will be representing Jamaica at the Character Games in Trinidad and Tobago coming up April, and also it's a boys and girls champs, which is week after next week. So please look out for me, and please to support us as we go on our trip. Make this a lifelong experience. I have been wanting to go to Japan, not only just seeing it on the TV, but I want to experience it. So please support us.
So Rihanna, I wish you the best of luck. What events are you running?
The 400-meter hurdles and the heptathlon for girls.
Wow. Okay. And what are your times in those?
The 400-meter hurdles, 58 seconds. The heptathlon, 5,000 points.
Wow. That is impressive. And what do you want to do with your career? Is that something that you want to do professionally? Is essentially what I'm asking.
Yes, I want to become a professional runner or a physiotherapist.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. And what are you looking forward to most about this trip before we let you go?
What I'm looking forward to is meeting the other Japanese, yes, and learning the culture of Japan, not just seeing it on the TV, but also experience it in real life.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. I know we got another set of students to come in. So yeah, we'll just change out right now, just like this, because we have our guests waiting in the back room. I see you, Jamal. We're just running a little behind schedule. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, so now you guys are gonna meet a few of the students who are coming on the trip. Come have a seat. Don't be shy. Come sit with me. Yeah. Small up. We're making this work. All right. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna ask you guys just to introduce yourself. Like, just go down the line. Okay, Kayla, go ahead. Yeah, go closer to the mic, Kayla. All right. Yeah. Go ahead. Hold on 1 second. All right. Go ahead again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kayla Slowly. I am a past NEET student, and I am now a volunteer.
Konnichiwa, everyone. My name is Romain Innes. I am a past student and also currently a volunteer.
Konnichiwa. My name is Kaden Anderson. I am a NEET volunteer.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shakila Cummins. Please, afternoon.
Definitely afternoon, I was gonna
Good
say.
afternoon, everyone. I am Shakila Cummins. I am a NEET volunteer, also a NEET past student. Nice to meet you all.
Okay. All right. So to start with, how are you all are going to Japan? Right? Okay, I just want to make that clear. How are the classes going, the Saturday classes going?
The classes are good. We have been learning Japanese in the afternoons, and then we move on to the performance where we're learning our folk songs that we'll be preparing in Tokyo, in Japan.
Okay. And how long are the classes that you guys are doing on Saturday?
12 straight up because we don't really have a set limit because we want to try to fit in as much things because we're going to be leaving August. So along with that and studying to, most of us are still in high school, so we're doing that. But normally we end up around 5 p.m. So from 12 to 5 p.m. we have classes.
Wow, that's a long time. And how is your Japanese? Everybody's Japanese. I know some of you said hello. What else can you say?
Konnichiwa. Watashi no namae wa Keidian desu.
It's basically the same thing that she said a while ago, but it's Watashi no namae wa remain this.
So I can introduce myself. Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Kayla desu. Hajijamashite, which is nice to meet you.
Excellent, excellent. You guys are doing well. You guys are doing well. And how is the performance coming along for August 6th?
It's good. They are designing our costumes right now, and we are practicing our dances along with the songs. So yes, it will be an exciting performance, and we can't wait to go out there and do it.
Big performance for the big expo. We're very excited. We can't wait to perform for Japan. Guys, we just hope that everything works out. Yes, we're ready. We're definitely ready.
All right. What are you looking forward to most about the trip? And we'll just kind of go down the line. Shakila, yeah.
I am expecting nothing but greatness. I'm expecting to learn new things, experience the culture, and also share my culture and share us as Jamaicans, our culture, and share like how we do things here. And I just hope that we all have a good experience. So,
For me, I'm quite excited, like about going to a new country, experiencing the new cultures, and also expressing my own culture along with that. And well, I'm mostly excited about their cultures.
For for me, it's going to be a new experience, being that I've never been to Japan. So getting to experience their homeland, the land of the rising sun, as they say, it's going to be very new to me. It's going to be a new surrounding. But not only that, I really do hope that I learn some new things there that I can take back and share with my fellow students because I'm still currently in high school. And not only that, take some things from my home country as well and share over there. Yeah.
Awesome.
I nowadays currently it is seen where young people tend to not believe in themselves and believe that they can reach higher heights and stuff like those. So I really do think that doing this and getting to be a part of this can motivate others to always chase after their dream because the sky's the limit, man.
I love it. I love it.
For me, I'm most excited about the food. I would love to eat some good Japanese food. But just to learn about their culture and, just to go out there and explore. We're from a small island, so going to Japan is a big deal, and I'm really excited.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys. And I'm so happy that everybody
is able to see out there who you're helping. And I hopefully you can tell, these are really, really great and awesome young people, all doing well in school. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I know they're all doing well, and it's going to go a long way. And I could tell you, they are a great group of ambassadors for Jamaica, for Negril, for NEET, and they're top of the line in their own rights, and you really are helping them go a long way with your donations. So please, I would encourage you to go to the website neetja.com, or you can donate right here on the live stream, and we're going to get all of them to experience this and to represent Jamaica on the world stage. All right, thank you guys. Any closing remarks before we go? Anybody want to pick up the mic? Of course, Shakila, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you guys for streaming, and thank you guys for the donation that has already been made. We appreciate it so much, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Subscribe. Yes, please do.
All right. Yeah, you guys can shift out. All right. That was great. Okay, and we are gonna keep it moving here. We got our guest in the waiting room. Thank you so much. We're gonna just go right into the next guest here. Hey, Jamal.
Hey, Trump, how you doing?
Good. So sorry to keep you waiting. Appreciate your
No problem at all. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. So to start with, could you just give us a brief introduction on who you are and what you do?
Okay, so I'm Jamal Chambers, and well, actually, I was on here. It was 2023 now, so almost 2 years ago now. It's kind of funny how time has passed, but I'm the author of the book of a visual analysis of reggae culture, and yeah, it's a passion of mine. I'm in architecture as well. I have been for the last I started studying in 2011, and I haven't left the field since. So I practice professionally, and my passion is to combine space, culture, and infrastructure. So the book came out of that, and development is coming out of that as well. So literary, infrastructure, architecture, you know.
Awesome. And I remember our conversation. I was in Brooklyn at the time when we connected, so I do remember that. And we talked a lot about music.
Yeah. Great conversation. Right?
Yeah. Let's get into the architecture aspect of it. We had on 2 guests ago a quantity surveyor, and he was saying that he's the first person that you should get on or bring on to a project. And I guess I was like, before architect, and he's like, it depends, sort of thing. And so from your perspective, where do you fit in? Let's go with the analogy or the example of somebody building their dream home in Jamaica, and where do you come in on that process?
Yeah, I would start by saying he's not necessarily wrong by saying that. It does depend on the project. It depends on the scale, and it depends on what you want, and also your relationship. I would say that most people aren't really that au fait with everybody, every individual, every consultant. So I think it's more common for somebody to probably look for an architect first. An architect can start holding your hands from a consultation to get your concept straight through to the development, before that development, to the approval, to meet every single consultant that may or may not need to be on the project. Even after the thing is developed, you have an architect that kind of, from start to end, I would say, has been my experience, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. And how do you? I was going to say, how do you approach? But maybe it's the client who approaches you. But in respect to like somebody building their dream home, where do you start that relationship with them? I mean, literally blank slate.
Yep. I mean, I think personally, I think it's best when things are organic. So I think it starts with a conversation. You literally could just sit down, two people or a group of people, because it could be an architecture and their team with you and your team, or it could just be one-on-one. And you literally just have a discussion. Where would you like to build? Do you have the land already? There's so many questions that will come up. No question is silly. No question is not necessary, because if you have the question, it's because you don't know the answer. And there is information out there, but you almost have to know who to speak with to even know where to go to get information. And I would say that a good architect, it's part of their job to even help any individual. So let's say I was building your dream home. I think it would be my job, even before any money is exchanged, to help you walk to each next step, help you give a heads up, get a heads up as to what the phases may be. You have, let's say you have a quantity, so everybody has fees. So I could give you a heads up as to what the market structure is for fees, what the normalities are for who you have to go to next, parish council, what the approval is like, prints, how much does a print cost? So there are a lot of questions from the beginning to the end. Ownership of land, property taxes, design costs, limitations. So Jamaica, for example, we have zoning restrictions. So typically, you're only able to build a certain type of structure in a certain type of zone. So like residential, commercial, educational, for instance, right? That can be changed, but typically you're not allowed to build outside of that. You have height restrictions. You have what we call habitable rooms. A habitable room is anything that's not really like a bathroom or a kitchen, and it's over. There's a limit. So a closet wouldn't be a habitable room, but if a closet space or a pantry is large enough, it can then be considered a habitable room. And you may have a limitation of how many rooms you can have per acre or hectare of land that you have. So there are a lot of limitations. I would say we should start from a conversation. And that conversation can just be, what do you think you want? Why do you think you want it? For how long? Who do you think you want to live with, for instance? What's your... And it's almost like speaking to a psychologist in a way sometimes, because it's really important for both parties to understand, do you have children now? Do you want children? Is that something that we should consider in this? Would you want to move your family into your home eventually? What are the conditions of your parents? Staircase, what's your physical condition? Are you okay to go upstairs? Do you want to eventually come downstairs? And all of that is important. Backyard space. You guys were talking about farming. Suppose you want to farm in the back of your yard. Are you allowed to? There's a lot of conditions. I was just having a conversation this week about the difference between a carport and a garage and why you would like one over the other. So I think you should start from a conversation. I think because it's your dream home and it's your home, not the architect's home. A lot of architects have ego, but it is your home. You should never, ever forget that. And I think it really should start from all of your preferences, all your timelines, all your future goals, your work conditions, your living spaces, where would you like to, all of that is just, I think is a conversation that starts before you even get into a contract.
And do you work with a lot of clients that are doing projects from abroad, so to speak? They're like literally in the States or Europe somewhere, and they're having their home built in Jamaica?
Personally, I don't tend to do that. I haven't, tended to do that much. But it is a common thing, and it's happening a lot more common, particularly with, I would say, a lot of your subscribers, the diaspora. So they would like to trust somebody to develop something here, and they may not be as familiar. And that can start from, the internet just allows people to have those kind of conversations easily. There's a lot of resources online that you can send people a geographic piece of the land so they can kind of understand. People like to send a lot of Pinterest images. about what they would like and all of that. So there's a lot that can be done. You don't necessarily have to be in the country the entire time. You don't have to be in the country most of the time, actually. But it is definitely advised for you to at least come and see the land and get a good walkthrough. It's definitely advised for you to come and check up as much as you can, but you don't necessarily have to be in the country. So it is something that you can do one away.
Okay, good to know. And can you share with us some projects that you have worked on?
Yeah. A lot of them are confidential, so I'd rather not say what they are, but I can say, well, I can say the typology, which is so like residential, there's schools. So from smaller to larger. So there's a school that I'm thinking of at the moment is a school in the Kingston area, and they're just under development still at the moment. It's not a finished project. There's renovations residentially. I have done a lot of quick service restaurants in the past. I've done a few, I've worked on with other partners, like a few high-rise buildings. I think the tallest I've done is 13 floors.
Great.
Yeah, 13 floors, I think is the tallest that I've done. There's different structures, but mostly residential. I have a lot of commercial developing at the moment, but they aren't necessarily being constructed yet. It's still in the design phase.
Okay. And which areas are you all over Jamaica? Mostly in Kingston?
Mostly in Kingston, but I think it depends mostly on. I think it depends mostly on your relationships, because I mean anything can depend on your relationships and the jurisdiction allowances. So kind of going back to your question about people overseas, if you're in an overseas jurisdiction that doesn't necessarily restrict a foreign architect, that can happen as well. So as a Jamaican architect, I'm saying this for the viewers who might be interested in becoming an architect here, you are specified to jurisdiction, but you are allowed to work outside in a certain way as long as you're supervised, depending on the laws of that country.
Gotcha. Understood. And now, as far as I guess you'd speak to Kingston at this point, but projects that are happening, and I know we spoke 2 years ago, but are you seeing any sort of increase, decrease in the quantity of projects that are happening in the Kingston area?
Yeah, honestly, I personally had like an observation that I found that a lot of the development was residential, and a lot of it didn't necessarily satisfy the criteria of the people who would live in them. So it was a bit more affluent than a lot of the majority could afford. So I found that developers at a time were developing for, let's say, a higher paying client, than the standard average Jamaican. And my question previously, I think it's being answered now. My question previously was, well, if you develop 90% of the structure is just residential and we don't improve people's working conditions, then how are people going to afford the new structures that are being developed? And I think there's a lot of mixed-use buildings coming up. There are a lot of different types of commercial buildings being developed now. So there's a larger typology, a wider variety of structure that's being designed, built, and carried out for people to do different things. Let's say that there's like, if you look at the Constant Spring area, for instance, Constant Spring has residential, educational, commercial, and commercial in terms of like retail. There's now apparently a Jetour, which is the car company that's coming as well. So it's different types of like gas station. When you have a different typologies, it's like each person can be serviced in that area, so you don't necessarily have to leave from that area. It makes the area more sustainable because everybody can do something in that area. And so, yeah, I do believe there's a lot of development, and I do believe that the typology is becoming more wholesome, so more people can be satisfied.
Okay, you just dropped a lot of gems there. And I
Sure.
want to go back to something you said about the types of construction and also the clientele that these structures are going after. And you were saying that the way I heard it and interpreted it, that these residential buildings are not or were not being built for Jamaicans, the average people in Jamaica, to afford, and they were going more after the luxury market. And so, with those construction projects, are those being are is the supply meeting the demand? Meaning, like, are those buildings that were made and built for luxury clientele, have they been filled?
I'm not able to actually answer that accurately. I have seen in some cases yes, and I have seen in some cases no. I have seen a lot of buildings at times go up and stay relatively empty, but I have seen also over time that people are filling the gap. So I'm not at liberty to really say, because I truthfully don't have the data to accurately answer that. But I have seen a lot of improvement, and I have seen a lot of different types of structure. Hardware and lumber, for instance, has a new solution in home. It's like I would say it's an effective costing solution for a new type of building, but it's specifically residential how they have it to start. And it just dramatically, it drops the time period of construction, and it drops the cost of construction, which are two of the things that can really spiral out of hand. They can build I think it's up to 1,000 square feet of a 3-bedroom unit, 2 bathroom, and it's something like $8.9 million.
This is a material, or
Yeah,
this
it's like a complex concrete fiberboard material that they build a house out of. They have a new, what do you call it? They have a demo unit that they have built up on I think it's a 6 Mile location, and they're doing walkthroughs right now. So there's a lot of people that are bringing like prefabricated homes, container homes, that same H&L home. There's a lot of different solutions that I think people are now really hitting the mark at targeting different, let's say the average Jamaican.
Mhm. And so that was my next question from your perspective. And I know the Prime Minister has said this, that Jamaica does not have enough housing, and that Jamaica as a whole, he's recognized that Jamaica as a whole needs to produce more housing at a faster rate. And are you seeing indications of us in a small way or big way, like achieving that?
Yeah, in small and big ways, actually. And I don't just mean that from the architect's perspective. I do mean that from the financiers are becoming, I would say, more intelligent in the solutions that they're offering for developers. I'd say the developers are becoming much more gifted, much more, their experience is wider, so they are able to deliver a better product. I would say there's so many different types of, the type of Jamaican that I really love to believe in as just the individual that just shoot above anything that's ever expected from him, and they just come up with something that becomes the what's the one in St. Thomas that you guys did?
Suncoast Beach Club.
Precisely example of that it's not really expected to have been developed. And look at St. Thomas now. So there's a lot of that. I think people also, the residents, the Jamaicans, are now accepting different types of structure. You see a lot of glass, you see a lot of metal. That wasn't there before. It was all concrete structures before, completely. And people are allowing themselves to trust different materials, different prefabricated structures that wasn't the case before. So there's a lot that's changing across. And like I said, there's a lot of different products that are now changing what can be. And And I think also even in the government, to be honest, there's a lot of legislation that's being allowed. I was just on the phone with NHT week before last, and they have a promotion that says if you are building a structure for $12 million or less, they will offer up to $8.5 million for you to develop. And
Wow.
if you go back to that same H&L home, for example, that's $8.9 million for the home. Then you get $8.5 million for your less than $12 million structure. You then just have to worry about construction, planning approval, and land. You may already have the land. NHT, honestly think NHT is doing an excellent job. They've moved the threshold up from, I think it's now in effect, to 7.5 per individual if you haven't used it before.
Yep,
you can partner with up to 3 people. So 3 people times 7.5, that's a wonderful opportunity for you to know. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the architect, it's not just the residents, it's not just the government, it's not just, I think everybody is doing their part, slowly but surely, to really move the ball forward. So I think in the next 5 years, it's really going to be satisfying.
No, that's great to hear. That's really, really excellent, especially from your perspective and you having that confidence, and you're not on here like, God, this is terrible. Things are moving in the wrong direction. So it's great to hear that you're actually on the other side of that. Are there any projects or parts of the country that you are excited about as far as construction or architect or development?
I'm actually glad you asked that, because the answer is yes. And I would also like to big you up, because part of the reason the answer is yes is because I think if it wasn't the last Throp X you had, it was the one before. One of the gentlemen that spoke on the panel, his point was that 30% of Jamaica has been developed. So everything that you see, everything that you can see, everything that you have seen, only 30% of the country has been developed thus far. I think Jamaica has done a good job in spreading out the development throughout the country. It can definitely be done better, but I definitely think I have been comparing England, for example, to Jamaica. When people say they're going to England, they tend to be going to London.
Yeah.
I don't hear, if you're going to somewhere like Birmingham, you might be going for a family. But I don't hear people say, I'm going to Leeds for the weekend. I don't hear people say, we're going to Manchester, if it's not football related. I don't hear people, they're talking about London. But when people come to Jamaica, you can come to, you had the Pinnacle, for example. You could go to Travelers, right? You can go to St. Thomas and get a different perspective. You can drive in from Kingston, you can drive in an hour in any direction, and you can end up at Holywell. You can end up on the beach, on a river. You can end up in a party. You can end up in a club. You can end up in church. There's so many different typologies to Jamaica throughout the nation. Calabash is coming up in St. Elizabeth. And that's just I think it's one of the largest literary festivals in the world.
Yep.
And it's a completely different typology from the person who may come for champs, or a completely different person who may come for Reggae Month. It's just there's a lot to offer. And I think there's a lot of different types of development all over the place that are just only getting stronger, to be honest.
Great insight. I appreciate that. I didn't think about that like that. There is literally a completely different market segment for everything that you just said.
Honestly, there's a gentleman Donovan Smith, I believe. He was just on the news. He has a development that he's building in Black River, and he was celebrating the fact that they got a KFC, which of course to Jamaica is like, right? But he has a development that he's bringing about, and it's a commercial development, which again goes back to my point where it's not just residents that are being built up. But he has a commercial development that will have a gas station. It will have like retail of different types, shopping center, all different types of things that's just kind of gonna bring life back into St. Elizabeth. And it started by saying that St. Elizabeth was like the technical hub of Jamaica, the first part in Jamaica that got a car, a telephone, and electricity. And so it's kind of going back to the development from there. So there's a lot of different great things in Jamaica to come. And I think I'm excited in the infrastructural segment because if you think about it, if this is what's happening now, think about what is to come in the future. We just gave that certain 30% number. What's to come? It kind of, not really recession proof, but you're definitely recession resilient if you're in this field and you position yourself strategically, I would say.
Well said. Well said. I want to talk a bit about your book, and if you could tell us a little bit about it, if you could show it as well so we could see it. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Hold on, let me see. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
A visual analysis of reggae culture. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, man. So this came out of my dissertation. I did a master's for architecture in 2018 to 2020. So right in time for COVID. And I think I just have an obsession with music, truthfully. I love our culture. I was listening to the children speak about like Japanese culture. I love Japanese culture as well, but our culture is something different. Like we just went to my family and I just went to the Joe Mercer Marley's concert, which was really a celebration of his life. Unfortunately, rest in peace, he's passed. But we just had a concert with all of the Marley brothers, all of their children, and even some of their children. And this is like the fourth level of Marley now, fourth generation of Marley now. And they're just, bugle is on stage. It's just a wonderful thing. Like we have so much to offer in literary culture, where we have like a Black Ellis, or we have like a Louise Bennett. We have so many poets. We have our food is incredible. Our spirituality, we have brought a religion to the world, or a spirituality in the world in terms of like Rastafari, for example. There's so much. There's dance. There's so much to our culture that is rich. There's athletics, there's entertainment, and it's just rich. And I think what I was saying before, why the book came about, is that I genuinely think that everybody who has followed their heart and innately gone through and studied and mastered culture has done it in a way that's true to them, and they've blasted it to the world. But I think it's people who, like myself, who study a formal topic, like let's say engineering or law or architecture. It's people like us who can now bring like legislation, and we can bring homes and vehicles to propel these things. Because everybody can be an artist. Everybody doesn't need to be an artist. Somebody has to build the stage. Somebody has to sell the tickets. Somebody has to sell the food outside. Somebody has to like do the promotion. There's so many different things that come together that make this one thing a great thing. And I think there's people like myself who study, like I said, formal things like architecture that can help propel what already exists and is already great and make it greater. It's like, you know what the Sydney Opera House is?
Yes, I've been there before.
Oh, wow, okay, well, nice. So I think I ask this question often, and I think everybody I ask knows at least what it looks like, the Sydney Opera House. But I don't know anyone who knows Australian music. So it's like they have this structure that's so great, but I've never ever heard of their music. And big up to their music, I'm sure it must be great for them to have built that. But I don't know anybody, I haven't gone anywhere in the world or heard of anywhere in the world who don't know reggae music. And we don't have a single structure that can do something like rival the Opera House. I think that's kind of unfair.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I think it's our job to give thanks, give respect, and celebrate the culture that we've created. Because I think it's kind of disrespectful that we haven't done more, truthfully.
No, I agree, especially when you put it in that perspective in terms of the just disproportionate impact that we've had on the world in music and in culture.
Honestly.
Compared to, especially given our size, you know, and where we are. It's crazy.
Our size is an illusion, man. It's an illusion. It's like so the Babsy Grange, for instance, the Minister of Culture, she started not her by herself, but the ministry has started education. Sorry, there's zones. I can't remember what the zones are called. But
I know you're talking about the entertainment zones.
The entertainment, yeah, thank you. The entertainment zones was basically like somewhere that can go. Fort Rocky is the first one. It was really untimely because that happened to collide with COVID when they I think it's 2019, they had brought them about. And so obviously we were all inside shortly after. But they've done something in terms of creating a zone that's a 24-hour zone for people to just explore culture, promote it, and enjoy it, have a good time. Because this is like the mecca of our culture. It reaches everywhere, and this is the mecca. So we need to I think we need to act on things like that. You know what I mean?
I think it's so important what you're saying. This is kind of like a one-off, but it very much coincides with what we're talking about here. And I was in Bali earlier this year, and if you've been on my live stream, I've kind of put Bali on this pedestal, and I was always like, man, why can't Jamaica do this like Bali? Why can't Jamaica do that like Bali? And it's been my number one place that I've wanted to go to for at least 10 years, more than 10 years, and I finally make it there. And I could tell you, unfortunately, I was disappointed, but I was ready to be excited, you know, and I know people go there, they love it, and they have a great time. That just wasn't my experience. And one of the aspects as to why I didn't have a good time, or I didn't meet my experience or expectations, is that I didn't have an authentic experience with the culture. And it was very much clearly eroded by Western culture in a big way. And, you know, the Balinese people that I met there, they're great, they're wonderful, they're nice, they're really, really amazing. But I wasn't kind of like engulfed by it, surrounded by it like I am here in Jamaica. And one of the concerns that I had when I was there, and I was you know, going through the process of like what's happened here, is that I would hate for that to happen in Jamaica. And I would be extremely, extremely disappointed if our culture was diluted in any way or taken over because of Westernization or because of capitalism. And that's what happened there, you know, in a big, big way. And you got it's taken, I mean, and this is just a reality, it's just taken over by Russians and Australians, as we talk about the Sydney Opera House in a big way, like in terms of businesses, coffee shops, restaurants, clubs. And we went to this beautiful rice field, and I'm sure you've seen it on Instagram. It's the girls and like those big red dresses on the swings going out. And you know what they're playing? They're playing like this hardcore EDM music blasting out of the speakers that are catering, and I could tell they're catering to the Russian market. And I'm just like, this is so disgusting. And I'm just like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. And I think the culture here in Jamaica is like, it's so strong, so proud, but at the same time, I don't think we can take it for granted, you know. And when I went on that experience and I went on that vacation, I went to Bali and I saw this, I was like, no, we cannot allow this to happen.
Yeah. I 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I'm with that. I'm enjoying that completely. I have seen progress. I've seen that here. I mean, there's a lot of inclusive resorts that you don't have to actually get to Jamaica, even though you're in Jamaica. But I've seen so many great examples of even like technology would just help, because now, you know, people can now just Uber around. and they can just stay at somebody's house. I think people are much more comfortable with even the drop in crime rate has been blasted well. I think that's done a lot. But I think people are really experiencing Jamaica. Like I see tourists just walking around Kingston, just like, where are you coming from? Where are you going? And it's just like, oh, well, keep going then, bro. It's good to see. I think people are really exploring the country and are much more fine with. I mean, even something like Airbnb allows people to just stay at somebody's house, and it just allows you to just walk around. It allows people. I have a friend that came here from, of course, London last year, not Leeds, but she came here from London, and she loves the country, and she went downtown. She was staying with a friend of mine. She went downtown just by herself. And she ended up on the waterfront, and she had a conversation with a guy who also was just like, yo, I'm from London too. And she thought he was just trying to like check her. But it ended up that he actually was from London, and they had a conversation. They ended up going to, I don't know if you've ever heard of, I think his name is Ebo, but is a like a Rasta man that have a literally like a hole in the wall Ital restaurant that it is like beautiful food, and she just sat there till sunset with amongst like some Rasta people. And
Wow.
she went home, not because she was finished, not because she was tired, but she went home because she wouldn't really know how to explain with who she was living with that, yeah, I'm actually downtown, I'm kind of like, like a restaurant kind of thing. So she kind of went home just to, because people always say, yo, Jamaica's not safe, and Jamaica's not this. And she just had a wonderful experience with people she don't know, might never ever see again. And she's a living example of somebody who just had a great time, had some great food, had some great music, listened to people talking about. I mean, she walk inside and everybody are calling her Empress, and everybody is treating her with respect and love. And it's just, and she's just not used to that. It's like people, you're really used to like when you, how a Jamaican greets anybody, yo, my king, yo, my father, yo, my general, yo. It's the best possible words we use to like greet each other, and it just adds to it. So even the word sound power that people use, it really it settles with people, and it just kind of relaxes your spirit. So it's just a thing that our culture just, I don't know what it is. It's just different, bro. Just different.
I love to hear stories like that. That's amazing, and it's just so counter to how Jamaica is perceived in the news and in media. And it's just like, man, if I don't have a conversation like this, I don't hear about Ebo. I don't hear about your friend going to downtown Kingston, the waterfront. And for those that don't know, downtown Kingston was like downtown Kingston, and to be in 2025 and to have that type of experience and her feel safe, it's just wonderful, like really, really beautiful. And it's like, this is like the reason, like the preservation of culture, with the mindset of the preservation of culture. Like it's so important that we do have these zones of entertainment, and we have museums, and we continue to, somebody was talking about this earlier, like you're driving around and you're just hearing reggae music, and it's so powerful, like, immersing yourself in culture. It's like always around you, again, juxtaposed to Bali. And I'm not trying to put Bali down or anything like that, but like juxtaposed to my experience in Bali, it's just like, you're in Jamaica. You're in Jamaica when you're going around. Whereas in Bali, I could be in some club or at a coffee shop, and I could be anywhere in the world.
It's not unique.
Yeah. And that is a huge competitive advantage that we have here, is our culture. Especially compared to some other destinations and some other islands, and we need to double down on it in a big way.
Honestly, I'm optimistic. I see a lot. I mean, I think I'm a glass half full kind of person, anyways. But I see the progress. I think anything you look for, you will find. So I genuinely, I see the progress. I see the growth. I see the potential. I see people being more receptive. I see people taking advantage of how to live a new kind of life here, how to make it work here, how to figure it out here, how to, again, as big up you're a perfect example of that. I was just watching, I haven't finished it, but I was just watching one of the EV episodes that you had, and
Oh,
they were
okay.
just you had highlighted. It's the one. It's not the last one. The previous one where it was the
Yep.
ATL one. And there was a gentleman who was talking. I think it was Sloan. He was talking about the charging stations and how it would be good to have more different types of charging stations. I think you were really slick, by the way, because you immediately asked. So that sounds like an interesting thing that an entrepreneur can do. And he was like, actually, yeah. And then he answered, he said, like, somebody from the diaspora who did it, they can come down. That's a perfect example of something that doesn't exist that you can do here. And I think Jamaica is small and big enough for you to be the first person to do something. And when you do it, live a good life from it. So
Yes.
I think it's if you're to do the same thing in the States, for example, apart from the fact that somebody's already done it, so as soon as you start doing it, there's a very sharkish mentality in the business where here you can start that kind of thing and you can be the guy that does it, and you can just live a really, really, really good life from doing something like that and offering something different, you know?
Very well said again. Very well said. Where can people get your book? Where can people follow you if they want to keep up with what you're doing or reach out to you?
Okay, so my book. So you can look for my book. My book is in a few locations. Currently, they're mostly in Kingston, but like Devon House, Lemongrass, My Hungry Restaurant, Craft Cottage, the Fontana locations. I do have a link. I guess I can send you the link to the ebook.
Yes.
That's on Gum Road. I can send you a link to the ebook as well. And yeah, you could follow me at probably Paradigm Publishing CO on Instagram, or you can just type in Jamal J Chambers on Instagram, and you can find me there as well. Have a conversation whenever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna put that on right here.
If you want, here I can actually send you the names. So
Okay.
I can send you the names, and then you see them.
Yep. So I got you there.
Ah,
All right.
thanks.
Thank you so much, Jamal. Appreciate you taking the time. This was a great conversation. We got to do this in person at some point.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to. Honestly, would love to. Man. Thank you, man. Thank you for the time again, and congrats to all you've been doing. Man.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, keep going, man. Later.
I will do. Take care, man. That was great. Another great conversation with Jamal. Very obviously extremely well-versed individual, both on the technical side of things in architecture, building and construction, but then also having just a wealth of knowledge in respect to our culture and a passion for it like no other. Like we got a lot deeper last time. We didn't have the time this time. But man, this guy is a really, really proud Jamaican in a big way. And he knows music. He knows Jamaican culture like crazy, crazy, crazy. So definitely give him a follow and tap into what he's doing. Reach out to him. He's really doing some really, really awesome stuff. We're going to take a quick break while we reset the stage here and we prepare for our next guest. We are keeping this train rolling. Be right back.
I belong to you. I belong to you. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust. And I always be around when I need some loving, baby. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust, and I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Yeah.
We are doing a semi-quick walkthrough of Travelers. This is our welcome home sign. Whether you came here for the first time or you've been here many times, it's always welcome home. Here is the lobby. Then the front desk is over there. And if you play the piano, you can play the baby grand piano here. And we just put this lobby bar here, which we haven't began using, but it's kind of turned into a makeshift tour desk. And here is the NEET office, Negril Education and Environment Trust. This is my family's nonprofit organization. And yes, we are also part of the Rotary Club, the Negril Rotary Club. Okay, moving on. So we're stepping into the garden area here. And here on the left is the bungalows. This is actually the first room category that my dad started with. Started with 3 of these and then slowly built it up to the property that it is today. So this actually used to be a jungle before my dad started this, and he started from scratch. So up here above the lobby, these are our suites and deluxe rooms. And then over here is the superior rooms. They're grafted mangoes and they're really, really good. And then over there is our standard block. And going down the bungalow path here, we're doing a little construction here. This is one of our bungalows. Give you guys a sneak peek. Hope this is dry. Okay, it is. Alright, just a little quick sneak peek. Brought the ceilings up. Well, got AC. That's it. Not even gonna explain the concept, but I'll just give you a quick look-see on what we're doing here. All right, I don't know if I was supposed to show you that or not, but that is that. Okay, moving on. Keep going towards the beach. I'm not sure if you can see that from here, but that's the direction that we're heading in. And then over on the right, morning, all right. And over on the right is the pool area. Let's see if we can walk across. Hope I'm not moving too fast here, but no gimbal or anything. This is just with my phone. And this is a pool, has a bar, swimmer bar, which we open, I think they're opening it today as a matter of fact. And that's the waterfall, and then under the waterfall is a grotto, so little cave-like thingy that's cool. It's not too far, not too deep of a pool, I should say, so no diving. Then moving on, oh, sorry, I gotta walk back across. And then over here on the left, we got our gym. We just repainted it.
Here we wanna come and we must have fun. Every day we saying that things is hard. Still we better than plenty abroad. Earthquake come and it take down some. Earthwind come and it blow down some. La 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 la. Here we wanna come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. Come British one come. Come English one come. Come Canadian come. Come make we have some fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. Every day we saying that things is hard. Yes, we know that things really hard. Due to how no money now run. But come along make we have some fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. Come Israelites come. Come Caymanites come. Come Jamaican come. Run come make we have some fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. Come, Miss Tourist, come. Come, Mr. Tourist, come. Come, everyone, come. To the land of the sea and sun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. Come, Miss Tourist, come. Come, Mr. Tourist, come. Come, everyone, come. To the land of the sea and sun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we should have fun. La 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 la. Everyone a come and we must have fun.
All right, we are back, and we are having a very, it's cloudy, but still a beautiful sunset. You got the rays peeking through the clouds right over the Caribbean Sea, and still appreciating it in a big way. And we are moving on to our next guest. We are keeping it rolling here. Another young entrepreneur that is doing big things in the clothing space here in the West. And we have Chante Bakas joining us today, and her company is Words and Emojis. And I'm going to give you the opportunity, Chante, to tell us a little bit more about yourself and the company. So thank you again for joining us today.
So my name actually is Chante.
Chante, excuse me.
Yes.
And I'm seeing the words here on my screen. I said Chante. Chante, excuse me.
Sometimes it happens. All right. So my name is Chante, and I am a multi-passionate entrepreneur and creative who is actually on a mission to change the world one mind at a time through my passions. As you mentioned, the name of my parent company is Words and Emojis, and it is a purpose-driven fashion brand, as I believe that people should be intentional about what they wear. So as I have continued to evolve, so has my business, and it has led me to actually form a sister company known as A Gentle Space, which is a mindset and personal growth hub. So that basically summarizes it.
Okay. And let's start with the clothing brand first. What was your inspiration to starting that? Like, where did that come from? Were you into design? Were you into fashion? How did that start?
Okay, so I actually started this when I was attending the Montego Bay Community College. It was basically just a side hustle for me. And I realized I was always a business minded person. My dad, he is an entrepreneur as well, my mom as well. And one day I started to draw designs, and my friends were like, why didn't you print this on a shirt? So I got the idea, and I actually started out with a clothing iron and some heat transfer paper.
Yeah.
And I used to iron on these shirts for hours just because I didn't want anything to peel or to get any bad reviews. But I realized after a time the business was doing well, and my mom decided to invest in my brand. That's where I got my first heat press machine. I went to the University of the West Indies in Kingston, and while I was there, I actually got sidetracked. I was feeling a bit confused. I wasn't sure if I wanted to pursue this anymore because it was kind of hard for me to balance my school life with my personal life. And I was just in that phase where I feel as if I was on a self discovery journey. So I had paused the brand for about a year or two. And then I had to move back to Negril during COVID. I was on my final semester on campus, and because of that, I had to move back. And while I was here, I actually lost hope because I wasn't selling anything.
Mm.
It was hard for everyone, so I just took a break again. So, two inconsistencies. So, I believe it was in 2024 I decided to go on a self discovery journey. I felt as if I was living my life aimlessly. But then I went back to the drawing board and realized, what is it that you feel happy about when you're doing it? And what gives you gratification and fulfillment? And I realized I enjoyed creating designs for my clothing. And I went back to the drawing board and did more research. I wanted to align my goals now and my values with my brand because before I was just printing and making designs aimlessly. So now I've been consistent for the past year, I say, and 2 months. And I'm currently in a rebranding process. As I said, I have now formulated the sister company, which is a gentle space to align with everything because the end goal of both brands combined is for persons to become the best version of themselves. Words and emojis is the physical aspect because your clothing, for example, if you were to wake up one day and let's say something affected your mood, and probably you're just casually walking and you decided to look at your attire and maybe I'm wearing a shirt that says be kind to the mind. Instantly that reminds me that hey, I need to neutralize these thoughts of negative thinking patterns and just hey, remember that this is the goal. Versus a gentle space now, which is the mindset and personal growth hub where I combined it with words and emojis by going around and asking people questions from a deck of cards. So I have something called a self love deck, a manifestation deck, and a healing deck. And you can choose from anyone, and we sit down, have a chat, and you look at the question, and it causes you to do some deep self introspection. Because at the end of the day, it's teaching you how to confront all of your traumas because everyone is going through something at the end of the day. So yeah, that's basically it.
Wow, what a story.
Yes.
And you've meandered from this one thing you were trying to do, start, stop, start, stop, start. And then from there you found another path that seems like in my interpretation of like you found a way through going on this personal journey, but now you are also wanting that for others
Yes.
and wanting to share that and have others go on their
Yes.
own journey.
So I found a way to connect it. So people wear the clothing as a reminder, while Gentle Space causes you to sit with yourself, do self introspection, and those deck of cards are like mentally stimulating. So maybe if you're going through something difficult, you maybe would not have thought about asking yourself this specific question, but by pulling this card, you're like, it's like the first step to say, okay, this is where I've started. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback. I realized that has made me want to use my voice a lot to uplift and inspire others.
Mhm. And who do you not on the clothing brand, but like who do you kind of cater to? And do you find people or do people find you, sort of thing?
It works both ways because, okay, so I'm a spiritual person in the sense of I believe that your energy is your currency, and I allow things to flow effortlessly. So, for instance, if I'm to speak on a gentle space, oftentimes I am on the beach. I love to watch the sunset. And sometimes passerbyers, they will see me with my cards and taking notes, and people will stop and ask me, what am I doing? And I'll just explain to them that, okay, this is a gentle space for you to do some form of self introspection. And I'm promoting self love, manifestation, and healing. And they'll be like, okay, can I try this? And we just begin from there. And then from there, I will say, okay, I also have the clothing brand, which will serve as a reminder now after you're doing this deep self introspection. Okay, looking at my clothing, seeing what I'm wearing as a reminder. Thank you. Yes, as a reminder of what I should be focusing on.
And somebody, Shona, asked, where can they get the self-love deck of cards?
Where can they get what?
The self-love deck of cards.
Okay, so those are not available for purchase just yet.
Okay.
But I do have my clothing brand website. It's emojis.com, and you will see my clothing there. And if you need to speak about anything else, there's like a contact entry form where we can go from there. But the cards will be available for purchase shortly. I'm currently in the planning phase of all of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. So I want to talk a little bit about the clothing brand itself, and then get into the business side of it shortly. But can you tell us about the design, who it's for, and who it kind of speaks to? Because you were saying, like, when somebody's walking past you and you have a certain saying on your shirt, or they see you, it does something to that.
Yes.
So who is this for?
Okay, so as I mentioned before, the main goal of the brand or the brands is to become the best version of yourself. And I believe at some point in time, people are working on themselves. It's never good to stay stagnant. So it's for persons who are looking to be better, to grow, to learn, and who want to learn how could I put this? You want to learn how to think positively and go about way of life by focusing on positive thoughts and learning to neutralize negative thoughts. Yes, so persons who are on a self-growth journey, healing, who are into manifestation, everything like that. Yes.
And slight tangent here, but we'll get back to the clothing in a second. You just triggered something. They say an important part of being on any type of journey is the environment that you're in,
Yes.
right? And I remember you saying you went from Montego Bay and you were forced back to Negril.
Yes.
Is Negril a place that you found complemented that journey you were on?
Okay.
And if so, how?
Okay, so Negril, okay, I'm a Cancer, so I'm a water sign. I am drawn to the ocean. It makes me feel calm and just being here, even to watch the sunset, just being in nature, it helps me to focus a lot and gives me a lot of mental clarity. So I would say Negril thus far is the best environment for me in terms of planning, figuring out what is it that I need to do, because I even engage in something called voluntary isolation, because my self-growth journey, which I said I started in 2024, well, self-discovery journey, I spent a lot of nights by myself on the beach, just thinking, writing, journaling, and I realized that I had parts of me that needed to heal, and I had to do it on my own. I had to face my triggers and figure out what is it that keeps on affecting me from being my best self, which is investing in my brand and what I truly believe in. Because I was one who I used to listen to people a lot, and it used to affect how I go about doing business. And at the end of the day, I realized everyone will have their own opinion, and not everyone will believe in what you stand for. And I have learned to be okay with that. But I know what it is that I am passionate about and what is it that I am trying to share. So currently in this rebranding phase, I'm in the educational phase of my business to share with my platform and my community what is it that words and emojis and a gentle space is. So yes.
Okay, awesome. Good to know. And getting back to the business itself and the clothes, what type of clothes is it?
Okay, so it's athleisure, it's sportswear. I do hats, gym sets, shirts, shorts, that type of attire.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. And kind of getting into the business side of things, I noticed on your Instagram profile, you use which I think is great, a lot of influencers
Yes.
wearing your brand.
Yes.
Why was that important? Speak to me about that.
Okay, so in terms of influencers, okay, I am very specific when it comes on to using influencers. Before I wasn't. I was just trying to actually find popular people to wear my merch. And at the end of the day, I realized I wasn't getting the results that I wanted. So because I have currently rebranded and I have changed my values, I try to find people who align with my brand to share the message, not only from to share the message, yes, but from a personal experience. If they can relate more, for example, if they pull a card and they see a question that triggers them, they can connect more with their audience to show that, hey, I am allowing you to see how vulnerable I can be. Because the internet, I see, it's a space where a lot of people try to appear perfect. And we have a lot of depressed persons all over the world, and I think they look towards the internet to feel some form of validation or to feel better about themselves overall. So I wanted to use people who are capable of showing how they can be vulnerable, and that way it shows how authentic my brand is, because I'm not afraid of showing the raw truth. Yes.
Okay, excellent. And I wish more people would use influencers. You're an example, obviously, of it working. But in general, how is business going? I know you said you're in a rebranding phase at this point, but in general, how? Because your business is based out of Negril.
It's based out of Negril, but it's online based. Yes,
Right.
I ship to over 200 countries.
Okay, awesome.
Yes,
All right.
and if you want to order in Jamaica, I ship via Knutsford or through Jamaica Post.
Okay, and everything's on the website here.
Yes, the website. You can contact me on the Instagram page. I always have my phone in my hand, so I'm very responsive.
Okay, awesome. So, back to the question. How is business at this point?
Okay, so business is not doing too badly now. I would say it's seasonal, especially in Jamaica. So I have been trying to cater to a lot of foreigners because I believe that, okay, this may be a bit contradictory, but
Sunset.
yeah, that's okay. I'm trying to cater to a lot of foreigners because in Jamaica, I meet different people every week, to be honest. And a lot of people I realize, I'm not sure if you've ever thought about this, but in Jamaica, spirituality is in terms of like energy and being aligned. I can't really find a space. Well, I'm currently transitioning to that space, but I can't really find a space where a lot of people are open to having certain discussions. Not saying it's not possible, but from my experience, I have found the foreigners who I interact with and meet just by being on the beach. I'm able to have certain conversations with
Mm-hmm.
them. But at the end of the day, Jamaica is my home and my root, and I love my people. So this rebranding process is me trying to find a way to connect better with the Jamaicans because what I was doing before, for example, when I was at UA and in college, it worked for a time, but I believe it could be better, especially because of how inconsistent I was, and that contributed. The feedback I got from persons
Mm-hmm.
affected how I wanted to push forward with my business when I usually relied on a lot of external validation. Yes.
I see.
So I'm catering to both foreigners and Jamaicans, but I have a better connection to foreigners currently. And the rebranding process is working on connecting better with my home country.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk to us about that rebrand and how you're trying to connect, have a stronger connection locally?
Okay. So in terms of my rebrand, so I went on as I was this still draws back to the self-discovery journey.
Yep.
I went through a rough period in I believe it was 2024, and I realized I was living my life aimlessly. I wasn't feeling any form of fulfillment with what I was doing, and I realized I didn't really know who I was. So I did some deep self introspection, and even from the deck of cards, everything that I wrote down are questions I have answered myself. And those questions are what have helped me to become who I am now. And I would say I'm a renewed version. The person I knew in 2024 or before is completely different from now. And in terms of the rebranding process, that means to connect better with my community and my platform and my audience. So I don't think I was connecting to the best of my ability versus know what I'm working on because I wasn't as how could I say? I would say I was more of an introvert,
Mhm.
but now I'm more comfortable with having conversations with people, and this all stems from self-worth. And that's why I also have my self-love deck where I used to be very hard on myself, especially if I did not see the end result that I wanted. And I would always say, like, my mom, she's like my number one motivator. She always tells me, Chante, you're too hard on yourself. Everything is not going to be perfect. With business, you're going to have highs and lows. And I just started to embrace the journey and trust the process. And that's what I found have been working for me now. And I realized one avenue wasn't working. Yes, everyone is selling clothes. So that is why I decided to form Gentle Space, which allows me to connect with people better on a personal level in order for them to connect to my brand to see where I am coming from.
So now is Gentle Space a physical space? Or
It's anywhere. This
Okay.
is a gentle space right now. We're
Okay.
having a conversation. I'm being vulnerable to you to share what is it that I am going through, how I am applying my knowledge now to my brand, how I have aligned my goals and my values with my business. because at the end of the day, I get extreme gratification from using my voice to uplift and inspire others. Yes.
Awesome. Nope, I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. Let's get your Instagram handle. We got the website up here.
Yes.
Let's get your Instagram handle. What's your Instagram handle?
So it's words and ANDEMOJIS. And you can put my personal Instagram too, because it shows the personal side of how I grow the brand and how I also uplift others.
Okay.
So it's ASIAN_TE.
All right, we got that. Got that up there for you. So you all can give Chante a follow on Instagram. Those are both of her handles, both her business and her personal, and you can visit her website and you can check out her clothing there and see her journey on her personal page. I think what you're doing is awesome. I think you are. Before I met you, I knew your page.
Yes.
So I think you're doing an awesome job in representing Negril and what can be done here, and the opportunities that exist. And I know you're a global brand. I know you're a national brand, and you ship everywhere. But still, like, I'm proud that you're a Negril product. You are putting out. You have a business here, and you're putting out and distributing your product based from Negril. And you're a great example of what I talk about a lot in terms of the potential here, and especially like the potential in our young people. And a lot of the themes of the discussions that we were having earlier today was hopefully countering the, what would I say, the stereotype of there being no opportunities or little opportunities for young people, and that there is nothing to do, so to speak, and all there is abroad. And we've had many examples, yourself included today, showing that, hey, if you have an idea, you believe in it, even in country Negril, you can have a successful business and you can create an opportunity for yourself.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Any closing words before we sign out here?
Yes. So I would like to just leave a quote, and I've mentioned it before, but the quote of the evening is, to be kind to the mind, as everything starts from within.
That's lovely. That's
Thank
lovely.
you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you for having
You're
me.
welcome. You're
And
welcome.
have a good one.
And check out the video.
Yes, I will, definitely.
Okay.
Yes, I promise.
All
And I'll
right.
give you a feedback.
All right. Cool. So just like I said, when Emma was here, Chante was on at my 40th birthday party. I'll put it up in a second, and you can take a look at it. Great villa. But what I did at the end of that video is I interviewed, very much kind of what I'm doing now, is I interviewed a bunch of the young entrepreneurs, business owners that were at my birthday party, and they gave a breakdown of what they do, how they do, and Chante was one of those people. So I'm putting that in the comment section there, and you could take a look at it when you get a chance. And we are still rolling here. And let me just take a look at the schedule, see who's up next. 6:30. Okay, we got a bit of a break here. We've got an hour break. Okay, not an hour break, but hour till our next guest comes on. So we're going to take a quick break here while we do a reset. We might actually have somebody coming on virtually. Let me confirm that. But you want to play the NEET video? Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to roll back in a few. And as you may or may not know, we are here raising funds and awareness for the Negril Education Environment Trust to get our students to Japan for the Osaka World Expo, where they'll be representing Jamaica on the world stage. And they are going to Japan from August 1st to August 10th.
got a C.
Give me an A.
A, you got an A, you got an A.
Put that all together, what do we get?
Jamaica, land we love.
Welcome
to Negril, Jamaica, the home of NEET, Negril Education and Environment Trust.
Where we fight crime through education.
With a computer in every classroom and a tablet in every child's hand. Go on with it. Yo, easy. Are you kidding me? Toast. So we are coming with a force. Blessings we are reap our course in all the food. With a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we're really supposed to be thankful. Blessings are upon my life and we thank God for the journey, the earning, not just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. The blessings fall from my right hand. What's that supposed to be different with the carpet? The Lord one time and he's still in a class on board. Then always said the road, now we go out with his road.
I'm sweating and it's cold.
This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth. This is the land of my birth. This is Jamaica, my Jamaica. This is the land of my birth.
Watashiwa Fernando des. Grangeville High School no Sotigoi say this.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Topazu Tyson des. Banning School no Unense des. Watashi wa Shakila Cummins. Des Knox College no Nanense des. Watashi wa Brittany des. Strom Technical High School no Juichi Nense des.
Watashi wa Trishana des. Grangeville High School no Jisang Nesedes.
Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Deja des. Manning School no Hachinen Sides.
Konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Amika desu. Mount Airy Primary and Infant School no Lokunensei desu.
Since March 2020, it has been really hard for me because all my schools went virtually and everything went downhill. I cannot see my classmates. Sometimes I can't even talk to them. Very difficult, complicated to stay at home and adapt to these situations.
Many students are struggling due to a lack of devices as well as poor internet connection. We had to complete online classes using our smartphone. It is not easy at times, especially attempting homework and essays with limited access to data.
But I am coping with it.
We have come a far way, and this pandemic won't stop us from getting where we want to be. So stay safe, wear a mask, enjoy life in the most safest way possible.
Hello, Tutori friends. Now more than ever, we can truly say, Watashi tachi wa hitustu desu. This pandemic has united us in our quest for solutions, innovations, and best practices. One of NEET's best practice is the establishment of a resource center where students can come in and utilize free Wi-Fi so they can continue in school virtually. This pandemic is not over. Neither are we.
Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind,
The strength and vigor of my body.
in the service of my fellow citizens.
I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may honor God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity.
そして全人類の福祉を促進する上でジャマイカの役割を果たすことができます。
We are one! We are one!
We are one!
We are one!
私たちは一つです。
Hey YouTube fam, I hope you all are doing well. If this is your first time visiting, a special welcome to you. My name is Winthrop Wellington, and here on my channel we explore Jamaica together, and I share my marathon journey around the world with you whenever we are able to travel, that is. In today's episode, I am sharing a special video that was created by a group of students from my family's nonprofit organization, the Negril Education Environment Trust, otherwise known as NEET, where we mainly focus on the education of young people. But before I share the video, I do want to build a bit of context for the video. Back in 2019, we were able to take a group of our NEET students to Totori, Japan as part of a cultural exchange program. This was an incredible trip that I was extremely proud to be a part of. The kids were amazing. They were just simply great ambassadors of Jamaica. The trip itself was actually a reciprocal.
Right, we are back and we are keeping it moving here. We got 3.5 hours left. Nothing. We've made it this far. We are not going to give up now. We're going to make that 12-hour threshold of being on the live stream. And of course, we are doing all of this in aid of getting our kids, our NEET children, to Japan in August to represent Jamaica on the big stage at the World Expo 2025 in Osaka, Japan. And you can go ahead and make your donations at neetja.com, or you can donate right here on the stream. All proceeds from today's stream are going directly to help fund the trip. And if you were on earlier and you heard from Miss Brown, it's going to cost approximately $3,500 per person to go on this trip for those 12 students. We're looking at to raise about $45,000, which we have made a dent in today, thanks to you. And I really appreciate everyone who has donated today. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We're going to go through the thank yous later. I know there are some people who donated directly on the website, and I appreciate you and all the folks who've donated right here on the stream. So we have our next guest ready to go. He is in the staging area, and I'm going to invite Noel Phillips, Realtor extraordinaire, to the stream here. And he has been on podcasts. He's been a speaker at ThropX multiple times, I think all 3 years, as a matter of fact. And he's doing some really big and great things in the real estate industry here in Jamaica, particularly in the Kingston area, but all over Jamaica. Welcome to the show, Noel. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Doc. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Of course, we're going to talk about real estate. And I before we even get into this, sometimes I just assume that people know who you are already, but let's not do that. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Please introduce yourself to everybody on the stream today.
So I am Noel Phillips, and I have been in real estate for about 12 years now. I've been in the built environment pretty much all my life. I kind of grew up in the field of construction, and real estate for the last 12 years or so as a career has been probably my golden goose, in that I really love Jamaica. And real estate is the opportunity I get to talk about Jamaica and talk about property and selling Jamaica every day. So it is a perfect storm for me as a career. So so over the last year, which we did launch in some ways at last topics that I, kind of stepped off. We started my own real estate brokerage, which is Real Estate by Noel. You can see in the background.
Yep.
So that's basically me in a nutshell. I live in Kingston. Born and grew up in Kingston. And honestly, I really love Jamaica. And I'm really proud of where Jamaica is now. As I was listening to some of the speakers who came on earlier, and where Jamaica is headed.
Awesome. And it's great to think, I always go back to how we met, and then also where we both were in our career, so to speak. And now you have your own shop now, which I think is awesome and great. So that's kind of where I want to start today. And can you tell us like what the difference is of being a realtor and working under another broker as opposed to being your own broker and realtor under one roof?
It's harder. No, you're responsible for everything. There's a lot more work. You don't get to leave work. You're the last person that is called. You're responsible for everything. But it is really coming full circle, and in a part of my dream as being a part of the building of the Jamaican brand and brand Jamaica. So it's something that I've always wanted to do. And it was also important for me because when I had the idea, there was a lot of opportunities to join or to look to do overseas franchise. A lot of persons are doing and are doing really good. And I think that helps the market as well, to bring a lot of the big brands to Jamaica to help showcase the product that we have, But it was important for me personally that my brand was a Jamaican brand, born Jamaican brand, and that it would help to build up brand Jamaica, as I said, But as I say, it's harder in the sense that the market, because it's been doing so well, there's a lot more regulation as opposed to a few years ago. There are a lot more bodies that you have to sign up with, and there are a lot more, scrutiny and so on. So in that regard, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's been really fulfilling to be able to come full circle and to be here.
And do you, with the regulation, well, not necessarily regulation, but like you say you're working longer and obviously the buck stops with you at the end of the day. What are the advantages to being a broker?
So having your own brokerage means that you get to plan the direction of it, and it gets to go in. It's following where you want it to go. And one of the things that is important for me is that I think when it comes down to a lot of things in Jamaica, we're very island-minded in the sense that we cater only for what we see around us. And the real estate market internationally is a very big market. And Jamaica as a real estate destination and a real estate investment destination is expanding. People from all over the world. I remember the first set of videos we did, I was getting calls from some places in Europe that I didn't even knew that Jamaica existed. And so it caused me to realize how big of a brand Jamaica is and the reach that we have. And so one of the things that I want personally to do is to be able to create a quality type of service, or to the service quality that I'm able to offer will be to international standard, and not that it's not there already, but essentially I wanted to be able to play my part in building out the Jamaica real estate brand and the Jamaica real estate market. So it's really more about the overall view of where the real estate market is going than my personal enrichment, if that makes sense.
And was there something in particular that, like, about the market or about the direction that the market is going in that is like, hey, I got to get on this train. I got to get on this bandwagon in a bigger way?
Well, there are multiple things. One of which, I mean, even the advent of something like the Pinnacle Point development in Montego Bay that we worked on together is really seeing that Jamaica market has come full circle to the point where it is. I mean, even the prices when Pinnacle Point was just announced, a lot of people thought, but property won't sell for those prices. And that's because we don't understand really what we have. And that is true for so many things. I was listening to Jamal earlier, and he was talking about, I mean, just his vision for architecture and Jamaica and brand Jamaica. I think for a lot of Jamaicans, we don't understand the brand that we have. And we don't understand Jamaica as a destination. And we don't understand where Jamaica is as an investment destination. And therefore, I mean, seeing people willing to come to Jamaica and invest that kind of money, I mean, these developers are investing over $500,000 US. And when you see people having that kind of confidence in the Jamaican market, it shows you that it is, I mean, it's getting to that level of maturity where you want to be a part of it. You want to be a part of the growth. You want to be a part of that explosion. And you want to play your part as well.
And I'd also say, like, I know we talk about this a lot on camera and off camera, but like, there are so many people out there who still continue to say, why would you invest in Jamaica? Jamaica is too dangerous. I would never put my money in Jamaica. And they just don't realize or have any idea or have any clue what is happening in the real estate market. Or maybe they see something like, let's stick to the Pinnacle, right? And like you said, they were like, people were like, hey, this thing will never sell. The people will never pay those prices. And it's just like, man, I think you have either an old sense of what the reality of Jamaica used to be, or you really don't understand what is happening from a global perspective and how people see and perceive Jamaica.
You know, interrupt, as I just said, we talk about this a lot, right? One of the things that I'm passionate about is education, real estate education. And the reason for that is that I see it as an opportunity. You know, I was thinking just this week as I was talking to somebody, and real estate has created a cross-section of millionaires in Jamaica. I mean, just everyday persons who just took the leap, whether in development or real estate investment. In the last probably 10, 15 years, I don't know if there was ever another time in our history that such an explosion of wealth has ever happened, right? And one of the things that I'm concerned about is that I don't want it to be a gold rush that Jamaicans are left out of. And you're right, there are a lot of Jamaicans who do have that old view of Jamaica, who do have an old view of real estate. Sometimes I talk to persons, like, there are specific areas in Jamaica, like even the conversation going on now about Philmore becoming a parish. A lot of persons are resisting it, and a lot of persons have a view of some areas that, I mean, this is a $10 area, that's a $12 area, and not realizing the potential of wealth creation when it comes on to understanding a long-term view of real estate investment. One of those examples is, I remember I used to live in Philmore, and I remember when Caribbean Estate was being developed. And I have a sister, she's probably watching now. I have a sister who lives in Atlanta. And we introduced the development at the time to her. And it was, the units are being sold for about $4.5 million, Jamaican dollars. That's car money now. And that's not good car either. So, I mean, when these houses are being developed, you know, we talked to her over and over and over, and, you know, and she just hesitated and hesitated until it didn't happen. And also, I remember a brethren of mine who was taking me home one night, and we were driving by Caribbean Estate, and he said, boy, Noel, that's a nice little development, you know, and I could afford one, but I'm not spending $4.5 million in Philmore. And so I always remember those two persons whenever I raise this point. And I remember just doing some research, I think, for topics last year, and I was looking at the most recent sale in the Caribbean estate community. And we're seeing sales in that same community that was $4.5 million, $5 million a few years ago, of over $60 million. $60 million. Think about that. And this is like 12 years ago. I'm thinking 12, yeah, about that, 12 years ago. Over $67 million to be exact.
I thought you were going to say something like 20, 25.
$67 million. And those communities are still going up in value. And when Portmore now becomes a parish, which I hope it goes through, because it's one of the highest concentration of residential middle-class Jamaicans anywhere in the country, and one of the biggest in the Caribbean, then all of those property values are going to continue to grow. But people sometimes don't understand the long view. You know what I mean? And that's why I think like real estate education, I have such a passion for it, because I think if Jamaicans don't understand, a lot of them are going to miss the opportunities that are available. On the same point that you just pointed out, people still have that view. You know, Doing Park sell for this. I mean, this community sell for that. I mean, Meadowbrook only sell for that, and then you miss the opportunity because it's when it's less than, you know, ideal in our less, is seen as less than premium. That's when you have the opportunity to invest. Like so many other things, when Tesla was a few pennies, that's when you should have bought it. You know, so the opportunity of wealth creation that real estate affords everyday persons, I mean, it cannot be overemphasized. And so it's a very important thing for me, and I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of Jamaicans who otherwise would not have opportunities like that. I mean, everyday working class persons who can pick up a second or a third piece, or even the only piece of real estate that they buy. I mean, you could buy a home, live in that home for 20 years, 30 years. When you get to retirement, it's valued, 10, 20 times what you paid for it.
Yeah, and to back you up, Maura was on earlier, and she was just telling us about the West, our Coral Seas, and they making that acquisition here in Negril, and they were selling initially they bought it for, the bottom was $105,000 US, and now she said she put in, I think 15 or 20,000 into the apartment. She can sell it now. This is 2023 when this happened. She can sell it now for close to $300,000 US.
Exactly. There's this community in Barbican, right? This community in Barbican is called, it doesn't even have a name. Let me just call it Ghetto. So wow. You don't even have to wonder what type of community it is. But I mean, it was one of those informal communities, and it was just there. People, don't like to go near, don't like to, walk by it. And it's one of those places that if somebody had offered it to you and said, hey, Throp, here's this place for, you want to buy this for $5 million. 10 years ago, you'd say, are you mad? And about last year, 2 years ago, thereabout, one of those, what we call tenement yard in this community, came up for sale. And I didn't know it was up for sale. Actually, a business person called me and said, listen, I hear this property is up for sale. Check it out for me. And it's not a big plot of land. It was like a half acre with just a whole heap of, low income homes, to say the least, in it. And that property went into a bidding war and ended up selling for something like almost $200 million. This property, you wouldn't stop if I brought you there, and the next time you're in Kingston, I'm going to show it to you. It's being developed now. If I offered it to you, right, like 10, 15 years ago, and said, give me $5 million up and take it, you'd probably say you must be crazy. Who the hell you think want to buy, property there? I probably would never be able to visit it. And this property, as a matter of fact, it went to this bidding war. The person that I was trying to get it for didn't get it, and it ended up selling for like $200 million. So that's the point that I'm making. Unless you have the long view of where Jamaica is headed and how real estate develop, and that's why you find sometimes foreigners come to Jamaica and other ethnic groups who move to Jamaica, they become so wealthy in real estate? Because they are coming from a long understanding of how real estate, like the Jewish Jamaicans, to speak specifically. If you have that sense of continuity of understanding how real estate works. Look at all the wars in the Middle East. It's real estate. They're all over land. You know what I mean? So understanding the value of real estate and having a long view of it. Jamaica, I keep saying this, and a lot of people, don't take me serious. Jamaica is still in its very, very infancy of the potential of Jamaica's real estate market. You know what I mean? Jamal earlier alluded to a comment I made in, I think, at one of the conferences. If you look on Jamaica, less than 50% of the country is built out. You know what I mean? 25% of the entire country lives in the capital, right? And if you add to that Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, and Portmore, you're probably looking at 60-70% of the entire country. You know what I mean? So there's tons and tons of land. I was doing the research for an investor last month, and I was just looking right around the island and realizing the amount of coastal, beachfront, ocean view land that Jamaica has that is just still in, forests, overgrown bush. You would not believe. You know what I mean? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying it's the majority. The majority of the coast is still open.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that, that Jamaica's position being an hour and a half from the United States and a part of the Caribbean, and think about like even the concept of, inter-parish migration. It's a new thing for Jamaicans. Jamaicans usually just buy one house, wherever that house is, you live, you work, you die there. Now you have the advent of Jamaicans who work in the city, get to retirement or early retirement and decide, I don't want to live in Kingston anymore. I want to move to the North Coast where it's a little bit more quiet. I want to move to Negril where I can just walk on the beach every morning and exercise. Or I want to move to St. Elizabeth where it's, whatever. So even that segment of the market is almost non-existent. Until a few years ago, a lot of Jamaicans bought places like Richmond Estate and places like Trial and have moved away from Kingston. You know what I mean? So those aspects of the market is still being built out and they're still in their infancy. So when I say the real estate market still has the potential to create a lot of wealth and make a lot of Jamaicans rich, and therefore it is imperative for me to get the message out to Jamaicans that, listen, you need to understand this industry. You need to understand what's going on. And you need to be able to position yourself that 20, 30 years down the line, you are able to say, I had a meeting a few weeks ago with a young lady who was interested to be a part of the company. She wants to be a realtor with us, but she's from Barbados. And then she started to share with me about the real estate market in Barbados. And she said, Noel, a lot of Jamaicans don't understand what they have. Because for a lot of us who grew up in Barbados, actually owning a home is long gone. The hope of owning a home is gone. Because what our parents paid for houses, those prices, you could do a regular 9-to-5 job, buy a good home in a nice community, and actually pay the mortgage. She said for a lot of us who have gone to college and are doing, supposedly good jobs, still can't afford houses. You know what I mean? Average house being for over $1 million in some places. And so she said she moved to Jamaica because Jamaica had such a wide span in housing prices, which allowed that if you can't afford Cherry Gardens, you might be able to afford Heavendale, and if you can't afford Heavendale, you might be able to afford Patrick City or Portmore or Clarendon or wherever. But you have to understand that dynamic, and as the road infrastructure is built out, then you will find that a lot of areas that once was taken for granted, when it comes on the opportunity to own and low prices, that soon will disappear for a lot of areas. Take for instance the road network from Kingston now, which used to be 2.5 hours 3 hours from Kingston to St. Elizabeth. I had a friend of mine had a funeral in Bull Savannah last week. And when I went on Google Maps and I typed in the address, boom, it was like an hour and a half. Normally, just Mandeville alone is 2 hours. So the road infrastructure build out means that a lot more areas have become accessible, and the opportunity for you to have bought those areas at a certain price, once the accessibility is no better, the prices are going to go up. And you need to be able to understand these things to move beforehand, to make that preemptive strike to buy, before the changes happen.
Yeah, and I was saying this earlier, is like, you don't want to buy at the top of the market. You don't want it to you don't want all the road infrastructure to be in, the lights, the free internet, the Starbucks down the road. I mean, once you're doing that, then once that happens, it's nice, it's comfortable for you to do that. You're going to be paying top dollar.
Exactly, and you're competing now with a guy who is able to, go on the internet, choose a villa and transfer the money by wire, and then come see it 6 months down the road. You know what I mean? And while you're waiting to get your mortgage approval, he closed already. You understand? So when those persons are now interested in the area, you've been priced out.
You had brought up I think an important opportunity that was created, right? So you were talking about the average person turning into a millionaire, right? And the Barbican example, right? That's a tenement yard. I don't know who owned it, but maybe it was a longtime family who had it for a long time, lived there, nothing happened. Like, what does that do for that family? That $200 million that goes to them and they sell it. It's sometimes it's overlooked because there's a lot of xenophobia and fear of foreigners coming to Jamaica and taking over and buying up all this land. But even I think of Negril, right? Going back to Little London, Sab, we're getting the airport, Landilo, Sheffield. All those property values are going to go up exponentially because there's an international airport that's going to be 10 minutes away. And my advice to those folks who own that land and those families who own that land is hold on to it. And when the time comes and that property value goes up exponentially, and if you see the opportunity, man, those families are going to cash out, and they may not be, they've probably had that land in their family for generations and generations and never really had an opportunity to be wealthy. And now that this airport is coming, now that transfer of wealth can happen. And perhaps it will be by somebody who is a foreigner who wants to live in Jamaica and be able to go back and forth between Miami, and they want to live in Sheffield and live in Little London, where a few years ago there was not even a thought, an inkling of a consideration of buying property in that area. And it does wonders for those families. And sometimes I think we need to think about that when we are talking about, hey, this is being taken over by this culture or by that countryman.
So I mean, Jamaica's culture is so robust and strong and pungent. I don't think it's going to be easy to just rub us out that way. But I agree. For a lot of people, the wealth creation opportunity is not something that they really had planned for. It's just that, grandfather, great grandmother, whoever had acquired this piece of land, sometime through not even buying it, sometime through whatever, gift or grant, or, you work for somebody they couldn't pay and they gave you some land. But whatever it is, a lot of those persons never saw the opportunity for this kind of wealth to come into their family down the line. Mm-hmm. It's just that it has happened. And what that means to, if they're well-thinking people, is that they would have been able now to see that just owning this property or having it in our family allowed us to come into this wealth. So it means then you're now able to do the same thing over for your grandchildren. I remember when I used to work with the Lasutians way back in the day, and I remember before Mr. Ken Lasutian died, and he was acquiring another supermarket, and I sat down with him one day and I said, why are you still doing this? Why are you're old, you're wealthy. Your Lasucian family is one of the top families when it comes on to supermarket business in the country, well-known families. And I'm saying, why are you still buying supermarkets? Why are you still building out? And he said, no, if it was up to me or for me alone, I'd retire and go on the beach. But I still have to do more for, my grandchildren. At the time when he said that, he didn't have no grandchildren.
Wow.
And I don't know if he would ever have grandchildren. You know what I mean? But he was planning for a leg of the generation that he didn't even know would exist or would come. Now they're here. A lot of them are teenage and in their early 20s. But they had a grandfather that a lot of them didn't live, that he didn't live long enough for them to meet him. But here it is that he planned. So for a lot of us, especially Black Jamaicans, we did not have the opportunity of laying hand on this kind of wealth. And that's why I'm so excited, because a lot of the developers, a lot of the young developers, a lot of the guys that I'm seeing taking the risk, putting 2, 3, 4 persons together. The last stream we did, I think the last live stream we did prior to Tropics, a brother of mine called me and saw me on it, and he was just sharing with me. He was doing his first development. And it was just simply that he had some funds, a friend of his parents died, and they had an old house, and they just came together, tore down the house. His contribution was the house. He got the funds to do the startup, to the drawing, and got the approvals done. Went to the bank, got the loan, and now they're doing a development of grossing over $800 million. Now, this kind of opportunity is not going to be here forever. And as I always say, the big players are eventually going to come. And that's just inevitable. The people who don't have to go to the bank for the loan are coming. The people who can come and buy up all the available lots on the North Coast just in one weekend, they're coming. But until they get here, it's important to me that the average Jamaicans who have lived in these communities, who've seen the transition, position themselves that at least some of us can become millionaires, and that we don't complain that all of these people are coming here and there's gentrification happening, because we didn't position ourselves to be able to get some of that wealth that is being created. You know what I mean? And it's so important what you said earlier. There are a lot of us, and especially older Jamaicans, who just have this old view of Jamaica. The other day, I was at the coffee shop and I was coming out in the car, and then there was a brethren. He was coming out his car too, and then I think his door hit my car, and I said, "Don't worry about it, man. The van is old." So we had a little laugh. Then he looked back in the van and he said, "I know you're from somewhere." And I said, "I don't know." He said, "Oh, you're the guy from the video with Winthrop." And I said, "Yeah." So we started. He said, "What's going on with the real estate market? Like, who buying up all these properties?" Like, there's still a lot of Jamaicans who think that there's some mystery of why so many apartments are being built and who's buying them, and it must be, whatever. Because Jamaica is coming from a place where only certain people were able to build, and only certain amount of units will be built every 5 years or so. And it was just so hard to own property. And especially now, where there are so many persons who are owning multiple properties, like that opportunity almost never existed 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. For people that look like us, Winthrop, it never existed. It was the hardest thing to own one. Now think about the fact that what real estate means to Black Jamaicans, right? When after the emancipation ruling, right? After Jamaicans were freed from slavery, they were not allowed to vote, and they made a law that you could not vote unless you owned real estate. And so owning real estate, so owning real estate meant now you're considered somebody who have a stake in the country. And how a lot of the post-slavery Black Jamaicans had the opportunity to first own actual pieces of real estate for themselves was that the Baptist Church of Jamaica actually bought big plots of land, who a lot of them were white missionaries, and then they would subdivide those big plots of land into smaller plots, and they would be able to give actual title certifications to individuals who now could farm the land, but also, more importantly, they were able to vote. Because I guess you have to bring your title to, listen, I'm a title owner, I own property, I have stake in this country, and I need to vote. And so I think owning property and making more property and making it more accessible and having a stake in the country means that you have an interest in where the country goes. So when somebody throws paper on the road, like, no, it bother me. I want to stop my car, take up the paper and put it in the bin because it's dirtying up my country where I own my house, where I'm going to live. You know what I mean? So that's what it means. You know what I mean?
No, great points. I didn't even know that piece of history, and I agree with you. It is an important, and it's a very big premise of this channel, and why I encourage people to get in. And for us Jamaicans, whether you're living here in Jamaica or you're abroad, and please, don't miss the boat. And I don't want people to say in 10 years, 5 years, whatever it is, I wish I had known, I wish I had this. Like, now is the time, and there's the world is getting crazier and crazier, and there's opportunities everywhere. And I tell people, if you're in the States, for example, like, don't just consider investing in the States, whether it's in Miami or New York or wherever. There's just so much, especially if you're Jamaican, there's so much opportunities down here to just have just so much more of an increase in valuation of your property, because things are definitely moving in the right direction, in my opinion. And Noel, I know you got a roll, but I got one last question, and then there's a question from the audience. Just want to know and hear, like, what's happening in your world and in Kingston, and is there anything new and exciting that you'd like to share with us?
So there's a lot going on. So overall, the real estate market in Jamaica took a little bit of a slump over the last year and a half. And that was specifically because of the inflation problem that Jamaica was having. So Jamaica was having a very high inflation issue that needed to be stemmed. And so the government raised interest rate quite a bit to be able to slow down, cool the economy, as it were. And therefore, obviously, rates moving from 6.5% to like 13% was a big jump. I advise a lot of people to still buy. I hope they did. Because what that meant is that if you bought when the market is slow, you had one, a negotiation room, and two, all you need to do is for that year or two, you pay that high mortgage payment. But once the rates come back down, you will be able now to refinance. So you'll have the benefit of owning the property at a lower rate, because once interest rates go down, the market's going to shoot back up. The other thing is that what you find happening now is that there's quite a bit of commercial development going on. And if you drive through Kingston, there are a lot of new commercial development. There's one on Constant Spring Road, like quite a few, not even one. There's few on Constant Spring Road, New Kingston. I mean, the Cygnus building in the middle of New Kingston. So there's quite a bit of commercial space investment, and it's because there's the demand for that, which I think is really good. The fact that there's such a high demand for commercial space mean that there is it's the effects of, a good economy. So that there are a lot of people looking for office spaces, there are a lot of people looking for storefront, warehouse spaces. So all of the spaces that I just mentioned, most of them that I've checked with are either totally sold out or totally rented out. You find that a lot of businesses have been building out commercial spaces for themselves as their businesses expand. You know what I mean? So that is where, and commercial real estate is such a sweet way to make money. Because like even the one on Constant Spring Road, you build out 700 square feet and all you put in there is a bathroom, and you sell it for the same or more than you would sell a 700 square foot 1-bedroom apartment. So think about if you build a 1-bedroom apartment, now you need to put in kitchen and bathroom and tiling and this and all of that, lighting, whatever. You build that same 750 square feet, and all you need to put in there is one bathroom. When the owners buy it or rent it, they're gonna have to do whatever they want to do, you know. So there's that. But yeah, if you come into Kingston now, we're hoping that the commercial banks and the mortgage banks, they've been holding out on us in passing on the interest rates that are now trending down, passing that back onto the market. The market does, as I said people are still buying. The demand is still high, but there's a good cross section of persons who are buying on a budget, and therefore it's pushing the properties out of their reach just because of the mortgage payment and qualification. So I'm hoping. I heard the minister, Armin Hill, was speaking on it just a few days ago, and was trying to encourage the commercial banks and the mortgage banks. Interest rates are going down. Pass it on to the clients so that we can get the economy stimulated and up and moving again. But until then, I still advise people to buy, because once the rates go down, then there's a mushroom effect, a chain reaction, as it were.
Awesome. And it just came to mind. Vineyard, the Vineyard Town. How is that development going? I know it's complete now.
I'm still getting. So the units, when we did that video, the units that were being sold for $16 million, I'm still getting calls now for persons looking to buy at $28 and $30 million, and I have to tell them, no, sorry, it's done. But you probably, I don't know now that it's fully occupied. I probably would have to talk to the developer, but it is way nicer than I thought. I remember I have this one client from the UK who she got pre-qualified and just bought on paper. She just bought on paper. So she came down the other day and she saw it and she was so satisfied. You know what I mean? And she is now benefiting. Think about it. Like she just closed like a year now, and she already has $15 million equity, $14 million equity. Think about that. So it's really nice though. I must hats off to the developer and the contractor, a Chinese company, I don't remember the name, but it was really nice. The pool is nice. The view from the roof is amazing. You're looking right in the sea downtown. I mean, it totally changes the dynamic of the community. So much so that there's just like a block from there's another similar size development going up. And there's quite a few persons who are at and even at a regulatory level, because what happened after the development started is that the government increased the density, which means that you're now able to get more units on your land if you choose to develop in Vineyard Town. And that gentrification that the community needed, because of where it's positioned, is one of those great communities. Like there are those persons in there who do Airbnb, because Airbnb is allowed, with all of the events now happening at the National Stadium, the shows, and in New Kingston and whatever, totally booked out. You know what I mean? Vibes Cartel show, or the match over this week here gone with that footballer, Messi, and everything else. Because of how it's positioned. So a lot more units are coming there. But I mean, that's just another example of how you can just create money out of thin air. You know what I mean? And I've always talked about that. Think about even the person who bought at $16 million, they didn't pay $16 million. They paid on 5%, $800,000. You paid on $800,000 and you made $16 million. It's fascinating. I love real estate, and I love where Jamaica is. I love where Jamaica is going, and I'm really happy to see. I mean, I could be on here for the rest of the evening talking about, people and persons that I know personally who I've watched over the last 10 years, from their first property to their second property, their third property, who are now working class Jamaican that own $200 million worth of real estate. And it wasn't that they were big, wealthy people. They're just people who bought one piece of real estate, live in it, and then they, save up a little money, lived a humble life, bought a second one, rent it out, save up all that money, lived a humble life, bought a third one, rent it out, and before long, they're and while they're doing that, think about the equity that is being built in it, the income that is coming from the rental. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's really exciting.
Oh, it really is, really is. All right, let's get this last question in. This is from Small Axe. They say, what are your thoughts on buying farmland in a place like Clarendon? As someone who can't afford a home now as a teacher in New York, would it be a worthy venture?
Do you know, right? One of the things that, so there's a client that I am doing some consultation for and with, and there is a great need. Like, not everybody wants to live on the coast. Not everybody wants to live by the sea. There are people who want to live that rural, quiet farming community life. And one of the things that is emerging, especially when it comes down to Jamaica's agriculture, is that we produce a lot of things that taste way better because of, I guess, the soil, the volcanic soil that covers most of the country. So I do believe that farming land and farmland is itself going to there's going to be an explosion for the demand of it, whether it's because people want to live in farming communities or because people will be going into farming. I think food security is a big thing in the future. I'm watching Bill Gates buying, hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland. I don't know that have anything to do with Microsoft. So, but farmland is and everywhere it's happening in the world. Where my parents come from in St. Anne, I was down there the other day, and they were showing me like hundreds of acres of land that they're saying was owned by some Russian company. I'm like, how the hell Russian find this deep rural Jamaica, this deep rural Jamaican place in St. Anne that they own hundreds of acres? Yeah, good probably for backside, but as I say, wherever you can afford land, wherever you can buy, there's never. Just the example just now, what we're sharing about the community in Barbican is another example that seemed like it would have been a terrible decision 10 years ago, and it turned out to be an amazing investment to have owned it as they went into the future. So absolutely, if you can afford land in Clarendon, if you can afford land wherever, try to make sure that if you're going to buy land that you're not going to use right now, just keep an eye on it, pay your taxes, have somebody that go to look at it. Don't buy land and put down. Remember, there's a legal process called adverse possession, where if a land is perceived to be abandoned and somebody moves on it for 12 years undisturbed, they can legally acquire it. It's not stealing land. That's a law that the Queen left on the books. So if you're going to buy land in some of these rural places, take care of it. Make sure you have somebody put some cattle on it. Another thing that an attorney shared with me the other day that I didn't know is that you could lodge a caveat on your land yourself. So if you're going to buy some rural land that you're not going to be looking at everything, you could just put a caveat on that land that once the title comes up, somebody tries to do something, they would have to contact you first. A lawyer would have to expand on that a little bit more. But to answer your question, yeah, if you anywhere you can afford and anywhere you can buy and hold it.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Noel. Like I said, I know you got a role. Where can people follow you?
So I'm at the same place. I was listening to you earlier on the social media bill out, and I was so ashamed because you've been beating me over the head about this for a few years. So I'm actually in the process of that. We have started to assemble a team and we have started some shooting, but all my social media handles are I am Noel the Realtor, and the company is Real Estate by Noel. So whether TikTok, IG, YouTube, it's I am Noel the Realtor, and for the company it is Real Estate by Noel. Yeah, and the same thing for the website. The website is realestatebynoel.com.
Okay, I'm just putting it on here.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Let's throw that up there. All right, yeah. So everybody, give Noel a follow. As you can see and hear, he is a wealth of knowledge and information. And I have to plug one more thing, Noel, because we were talking earlier about social media, particularly YouTube, and the impact that it's having, and there being a misunderstanding or misvaluation by, let's say, corporate Jamaica and business in Jamaica, and understanding the value of these platforms. And I was talking, it was a conversation I was having with multiple creators, and basically everybody saying they're not getting their value in a big way. And you just gave an example right now of a video that we did
3 years ago or whatever it was on Vineyard Town, and we just did it. We shot it, done, over. We've done many others after that, and now you are still to this day getting phone calls from that video. And I told you when we did it, I was like, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to get phone calls from that video.
Okay.
And for the life of me, I don't understand why these companies don't see this, and not just with me, but with other content creators, where you create evergreen content and content that is of high value and high quality, that you pay this one-time fee and you just get this return on the investment in perpetuity forever, and you don't got to do anything anymore. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to point that out. And, you know, for anybody who's in the space of wanting to put their product or service out there, it's just like, this stuff works in a big way, and this is a shining example right here.
Absolutely. I mean, add to that, about 3 weeks ago or so, I got this number called me that was calling from, I think, either Canada or New York, I think it was. And it was this Jamaican guy, and he was so excited, like, no. So I missed the call, and I heard this long voice recording. He was like, "No, you don't know me. My name is such and such, and I just wanted to call you that. I was just doing some research online, and as a matter of fact, I wasn't on Google traditional search engine. I was on ChatGPT. I was saying, what's going on with the Jamaican market, and you know, where is a good place to invest? How do you invest? Whatever."
All right, hold on, Noel. We're breaking up a little bit. 1 second. Are you seeing that? Breaking up? Breaking up? Okay, I think we're okay now. Sorry, can you repeat that again? Yeah.
So as I was just sharing that, I just got a call a few weeks ago. I missed the call, and I spoke back to the gentleman. I called him back, but he was just sharing that he was doing some research. And he's a Jamaican who have not been to Jamaica in many, many years, and he was just doing a search on what's going on with the Jamaican real estate market and so on. But he wasn't doing it on the traditional Google search engine. He was doing it just as a research on ChatGPT. And ChatGPT put in the response a link to one of the videos that we did like 3-4 years ago. And it was saying, like, I've never seen ChatGPT do this before, and that's how I got your number, and that's how I call you. And he was so excited and so proud. I mean, he was more excited than me, and I was really humbled. You know, he was like, ChatGPT is using your video as information and sending the link in the response to say, you know, listen to this video to get information about the real estate. And this is a video that we did, like, I just say, years ago, and just left it. But it's still, the benefit of it is still coming through. So,
and mind you, ChatGPT didn't exist when we did the video.
Exactly. Well, that's another good point. I didn't even think of that. That's a very good point. Yeah. So I think people, it come back to what we said earlier about a lot of persons' view of the real estate market is still how they viewed real estate, you know, in the 1970s and 80s. I think there's a lot of people who don't understand the dynamic of how social media, because think about it, traditional media, right? An advertisement on a traditional media house, I would have to get up, go in front of my television, sit down, watching the news or something, and then I'll see an ad. How often do people do that anymore? You know what I mean? Outside of the news, people hardly watch television. Social media, though, people are on their phone all day for work or for pleasure. You know what I mean? Or just to pass time. So the potential of getting your brand or your product exactly in front of the eyes that you are targeting is way more on social media than it is on traditional advertisement channels. So I think it's really it's a matter of education, and I think content creators just have to keep putting out there for persons to understand their reach. When you think about something go like this guy now, Joshua, that everybody's talking about, and so you put out something, and in 24 hours you go back and look at it, and there's 1 million views all over the world. You know what I mean? And that kind of reach, traditional media don't have it. So it's really, as I say, for persons to understand. It's a matter of education, and it's for persons like yourself to continue to help persons to realize where the world is and where the world is headed. Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Well, thank you so much, Noel. Again, everybody give Noel a follow. His handles are on the screen. I am Noel, the Realtor, and Real Estate by Noel. And you can check out his website, www.realestatebynoel.com. Thanks for joining, Noel. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. All the best, guys.
All right. Take care. All right. And we are moving along. And we have our next guest already waiting in the waiting room. And we have Kerry Williams, who is a returning resident and director of Lasha and Sons Construction based in St. Elizabeth. And I'm going to invite Kerry on the stage here. Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me? Oh, I'm not hearing you. Sorry, I think you might be muted.
Might mute. Still.
There you go. I got you. I can hear you now.
All right. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, great, great. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for being here. And I think this is going to be a great discussion because you're hitting on two very important what would I say, umbrellas, subject matters here, and being a returning resident, and then also being a business owner as well. And I just want to give you the opportunity to go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience here, Kerry.
Oh yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kerry Williams, as Throp said. Yes, I am a returning resident. I did 20 years in the States. And decided that I look at it as I went there for a start. I got my start, so therefore I come home and start. you know what I mean? So
yeah.
That's kind of my mindset. I didn't go up there to retire. I go up there to get a start in life and come back and invest in my country rather than their country. You know what I mean?
I like it. And how long were you there for? And when did you come back to Jamaica?
I moved to the United States in 2004. And I came back here, I'd say officially last year, November 15th, I came back officially. But since 2020 is when I started investing in Jamaica. So now that it reached a point where the business here need me more than I need to be back there, I just come home now full time. The first idea was to start to winterize, basically, or snowboarding, as they would call it. Just come down in the winter time, and then go back up. But this would be the first year I'd be doing that. Come down for the winter, but I find that the business here now it's about to take off, so it's best I just stay here.
Okay. And were you, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly, like you were kind of doing a little bit back and forth since 2020 and you started the investment process and going back and forth. And then you got to the point, or the business got to the point now where it seems like it's being successful enough, but at the same time and demanding enough of your time that you're going to be here full time.
Yes.
Okay, very, very, very good. And I just want to also get some insight into what you were doing, are doing in the United States, and what your career was there or is there, and how are you and how have you been able to kind of manage both the U.S. and Jamaica side of things?
Well, in the U.S., I currently run a locksmith business. That's kind of how I made my money there. The business I'm in there has nothing to do with what I'm doing here.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happened that All right, in 2012 is when I went down the entrepreneurial path. I resigned from the 2 jobs I had at the top of 2012 and decided I was going to start working for myself full time. At that time, I was in the food business. I had a food truck. That's back in 2012 when it was the craze, the
Yep,
food
I
truck.
remember that.
Yeah. So I was living in Omaha, Nebraska. So my food truck was the third of the gourmet food truck that came in the area, And anyhow, I ran that for 4 years up till 2016, and then I had a lease where it was kind of a bad deal, but it was 3 years. So I had to complete those 3 years at that commissary. So when the lease was up, I decided I'm not going to go back into the food business, because it was one of those businesses where everybody get paid except me, because my money went back into food costs and rent and so on. So a buddy of mine that was a locksmith, he said to me, you'd be good at locksmith work. You should come do locksmith work with me. So I was like, I don't know about that, because at the time I didn't understand how locksmith make money. Because back then I didn't have nice cars or anything. So when I get locked out, I just use a clothes hanger and something and wedge the door open and I'm in. So in my thinking, that's what everybody does. So I said, no, that's really not for me. And he keep pressing me. For about a month, he was pursuing me to come and do this thing. Until he said to me one day, you could be making $800 a week doing this thing. I was like, how do I sign up? Because $800 a week for me at that time was like,
Yeah.
So I said, all right, where can I get the kits to buy? And he gave me a link. And at the time, it was about $250 to get all the tools that I need to start off from the basic. So that was my startup, $250, and I started to unlock cars, and then to start unlocking houses, and then I reached up to start making car keys, and from that time, like $250 was almost like my last $250 I spent to get into this thing, because it's like from you're coming from scratch here, because coming out of a business that was just staying afloat basically. But it was a good experience. It taught me how to be persistent at something, even though it's not really making any money. It's more for the love of it. So, and from I started the locksmith business in 2016. By 2018, I was able to buy my first house in the United States.
Wow.
In 2018, I bought my house November 2018, and it's the same year I got my citizenship. So everything just start to rolling, and then by 2020, I had 2 houses and 3 businesses by 2020. So from there on, now I started, okay, now is where I need to start investing back home, because I'm not planning to work to retirement up till I'm 65, because too many times I've seen people leave from here in Jamaica, go overseas, and work until they're 65, 70 and come back home and build these mansions and live in them for 5 years and passed on. You know? I was like, no, I really don't want that to be me, you know. So anyhow, how I started now in 2020 was I wanted to build my home here first. So anyhow, I contacted an architect and a builder, and we were starting to work on the plans, you know, for the house, because I had gotten some land from my dad, and then my aunt was joined to my land, and she lives in New York. She don't want to come back home, so I bought her piece of land and just make mine, you know, one big piece, you know. So I started the plans for the house and everything, and I asked the contractor guy, what is it that you need to make the work more efficient, you know, and it would be more cost effective for me, what machinery or anything like that. So he was like, you know, if you have a concrete mixer, you mix your own concrete, because it was a 2-story and, you know, there was a lot of concrete poured. So he said, if I have a mixer, then, you know, it would make it a little easier. I said, okay. And also, if you were making your own blocks, if you have a little machine, you can make your own blocks, then, you know, so you make your own blocks and you pour in your own concrete, that would be good. So I said, okay, no problem. And in the United States, every construction site I pass, there is a bobcat. So I thought, well, a bobcat is also an essential part of construction. So I went to shopping in China and Alibaba, you know, go on Alibaba and start to search for a block making machine and a concrete mixer. And before you know it, a full 40-foot container equipment.
Wow.
You know? Yeah, sending home, and then I bought a bobcat over in the States and ship it down. So when it all got here, right? All the equipment got here, cleared them off, and by then the floor plan and everything was done, ready to start build. Then it occurred to me, maybe this is the entrepreneurial part of the brain kicks in and said, what are you doing? Why build a house that's gonna cost you that's gonna cost me to maintain, right? I have all this equipment. Why not start a business and let the business build my house, and then from there I have residual income, you know what I mean? I have passive income coming in, so I can come back home, you know? So that's how the construction part of it came in now. So I put the house on the back burner and started business. So I got my name registered and all of that, and I had the block machine. So I built out a little block factory, right? And started to make blocks. At the time, it was just a little 5-dropper block machine I had. So I started making blocks, and that was going well. I mean, it was a craze, because the blocks, they were at the perfect height, you know. Because what I found here, that some of the older machine, they're building the blocks 6.5 inches in height. Right, 6.5 to 7 inches, but the correct height is 7 3/4 to 8. Anywhere in between here, that's the perfect height. So I find that a lot of contractors have been saying to me, yeah, but these are the blocks that we want, because if you're supposed to go up, let's say 10 block height, right? When a block is short, even half an inch times 10, I mean, You see, right? So you have
Yeah.
to run one more set of block up top if the block is too short. So that's kind of how we can get a foothold in the market, get into the market, and start selling our blocks, and then and just that's kind of how it goes, you know. And then the concrete business, we were also doing the concrete business, right? From that concrete business, now we were doing the decking and so on. All right, so we were doing that from around 2022 is when we started to do the factory. And then in 2023, we thought, well, you know, if we were producing our own aggregate for the blocks, then it would bring down our costs, right? Now, my grandfather had this old quarry that he had from back in the 70s, you know, and when he passed on in 1995, that's when it stopped. It stopped. So it was right on the side of the road, you know, and it was just kind of an eyesore because, you know, bush started to grow up in there and so on, you know, and people was throwing rubbish and stuff down in there. So there wasn't a title for it yet. So I decided, okay, let me go about getting the title for this piece of land, and I could move the block factory here, right? Produce the material here and everything. And that's how that idea kind of came up, and we break ground in April of 2023 to start the build out, to move it over here. So anyhow, and at the factory, it's what we call an egg layer. So you have to have a big concrete pad where you make the blocks on. So in the middle of that is when we said, no, we can't cover up so much material to make a concrete pad, you know. Let's line it first, and then we can bring in the factory at a later date. So now we went about getting the applications and all of that for the quarry, you know, the license, and the neighbor had some lands adjoining to ours, so I leased 3 acres from them, and my side was 1 acre, just over an acre, and I'm leasing 3 more from the neighbor. So now we have, well, of course, I have to go back to China again, you know, and bring in crushing plant and all of those things. So now we have a full-fledged quarry, and we're supplying the block factory, and yeah, wow. So we're about to take off here now. I still haven't built the house yet, but that's next. But luckily, you know, we have a big family, and I can stay anywhere, and I'm staying at my mom's house now, and then I'll start to build here in the coming months. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's kind of my journey, you know, and moving back to Jamaica, and just wanted to come back home, you know, because I did 20 years there, and I think that's enough.
Man, what an amazing story. Just like you said, 20 years. It took you basically, 16, 18 years to really get your feet really grounded in the U.S. and even getting your citizenship and buying your homes. And now, instead of like just staying there and, like you said before, helping to build that country, their country, you're coming back to literally
help build Jamaica, and
Correct.
that's incredible. This is a really, really awesome story.
Mhm.
And you're in St. Elizabeth?
St. Elizabeth, yes, south Round Hill to be exact. It's between Monroe and Treasure Beach.
Gotcha.
Right on the hill, yeah. So
And I
we have
hear
an
there are some
awesome view up here. We're about 1,500 feet up.
Oh wow,
About
that's
1,500
good.
above sea level.
And I hear there are a lot of there are some developments, big developments coming to St. Elizabeth in the near
Oh
future.
yes.
Do you know about them?
Not all of them, but I hear of some. And the thing is, our customers for the quarry are trucking companies, people that do the trucking. They are my customers. So even if I don't know what's going on, they do.
Right.
And they come to me. But it's good to know what's happening and what's going on. But right now, I'm just so focused on getting the business going, getting myself positioned for the boom that is coming to the South Coast. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, what great, just immaculate timing you have, because you have the highway there, you have the residential developments coming. There's this plan that they put out, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, maybe a little bit more, of I remember the Minister of Tourism was talking about it, along with the Minister of Agriculture, Floyd Green, talking about developing Treasure Beach more, and they're going to need your services like crazy.
Oh, sure.
So good for you. You know, this is a very inspirational story in so many ways, and I hope people who are watching this, especially considering our potential returning residents, like they're like, and I didn't hear that you had any construction experience or background. Is that fair to assume?
No. But like I said, it's just the it came about because I see the need for efficiency. You know, what is it that you need to make the work efficient? Because maybe it's my memory from growing up, you know, it was spade and bucket. You know what I mean? To mix mortar and so on. So instead of spade and bucket, why not have a mixer? Why not, you know what I mean? Instead of the little tree dropper thing, you know, you can have a machine that makes 7 at a time. You know, 5 at a time, 7 at a time. You know, it doesn't have to be 3 at a time. You know, it was more out of efficiency how that part came in. So now I'm just solely doing the aggregates and the blocks. The mixing part of it, the concrete mixing part of it, I gave up that side of the business because it does require a lot of persons to run, you know, at least 7. And when it's not your primary thing you're doing, right? Keeping 7 people working, it's not that easy, you know.
Right.
And when you need them, sometimes they have other work that they have to do, you know. So I thought, well, let me just focus on what I can control. Yeah, and that was the blocks, you know, and the quarry. And to date, so for now, you know, I employ 5 people, and then we're outsourcing like the delivery and those things. So like full time, I have 5 people employed full time, and delivery we outsource those because I'm not in the trucking business. So if Ma need to deliver, we have a list of trucks that we just say, hey, we have 10 loads to go here, 5 loads to go there, you know, and they'll take it and they do it. So everybody is making making something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think it's awesome that you went to China and you use that to your advantage in helping to build your business. And I think people underestimate that as a resource to help them. And I think some people are scared of that. I personally haven't done it myself, but I know I have a friend who has done that a lot in his construction and
Oh, yeah.
getting materials from there at a fraction of the course and at a higher quality.
Yeah, and one thing to note when it comes to China, for the experience that I've had, you can get anything in China, right? And inequality. Some people say Chinese stuff no good. Some people say yeah, it's good. But like I said, you can get anything you want. So if they have something for $10,000, right? A piece of machinery for $10,000, and you say you have $7,000, you are going to get that machinery, but you may not get the quality as if you pay the full price, because they're going to work within your budget. They're gonna take off some things. You have a lower quality material here. You know what I mean, to meet your budget, because I notice how they do business. They're not gonna say no to money. So whatever you have, they're gonna make you what fit your budget. So if you want good quality machinery, you can get the good quality one. You just have to pay the higher cost. You know?
Did you go to China, or you just did everything through
No,
Alibaba? And you
Alibaba.
did everything
Everything
online?
done through Alibaba. So and WhatsApp. So you find a supplier. You can have one supplier in China, one connection. That's all you need, one. So when you have that one person, if it's in, let's say, construction, right? And you have that one person, you can say, hey, I need some wire fence, some wire. I need something unrelated to their line. They will recommend you to somebody who can do it.
Wow.
Who can get you that, right? And then, so whatever you want, just that one source. No, the good thing about that is, one, on Alibaba, there are illegitimate companies on there. You'll find scammers, and everywhere, every platform, you'll find scammers. So when you find a legitimate supplier, and so if they're going to recommend anybody or do any search for you, they're only going to search for the legitimate ones.
Right.
But if you then have one supplier here and then you go try to find another supplier here, you might run into a scam. You get what I'm saying? So just find one good contact, and then that one contact now will give you all the other links that you will need. Then, what I found that they also do, they have, let's say, you order something, let's use Jamaica for example, towns in Jamaica. You have your links in Montego Bay, right? And it's going to ship from Montego Bay. But you want something that is manufactured in Manchester. They will arrange the shipment from Manchester to Montego Bay for it to put on the container, and so you don't have to ship from two different spots. They will do all of that for you at no extra cost. Yeah. So you just have to know how to shop there and how to work your magic,
Somebody's asking in the comments, Inga Baby is asking, but how do you know which one is not a scammer?
When you go on there, right? You can check out, because they have the local verified checker beside the company name, and you just go directly to the company, right? Now, when you're going to do your payment, it's usually via a bank transfer. So bank to bank transfer, right? Now, that's kind of how you can do your check and balance. You check what's on the website and what their invoice is saying, the pro forma invoice, what it's saying versus what's on there. If you wanted to send your money via Western Union, scam.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But when you're doing bank to bank transfer, the scammers, they don't use bank like that. They usually go through mediums that you cannot track, whether it's Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, or they try to get you to pay via Western Union, some form of a money transfer that it's kind of a one-way deal. Once you send it, it's gone. You know? So always do your transaction via bank-to-bank transfer.
Okay, awesome. Good advice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. We are gonna wrap up here. I got your contact information there on the screen. Is there anything that you want to share with us in closing?
Oh, well, yes, we do supply the South Coast with of course blocks. At the moment, we only do the 6-inch blocks. All right, 6 inches is not the height. The height is the classified by the width of it. So we do the 6-inch blocks, and as far as aggregate goes, we have fine, we have grit and block mix, that's the chips, and crushed bond and all-purpose limestone. Yeah. So that's about it. And also, if anyone wanting to move back to Jamaica to invest in Jamaica, don't be afraid to do so. It's not as scary as people make it out to be. Just we have, Jamaica, we have our laws and everything. So just follow the laws, do it the right way, and you'll find that it's a great place to invest. And I'm happy I did. I'm glad I did.
Wonderful. And I'm happy you did as well. And I think it sounds like you're making a real impact on your community, and you got in on the right time. And wishing you all the luck in your future endeavors, Kerry, and love to have you back on at some point in time to get an update on where you are. All right, and everybody, Kerry's contact information is on the screen. You could take a look. His business phone number is 876-883-8753, or you can email them at lasha.sons.2025@gmail. That's lasha.sons.2025@gmail.com. All right, thanks so much, Kerry. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, take care.
All right, take care now. All right, have a good one.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Kerry. That's really, really incredible story. Didn't know what to expect with that one. I knew it was going to be good in terms of, again, hitting on both of those lanes of a returning resident that started a business, and what a story. What an inspirational story. So we are moving on to our next guest. We are rolling here. We are under the 2-hour mark of this live stream. We're at the finishing laps here. And so far, so good. I can't believe I still have a good amount of energy here. And we are having a guest who has been on here before, both online in these live streams and also physically. He's been to ThropX twice, as a matter of fact. We have our landscape architect in Mark Martin. Welcome to the live stream again, Mark. How are you?
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. How is everything going in your world? Well, I hate to do that. I always assume that people know who you are because you've been on so many times, but let's take a step back and if you can you do a brief introduction on who you are and what you do, please?
Of course. I was born in Jamaica, went to school here, finished college in the States, decided to become a landscape architect because we got into construction when I was in Florida, and one thing led to another. So I was in Florida for about 30 years practicing, and Florida is a very lucrative environment to do so. Back in 2008, when the market crashed, I was invited to Jamaica to work on some projects. Jamaica was never attractive to us at that point because at one point, if you remember, Trop, we used to have a lot of problems exchanging funds. You had to buy dollars. Once that stopped, Jamaica became a more viable place in order to work. So I came down here to do one hotel as a favor, and we knocked the hotel out. And then one thing led to another. Another hotel came up, and then another one came up, and then a house. And then I said, you know, here's America in 2008 to 2010. They're coming out of the derivative scams of the financial market. People have lost their businesses, their homes, their retirement, and Jamaica is just on this trajectory. So we opened up an office in Jamaica. We still have one in Miami. And I have never looked back because it's just so much to do here and so much to share with Jamaica. I'm old enough to know, to have watched the telethons with Jerry Lewis. Has anybody teased you and called you Jerry tonight?
No, what? You're the first.
Do you remember?
I do. Sorry,
anyway, congratulations.
I don't know if I'm frozen or you're frozen. Am I frozen? Am I frozen?
All right, I'm back.
Okay, there you go. Okay. All right, gotcha.
Yes, so as a landscape architect here, as we told many of your guests in Negril and on the previous YouTubes, we do many things. It's not just design. In order to be successful in a design business in Jamaica, you sometimes have to be very versatile. So we do design, we do maintenance, we do consulting, we do lighting, we do irrigation. We provide for our clients, which are mainly corporate, a whole turnkey opportunity for them. They call us in, we have a discussion, we lay out what it requires, we create a budget, it gets approved, eventually we start the work and things go from there.
Hello? Oh, there we go.
Here.
Sorry,
That's all right,
as
long as you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
So the previous guest was talking about, you know, him having come back to Jamaica and how he can assist people. I don't want to become redundant, but I think it always beneficial to mention that it's, I think, more scary when you are outside of Jamaica than when you're inside Jamaica. Because I have lived in Miami, in New York, and in Europe. And there are places, in those three places, I wouldn't or shouldn't venture. Jamaica is no different. And so you just start to learn the environment here, and it has tremendous opportunity. I was just in Canada last week. And so basically I came home last night and I'm thawing out. But I can tell you the 10 days that I was there, Trop, man, it was cold. And I had forgotten what cold weather was like, and it's the difficult. It's gonna be sound like we're so lucky because we don't have to put on 3 layers or 4 layers of clothes to be here. There's business here. There's things to do. But I'll just tell you, coming back into Jamaica, the process of coming through immigration has been speeded up tremendously because they're now using facial recognition, as you know, and it's just a breeze. It was a shock when I went through there, and just no problem at all.
Did you go through Montego Bay or Kingston?
Yes, Montego Bay.
Yes.
It's really geared for moving people now. They have like a 70 or 80 kiosks so that there's not a line waiting for them. And they're moving them right through the whole process because it used to be, a little bit time consuming. But it's improved tremendously to get you off the plane into the country to either start your vacation or start your trip, whatever that is.
Yeah, and there is like vast improvements in so many areas. I think that's one of the most in your face and prominent ones that everybody can see and feel for sure. And I think it's important that great statement. It's I don't know, I might be misquoting you, but like it's better to be in Jamaica than outside of Jamaica to like really understand and feel the how the country is moving forward.
Without getting too political, it's very hard to pick up a social media app or a newspaper and not see what's going on elsewhere. Okay? And Trop, when you really figure it out, we don't have it bad, We don't have it bad. I mean, everybody has an opinion about what direction people need to go, but they're trying to fix the roads here. Of course, as a resident, they can't fix them sooner enough. But there is a plan to fix the roads, and they're getting better and better. The security forces seem to be more active with the little problems that we incur in an island nation, which is typical throughout the Caribbean, not particular to Jamaica. And I think the police are really trying to deal with it and deal with the public and explain to them and teach them what they need to do to participate, because it's not just the police, it's everybody should be involved. And if you're in construction, you're coming back here to build a home, there's a process here in the same exact way we spoke about together, where word of mouth is still a very good way of doing things. Because if I was building a home for myself coming down here, I would not do it without seeking the advice of people who had done it before me, so they could get a recommendation of somebody. Because the weakest link here many times are the contractors who get a lot of projects brought to them. They don't have that type of financial maturity or experience, and they don't know how to plan adequately. So sometimes things get out of control. So you need a mature contractor who is not trying to overdo his ability, and look after your project so that you're special. And because of social media, because the internet has become so user-friendly, you can now do research for your own self. So you can start learning the language about what type of style home you want to build, what type of garden, what type of finishes for your home. And as Mr. Williams said before, you have different sources, especially from China. I don't have his experience. I've tried to go on that website. It's a scary at first, but I am not turned off at all about it. I just have to learn how to properly use it, because it's different to Amazon. But I think I have associates like you do, Trop, who have used resources in China and have saved themselves a lot of money and They found the process to be very easy. And eventually I will get there. So do any of your guests have questions as to what a landscape architect does? Or how can I help them in this short time we have together?
I do. I love hearing about your process and approach because you speak so passionately about it and what you do, and then also you've opened my mind to the importance of hiring a landscape architect. And so if you would do us the honor of kind of walking us through that process, even the not even the construction process, but even starting out the design. You talked about the lighting, and I remember you always talked about shade, trees, cooling the area, and taking all of that into consideration. That I think a lot of people, I'll say I'm guilty of this, don't even take into consideration when doing a construction project when somebody is trying to build their dream home.
Thank you. You're so correct. So let me explain. At one point in time, a landscape architect was a luxury. I understand totally that when you're building your home, you have so much resources. That's why it's so important to fully understand how much money you actually need. This is where a quantity surveyor in our English system, the Commonwealth, in our system of doing construction, we work with quantity surveyors, and they are helpful. So when you hire an architect, you're also going to be hiring one or two engineers. Sometimes the engineer does two different parts of the project. Some are structural, some are civil. We then have the financing and the attorney's fees and the legal fees for the government, the parish council. You need to find out whatever it is, so you have what I call the soft money first. And you could probably, let's say your home is going to cost you a couple $100 million or $100 million. It's very likely that your expenses may be $20 million. So you have to know this, because what happens is a lot of good, well-meaning people get into it and they don't have enough resources, and then they have to stop. And that's part of the problem. In the landscape architect part of the design, you're now getting into the aesthetic, but it's aesthetic with a far more important role than ever before because of climate change. Because the landscape architect creates a wonderful environment to finish your home. You can have just this block and mortar, and then what? If you have kids, you're going to want some grass. If you have space, you're going to want some trees for shade. Maybe as you become more familiar and your finances allow, maybe you want a pond. Maybe you don't want to be a slave to your garden and have somebody water with a hose, which is impractical nowadays. A more efficient system is an irrigation system that's automatic. It actually saves you water, doesn't cost you more because it's more efficient. Then you have lighting to make sure that your garden is safe, it's illuminated. And you must remember your view in the house itself is not just the daytime, it's the nighttime. And when we have beautiful, cool nights like we're experiencing now in Jamaica, you want to be outside. You want to hear the crickets and really enjoy that. If you live close to the ocean or if you live in the mountains, you feel the breeze on you. It's all part and parcel. So the first part of the landscape architecture is very practical. In order to put into your new home the basics that you need, because you don't know how much soil you need. You don't know what the ground needs to prepare. You could have built your home on an alkaline, very rocky site, and then when you're ready, nothing can grow there. You need to be aware of what type of plants will grow in that part of Jamaica on that piece of land. Because I've had some people who have turned down my proposals and they say to me, oh, that's all right, we can do it ourselves. And I said, but I have 30 to 40 years of experience. Doesn't that matter? They said, oh no, if we mess up, we'll just redo it. And I said, what? And I said, okay, fine, good for you. Well, not everybody can afford to mess up. You've saved your money if you're a returning resident. If you're not, you're a businessman in Jamaica. You don't want to waste money. You're going to spend it wisely. You're going to have a consultation with the contractor, a consultation with the landscape architect and the engineer. And it doesn't have to cost you money initially, just to speak with people. But you need to know what it is you want, because when you don't, people can sense this. And at times, I'm going to tell you, they can take advantage of you. So an important thing is, there was an ad in America for a clothing line, and he always said, my best customers are educated consumers. Okay, they need to practice. Your YouTube channel is just so beneficial for them to go back to the shows that they missed that you have done, to talk about and listen to the people, the bankers that you have interviewed, the construction people, the real estate, everybody. It's so informative. I mean, I can't sing your praises enough for what you have done for people coming here to take away what we call the boogeyman. Okay, so, and I'm thinking it's a really wonderful opportunity for people to come back, and if they've done well abroad, they can come back and give and support. Just like we hope that tonight, people watching this will help support your cause, a very noble cause. Okay, so it's all part and parcel again.
Thank you for that, Mark, and taking the time to explain that. And just a couple of questions here. I just want to, while they come up. So T&K says, I'm interested in the passive cooling ideas.
Okay. Yes, that's fantastic. So the first thing you have to understand is you have to study the our weather system to understand where we get our trade winds from, where your house is located, how you situate your house on a piece of land, and what it's exposed to. You're aware where the sun rises and the sun sets, so that it doesn't become a nuisance to you. And you can do this without an architect. You can do this yourself. Passive cooling. There's so many different ways to do this. We can obtain it through shade. We can attain it by, as I said, positioning the house correctly so that your house grabs the wind and it passes through. That way you have to use less air conditioning. Okay? I'm not a fan of air conditioning here, and I have a villa and we don't use it. But how do we get by? Well, we have very expansive eaves on the house, which creates shade like an arcade. And we have trees located in the right area. We're surrounded by trees. Trees are so beneficial for everyone. They don't all have to be fruit trees, because the trees are going to give off oxygen, which is going to give you nice, clean air around you. I hope that answers their question.
Yes, thank you. And I have another question here. Democracy says, is there a percentage of the outdoor space that cannot be paved according to the municipality? If there is, what percentage is it?
I have actual people that the architect that we work with usually takes care of this part. However, I don't think it's a problem. In the States, it's about, they don't want more in a certain part of your setback more than 30%. So I think even as a lay person, when you're building, you need to have common sense to understand that to have proper percolation when it rains, you need to have green areas that absorb the water. So that's your grass and your flower beds, things like that. If you pave everything over, it's not going to look very pretty. There is a story about when you live in Miami, a lot of the residents there came from Cuba. And I remember a professor telling me once, if you go to a place called Little Havana, you will see all these homes with a lot of concrete in the front. And they don't want to have a tree that's just shade tree. That tree better have a fruit in it to be of any use to them, right? But what it is when you're coming from an agrarian society and they're farming, to them, wealth is concrete. So it's a mindset to understand what that actually meant. And it may be here also, but no, I would keep the concrete, reduce it as much as possible because it's going to give you heat. And that's what's going to compete with your attempt to cool. So you have a car, you have a driveway, the rest can be gardens. You put pathways through the gardens. You can use stepping stones. You can make your own stepping stones if you are adventurous. If not, they're not expensive. There are many little concrete places that make these stepping stones. And if not, you can easily frame out a pathway. Bear in mind, when you're doing your home, you have to remember how old you are. You have to make sure that you don't create too many steps as you get older, because it becomes harder to move around. If you have old parents or relatives that are going to come to visit, you always have to think about that. And that's where the landscape architect can come in and help you, along with your architect also. Because this is a matter of, as I mentioned, you get together with people who are trained and they can assist you in coming up with a concept.
Excellent. And where can people follow you, get in contact with you?
It seems that I'm always desirous to develop that perfect site or Instagram. I'm very poor at it. But if they go to gardenism.com, GARDENISM.com, it's only going to get better. It's there. I'm very, very fortunate in that I work all the time. And so I never really feel like, oh gosh, that I'm missing something.
Mm-hmm.
And as I got older, what I realized is it's the same advice I was giving people regarding the contractor. I cannot do 100 jobs a year. I don't want to do 100 jobs a year. Therefore, you do a certain amount that you can manage properly, so you also have a quality of life. If you have no quality of life, then when you meet with clients, you keep on checking your watch, you keep on looking at your phone, and you don't give them the respect of sitting down for that hour or how much time we have agreed upon to listen to them. And you need to listen and make notes so you know what they're talking about, so you can stop them midstream and say, hold on, did I hear you say something like shopping in China and Alibaba? You listen and you say to them, no, what you may want to do is the following. And don't try to do that right now. Just wait a little bit. And there are things that happen. But there are wonderful people here that can help them. And we would always love to help people. And our site is there. They can contact us there. We have if they Google Gardenism, if they Google my name here, they will find information for me. If not, they'll give you a call and you tell them.
Yep, that's right. That's right. And as you mentioned that you don't want to do 100 jobs a year, you want to do just a certain amount that you can manage and also have a good quality of life. Are there any projects that you're working on now that you are excited about, and there are elements that you can share with us?
Well, I'm one of the luckiest people because we're being hired to design an edifice, a Zen edifice, which is going to be a pool, yoga, massage in a forest. So, I don't normally get all those things handed to me. I have to create the forest. I'm given a piece of land that's totally forested, and I'm going to put the Zen edifice right in the middle of it. And it's a beautiful opportunity. I'm going to be doing a scheme shortly down in St. Elizabeth. No, sorry, Clarendon. That's two. Then we have some other homes that we are hired to do in Negril. And then usually there's a hotel work. So I must tell you, at times that there's not enough time in the week to do everything. That's why it's important, very, very important for the professional to take a step back and just know how to charge for their time so that they give the client all the respect and attention they deserve. Not everybody that comes to me is my client, but I'm always willing to help everyone coming to us. We don't turn anybody away. And I get to the point very quickly as to what your budget is for what it is you want to do. And I'll share with them. And then I give them the bad news sometimes of what the resources they may need. I either send them to an architect and say, you need to retain someone so that the budget is the most important thing for you.
Thank you for that, Mark.
In fact, two of these projects are in your Negril. So you're going to see a lot more of me down there.
I would love to know what they are. I don't know if you can share with me, or maybe offline you can tell me.
I'll tell you privately.
Okay. Well, travel is your Negril home, whether you know it or not.
100%,
So please stop on by.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mark, for hopping on. I got your website there. Please, everybody, go check it out. As you can hear, Mark is a great source of knowledge and information, extremely wise, of many of you have just put in the comment section there. And I really appreciate you taking the time out to be on here, Mark.
Anytime. Congratulations, and thank you for what you do, Trav. Appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good night.
Take care.
All right. And also forgot to mention, little known trivia, me and Mark both went to Babson. So we are Babson graduates. I totally forgot to bring that up, but check out his website. Great guy, really knows what he's talking about, and is a real gem to Jamaica. All right, so we are at the hour and a half mark, and we have a couple more guests coming on. We're just going to reset the stage here real quick, and we'll be back just in a few minutes. Just going to take a quick break to reset, and then we'll have our next guest come on.
I belong to you. I belong to you. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust. And I always be around when I need some loving, baby. No one else. Yeah. Let you down.
Take me to your soul.
We are doing a semi-quick walkthrough of travelers. This is our welcome home sign. Whether you came here for the first time or you've been here many times, it's always welcome home. Here is the lobby. Then the front desk is over there. And if you play the piano, you can play the baby grand piano here. And we just put this lobby bar here, which we haven't began using, but it's kind of turned into a makeshift tour desk. And here is the NEET office, Negril Education Environment Trust. This is my family's nonprofit organization. And yes, we are also part of the Rotary Club, Negril Rotary Club. Okay, moving on. So we're stepping into the garden area here. And here on the left is the bungalows. This is actually the first room category that my dad started with. Started with 3 of these and then slowly built it up to the property that it is today. So this actually used to be a jungle before my dad started this, and he started from scratch. So up here above the lobby, these are our suites and deluxe rooms. Then over here is the superior rooms. They're grafted mangoes and they're really, really good. And then over there is our standard block. And going down the bungalow path here, we're doing a little construction here. This is one of our bungalows. Give you guys a
All right, and we are back from break, and we have our next guest in house here. I just want to go ahead and just take the opportunity to remind everybody why we're here today and doing this live stream Subathon, and that is in aid of raising funds for the Negril Education Environment Trust, my family's nonprofit organization, to get our NEET students to Japan for the World Expo 2025 in Osaka, Japan, and they're going to be representing Jamaica on the big stage doing different performances, and then also being part of a cultural exchange with the Tottori government and the prefecture of Tottori, Japan. And thank everybody who has donated so far. I see the donations coming in and going to the website, going to NEET. Thank you very much for making the donations. It's going to go a long way and help get all the kids to Japan, which there are 12 of them, and we had a bunch of them for 5 of the students, 2 of the teachers who are going on earlier. So as you're watching this, maybe later you can scrub back and take a look at that segment. They are super excited, and they're awesome kids. And so now we have another local young entrepreneur coming on the stream, doing really good things for the Negril community and bringing, in my opinion, filling a gap that has been there for quite a long time. And we have none other than Canaan Wallace, who is the CEO of Negril Service Center, located at Boardwalk Plaza, right here on Norman Manley Boulevard in Negril. Welcome to the show, Canaan.
So yeah, thanks for having me, Throb.
You got it.
Good to be here. Good to be here. How is it going? Like, this is a feat you're going for, you know? Like,
Yeah.
You know,
I'm hanging in there, man. You made it this far. Still got good energy. Like, it's kind of crazy. Had a very long run this morning, and I could go for another 12 hours. No, I'm kidding. This is long enough for sure. But yeah, thank you for taking the time, for being here, especially this hour. And please tell us about yourself. I know I gave you a brief introduction, but please take the opportunity to introduce yourself and also your business.
Cool. So yeah, like you said, Canaan Wallace, and the business is Negril Service Center, which has been around for much longer than me, but I'm in charge of it now. And it's a printery mainly, but we also offer a lot of different services for businesses and people in and around Negril. Started with the printing, signs, business cards, flyers, and then menus for hotels and stuff. And we also do business registration. So like there's like so much services we offer to help someone, start zero to beginning in their business journey. If it's tour guide, if it's Airbnb, there are a lot of things that a service center does to help them, basically.
And then you also do. I know I'm getting off a little off track here, but Negril TV as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Negril TV was part of the acquisition when we got Service Center, and I think it was the guy who did it, Enrico. I think he had a really good idea with it, showcasing what Negril has to offer, which is so much, culture, music, all this stuff. And he had the idea way back in the day to do a 24-hour live stream thing. It was like pre-recorded footage, like a channel, right? Pre-recorded footage streaming live 24 hours. So no matter what time you go on the website, you can see, up-to-date content. So yeah, we're trying to bring that back. We're trying to feature, different events and places in Negril, bring it kind of into the new age. Back then they didn't have 4K. They barely had 480p stuff. So we're just trying to bring it to the new age and do it. Yeah, NegrilTV.com is up and running now, and we have some content on the YouTube. So
is it 24 hours?
Not yet. The live stream, the first stream is in the works, and that's going to be exciting when it's back up and running.
Awesome. And I know I'm going back and forth, but going back to Negril Service Center, we've worked with you obviously with ThropX, and you guys, I can personally say, like, you've saved us so many times. Like, oh my gosh, and it's just such a huge advantage to have your type of business in the area, in Negril. I mean, and that's what I was saying earlier, like, you bring such a great dynamic to the business community and to the community at large. And even your team and just working with my team and being flexible, and you guys going above and beyond, even working outside of business hours, dropping off the name tags. We were like in a huge jam last year, and man, I really appreciate you and your team for being there for us in a big way.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. We do try to go above and beyond, and flexibility is key. We know things happen last minute. You print 100 menus for your event, like a special dinner, and then there's a wrong price on it, so you last minute have to do it. We understand that, so that's pretty much, we plan for it. We plan for the unexpected, So not trying to recommend anyone to come in last minute with 100
Right.
prints, but we try to be, have that in mind. Yeah.
I mean, and it's like so important for like, especially like a small business community like Negril to have these support businesses. Because I mean, you're not just servicing like say Thropex or travelers, but like it's the customers who come here, the people who are sitting down for eating dinner and looking at those menus, and like there's a certain level of quality that they're expecting and of service that they're expecting, and having decent menus and having quality, right? And if you were just like just didn't care about the business and you were just there to make a money grab because you're the only game in town, so to speak, then it just puts all of us in a bad position.
Yeah. I think that's a very underrated aspect that people tend to overlook in Jamaica. I mean, we're getting better, but design, people will come in and, for example, on a business card, I say, oh, we kind of have to design it. And they're like, oh, design, just type information and print it on a piece of paper. But it matters how you present yourself, branding, all this stuff. And so helping out anybody we help, from the tour guides and seeing a nice logo come together, or business card or their website. It's, it's rewarding. It brings everybody up together because, seeing the logo, where it's come from and where it goes, is very rewarding.
Awesome. So just in general, like how has business been going for you recently and on the Negril service side of things?
Business is rocky, but it's been good. We pivot, and there's always a need for the stuff we do. We offer so much services, so there's always going to be one of our services that's needed. Finding the staff is kind of tricky in this field. So actually, if anyone's looking for a kind of graphic design job, you can shoot us an email. Finding staff is kind of hard, but the work is always there. People always need stuff. For instance, we do photography as well, and videography and drone. So we're always busy one way or another.
Gotcha. So that was like actually my next question is like, what's the biggest challenge that you're having in your business?
Yeah, definitely the staffing. It's tricky, and especially I think in this field that we're in, it's tricky to find some people that understand it. A lot of people don't understand the graphic design world, the computer, the technical, more technical stuff in Negril. They'll be in, Kingston or where they go, they'll go there. But there are opportunities here in Negril for creative things. And I like to see everybody doing their thing in Negril, Sahaj and Sheck and them. So, yeah. And you, obviously. It's crazy.
Thank you. So that's obviously like a high skill job, right? It's not like you just kind of just wake up and just do graphic design. You have to have a knowledge of a Photoshop or whatever.
You have to put in the time.
Right. And so I know this is a hard question. I know my answer to this would be, but I'm just going to ask you anyway. But do you have the capacity to teach or train somebody?
Yeah. Historically, since I've been at Service Center, we do a lot of training. We train people up. Some people come in at different levels, and we've had some, really at the bottom, no knowledge to using Photoshop on the daily, printing stuff on the daily when they're like, oh no, I'm not good at computers.
Right.
And we'll definitely work with people because at the end of the day, it's kind of the mentality of, the teamwork and wanting to see the thing succeed is what is the main goal,
And after you train, I'm trying to not make this a loaded question, but like after you train those individuals to say learn Photoshop, for example, and I know it takes time and energy to put into them and to up their skill. Like, do you find that they're staying with you and kind of continue to elevate their skills within your organization?
I mean, yeah, a lot of people move on, and do other things. Right now we have a good team, a good small team, who we've kind of worked together. We learn a lot together, and it's at a good place now. So
Okay.
yeah.
But you're still looking for that one graphic designer.
Yeah. Still need more. You know.
Oh, you need
the
more,
merrier. Yeah,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. And do they have to be physically here in Negril?
I prefer someone who could do Negril, but never say never. You know, open to possibilities.
And I know you said you're open to training, but like, is there a baseline skill level that you want?
Yeah, I'd prefer, you know how to move around a computer. But like I say, I've started with less. You know, if
Okay.
you have the drive, if you work in Canva, you know, you don't have to use Photoshop.
Okay.
There are a lot of Canva designers out, and they're coming out with some impressive stuff from Canva, which is crazy to me. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So you talked a little bit about the vision for Negril TV. What about Negril Service Center?
Yeah. I see a lot of potential with Service Center. We offer a lot of services, so I see the future of it kind of dividing up a little bit more. You know, we're trying to separate the photography and media creation from the graphic design, from the printing. You know, so I think it can grow in these three fields and just kind of branch out, be probably three different businesses.
Okay.
You know, loads of potential with Service Center. Yeah.
And I think I like how you have them separated, and I think there's also a lot of opportunities as Negril grows and as more businesses come here, more hotels starting to pop up, that you're going to continue to be in more and more demand, especially along those different 3 lanes.
Yeah. I think we just have to continue to provide for the hotels. We kind of know what a hotel needs. You know, you need signs around the place. You need menus. There are a bunch of other basic things that you need that we can help with. Things that change, you know, like signs. You need to update. And we're right here in Negril, so save you going to Kingston every time or ordering from.
I think that's one of the greatest things is this, like, because before we were forced to go to Kingston, and now we have our own homegrown business right here, which is great. Do you have any plans, or do you envision moving out of Negril or expanding out of Negril?
Yeah, potentially. The first aspect of the business that I see expanding out of Negril is the website creation. So we're offering web design and hosting, and obviously that doesn't have to be limited to Negril. So we'll start there, offer the website and thing, and then eventually maybe start delivering outside of Negril. I mean, we already do, but further.
Right.
And yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. Awesome. And can you tell me the NegrilTV.com? Is that what it is?
Yeah, NegrilTV.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you alluded to some of the plans that you have with Negril TV. Can you tell us anything else, like further into the future?
Yeah, a lot of plans on Negril TV. We've covered a few events. We have a few events coming up, and a few different fun ideas, you know, of content creation, of live streaming. Negril is beautiful, you know. The sunset is like free content every evening.
Yeah.
And loads of plans for Negril TV. Anything I can share? A few stuff releasing. Like we had a couple interviews from some of the guys from the One Love movie that we filmed last year that
awesome.
Still hasn't released. You know, we're kind of waiting for that first show to drop a lot of these interviews. So that'd be cool seeing them here in Negril talking about the movie. Which was an iconic movie.
And you covered TropX as well.
Yeah, with the TropX, that was a blast.
Yeah, that was
fun.
awesome. That was
Yeah,
awesome. A lot of great things, and I think also, I mean, you're in two great lanes, right? Like as Negril grows, I think again your Negril Service Center is going to grow, and with talking with all the creators that we spoke with today, as many challenges as we have in the content creation industry and creation industry in general in Jamaica, the creative industry in Jamaica, I still think it's like a great lane to be in right now. And I think Jamaica and Negril need us more now than ever, and we just need to continue to pump content out like crazy.
Yeah, the creator economy is huge right now, right? And we are blessed here with an amazing location, and we have talented people. So yeah, I think you guys all of us keep working together and push it. Yeah, and Negril should get a slice of the cake. So yeah, I'm excited for the future.
Okay, awesome. And I know I said it before, but if you can just tell us where you're located and your office hours as well.
Cool. Yeah, so Negril Service Center at the Boardwalk Shopping Village, right here in Negril. We're open Monday to Friday, 10 to 6. And yeah, you can message us on Instagram and order. Our number is 508-1551. Am I allowed to drop numbers?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can put in your orders on WhatsApp and inquire about our services as well.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much, Canaan, man.
Thanks for
I
having me.
appreciate you.
Cheers, though.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks for taking the time.
No problem.
All right. We are rolling through. And that was Canaan Wallace, and he was talking about, sorry, we switched cameras here, his business, the Negril Service Center. Like, as I said, like really, really great service to the community here in Negril, and has saved my behind, especially last year, but even the year before with TropX. And, putting on events, things happen, and we had some printing issues, miscommunications internally with my team here, and he was there to save us and was able to really help us put on a spectacular event. And one thing that I forgot to mention this whole time is that TropX tickets are for sale. They're on the website. I forgot to push my own stuff here. So you can go to tropx.com. You can check out, the dates are up. It's November 16th 22nd. I know I should know this off the top of my head, but please forgive me. It's been quite a long day. But yeah, just letting you know that our tickets are up for sale. The dates are set. And for those interested, I know a lot of people were asking about it. You can check it out at tropx.com. We have our next guest here ready and waiting. We're going to take another brief, very, very short break. And we are almost at the 1 hour mark. This is crazy. I mean, I feel actually good. I'm fine. 12 hours is nothing. All right, let's get up a quick video here. Just to do the break, just so we can reset real quick. What should we do? Let's give you a new one. Maybe not so new. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining the tour today, and we're going to be taking a look at the newly renovated bungalows, or otherwise now known as the cottages, which we've gone through about half of them so far, and we're looking at cottages number 4 and 8 at this time. And this is just a view of the balcony. We changed the entrance from being in the middle, and so if you are familiar with the property, there used to be an entrance for 2 rooms in one of these bungalow housing structures, and now each bungalow, each room has their own entrance to the side, and a little bit more privacy as well, because we split the balconies. So you don't necessarily have to talk to the neighbor if you don't want to, but you can of course go around if you would like. And moving into the room itself, these are brand new beds and frames and new design with the throw pillows and the standard pillows in the back there. And then you can also see the kitchenette unit that we renovated, and we'll get to in a second. Also, we added a working desk with a charging station. So you have USB and also Type-C there as well, right below the television. And that's for anybody who wants to get some work done, especially those work from home people. And this is a wider view of the room. And I just want to make note of the AC, because these used to be fan-cooled rooms, and now we inputted, got rid of the louver windows, and so now it's completely sealed up, if you will, with, as far as the windows go, brand new windows. And also want to bring attention to the ceilings. So the ceilings used to be flat, and now we brought them up to an apex to give a little bit more room and make it feel a little bit more spacious, but still maintain the coziness. And also bringing some more attention to the far right corner of the kitchenette that we have, and we'll get to that in a second, and also the newly renovated bathroom. So we basically gutted this entire place. Even the floor tiles are brand new as well. And this is another angle of the bed, and just want to bring some attention to the LED bed frame, as well as the embedded nightstands and lamps, and another view of the kitchenette, I should say. And as you can see, it has basically all the utensils and tools that you might need to cook a meal. Included is a mini Frigidaire down on the left, and a hot plate, coffee maker, ice bucket, all the knives and utensils that you may need to feed a small family. Not necessarily Thanksgiving dinner, but you can definitely chef it up in there, especially if you're staying for an extended period of time. This might be a perfect type of accommodation for you. And that essentially is the kitchen. And now moving on to the bathroom. Oh, okay, we're back. All right, we are back. And just as a brief reminder, we are doing this in aid of NEET, Negril Education Environment Trust, and we are on the last hour of a 12-hour live stream, and we're doing this to get our NEET students to Japan for the World Expo 2025. And want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who made a donation today, thank everybody who showed up today, because your presence alone is also contributing to the funds for getting these kids there. It's going to cost $3,500 per student. That's US dollars, and every bit helps. And we're going to be doing more of these fundraising events. Maybe not necessarily a 12-hour live stream, but there will be more events of this nature for sure in the future. And all of the donation information and information on the trip, you can find it in the description below. So please click and check out any links down there, whether you're watching live or you're watching this on the replay, which I know most people will watch this after it streams. But once again, thank you to everybody who's been on and also who have donated. And we are under the 60-minute mark, which is incredible. And like I said, I actually feel pretty good. Okay, and we're on our last but certainly not least guest, and we are going to close out strong here. I know it. I can feel it. And we have a very good friend of mine, business owner, a young entrepreneur, which has been the theme of the entire day today, of featuring these great young entrepreneurs who mainly reside here in Negril. And hopefully you see that Negril is doing really great things. And when you think about, at least when I think about the future and the next generation coming up, today has been a great example of the next generation of leaders who are actually already, in many respects, in leadership positions in business and also in the community. So it is my great pleasure to welcome Christopher Wallace to the stream. Who's gonna close us out today. And he is the owner of the only nightclub in Negril, that is the Jungle nightclub. If you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. And this, if you want to experience true Jamaican nightlife in especially Negril, go to Jungle on a Thursday or a Saturday. So welcome to the stream, Chris. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. So to start with, just like we did with everybody else, I want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
All right, cool. I'm Chris Wallace. I run the Jungle. This club's been in my family for over 20 years, almost 25 years, I think. And yeah, it's Negril's only nightclub, and it is such a vibe. I remember my first time coming there as an adult, 6 years ago when I moved back to Jamaica, and I was just looking around like, what is this place? Like, I immediately fell in love with it all over again. Of course, I've been there as a kid and stuff. You don't really understand what it is. But, it's really a blessing to be running it now, and just the fact that we're still going is it's pretty really something I'm really, really proud of.
Definitely. And of course, I know people are going to be wondering, you have an accent. What's going on with that?
Well, I grew up in London. So I left Jamaica when I was born in Jamaica, left when I was about 7. And yeah, didn't really come back much at all, to be honest. But in 2019, I made some changes in my life, and I decided I needed to get back in touch with my roots and spend some time with my family. And my dad offered me the position to take control of the club, and I jumped at it. So started with learning the ropes and seeing how the business runs. It's such a unique business, so it's, and I don't think anybody could just walk into a role like that and understand it. So it took a while for me to get that. And then of course the pandemic, which was a challenge for every nightclub in the world, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, so it's been 6 years. The 6 years have flown by, and the club's doing great. We have a great crowd every time we're open. People love it. People love it. People come from all over the world, every corner of the world. People know about the Jungle. It's actually crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you haven't been, come.
Definitely recommend it. And always like to ask this question, especially to young people. And I asked, I think, everybody who kind of fell in line with your path, which is you have an opportunity to not be in Jamaica, and you could be in England where you spent a large portion of your life, yet you chose to come back here to join a family business and to be an entrepreneur, as opposed to what a lot of people are trying to do, which is leave Jamaica and go abroad. Why?
There's a number of reasons. But the main one is family and connection to my homeland. I mean, I'm sure you know what it's like growing up in America. It's very, very different. But when you're in Jamaica, you feel like you're a part of something, and it's really is connected to your soul. I remember getting off the plane in 2019. I was like, it's the feeling I got. I was like, I am home. I am not leaving. Nobody believed me. They were like, all right, it'll be gone in a year. It'll be back to England. And nobody thought I was staying. And here I am. And I'm not going anywhere. I encourage anyone to do it. If you have roots here, come back. There's opportunities. There really is. This market's growing for anything you want to do. Because Jamaica's so small.
Sorry, it's talking to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Jamaica's so small that there's opportunities everywhere. So I encourage anyone, if you want to, take that leap and come back. I've seen so many people do this actually. Since in the 6 years I've been here, there's been so many people like coming back and starting a business or joining their family business, or even, going into hotel management. There's so many different paths that you can take. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to kind of like talk into it.
Yeah, I've never been on a podcast before, so.
Welcome. Welcome to the podcast life. It won't be your last.
Not a huge public speaker, to be honest, but yeah.
No, it's doing great. No, that's awesome, because I always like to ask that question, because you also have like the naysayers that are like, why would you ever move back? And like you said, people were saying, oh, watch, he'll be back in a year.
Yeah.
And as the previous guest said, Mark, two guests, I'm sorry, previous before Canaan, he was just like, it's just better to know Jamaica while you're, I'm misquoting him, but basically it's better to be in Jamaica and judge Jamaica for what Jamaica is while you're here, as opposed to outside. Absolutely. Because what you hear and what you see in newspapers and on the television is not the reality. And I was sitting down with my friend's dad. He has I haven't seen my friend in like almost probably like 15 years, and he came down with his dad, and his dad was telling me they're from New York, and he's just like, nope, things are here too crazy. I watched this YouTube channel and that YouTube channel, and the crime, and I'm like, bro, dude. Like, you have no idea. Yeah, I was like, you can't listen to that. I'm like, look around you. He's like, we're sitting right down. I'm like, look around you. Look at the people on the beach having a good time, enjoying their life. And I was just giving them, and I know people here on vacation. I understand that. But also people like us who live here, right? And we go about our lives and our days. I don't live in fear, like not even remotely.
Not even a little bit, bro. To be honest, I felt worse living in London. I felt more unsafe living in London than I do here. And that's why, especially, Londoners are like, you live here? You live here? Isn't it dangerous? I'm like, isn't it dangerous in London?
Right.
Isn't it dangerous in New York? It's dangerous everywhere, man. But right here, you don't see that. You don't see the crime side of things if you're not involved in that life.
Right.
If you are an upstanding citizen, you do, do what you're supposed to do. You're not going to get caught up in this.
Yeah.
Same like everywhere in the world. And people commonly, judge Jamaica straight off the bat because they hear things or they see things, but it's really no different to where they live.
Yeah.
There's things like that everywhere. So don't let that stop you. If that's your concern, then you should have no concerns.
Yeah, and it's just like so crazy, and like he was even saying like, oh, they're targeting returning residents.
Oh.
I'm like, no, they are not. They're not.
Propaganda.
Yeah, and I'm just like, and I'm not saying like things don't happen, like it does, but like it's not at this like crazy rate and level. And then you know what like really upsets me is this like the crime rate has been dropping, the murder like crazy.
They're doing such a great job right now. Yeah,
and like you feel it, you see it, and like so it's what 9:15 here. I'll probably leave here close to 11 o'clock tonight. I promise you, as I drive down the boulevard, I'm going to see a bunch of tourists walking around. Like, and it wasn't like this like 10, 15 years ago. I could tell you that.
Really?
No, it was to the point where we used to tell our guests, hey, don't go on the beach at night, take a taxi.
Right.
Like, I'm serious. Like, and we just didn't, it just wasn't worth the risk kind of thing. And like now it's a situation where, again, any given day of the night, I'll drive up and down the street going home. And again, there's tourists walking up and down, going about their business. And I'm sure, I haven't been on the beach at night in a long time, but I'm sure if we go out in an hour from now, there are people traversing the beach, going from bar to bar and restaurant to restaurant.
Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes we do that when we fancy a drink. We just take a walk up the beach and pretend like we're tourists. And it's absolutely fine. The sense of community that you get, especially here in Negril, it's like everyone's here to help, You trip over and hurt yourself. There'll be like 4 people around you helping you back up within a second. And it's that sense of community, I think, that is helping Negril, because Negril's crime rate is down. So I mean, the whole country's crime rate is down massively. But yeah, I do remember there's been times where it heats up a bit, and but that's, as far as my knowledge, that's all its own separate thing. That doesn't touch the tourism side of things. That doesn't touch the business side of things necessarily. It doesn't. It doesn't concern me really. I mean, we're able to live without fear. Live as we please, and that misconception that if you live in Jamaica, then you run the risk of something happening to you at any minute. It's just not true. It's the same.
It's so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. And we got this travel warning from the U.S., which I still to this day I don't understand, but okay. And people are living great lives here, and they are continuing to build Jamaica, and it's not the way that it seems. And again, I hope people are seeing this with this plethora of different entrepreneurs and people who live here and who are telling you that, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And if I would hope and like to think that if there was issues like along those lines, you all would be like, listen, things are just not safe here. It's not what they used to be. Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
That's just not the reality.
It's not. I mean, you would think, running a nightclub, that I would see a lot of, I don't know, let's say, incidents or things like that. Not really.
Mm.
I mean, we have a strong security team. We have a great partnership with the JCF as well. But it's just, it sounds so cliche to say it, but it's literally just good vibes, like it is. And I feel like that's Negril on a whole. So for people to try and dissuade people from coming here or moving back here or trying to throw dirt on Jamaica's name due to that situation when that's the same thing is happening everywhere else, it really, really irritates me.
Yeah.
Really irritates me because, I mean, most of the people saying this stuff, as you said, they're not here. They're not here. Like, if you don't believe me, come and...
Right.
Yeah, come. Come and see for yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And speaking of the jungle, what is it like running a nightclub, especially as a young person?
It's crazy, man.
I can imagine.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it comes with its challenges, of course.
Yeah.
So does everything. But yeah, it's great, man. It's a lot of fun, a lot of socializing. The people you meet, it's like every single jungle night. Like I'm about to leave here and go to the jungle, right? So I'm like, I have no idea who I'm going to meet tonight. Sometimes you might meet a politician, you might meet a movie star, you might meet a rapper. You never know. Like we have so many people coming through, and it's just a case where you never know who's going to be there. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know where your life could change from one jungle night. And I know it sounds silly, right? But there's so many people that have come to me like, I met my wife at jungle. Now we have 5 kids and yada yada yada.
I got my own jungle stories, but we're not going to share those.
I think I know a few of those already.
You do.
Yeah. But that's what it's about, man. Because obviously we have like 50% tourists, 50% locals on average. I mean, lately there's been a lot more tourists lately, but it's that mix and mingle. It makes it such a vibe. It's the tourists, like it's them being able to see into a real authentic Jamaican vibe and meet real Jamaican people, see Jamaican dancers. You should see when the dancers go up on the dance floor, man. All the tourists are like videoing. Yeah, it's crazy.
And I think we were having a discussion earlier about the preservation of our culture, and like that is so important.
Vital.
And I was giving this example earlier about when I went to Bali, and I just didn't feel like I got an authentic Balinese experience or Indonesian experience while I was there. And it has become so westernized and catered to specifically Russians and Australians, and even the music they play, the cuisine, all of this is catered towards that. And I just had this fear. I remember coming back with this fear. It was like, as much as like I am promoting Jamaica and I want it's a development to happen, I want outside investors to come here, I would never want it to be a situation where that because say like, I don't know, some big conglomerate comes here, they just start diluting our culture and they just start catering solely to Americans, and we just start hearing, I don't know, just Taylor Swift in our clubs, for example, as opposed to, Movado or something, right? And so even as you say, like the dancers being there, like very, very important part of our culture. And, but I did take like just homage in knowing that at least feeling, and I don't want to take this for granted, is that Jamaica has a very strong culture, a very proud culture, but still like we can't take it for granted.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And we do have a lot of American influence as well, but I think the authentic Jamaican vibe, especially the party vibe, is unmatched. It is unmatched.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to a Jamaican party, you will know there's nothing else in the world like it. And there's times it can be frustrating for me because I'm young and in charge. A lot of older people like to tell me, "Oh, you need to do it like this. This is what they're doing in America. This is what I saw in Miami. You need to be doing this. You need to be doing that." I'm like, okay, I appreciate that, and let's see what these other clubs are doing, but that's not what people come here for. That is not. They come here to get away from that.
Right.
They want an authentic Jamaican party, and you can level up and get yourself to a place where you're still keeping up with the rest of the world, but you haven't lost your authenticity, and that is what I try really, really hard to do with Jungle, to keep that Caribbean party culture alive and not let it die. Because touching back on the pandemic, after that, people were trying to figure out so many different ways to party safely, without contracting COVID. So a lot of clubs just ended up being just sections. So the whole club is essentially sections. So what you lose with that is the mix and mingle that I was talking about earlier. How important that is to the vibe and the energy of the club. And a lot of these, clubs in the first world, that's what they're like. And that is not. I don't think that's the way forward for Jamaica. It definitely won't be the way forward for jungle. Because as I said, jungle is about who you meet and your dance and the vibe and just. I keep saying the energy, but it is. It is, and you know too. Like it's, right. That's something that we're really proud of, and it's just yeah.
What would you say is your biggest challenge in running the jungle?
Excellent question. There's a few. Well, first I'd like to say, I have a great team right now that has been curated over, the 6 years that I've been there. But finding good team members, good loyal team members can be a real challenge. And bigger challenges. Honestly, I've been really lucky. It's been quite smooth sailing so far. I mean, things happen, and you got to pivot. But I'd say my biggest challenge is probably managing the team and the staff.
Yeah,
it can be challenging sometimes. Guys have petty squabbles and things like that.
Right.
But that comes with everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
What other challenges? You know what? One challenge is keeping the crowd happy, keeping everyone in the crowd happy, because obviously we mainly play Jamaican music, right? But of course we have some hip hop and some other things in there too. Some like a group of Americans will come in and hear 2 rap songs and then come straight like, I need to talk to the manager. We didn't come here for American music. We want to hear Jamaican music. I'm like, all right, give us some time, bro.
Right.
Dancers haven't even reached yet.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, no problem.
My DJ's calling me right now. I won't take that. I'll call him back in a sec.
I know you got to run.
No, that's okay.
So I mean, and you're also in a very competitive space, right? Because like at any time, somebody can just say, "All right, I'm throwing a party on the beach," or doing this and that, and there's so many, right?
Yeah.
How do you navigate that?
I was gonna say with ease, but no. But that's no. I don't wanna come off like that. But like even tonight, we got some competition tonight. Igloo's keeping over at Waves, and it's a regular thing. But I personally, I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think we need options. We need variety, especially for the locals, man. They need, they can't come to. They come to jungle week in, week out.
Yeah.
And they love it, they appreciate it. But why wouldn't you want them to have something else to think about too? And again, because jungle is so unique and original and authentic, even when these parties are on, we still get a crowd.
Yeah.
In the 6 years I've been there, I don't think we've ever had less than 280 people. Wow. That's on our slowest night. So we still get a crowd even when there is competition. But I would never, try to badmine anyone else for throwing a party on a jungle night or anything. I mean, it is what it is, man. Everyone's got to eat. And there's room, there's space, there's money enough for everyone. We can all make money. We can all, throw a party and have a good vibe.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't need to be this fighting against one another. I think it's good. I think it's good, like, more parties, coming up.
And I don't think you were here for this era, but like this must have been like when I first moved here. This could be like any given night in Negril. You can go to like 2-3 parties in a night. And like me and my friends would be like, we'll go check out American Pie, go to Alfred's, then everybody's like checking out different scenes. But we always ended up at the jungle.
All roads lead to jungle.
No matter what, you end up at the jungle.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's like, it's so important, I think, especially for entertainment, for there to be variety, because it's going to bring the crowd, and people are going to come to Negril for different reasons and looking for different types of entertainment, and having that diversity in different options, because there's some people who just want to go to Roots and see a live reggae show, right? We need that. And I feel like we've gotten away, Negril, for whatever reason, and I haven't figured out an answer, but like there's just, I feel like a lot less entertainment in a variety of entertainment.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I don't know what it is or what caused it, but it's taking away maybe the clientele that we're getting. I don't know if you feel this way. I feel like we're kind of going a little bit on the older side.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Completely agree. And it's been like that for a little while now. I've seen an increase in the older tourist, a little decrease in the mid-20s and the late 20s. That we still get them, of course, but there was times when you look around the club and it's all young people. And right now every night is a very big mix, like a really big mix. You got people walking around with walking sticks.
Wow.
And and then you got your wild 20-year-old party girls and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely growing in in that direction. I've definitely noticed that too.
I think, we notice it here too at Travelers, right? And I think that's a good thing, right? When you look at the demographics, getting the more mature crowd, they have just stronger spending power in general, which is great. But it's also, we got to think about the future, right? We got to think about 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when these folks start retiring and they're not traveling anymore, they're not going to clubs, right? And it's just like, what are we doing? What type of outreach are we doing to get the younger generation? And I think, and it's kind of scary because like I think about like other destinations who are attracting those young people, right? And so like they're going to like the Tulums or the Acapulcos or even the Bali that I went to, right?
Thailand,
and they're creating in their minds and their young experiences these impressionable experiences that they want to go back and relive when they do have money, right? And they have that implanted in their early 20s, and that's going to continue to get them to come back. And I feel like Jamaica did a good job of that during the spring break era in the 90s. And
the glory days.
Right, the glory days. And those young people, they're now doctors, they're lawyers, they're entrepreneurs. They have kids and they have money. And now they're coming back to Jamaica.
It's them that's coming back.
But what are we doing now as a country and as an industry to go after those young people? And I know Jamaica has gotten very expensive, and I think that's been prohibitive. But I think it's just something that we need to really think about and look into.
I certainly agree that it's how expensive it is and has been, lately. That definitely contributes to why there's not that many young people coming out. I mean, I know from experience, trying to get a trip out the group chat is a mad thing.
Tell me about it.
So when that expense is like so much, I can understand why some people are choosing Mexico or Colombia or Bali or Thailand. So I don't know how we can make it more affordable for them.
Right.
I do try, with the club to. I mean, it's still a club. Price is what it is.
Yeah.
And I try my very best not to raise it, not to keep it at a level where anybody can enjoy, and you don't have to remortgage if you want a night out.
Right.
But that is a great question. Like, what can we do to encourage, the 20, 22, 24-year-olds to start coming out in big groups and mix and mingle and stuff. Because like it's in the club, you'll see a group of it's an older crew, and they'll make friends with this younger crew, and then you see them mixing and mingling and stuff. And it's weird when it's almost strange now when you see two young groups coming together and like meeting in the club, which is what should be the norm.
Right.
I don't know, what can we do?
I don't know. I also think there is a gap in the market during the day and daytime entertainment. We don't really have, particularly for young people. I mean, there's Houseboat, there's Drifters, Margaritaville maybe for young people. But Rick's.
Yeah.
I always kind of put them out my mind. Like I call Rick's the Times Square of Negril.
Good point.
But yeah, if you first time Negril, you got to go to
you
Rick's
have to
Cafe.
go. I mean, you have to check it
huge
out.
staple, huge advantage to Negril that we have that for sure. As much as I sometimes make fun of it, but not a lot. Not a lot for young people. And then Rick's again is like that's expensive.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Hey, New York prices there.
Yeah. That's when I kind of use them sometimes as my all right. I don't want to be that expensive.
Right. But yeah, you got if you come, you got to go check it out, hang out, have a good time, cliffs jump, have some drinks.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I still think even with those 4 or 5 places that I mentioned, I don't think that there is one place in particular that has captured the young crowd, day crowd.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a struggle sometimes when we meet cool people and we want to hang out and show them the grill. It's like, okay, where do we take them?
The beach,
right? And we go to the beach. And I'm like, all right, and then we take them around to Rick's at sunset, and we're like, okay, what's next? We need more options. We need, I don't know what we need. If I'm being totally honest, I don't know what we need, but we do need something to get that crowd back. If we can somehow get the spring breakers to come back to the grill,
that ship has sailed. I'll tell you that right now. I remember like back in the day, I was advocating like crazy for them to keep it. But what I saw and recognized, and I remember this one JHTA meeting, is that the hoteliers didn't want it anymore. That's what it came down to.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, I was like, how could, and I was a young person, I was in my early 20s. I was like, this is the best time of my life, but we can't lose this kind of thing. And like, but once that started to happen and then
when people feel unwelcome, they're not going to come.
Yeah. And but I also saw what the JTB was trying to do, and we're kind of feeling it now. And they were going after an older, more mature crowd.
Yeah.
In a big way. And they started almost 20 years ago of making that shift and getting away from Jamaica being this, hey, you can come down for $1,000, $999, flight, hotel, food, drinks included. What? Granted, it was all crap. Like you had like, I think they had like brown, yellow, red drinks. You didn't even know what you were drinking.
Oh my God. Okay.
You went to these different parties. Sometimes you had like cheese sandwiches for lunch kind of thing. But you got on that flight and you came down here. You were in a room with 5 other people and you made it work kind of thing. But
those are some of the best memories of people's lives, man. A trip to Jamaica for $1,000.
That will
never get that now. Never,
oh my gosh, those days are gone, man. Those days are gone.
But I'm now that you mention it, I'm thinking more and more about how the older crowd that is in the grill, and he said some of the hoteliers didn't trying to stay away from the younger crowd, and I guess that in itself is why we lost so many. But my vision for Negril is it can be both. Like there's 7 miles or more of beach right here, man. There's room for us to party and there's room for you guys to sit down and sunbathe. There's room for everyone. So, yeah, it's tricky though. It's tricky to find that balance. It's tricky to even understand it.
I feel like there needs to be, well, at least in my mind, it hasn't been established, but like an ultimate vision for Negril. I think we're seeing pieces of it. It's the most together that I've ever seen it before in terms of like the development plan, but even stuff like that, it's like, who are we going after? How are we doing it? Who's going to be the players that are part of it to make it happen, sort of thing?
I have an idea.
Tell me.
You. Bro, honestly, everything that you've done, like bringing people together, creating platforms like this for people to speak about Negril, this is what we need. We need more of this exposure and conversations and how do we move forward and ideas, sharing ideas and stuff like that. This is what it is.
Maybe we will. I would love to do more of this. Absolutely would love to do more of this. I know you got to run, but in closing out, I'd love to hear anything that you could share with us about like your vision for the jungle, any future plans, and where you're trying to take the business.
I'm trying to take it back to the glory days. just to have that. I'm after longevity. The jungle has survived 25 years. I'm gonna put another 25 on that and expand that and make it, make it this unbelievable place, which it already is. I think maintaining that, maintaining the authenticity, maintaining the vibe, and maintaining that 50-50 mix and mingle tourists and
Very
locals.
important, yes.
Vital. Maintaining that and growing it and building on it. There's plans to expand this year. You'll know, like back in the day, we had the upstairs deck and the downstairs club that will be open. Not saying a date yet, but soon.
Awesome. Dope.
And we just need people to come out and enjoy it. Come out and enjoy it. Want to have fun because it's fun. Negril is great, man. I love Negril. I fall in love with Negril every day. So give it a chance.
Yeah. Last question. As you say, Negril is great. I asked everybody, or a lot of people, like, just tell us a little bit about like what your lifestyle is, what your day looks like living in Negril and calling Negril home.
Well, I wake up every day and I don't know what's going to happen that day. Don't know what's going to happen. Well, jungle is an old building, so we are constantly doing projects and working on things.
Yeah.
And every week, I make sure that we've added something new to the property or to the decor or to the sound, or if it's tweaks or just improvement, or if it's a new liquor on the menu, or if I always try to add something new. So a day for me kind of looks like that. I'm just trying to come up with new ideas. What can we do? How can we improve? How can we improve this? All right, we're having a challenge with this. What can we do about that? That's pretty much my day. But of course, I have a lot of freedom as well. So I'm very social, so I meet a lot of people. So if like tonight, who knows who we're gonna meet tonight? But we may end up going out with them tomorrow, or going out on a boat trip, or me and my cousins will be up and down the beach causing havoc or something. But yeah, I just spend time with my team, spend time with my bros, and get some work done and try to build on what we already have.
And your top restaurants in Negril.
Ooh. All right. My girlfriend and I love Zest. The Cliff. Love that. We tend to go there for our anniversary. Ivan's, Matthews, big up Matthew. Shirella Steak, perfect. Traveler's Restaurant, of course. And who am I missing?
I don't want to put this.
Many.
I don't want to put
many.
this in your words in your mouth, but I saw you at Extabi one time.
Yeah. They're the most.
Okay, all right, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, it's like my second home. I love lunch at Extabi. Yeah, definitely check out Extabi for lunch.
Okay,
love that place. I'm sure there's others that I've missed, but there's so many options. I mean, living here, you will eventually get tired of all those options and stuff. But there's a lot of options. There's a lot of variety, and seafood at Boardwalk too. Yeah, Boardwalk Village, that's great. But
yeah, I think there's a great rotation of restaurants in Negril.
Absolutely, absolutely. I ate some Ethiopian food.
I heard about this place.
It was fantastic.
Oh man,
fantastic!
It's right here. I gotta check it out. Okay,
I've never had that before, so And I met the owner. She's wonderful, really nice lady, and the food tasted great. So there's new things popping up all the time.
Have you tried Slutty Taco yet?
Yes, man. I love Slutty Taco.
It yet.
Love Slutty Taco.
Okay.
Yeah. I tried out. They moved now. Have they moved now?
What's that?
They moved.
Slutty Taco.
Now? Yeah.
Well, they're on the west end, like almost by Canoe Bar. Like
Yeah, I haven't been since they've been up there because they were. I think they were where the Ethiopian place.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, no, Slutty Taco is great, and there's options. There's options. I do miss a calf breakfast, like an English breakfast. It's kind of hard to find that here, and those that know me know how important that is to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the food in the grill is amazing. Oh, Best in the West. How could I forget Best in the West? Perfect jerk pork, man.
Oh man, those guys have saved my life so many times when I'm running in the morning and I'm just like completely dehydrated,
about to collapse.
Yeah. Shout out to Best in the West. Thank you.
Man, definitely, man. Best in the West.
Good food. Yeah,
great food. I don't want to leave anyone out. But, you know,
there it is.
Yeah,
Awesome.
man.
Yo, thanks, Chris. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for having me, bro. Appreciate
Everybody, when you're in Negril, you got to check out Jungle. We've gone there 2 years in a row for Throp X, and we're going to make it 3 years in a row this year. It's always going to be part of our schedule. It's like, to me, it's like, as much as I push investing in Jamaica, investing in Negril, I think it's an important part to just getting understanding of what the nightlife is like and show you that, hey, it's okay. You know, you'll be fine. You'll have a great time. As a matter of fact, you'll be more than okay, and you'll have a great time. So everybody's gonna check it out Thursdays and Saturdays.
Yeah, perfect, man. Thank you.
Thanks,
so
man.
Much.
Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, we are closing out. We got 19 minutes. Going to take a quick break just to do a quick reset here. Literally just be a few minutes. I got to give you a video you haven't seen before today.
This is the restaurant deck. Early morning, it's about 7:15. We start breakfast at 7:30, another 15 minutes or so. Nice and calm and quiet Christmas morning. And that's the sun coming up over the mountains way back east. Kissing the property. This is looking towards downtown. Then over to the west end. Still pretty early. Not really anybody out here on the beach. It'll definitely pick up later. All right, Merry Christmas, everyone. Today we're going to do a little tour, very short tour. Okay, so of course, starting here at Travelers, and we'll probably go up maybe 2 miles, maybe. We'll see. See where the legs take us. I'm not gonna run hard at all today. Did 17 miles yesterday, so definitely taking it relaxed today. But let's get started. Start my watch. And we're going. I realized very quickly that this is probably not going to be the best footage of me running on the beach in terms of the shakiness. Because if I turn my camera around, it's going to get way more shaky. But I will stop and film where and when I can. All right, just ran up by Alfred's. It's maybe like half a mile from Travelers. Used to have a lot of live music. I still think they have live music here, but not what it once was. If those remember what it was like back in the day. But they also have like beach volleyball tournaments, or they used to at least. And I do believe that this is where they're going to be doing fireworks from on New Year's Eve. At least they used to. From that barge out there. All right, Alfred's. Let's keep it moving. All right, we're still going here. We're about a mile and a quarter in, up by Margaritaville, and looks like we're gonna hit 2 miles, so I think we will. But hold on, I'll show you exactly where we are. We got Margaritaville, and Travelers is, where's Travelers? Somewhere over there. We'll figure it out. I think it's over there. We'll figure it out. We'll keep going up. Gonna keep it moving. All right, just hit the turnaround point. We are just at Beaches, at the end of Beaches. A little over 2 miles in. Feeling good. Still pretty cool out here. The sun is like not beaming at this point, so it's pretty nice. I think it's around 7:30. I can't check my watch right now, but Let me give you an idea of where we are. 1 second. So that's heading back downtown. I don't think you can see Travelers because it's on the bend, but that's where we came from. This is the rest of the beach. So you got Hedonism, then Point Village right at that tip right there, and then of course Booby Cay Island. What else is left here? You basically have Long Bay, which is a public beach. That's where Reggae Marathon ends, so which is like kind of right tucked away over there. And then after that you have Azul, then you have Boardwalk, and there's one in between, but I forget the name of it. And then after Boardwalk is Sandals, and then right next to Sandals is, so that's Sandals right there, and then right next to Sandals is Hedonism, and that pretty much is the end of the beach, so to speak, at least on the northern end. And then you go into.
All right, we are back, and we are in the last 15 minutes of this live stream. Like I said, this hasn't been too bad at all. Excuse me. This has been a great day. We will have. I'm just looking at Shauna's message. Yeah, I guess I did live stream this this month. I did 12 hours, 4, 8, 12. Yeah. 4 Sunday live streams in one day. Yep. We can do this. Sorry, just looking at the comments. Yeah, I just want to continue to thank everybody for donating. And I know I haven't calculated, but I know we raised a few $1,000s. I know a bunch of people donated on through the website, through the NEET website, which I appreciate you all. Let me know if anybody has any last minute questions. We got about 15 minutes here. I'm going to make sure we hit the 12-hour mark. I know I said 10 o'clock, but we got to go a little over 10 o'clock because we started the stream, I think, 2 minutes late. We're hitting 12 hours. Like, we have to hit 12 hours. I don't want hey, you missed a challenge because of a technicality. No problem. All right, let's go through some comments, and then I'm going to go through people who made donations that's already kind of separated out. Shauna says, don't think the Throbbers think tank speaking patois. You got to do it for the kids. You can speak patois for 5 to 10 minutes. You can do it. All right. So what Shauna is alluding to is that in Throbbers think tank, we're brainstorming different ideas of different challenges that I can do to help raise funds. And one of them was I would speak patois for, say, 5 or 10, would you say 5 to 10 minutes, but we would need like a donation of $1,000, and that's the only way I would do it. But good thing I forgot about that, and I'm way too tired to do that, and it's late. But next time we'll do challenges of that. Like, another one that I had was like, hey, if we get a donation, if somebody donates, or we make maybe not a singular person, but if we make $1,000 in this hour, I would swim to the buoy and back, and make it like super fun, super engaging. And we're gonna do that next time. This was just a lot to do while doing the daily vlog challenge. Trust me. And I said this earlier in the day when we first started. This is kind of like a reset for me and in the daily vlog challenge, because I'm not putting out a vlog today, so there was no pressure to film and then to edit and then to get something out. So I don't have that today. Thankful for this, but we'll be back on schedule tomorrow, and I'll kind of have my feet under me, so to speak. But next time, I just want to say I'm not slick. Nah, hey, is somebody gonna put $1,000 up on the board? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not speaking patois right now. Don't do it. Next time we will do it. We're gonna have another live stream challenge. I promise you. And we're gonna make it a lot more fun. We're gonna switch it up a little bit. We'll definitely still have a bunch of guests come on and switch it up. Thank you. And no, Justin, not 1,000 Jamaican dollars. We're talking about 1,000 US dollars. 1,000 US dollars. And also, I need time to practice a little bit. I got a little bit here and there, but I need to brush up on my patois in order to get ready for this. In order to get ready for this challenge. Yes, you can donate anytime. You can donate right now, even for those folks who are watching this live stream after it's been live and you're watching it on the replay. You can donate to the stream itself, or you can go to neetja.com. You can see it down there on the ticker rolling across your screen. You can donate anytime. There is no amount that is too small. We appreciate it all. It's going to go a long way, a long, long way, trust me. And I appreciate all the people who have donated today. And I'm so happy you got a chance to meet some of these kids. Like, they're incredible. We have 2 great track athletes that are going. Really, really, really awesome. You met one of them in Rihanna earlier today. She's a 400-meter hurdler doing, I think, 58 something. I don't think I can even run a 6. Maybe I could run a 60-second 400 right now, maybe. And she's doing it under 60 seconds with hurdles. Incredible, incredible. There are a lot of really incredible kids who are going on this trip, and you all are really helping them out in a big way, even, again, just by being on this stream. All right, just going to go through some comments here. Metro Atlanta Real Estate and Mortgage Insights. Absolutely love the angle you took with this live stream. It perfectly highlighted the endless opportunities, incredible talent, and the promising direction Jamaica is heading in. So Marcus C says, finishing Throp, love the daily vlogs, so keep them coming. I'm here to support, and I'm sure many others will also. Thank you. Justin, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you all. I'm literally going to go through everybody who donated shortly. Thank you so much, Justin. All of it. I'm going to go through all of them shortly. I know we usually do some comments here. Kerry Williams has committed 15,000 to NEET from Lasha and Sons. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Kerry, for that. Again, going a long, long way. Appreciate that. I think that's all the recent comments that we have there. Cece says, they are the future. Thank you for what you do. Coming back home one day, and I will love to do the things like this too. Love to do things like this too. Can we connect so I can learn more about Jamaica? Hope to join you in November. Oh, it would be great to have you in November. And as you mentioned, November, DropX tickets are up and they are for sale. They are on the website. And if you want to find out more information about DropX, you can just fill out the form to just put in your email address to be on the newsletter. All right, we are about almost at 8 minutes. All right, let me start going through everybody who made a donation today. Thank you so much. I'm going to go through this. Sorry, as you say, Simone is much easier. Thank you, Simone, for your donation. We got Triple Knock 19, Nicole Knight, Maxin and Relaxin, Day, Howard Jackson, Kay Rose, Sophia James, Shauna, thank you. Dean Sterling, good to see you, Dean. I'm just realizing I remember the name. Dean was at ThropX last year. Great to see you on here. Thank you so much, Dean. Nola Sterling, thank you. Donna Bryce, thank you, Donna. And Justin, and thank you to Kerry as well. I saw Chris Charles, he donated as well. And I know a bunch of people donated directly on the NEET website. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Like I said, a lot of this is going, all of this is going a long, long way. One thing I did want to, man, I hope I have it. I wanted to read you the invitation letter. I know it's going to be too hard for me to find right now on the fly, and I don't want to drag this out. But next time, whenever the next time I do a stream, I want to read you the invitation letter from Totori inviting us to this. It's actually quite a nice letter, but we'll do that at some point in the future. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. Just kind of doing a little reflection here. It wasn't as bad as I thought. The worst part was the beginning for sure, because I knew after doing my long run this morning, the 16 miles, like just the way my body works, it just takes me so long to recover. And you run like 16 miles or whatever it is, and you just beat up your body, you beat up your legs tremendously, and it just takes a few hours for your body to realign. So the morning was like pretty rough for me. Getting some food in me helped out a lot throughout the day. Still got to eat dinner, but I was fine. And as we moved into the afternoon, kind of got my second wind, which I knew, and kind of been good ever since. I've been totally cool. This wasn't bad. Originally, we were like, I'm not even kidding. This was supposed to be 24 hours. Like today, I couldn't imagine. I could keep going. I have the energy to keep going, but to organize 24 hours of